What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 13 Mr. Chapter 401 Brothers meeting. Hina's whole body tensed up, she was really serious this time. His arms spread out like a net of iron bars, completely trapping Luffy inside. Of course Luffy had no intention of running away, he kicked his legs hard and rushed out like a spring. At this moment, Hina's arms suddenly closed together, and two black fans formed by intertwined iron bars clamped down on Luffy fiercely. Bang! When Hina released her arms, Luffy had been beaten into a meat patty, but this was not a big problem for a rubber man like him. He took a deep breath, and his flattened body quickly swelled up again. He became emperor with one hand, covered his legs with arm color, did a spinning kick on the spot, and lashed Hina with his legs like a whip. Although Hina immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest, she was still knocked back by the whip kick. When Hina got up from the rubble, Luffy rushed in front of her again and punched her in the stomach. Hina growled and met his punch with the same blow. Their fists collided, but Luffy's arms were made of rubber after all, and several disc-shaped bulges appeared on them, which quickly absorbed the force and passed it to Hina. Hina felt the increased force from the punch, so she had to turn her arms into iron bars and cover them with armament color, only then was she able to block the attack. The two fought again, but Hina was obviously at a disadvantage. Nami became anxious upon seeing this, she wanted to rush over to help but was stopped by Nejigo. Nejigo shook his head at her and said, "This guy is too powerful. Even Colonel Hina has trouble dealing with him. You will only cause more trouble if you go up there." Nami asked anxiously, "What should we do then? Hina-san can't hold on any longer." Nejigo subconsciously wanted to touch the flying thunder god kunai hidden in his clothes, when suddenly, an angry shout came from a distance. "Stop it, Luffy, do you really want to be an enemy of Marine?" Hearing the voice, Luffy stopped immediately, and Hina took the opportunity to distance herself from him, standing there panting heavily. Luffy looked up into the sky, and saw two young figures approaching quickly from the sky. They were Ace and Sabo. Advertisement had turned out that a Marine was knocked down and called for help, and Sabo and Ace happened to come to East Blue to look for Luffy, so the two were transferred to calm the situation. But they didn't expect that the one causing trouble was Luffy. Ace got furious when he saw the Marines lying on the street from the air. He dropped Sabo, exerted force with his legs in the air, and dived directly towards Luffy. "You idiot! Look what you've done!" Boom! Luffy was knocked to the ground by Ace's headbutt, and a large cloud of smoke rose around him instantly. Sabo landed steadily on the ground. He pressed the black top hat on his head and looked solemnly at the smoke that had not yet dissipated. Soon, the sound of hitting was heard in the smoke, and the scattered shock waves quickly blew away the smoke, revealing Luffy and Ace inside. The two were already wrestling with each other, but Luffy seemed to be in a passive defensive state and rarely took the initiative to attack Ace. Ace had a look of disappointment on his face, and he shouted while beating her. "I told you not to be a pirate anymore, why didn't you listen?" Luffy held Ace's fist and said solemnly, "Ace, I will never give up my dream." "Dream? Stop kidding. I must bring you back to the headquarters today and hand you over to Brother Kianhei for disposal?" Hearing Chiga, Luffy's eyes misted over for a moment, then they suddenly widened and wisps of white smoke rose from his body. "It's Uchiha Chiga again, do you like listening to him so much?" He shook off Ace's fist, then punched Ace in the stomach. A fist shape appeared directly behind Ace and extended backwards. Ace was hit so hard that he took a few steps back, holding his stomach. He looked in surprise as the skin on his stomach developed a rubbery luster and then gradually bounced back. Sabo frowned when he saw this scene. He quickly came to Ace and asked with concern, "Ace, are you okay?" Ace shook his head and said solemnly, "It's nothing serious, but what happened just now? Why'd I feel like my body has also been assimilated into rubber? I feel the same way. Could it be that Luffy's rubber fruit has awakened?" Advertisement. But how does the awakening of Paramecia affect the human body? Maybe rubber fruit is special. Luffy looked at Ace, who was in pain. A hint of apology flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. He looked at Sabo coldly and said, "Sabo, are you here to stop me too?" Sabo stared at Luffy, and that strange feeling came back. Luffy at this moment was nothing like the person he remembered. He paused and said, "Luffy, as your brother, I will not let you continue to do whatever you want, but I have to admit that you are very strong now. This place is no longer suitable for us to fight." Sabo is the calmest among the three brothers. This is the king's hometown. The previous battle has already caused damage to the streets here. If the fighting continues, it will only bring down the king's wrath. By then, Luffy, the culprit, will be really dead. Luffy looked around. He didn't intend to cause such damage, so he nodded, turned around, exerted force with his legs, and shot into the distance like a cannonball. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and used moonwalk again to follow. Nami and Nokiko supported Hina on both sides. After the three brothers left, Nami asked, "Sister Hina, who were those two people who just came?" Hina pulled her arms away from the two men's shoulders, lit a cigarette and put it to her lips. After a puff of white smoke, she whispered, "Those are the headquarters Sabo Rear Admiral and Ace Rear Admiral. I didn't expect that guy to be their younger brother. No wonder he has such strong talent. Since you are the older brother, you can definitely subdue your younger brother, right?" "Maybe. If both of them fail, it will be impossible for any reinforcements stronger than them to appear here in a short period of time." A trace of worry appeared on Hina's face. She always felt that Luffy was not simple. The two rear admirals would definitely be able to take him down. Najiko noticed Hina's expression and said softly. Colonel Hina, don't worry. Even if they really fail, I can still find someone. As long as he comes, the problem will definitely be solved. Hina was stunned for a moment, and then a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. She widened her eyes and exclaimed. You mean. The king, Chapter 402 Brothers Battle. Luffy and the other two came to an open space and stood still, Sabo said in a deep voice. Luffy, are we really going to have to go this far? We are brothers? Luffy remained silent. The white smoke coming out of his body became thicker and thicker, gradually obscuring his face. Ace couldn't help it, he clenched his fists and said angrily. Looks like we have no choice but to fight today, Luffy, take it, let me see your strength. After saying that, Ace rushed directly towards Luffy, with his fist covered in armament hockey, and punched Luffy hard. Fist bone star crushing. Luffy had no intention of dodging. Facing the powerful punch, he actually stretched out his hand to meet it and caught Ace's punch in his palm. Then, his arm suddenly softened, like a flexible long snake, biting Ace's fist tightly and throwing him out. Seeing this scene, Sabo frowned, and he no longer hesitated and rushed forward after Ace. He pressed his clawed hand towards Luffy's face, Dragon Claw. Luffy narrowed his eyes slightly, his right arm expanded rapidly, and then blasted towards the charging Sabo. Rubber giant gun. Bang! Sabo and Luffy were in a stalemate for a moment, and then he followed Ace's footsteps and was knocked away again. The two men landed together, looked at each other, and then rushed forward at the same time, attacking Luffy from the left and right. Luffy suddenly punched the ground several times. Strangely, the ground was not damaged by his punches. Instead, it became softer and softer, and waves appeared on the ground. Then, several rubber fists appeared on the ground. Ace and Sabo were stopped by these fists before they could get close to Luffy. The two of them barely escaped after being hit by several punches. Sabo observed the shiny ground and said in a deep voice. The earth has been assimilated into rubber. As expected, Luffy's rubber fruit has awakened. Ace nodded slowly and said, Advertisement, I didn't expect Luffy to be able to achieve fruit awakening at this age. No wonder he has the confidence to go out to sea. But what's with the white smoke on Luffy? This doesn't seem like Paramecia's awakening. I don't know. Paramecia's fruit is inherently varied, so perhaps their manifestations after awakening will be different. Luffy looked at Ace and Sabo with a complicated expression and said, Ace, Sabo, I really don't want to fight with you, go back. Ace's face changed and he said angrily, You idiot, do we really want to fight? Can't you listen to my advice and stop being a pirate? Luffy shook his head. His attitude was very firm, it was impossible to get him to go back with Ace Sabo. He clenched his fist with one hand, and a force burst out from him, it was Conqueror's. This world doesn't belong to them, I want to take it back. Ace's eyes focused as he also unleashed Conquerors, colliding with Luffy's. Sabo doesn't have Conquerors but he won't be affected by Conquerors, he just stares at the side. In terms of Conqueror's strength, Luffy and Ace were evenly matched, and after a short stalemate, both of them dispersed at the same time. Luffy sighed and said, Ace, I remember you once wanted to be a pirate, but you gave up in the end and were influenced by that Uchiha Chiga to join the so-called Marine. Luffy looked as if he was very disappointed that Ace joined the Marine, which made Ace, as a brother, very uncomfortable. He glared at Luffy and shouted. Joining the Marine was my own decision, and it turns out that my decision was right. The existence of pirates has no meaning to this world at all. You've taken the wrong path. Sabo patted Ace's shoulder, he looked at Luffy and said. Luffy, stop being so stubborn. Luffy felt annoyed, he shook his head and shouted. Why are all of you like this? What kind of magic potion did Uchiha Chiga feed you? Luffy's emotions became more and more agitated, and the white smoke on his body no longer floated randomly. Instead, it began to gather together, forming a white ribbon that wrapped around his back. Advertisement his hair also fluttered, and its color gradually darkened, faintly turning towards white. This situation can no longer be explained by Paramecia's variability, Ace exclaimed. What the hell is going on? Is this still rubber fruit? Sabo didn't say anything because he was also looking at Luffy in confusion, not knowing what was going on. A golden light flashed across Luffy's pupils. He raised his head and glanced at Ace and the other man opposite him. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. Sabo's pupils shrank and he subconsciously pushed Ace away. At this moment, Luffy appeared between the two of them. He raised his leg and swept it across Sabo's abdomen, kicking Sabo's entire body so that it bent like a noodle and he fell to his knees with a thud. Ace reacted and rushed over to support immediately. He punched Luffy on the back, but Luffy seemed to feel nothing. He shook his body, directly dissolving Ace's force and reflecting the force back to himself. Puff. This force was stronger than Ace's original strength. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his breath quickly weakened. Luffy turned around, grabbed Ace's arm, then lifted him up and swung him wildly. After being caught by Luffy, Ace's body instantly became extremely soft. He only felt his body being pulled continuously in the air. When he was thrown around, Luffy's hand loosened, and Ace was thrown out directly and slammed into a rock wall. Ace. Sabo held his stomach and staggered to his feet. He stared at Luffy with a heavy look in his eyes and said tremblingly. You actually attacked Ace so harshly, are you really Luffy? Luffy's eyes showed a trace of struggle. He held his forehead with one hand and said through gritted teeth. I don't want to do this, you forced me to do this. We are doing this for your own good. Do you know how special your identity is? What will you do with Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Long? If you provoke the king, do you think you still have a chance to survive? My affairs have nothing to do with them, and don't mention Uchiha Chiga in front of me all the time. I'm not afraid of him. As soon as he finished speaking, a teasing voice sounded in their ears. This voice was so familiar to Luffy. Oh, really? It seems that the impression I left on you before was not deep enough? What? Luffy's eyes widened and his body shuddered. Before he could do anything, a familiar repulsive force erupted from behind him. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 403. 3 Abstinences from Addiction. Buzz. Just like a few years ago, Luffy was pushed out by Shinra Tensei again. Under this repulsive force, his body was instantly flattened and fell directly to the ground. Kihonhei held the confused Ace in one hand and slowly walked to Sabo. Sabo swallowed and said, Wong, why are you here? Kihonhei put Ace down and said, I came here because I was called, but I never expected that you two together couldn't take down Luffy. A few minutes ago, when Nokiko and his companions saw that Ace and his 3 companions had not returned for a long time, they directly used the flying thunder god Kunai to summon Chiga. As soon as Kihonhei appeared, the street was almost crowded. Najiko saw Kihonhei again after several years and didn't care about being reserved. She hugged one of Kihonhei's arms generously and pressed her whole body against him. Nami was even more direct. She seemed to be hanging on Chiga, and her repeated calls of, Brother Chiga, made Chiga a little confused. He thought there was some danger, but this didn't seem like the case. Finally, Hina mustered up the courage to walk up to Chiga. She didn't even smoke, and reported to Chiga what had just happened with a look of reverence. After understanding the situation, Kihonhei broke free from the double team of Nokiga and Nami and rushed to the scene of the fight between the 3 brothers. As soon as he arrived he saw Luffy beating Sabo, and Luffy's appearance also surprised him a little. He didn't expect that Luffy could actually enter the Nika form. Although it seemed that he had not fully awakened, he was almost there. Listening to Kihonhei's teasing, Ace lowered his head in shame, and Sabo's face also showed a trace of embarrassment. He straightened up and said, King, I'm really sorry, Luffy's fruit has become a little weird after it awakened, and Ace and I can't deal with him. Sorry to have caused you trouble. Kihonhei smiled. After all, Sabo was from a noble family, so these words were quite comforting to hear. He didn't really blame the 2 brothers. The rubber, no, Nika fruit was used as a plug-in, so it was normal for Ace and Sabo to suffer losses now. Chian he turned around, stretched out his hand and pointed in one direction. Universal pull. Whoosh, advertisement. A black dot flew over from the distance. It was Luffy who was pushed out just now. He was sucked into Kihonhei's hand and his neck was tightly clamped. Luffy's face turned purple. He tried to rubberize Chiga's arm, but this time his ability failed and Chiga was not affected at all. Chiga narrowed her eyes and tried to deprive Luffy of his fruit ability, but it didn't work. The fruit seemed to have its own will and actually began to resist. This was the first time this happened, and Kihonhei became interested, so he let go of her hand. Luffy landed on the ground and immediately kicked his legs and retreated backwards, staying away from Kihonhei as if he was avoiding the plague. Several rubber tentacles extended from the ground beneath his feet, tightly binding his feet to prevent him from being pulled over by Kihonhei using universal pull again. Even though his strength had increased so much, Luffy couldn't help but feel intimidated when facing Chiga. He regretted very much now, regretting that he should not have stayed in this place for so long. If he had known that it would attract Chian he would not have thought of recruiting any navigator at all, and would have just rowed his boat and drifted with the wind. Originally he wanted to go out to sea and slowly develop, but now he has encountered the final boss before leaving the novice village. How can he play like this? Kihonhei looked at Luffy standing there nervously with a calm face and said, I've already taught you a lesson twice, but you're still so persistent. Do you still want to be the king of pirates? When Luffy heard the words, Pirates King, he immediately became excited. He puffed up his cheeks and shouted. That's right, Pirates King, Bang, before he could finish, Kihonhei appeared in front of him and punched him in the face. Luffy's face was hit so hard that it caved in, and a fist shape appeared at the back of his head. Chiga retracted his fist and just looked at Luffy, who had lost his facial features. This time Luffy's face did not bounce back instantly like usual. He waved his hands wildly and touched his face, shouting in fear. What's going on? Why can't I see? Luffy moved sideways like a crab. Kihonhei clenched his hands and an invisible force rolled him into a meatball. Then, Kihonhei kicked him high into the air. Luffy's body disappeared directly into the sky. It was unknown how long it took before he reappeared from the air, dragging a string of flames behind him. He smashed down like a meteor, causing the ground to collapse. Advertisement. Ace and Sabo watched in a daze as Chiga dealt with Luffy. Seeing that Luffy hadn't moved for a long time, Ace asked hesitantly. Luffy isn't going to die, is he? Sabo shook his head stiffly and said. That shouldn't happen. If the king wanted to kill him, he would have died just now. Chiga floated in the air, looking down at Luffy who was lying in a big letter shape in the center of the pit. Under his gaze, Luffy's body changed again. His hair turned completely white and fluttered towards the sky, while some parts of his body seemed to melt and turned into black fluid, slowly sliding down. Seeing this scene, Chian he raised his eyebrows and whispered. Have you fully awakened? It seems like I have to do all of Kaido's work. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong heartbeat sounded from below, like the sound of a heavy drum. Luffy has completed his transformation and entered Nika form. His ancestral red vest had been dyed white like his hair, and all the injuries on his body had healed. Now he was in the beastly state of the Nika fruit. After entering this state, He seemed extremely excited and couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Before Luffy could even laugh, a heavy punch came down from the sky. What are you laughing at? Boom! Luffy's head was hit and shrunk into his chest, looking very scary. Fortunately, the recovery ability of the Nika fruit was strong enough, and this time after trying for a long time, he finally made the head grow out with a pop. He looked at Kihonhei with horror, and the confidence he had just gained from the sudden surge in power disappeared in an instant. Kihonhei snorted coldly, and a milky white halo appeared on his fist. Then he punched Luffy in the stomach through the air. Snap! Dense green cracks spread out. The shock force used by Kihonhei was not just to crack the atmosphere, he directly shattered the space. The force generated by the space shattering almost tore Luffy's body apart. By the time Kihonhei stopped, Luffy had already fallen to the ground like a puddle of mud. Chapter 404. King's addiction removed. Luffy collapsed on the ground, looking shriveled up, obviously exhausted to the extreme. Boom. 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 The beating heartbeat sounded again, and Luffy's body began to swell again, and it seemed that he was about to recover. Bang. Without even thinking, Chiga punched Luffy in the left chest, causing his heartbeat to stop. However, Chiga still held back a little and did not send Luffy away directly. This only caused his heart to stop for a few seconds, but it was enough to make the so-called drum of liberation of the Nika fruit ineffective. Kihonhei looked down at Luffy and said calmly, "Those sit-ups don't work for me." After the drum of liberation dissipated, Luffy also withdrew from the Nika form. He opened his eyes and saw Chiga's indifferent face. He was so frightened that he jumped up from the ground and shouted exaggeratedly. Brother Chianchin, Ace and Sabo were both stunned for a moment. This was the Luffy they remembered. Luffy stood still, staring at Chiga with his eyes wide open, looking like an elementary school student who had made a mistake. Chiga nodded. He probably understood something. The rubber fruit must have someone else's will on it. It was this will that had been subtly influencing Luffy. The effect was somewhat similar to that of the distinguished heavenly gods. To be honest, Chiga once suspected whether Naruto was also influenced by Ashura's will. After all, it was a bit outrageous that he had been treated like that since he was a child and had never turned evil. After Luffy was taught a lesson by Chiga, his body could no longer support the force, and he temporarily returned to his original idiot, Luffy. Chiga walked up to Luffy, but Luffy, who was always carefree, didn't even dare to breathe. There was no way, as the impression Chiga had left on him was too deep. Looking at Luffy's wise eyes, Kihonhei crossed his arms and asked, "Why, now you know how to call me big brother. I saw you wanted to prove yourself just now." Gulp. Brother Kihonhei, I don't know what happened. I got into a fight with Ace Sabo for no apparent reason, and then I attacked you. I'm sorry. Ace and Sabo walked over supporting each other, and they looked at Luffy carefully. Looking at the two brothers who were beaten into beggars by them, Luffy suddenly wanted to laugh, but now he didn't dare to laugh, so he had to purse his lips and tried his best to hold back his laughter. However, his performance was not as good as laughing. Veins popped out on Ace and Sabo's foreheads. They clenched their fists tightly. Ace even squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Luffy, are you proud of beating us up like this? Well, no. ***, Iron Fist of Love, advertisement. Bang. Luffy flew out in a spin. He was even weaker than Ace now. After he fell to the ground, he didn't get up for a long time. He covered the bump on his head and yelled, "Damn it. This is Grandpa's trick. Why did he teach you this trick?" Ace snorted, retracted his smoking fist, and said, "I figured out this move myself, and it's perfect for dealing with you." After that, Ace performed a Sichuan opera face changing. He looked at Chianhe with admiration and shouted, "Brother Kihonhei, you're finally back." Chianhe smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Long time no see, you've grown so big, hey hey." Ace scratched his head and grinned. It was Sabo's first time to face Chiga up close, so he seemed very reserved compared to Ace. He bowed to Chiga and spoke respectfully. "King, my name is Sabo, and I'm currently the Marine Rear Admiral." Kihonhei nodded and said, "I know you, Long's most capable subordinate. You are very good. Compared with these two, you are much more stable." Sabo didn't expect to be praised. He was so excited that his face turned red after being called steady. Ace on the side curled his lips and was actually jealous of Sabo. Sabo didn't notice Ace's expression. He remembered the strangeness of Luffy and asked Chiga, "King, what happened to Luffy? He seems like a completely different person." Chiga glanced at Luffy lying there and said, "It's nothing serious, just possessed by an evil spirit." As he said that, Chiga raised his hand and sucked Luffy over, then slapped him on the head and pulled hard. A white humanoid spirit was pulled out by Kihonhei. Luffy shouted in horror. "Is this my soul? It's over, I'm going to die." Ace quickly stepped forward, grabbed Luffy's face, and pulled it long. He got in front of Luffy and yelled, "Advertisement, idiot. Do you look like you're about to die now?" Luffy's face was deformed by Ace. He said stupidly, "Yeah, I seem to be fine." Chiga glanced at Luffy with a look that said he was an idiot. The captured spirit suddenly struggled, and his facial features appeared on his white face. He stared at Chianhe and said, "You are in the same group as the guys who helped Yim back then. It's you who imprisoned this world." Luffy was startled and shouted, "I remember now, it's this voice, it has been ringing in my ears before." The spirit suddenly turned to look at Luffy and said, "You are my successor. It is your duty to restore the kingdom and liberate the world. I am guiding you." "What the hell are you talking about? Who are you?" I'm Joy Boy. I'm the king of this world. Upon hearing this, Ace was unhappy and he scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Kihonhei is the real king of the world. He is just like I am, a despicable thief. I want. Bang. Kihonhei shook his hand, and Joy Boy's spirit instantly turned into countless white spots of light and completely dissipated into the air. Clapping his hands, Chian he said calmly, if they die one by one, it's better to stop as soon as possible. As he spoke, Chiga glanced at Luffy. Luffy immediately got up from the ground and stood at attention again after being looked at by Chiga. Hey, you guys still want to be pirates? Luffy was stunned. If it were the previous him, he would definitely say, yes, without thinking, but now he found that he didn't seem to want to be a pirate so much. After all, he just wanted to go out to sea for adventure. He hesitated for a moment, and in Ace's surprised eyes, he spoke. I don't want to anymore. Hearing this, Kihonhei nodded with satisfaction. The arduous task of helping Luffy get rid of his addiction to the king was successfully completed. Chapter 405 Phantom Cat Nami Luffy was finally carried back by Ace and Sabo. After all, this guy injured dozens of marine soldiers. Even if it was not his intention, he still needs to be punished. In the end, he was taken back by his two brothers, and Garp had to punish Luffy himself. With Chiga present, Luffy was quite well behaved and didn't cause any trouble until they got on board. After the three brothers left, Nami immediately came up to them. She pouted and said in a muffled voice. Brother Kihonhei, where have you been all these years? You never came to see me and my sister. There was no way. Kihonhei left in a hurry, except for some people in the headquarters, everyone else really thought he was missing. After explaining it briefly to Nami, she didn't hold on to it and soon happily took Chiga back to the fruit shop. Najigu stood at the door of the store and kept looking towards the end of the street. When she saw Kihonhei's figure appear, a bright smile immediately broke out on her face, and she looked like a young wife who saw her husband come home. Kihonhei couldn't help but laugh, and Nami beside him snorted and said, You are still as biased as before. Why didn't you smile so happily when you saw me? My sister is the same. Kihonhei pinched Nami's nose and teased, I wish you were half as sensible as Noki. Nami yelled like a kitten with its fur standing on end. How can I be so ignorant? You have been saying this to me since I was a child. I don't accept it. If you don't agree, just keep it to yourself. If you keep yelling, I'll take Najigo back to the headquarters. You can just stay here by yourself. Humph. You're awesome. Nami glanced away, but her arms around Chiga tightened. While the two were arguing, Najiko had already trotted over to Kihonhei. She called him, Brother Kihonhei, in a soft voice, and then handed him a half-peeled orange. Nami saw this and started yelling again. My sister, you must not learn his partiality, or I, as your younger sister, will be too pitiful. Nojigao smiled, took out the other half of the orange and handed it to Nami, patted her head and said softly. How can my sister be partial? But you, I thought we were just kids, you're always clinging to Kihonhei brother. Nami blushed, she stuck out her tongue and muttered. I don't care. If I don't keep an eye on Kihonhei, he'll run away again. Chian he put one hand on his waist and said unhappily. Advertisement. Why would I run away? You make me sound like a thief. I think you are actually a little thief. Tisk. Isn't that right? You just said you were going to take my sister away. The most annoying thing is, you didn't even take me with you. This made Najigo blush. She lowered her head and kept glancing at Kihonhei. Kihonhei rolled his golden eyes, flipped his wrist, and a devil fruit that looked like a cantaloupe appeared in his hand. Nami opened her eyes wide and approached the fruit, asking curiously. Is this devil fruit? Chian he raised a smile, tossed the fruit in his hand, and said. This is the teleportation fruit. After you eat it, you can find me anytime you want. Really? Are you going to give it to me, Chiga? Otherwise, I have already processed this fruit. Even if you eat it, it is not afraid of seawater. Don't worry. Great. Chiga ni, you're the best. Nami suddenly jumped up and gave Chiga a big kiss on the side of her cheek, which stunned Najiko. Chiga didn't expect Nami to be so bold, and this was happening on the street. Snap. A series of heartbreaking voices rang out. Chian glanced around and found many young men with painful expressions on their faces. It was afraid that someone would not be able to sleep tonight. In just a moment, Nami couldn't wait to pick up the teleportation fruit and take a bite, then her face turned purple instantly and she spit it out. She stuck out her tongue and looked at Chian with tears in her eyes. Brother Kihonhei, this is so disgusting. I have never eaten anything so disgusting. Who told you to be so anxious? Kihonhei held his forehead helplessly, he snapped his fingers, and transferred the power of the teleportation fruit into Nami's body. Okay, now try your abilities. Nami nodded blankly. She now had a feeling that she could reach any place she had been to immediately if she wanted to. With a thought, Nami disappeared instantly. At the Marine Division base, Hina was in the office, holding her chin in her hand, muttering to herself. I didn't expect to meet the king in person today. It would be great if we could get in touch again. Hina-san, you can come to my house tonight. Shiga-san won't be leaving tonight. Advertisement. Hina was startled. She turned her head sharply and saw Nami lying on the back of her chair. Nami. When did you get here? Nami smiled triumphantly, and she flashed back and forth in the office in front of Hina, which made Hina stunned. After she stopped, Hina asked hesitantly, this action has no trace at all. It's impossible to shave. Did you eat the devil fruit as well? That's right. This is the teleportation fruit that Chiga-kun gave me. How is it? Isn't this ability amazing? Very impressive. Rocks relied on it to escape marines encirclement time and time again. The king actually gave this fruit to you. It seems that you hold a very important position in his heart. Hearing this, Nami felt very happy, even happier than when she got the fruit. She took Hina's hand and said, "Okay, Hina-san, come back with me." Hey, Nami, I'm not busy yet. Swish, before Hina could finish her words, Nami took her back to the fruit shop without any explanation. As soon as they came back, they saw Chika and Nijiko sitting together. Nochigo was gently putting a slice of orange into Kihonhe's mouth, with an extremely satisfied smile on his face. The sudden appearance of the two scared her, and the orange in her hand fell to the ground. Kihonhe reached out to catch it, and he also picked up a slice of orange and fed it into Nijigo's mouth. The scene looked very warm. After watching Nijigo finish eating, Kihonhe turned to look at Nami and teased. "You brought someone back in such a short time. You're familiar with their abilities pretty quickly. If you don't hurry up, I'm afraid my sister will be eaten by Kihonhe brother." Nojigao glared at her and scolded her. "What are you talking about, Nami? You cooked tonight." Nami immediately calmed down. Kihonhe held his chin with one hand. He looked at Nami with a smile on his face for a while and said, "Nami, I've thought of a title for you, would you like to hear it?" Isn't it another little thief? Of course not. What do you think of Phantom Cat? Chapter 406 Black Zetsu. Dad. The next day, Chiga brought Nami and Nijiko back to the naval headquarters. The two girls couldn't help but feel a little nervous when they came to Kyonga's palace for the first time. Fortunately, Robin was there today. Under her guidance, the two girls quickly adapted to the place. By the way, since Chiga came back, Yamato has also moved in here. She always pesters Chiga and keeps saying that she wants to go to another world, that is, Hokage. As soon as she saw Chiga, she brought this up again. After her constant persuasion, Chiga actually agreed to take her to Hokage for 2 days. Yamato hugged Chiga excitedly and let Chiga enjoy the facial cleanser. Kihonhe hugged her with his backhand, opened the dimensional door and flew in. The place the two returned to was Chiga's home in Konoha. Kagaya came out of the house when she heard the noise. Seeing Chiga coming back, a look of joy appeared on her face, but when her eyes swept over Yamato, she was obviously stunned. Looking at Yamato's white hair, red horns, and golden eyes, Kagaya couldn't help but ask, "Master, is this your daughter over there?" Chiga was confused, while Yamato was so angry that she shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to be his daughter, I am his cutest and most powerful apprentice." "So you're my apprentice? I'm so sorry, I was overthinking." Kagaya tilted his head, then bowed politely to express his apology. This made Yamato feel embarrassed because she noticed Kaguya's slightly bulging belly. She asked hesitantly, "You are pregnant?" Speaking of this, Kagaya suddenly stroked her abdomen with a happy look on her face and whispered, "Yes, this is my child with my master." "What?" Yamato suddenly turned his head and stared at Chiga, his eyes filled with 7 parts shock, 2 parts disbelief, and 1 part admiration. Well, another classic fan chart. Chiani reached out and flicked her forehead and said unhappily, "Advertisement, what's with that expression on your face? I'm not young anymore, isn't it normal to have a child?" "It's normal. I just think it's a bit sudden, and why haven't Khalifa and the others made any movement?" Since Chiga is the king, Khalifa and others in the palace are naturally regarded as queens by default, but until now, Chiga has not given birth to any children. Not only Yamato, but others are also very confused about this. Yamato is no longer the ignorant young man she used to be. She now understands what happened when Ain tricked her into training her. She blushes every time she thinks of that. Chiga's explanation is that Kagaya is close to him in blood, so it is easier for him to succeed. This statement was largely nonsense, but Yamato did not doubt it, because in terms of appearance, Kagaya was indeed very similar to Chiga. She touched her long white hair and the horns on her head and suddenly blurted out, "Master, do you think our bloodlines are somewhat similar?" After saying that, Yamato's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, but she still tried to pretend that nothing had happened. Even Kagaya saw through her little trick and couldn't help but hide her face with her sleeves and laughed. The black Zetsu in her sleeve suddenly spoke, "Your intentions as an apprentice are not pure, your face is as red as a monkey's butt." Yamato was immediately furious when her pass was blocked. She took out a mace from somewhere and shouted, "Damn it! Who is talking? Get out here!" Black Zetsu was not afraid of Yamato either. She turned into a pool of liquid and flowed out of Kaguya's sleeves, then gradually condensed into a feminine body. Yamato raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who are you? You look dark." Black Zetsu raised his head and said very firmly, "What do you mean by black? You are such a rude little girl. My name is Black Zetsu." "Who are you calling a little girl? Believe it or not, I'll hit you." "Tisk. Who are you trying to scare with a spikeless mace? Do you think I'm afraid of a little girl like you who hasn't even grown all her hair yet?" Yamato was speechless. She tapped the ground lightly with the mace in her hand, which immediately created a spiderweb-like crack. Black Zetsu was stunned, thinking that this big fool was quite strong. Yamato held the mace and walked towards Black Zetsu step by step, saying as he walked, "I'll let you taste this thornless mace." Black Zetsu's yellow prototype eyes rolled around, and he flashed directly to Chiga's side and shouted, "Advertisement, Dad. Look at her." After these words were spoken, except Kagaya, Chiga and Yamato were all stunned. Kihonhe pointed at himself and asked, "What did you just call me?" "Dad." Ding. The mace in Yamato's hand fell directly to the ground. She looked at Black Zetsu's dark body and thought to herself. Are all Master's children going to grow up like this? Kaguya didn't think there was anything wrong. In her opinion, Black Zetsu was her child, so he was naturally Chiga's child. This relationship was very reasonable. Seeing that Chiga didn't react, Black Zetsu approached her directly, looking like a good kid, which made Chiga's eyebrows twitch. Yamato no longer had any intention of teaching Black Zetsu a lesson. She just stood there looking at Chiga with a strange look. Kihonhei coughed twice, and for a moment she didn't know how to face Black Zetsu. Who would understand that the most sinister old six in the Hokage world actually became his own child? Kihonhei's mood was a bit complicated, but fortunately Kaguya spoke in time. Master, let's go back to the house, and this. Kaguya paused for a moment, and Yamato realized that she hadn't said her name yet. Besides, Kaguya is her master's wife, so she definitely cannot be disrespectful. My name is Yamato, please take care of me, it's Ms. Yamato. My name is Otsutsuki Kaguya. The two white-haired creatures bowed to each other, and the scene looked very harmonious. Yamato hurried to support Kaguya. She didn't dare let Kaguya bow to her. After all, she was a pregnant woman. She couldn't afford it if anything happened. However, what she didn't know was that this weak, pregnant woman possessed enough power to destroy the ninja world. However, her behavior still won Black Zetsu's favor, and Black Zetsu took the initiative to apologize for his previous sarcastic attitude. Yamato is not a person who holds grudges. She patted her chest generously and said that she and Black Zetsu will be good sisters from now on and she will protect Black Zetsu. Chiga came over and hugged Kaguya. The two looked at each other with a smile, and then walked into the house together. Chapter 407 Yamato and Sasuke. On this day, a strange pair appeared on the streets of Konoha. A young woman who is 2 meters 60 tall and has 2 horns on her head, and a stick figure who is completely black and has an enchanting figure. These two people are naturally Yamato and Black Zetsu. Since that day, the famous 6th-ranked Black Zetsu and the outspoken Yamato have surprisingly gone along well. The two often get together and share interesting things that happened in their respective worlds. Let me tell you, except for Dad, all the Uchiha are tsuneres, especially Madara, it's amazing. In fact, you don't have to rule out the master. He's not much better. For example, he obviously likes me as his disciple the most, but he never says it out loud. Is it possible that Dad has never thought about this? Xiaohei, can we still play happily? Saori, just pretend I didn't say anything. The thousands-year-old Black Zetsu was actually having a lot of fun with Yamato, who was in his early 20s. The two were talking excitedly, and Yamato didn't pay attention for a moment and bumped into someone. Of course, considering Yamato's physical condition, she herself was fine, but the person she bumped into just sat down on the ground. A man with a golden hedgehog head ran over and quickly squatted down to help the person who was knocked down. Sasuke, are you okay? Sasuke shook off Naruto's hand, stood up from the ground in a handsome manner, and patted the dust off his body and said lightly. I'm fine. Then, he looked up at Yamato opposite him with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Because Yamato was too tall. In the Hokage world, people's heights were still within the normal range, and Sasuke's height of 1.8 meters was not short, but he just bumped into Yamato's abdomen. See the scene where Ace and Yamato are standing opposite each other. Ace is also over 1.8 meters tall. Moreover, his physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people, but just now he felt like he had hit a hill. Naruto on the side also exclaimed, so tall, who is this? Why have I never seen him before? Sasuke's gaze was on the pair of horns on Yamato's head, and combined with the white hair, he couldn't help but wonder if Yamato was Otsutsuki. Fortunately, he knew Black Zetsu, otherwise he would have drawn his sword by now. Yamato scratched his head and apologized to Sasuke. Although Sasuke was distracted just now, he fell on his butt after all, so he was considered a weakling. However, Sasuke's disguise began again. He ignored Yamato and looked directly at Black Zetsu and asked. Black Zetsu, who is this person? Advertisement Black Zetsu, however, didn't buy into Sasuke's words. Just kidding, it would be fine if Madara spoke to him like that, but he totally ignored Sasuke, the younger brother among the Uchiha brothers. He completely ignored Sasuke and spoke directly to Yamato. Yamato, his name is Uchiha Sasuke, he is the youngest among the current Uchiha clan. Uchiha? Does that mean he's from the same clan as Master? Sasuke raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask. Master? Who is your master? Of course it's Uchiha Chiga. Master Chiga is your master. Sasuke's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but feel a small twinge of jealousy. Back then, he also wanted to take Kihonhei as his master, and even knelt down for it, but until now, he has not been able to become Kihonhei's apprentice. His current master is Madara. Madara's strength is naturally beyond doubt, but if compared with Chiga, there is a huge gap. So after hearing that Yamato's master was Chiga, Sasuke was immediately silenced. Yamato gave Sasuke a strange look, while Black Zetsu pulled her sleeve and started to leave. Sasuke suddenly shouted, "Stop!" This sound startled Naruto, who was standing next to him. He didn't know what was wrong with Sasuke. Sasuke slowly raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had activated the Sharingan. Of course, it's still the pair of 3 Magatama. Black Zetsu couldn't help but curl his lips and thought to himself. Well, as expected of Uchiha, this kind of sudden neurosis is really passed down from generation to generation. Yamato stared at Sasuke's Sharingan curiously and said, Your eyes are so different from Master's. His previous pair of Rinnegan had 12 Magatama in it. This sentence was another critical blow to Sasuke. In fact, among the existing Uchiha, he was the only one who had a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. In the past, possessing the 3 tomoe Sharingan was truly elite in the Uchiha clan, and it was even more of a dimensional attack against ordinary ninjas. But times are different now. Putting aside Chiga's bug, look at Madara and others around Sasuke, who doesn't have a Mangekyo. Advertisement even, Uchiha Kakashi, has a Mangekyo. Although Sasuke's desire for power is not as strong now, it does not mean that he does not want to make progress. He reached out to stop Yamato and said seriously, "Fight with me, I want to see how strong the disciple recognized by Master Kihonhei is." The words, recognized by Chiga, hit Yamato's heart directly, making her overjoyed. Black Zetsu wanted to stop him, but when she saw Yamato's expression, she gave up. She put her hand on her forehead and complained. "Yamato, you idiot, why are you competing with Uchiha for no reason?" What made her even more worried was that the Uchiha on the opposite side was Sasuke. She knew little about Yamato's strength, and she was really afraid that Yamato would accidentally send Sasuke away. Yamato magically took out a mace again and put it on his shoulder, smiling and saying, "Okay, I accept your challenge, I also want to see how strong Master's people are." Sasuke nodded, looked around, and said, "This place is not suitable for fighting, please come with me to a place." "Okay, I thought so too." Sasuke said nothing more and walked away, with Yamato following immediately. The remaining Black Zetsu and Naruto looked at each other. Naruto swallowed and asked, "Black Zetsu, should we follow and see? Of course, what if something goes wrong?" "Yeah, Sasuke looks like he's serious about this. I'm afraid he might go too far." "Idiot. What you should be worried about is that Sasuke doesn't get beaten to death by Yamato." "Is that sister called Yamato? She has the same name as Captain Yamato." "No, what did you say? Is Sister Yamato strong?" "Nonsense, have you forgotten that she is my father's disciple?" Actually I wanted to ask you just now, who is the father you mentioned? Could it be Kihonhei Sr.? What else?" Naruto stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. He looked at Black Zetsu in disbelief, and Black Zetsu called him an idiot again, then turned into a pool of black water and merged into the ground, escaping in the direction Sasuke Yamato left. Naruto came back to his senses and shouted hurriedly, "Hey, wait for me." Chapter 408 Gap the Uchiha clan training ground. Yamato was standing in front of Sasuke with a mace in his hand, looking casual. Sasuke looked at Yamato with red eyes and said, "I'm going to do it." Yamato then lowered his mace and said with a smile, "Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke used the body flicker technique to peer in front of Yamato, but the speed of the body flicker technique was really not enough in front of a physical monster like Yamato. Yamato didn't even use his mace, he just slapped Sasuke in the face. Even though Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, he still couldn't dodge the simple slap. Bang! From a distance, Sasuke was slapped away by Yamato like a fly, and he crashed heavily into the wall of the training ground. In fact, Yamato was still holding back. If she had used her full strength, it is not impossible that Sasuke would have been beaten into a bloody mist on the spot. However, even so, it took Sasuke a long time to climb out of the wall. He looked shaky and was obviously seriously injured. Naruto and Black Zetsu arrived at this time. Seeing Sasuke's miserable condition, Naruto immediately shouted to Sasuke in worry. Sasuke however didn't mean anything to Naruto, he was still in a daze. Yamato's reaction speed and strength just now were so exaggerated that he even suspected that Yamato had learned Tsunade's super strength. Of course, even if Tsunade himself came over, he would be slapped away by Yamato. From what he had just done, Sasuke knew that his physical skills were not at the same level as Yamato's, so he temporarily gave up the physical attack and started to make hand seals instead. Yamato looked at Sasuke with curiosity as he gestured wildly until a huge fireball burst out of Sasuke's mouth. Fire-style great fireball technique. Huh? You can use the power of fire? But isn't this fireball a little small? Yamato just stood there. She took a breath and then blew it out, actually blowing out the fireball directly in midair. This scene almost made Sasuke's jaw drop. There were still some residual flames at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Yamato with a dull expression and muttered, "Advertisement, are you a monster?" This made Yamato a little unhappy, and she shouted, "Hey, you are so rude, how can you talk like that?" Gulp. Sasuke swallowed, and Naruto outside the field did the same thing. Both were deeply shocked by the strength displayed by Yamato. Naruto said to himself, "She's so strong, she can beat Sasuke like this with just her taijutsu. I wonder how strong her ninjutsu can be." Seeing Yamato showing off Kamui on the field, Black Zetsu was full of pride. She raised her black face and said proudly, "That's right. Don't you see whose apprentice she is? I told you long ago that if you don't keep an eye on her, Sasuke might be accidentally beaten to death by Yamato." Naruto nodded stiffly. With Yamato's physical strength, even if he transformed into a tailed beast, he would be in serious trouble if he was hit by such a blow. On the field, Sasuke stared at Yamato intently, and he had already activated the illusion. However, Yamato was only slightly dazed, and Sasuke's illusion had basically no effect. Sasuke was stunned. He didn't understand why his illusion was so ineffective on Yamato. In fact, the reason is very simple, that is, there is no chakra in Yamato's body. Not to mention him, even if the illusion master Itachi came, it would be useless. Seeing that the illusion didn't work, Sasuke suddenly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his fair chest. Yamato curled her lips secretly, in her eyes. Sasuke was a real, thin dog, so she naturally wouldn't become infatuated with him like many other little girls in Konoha did when they saw this scene. She suddenly thought about what it would look like if Chiga did this. As she thought about it, a few drops of crystal saliva actually flowed from the corners of Yamato's mouth. Sasuke naturally had no idea that Yamato's mind had wandered off to who knows where. He undressed simply to activate the curse seal. Orochimaru has now become a good man, so the curse seal is a very useful ability for Sasuke, and Itachi doesn't need to stab him with the Totsuka sword. Phew. 2 huge palm-sized wings emerged from Sasuke's back, and his skin quickly turned gray. Yamato was stunned for a moment and thought to himself. Could he be a demon fruit power? It looks like some unknown mythical beast species? After activating the curse seal, Sasuke's strength can be said to have been improved in all aspects, and the surge in power has given him confidence. Advertisement with a sudden flap of his wings. Sasuke rushed towards Yamato again, with dazzling gray electric light emitting from his hands, which was his best Chidori. Yamato couldn't help but frown. She thought Chidori's voice was really noisy. Chidori! Sasuke yelled, thrusting his hand towards Yamato's abdomen, who snorted and raised his hand to shake it. Bang! Sizzle! Chidori's voice still echoed in this training ground, and there was also a shout from Sasuke. What? How is this possible? Yamato just held Sasuke's wrist holding the Chidori, then gently swung Sasuke directly towards Naruto. Naruto quickly reached out to catch it, but Yamato's strength was too strong. He caught it, but was still knocked away by Sasuke. But with Naruto's cushioning, Sasuke felt much better this time. He lifted himself up from Naruto's arms, briefly stared at Naruto for a few seconds, and quickly flew back to Yamato. Naruto stood up and patted his butt, muttering, "What's that look? Shouldn't I answer it?" Yamato laughed out of boredom and said casually, "Let's end our fight here. I'm a little sleepy. Woohoo, let's go." Yamato's behavior was like stabbing Sasuke in the heart, which was really embarrassing. He was the one who initiated the challenge, but so far he hasn't even hurt Yamato's Kakuzu. Seeing Yamato about to leave with Black Zetsu, Sasuke yelled. "Don't go. The battle isn't over yet." Yamato turned around and looked at Sasuke strangely, and asked. Do you think there is still a need to fight?" This is not because Yamato is mocking Sasuke on purpose. She has a carefree personality to begin with. Except for being a little careful when facing Chiga, she is the type of person who says whatever she wants to other people. In her opinion, Sasuke's strength is totally not on the same level as hers, and there is no point in fighting him. She also has to be careful to hold her hands back, otherwise Sasuke's small body can be easily broken apart by one punch. That's right, it was a punch. After the first round of fighting, Yamato had no intention of using the mace at all. Chapter 409 Sasuke wants to open his eyes. You have to know that after several years of training, Yamato's current strength is already at the top of Shichibukai in the pirates' world. For Sasuke, who hasn't even opened Mangekyo, Yamato is definitely an insurmountable peak. Sasuke was well aware of the difference in strength between the two, but he simply couldn't accept that he would be defeated so easily. Naruto sighed helplessly. He walked over to Sasuke and patted his shoulder, advising. "Forget it, Sasuke. Sister Yamato is Chiga-senpai's disciple. There's nothing wrong with losing to her." It would have been better if Naruto didn't say anything, because his words had the opposite effect. Sasuke threw Naruto's hand away and roared, "Get out of here. This is none of your business." Naruto was stunned by Sasuke's yelling and muttered. "I'm doing this for your own good, right? After all. Get out of the way." Sasuke pushed Naruto away, electricity flashing from his hand again. Yamato had Black Zetsu stand behind her before turning around. She raised her mace and said coldly, "It seems that the only way to make you quiet down is to knock you down." Seeing Yamato finally raise the mace, Sasuke's face lit up with excitement and he shouted. "Come on. Show me your true strength." Buzz. The color of the mace seemed to get darker. Yamato narrowed her eyes, and the next second she appeared in front of Sasuke. Even though Sasuke used the Millennium Flow in advance, the lightning hitting Yamato was no different from a tickle. She was bathed in lightning and swung the mace in her hand towards Sasuke. Thundering 8 trigrams. Yamato finally stopped in the end. Her mace did not touch Sasuke's body, but swung it in the air. Even so, Sasuke still spat out a large mouthful of blood from this blow, and it even cured his red eye disease and returned him to his normal black pupil state. Thump. Sasuke knelt directly in front of Yamato and then fell to the ground helplessly. This scared Yamato. She dropped her mace, grabbed Sasuke by the scruff of the neck with one hand and lifted him up. Hey, are you okay? Don't scare me, say something." Advertisement. Sasuke opened his eyes hazily and murmured. "I'm fine, just a little sleepy." "Aw, you must not fall asleep. Ouch, I should have ignored you earlier." Naruto ran over with a panicked look on his face. He took Sasuke from Yamato and held him in a princess hug. Sasuke rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you here again? Don't meddle in my business." Black Zetsu suddenly touched Yamato's arm. She pouted towards Sasuke and whispered. "Look, didn't I say that the Uchiha clan are all dead tsunares?" Yamato nodded in agreement. Wow, she had finally learned something today. Sasuke's entire body was now limp, but his mouth was still tough. Fortunately, Naruto was used to it. he said to Yamato with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry to trouble you, Sister Yamato. Children with parents are different. Since the resurrection of Minato and his wife, Naruto has become more and more polite. He saw the whole process. It was Sasuke who kept seeking death. Yamato even held back in the end. Otherwise, he would have to ask Chiga to give Sasuke a Yomiuri resurrection. Yamato nodded and said, take him to get treated quickly. He is too weak. If anything happens to him, Master will be unhappy. Puff. Sasuke spat out blood again, and it was unclear whether it was because of anger or injury. Naruto didn't dare to delay. He hugged Sasuke and ran away. After the two left, Yamato complained to Black Zetsu. This tribe member of Masters is a little weak. I was hesitant just now. It was not fun to fight him. Well, didn't I tell you that he is the youngest one? He should also be the weakest one. Don't expect to have any fun in the battle. Well, it seems that I expected too much. Yamato pouted, walked over to pick up his mace, and left with Black Zetsu. In the hospital, advertisement Sasuke was lying on the hospital bed, wrapped like a mummy, with Madara and Itachi standing beside his bed. Itachi looked at Sasuke with eyes full of heartache and a hint of helplessness. He already knew what happened. It was Sasuke who was pestering Yamato, and he was determined to kill him before he could leave. If Yamato hadn't held back, Sasuke wouldn't have been able to get into the hospital. Madara crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Humph. You still don't have a clear understanding of your own strength. If that Yamato was an enemy, you would have died countless times. Madara's words were heavy, but the look he gave Sasuke was still filled with a barely perceptible concern. Sasuke was also a little embarrassed, but now he even had difficulty turning his head. He had no choice but to close his eyes, out of sight, out of mind. Madara's output has not stopped yet. What? You don't like it? Do you want me to tell you that you have the courage to challenge the strong, and your spirit is commendable? Humph. Let me tell you, if someone like you were placed in the Sengoku era, you wouldn't survive a day. That's enough. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes and said. If I activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, at least I wouldn't have lost so badly. Madara raised her eyebrows and asked, you want to activate Mangekyo? Of course. Even Kakashi has a Mangekyo, but I still only have 3 Magatama. After saying that, Sasuke twisted his neck forcefully. In his opinion, Madara would definitely scold him for only pinning his hopes on external things. But to his surprise, Madara nodded and said, that's right, it's time for you to open a pair of Mangekyo. Other ninjas need to practice physical skills and refine chakra to increase their strength, but Uchiha can get an all-round improvement just by evolving Sharingan. This sounds very unfair, but there is no absolute fairness in this world. From Madara's point of view, Sharingan is originally Uchiha's own power, and it's okay if you say it's an external object for Kakashi, but it's definitely not appropriate to use it on Uchiha himself. And helping others open Mangekyo is a business that Madara is very familiar with. Obito's Kamui is amazing, right? He designed it. Itachi looked at Madara with a look of surprise. He knew how painful the process of opening Mangekyo was, so ever since peace had come to the ninja world, he had completely given up the idea of letting Sasuke open his eyes. He didn't know what method Madara wanted to use to help Sasuke open Mangekyo, but one thing was certain. Sasuke would feel extremely tortured during this process. Likewise, this was also torturing Itachi, who was a severe Brokon. Advertisement Chapter 410 Itachi vs Yamato. Yamato returned home, stood in front of Chiga with a weak look on his face and stammered. Master, I seem to have gotten into trouble today. Chian he raised his eyebrows and asked, oh, tell me about it? Of course, Kihonhei is not worried about how much trouble Yamato can cause. With him as his master, everything can be solved with the help of his supernatural power. I beat up one of your people today. A tribe member? Oh, is his name Sasuke? Master, you already know. Oh, I know it's him without even thinking about it. Among the current Uchiha, Itachi will definitely not have any conflict with Yamato. Since Rin's resurrection, Obito has almost completely recovered his original personality. He follows Rin all day long and is present wherever Rin is. As for Madara, he stays in the clan territory all day long and has become a complete stay-at-home. Then the only one left is Sasuke, but anyone who has seen the Hokage is used to Sasuke getting beaten. Black Zetsu chimed in, Dad, it's not Yamato's fault. It was Sasuke who insisted on challenging her. Yamato wanted to leave. Yes, I know. How is he now? Is he still alive? He should be fine. He was taken to the hospital by Naruto. Chiga nodded, then he looked up at Yamato. After returning to Hokage, Chiga returned to normal human height, so he had to hold his head up when looking at Yamato. Okay, this isn't a big deal. Why are you hanging your head? When Yamato heard that it was okay, he immediately smiled, leaned over to rub against Kihonhei, and said, I knew Master wouldn't blame me, you're the best. Tisk, you. Kihonhei shook his head helplessly, and suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yamato ran to open the door, and standing at the door was Itachi. Advertisement Itachi was shocked by Yamato's size and thought that this must be the Yamato that Sasuke challenged. He smiled politely at Yamato and said, You must be Yamato, right? My name is Uchiha Itachi, and I'm here to look for Master Chiga. Another member of Master's clan, come in. Yamato turned sideways, and Itachi walked in Yamato's shadow, looking so petite. When he came to Kihonhei, Kihonhei asked before he could speak. Itachi, you're here regarding Sasuke's matter, right? Yes, Master Chiga, but please don't misunderstand me. He really brought this upon himself and cannot blame anyone else. I just came here to tell you about his plan to open a Mangekyo. Oh, you finally can't help it? Itachi nodded, then told Madara what he wanted to help with. From his expression, he was probably worried that Sasuke was being played around by Madara. After all, with the precedent of Obito, who knows what measures Madara will take to stimulate Sasuke? Itachi said that he wanted to stimulate Sasuke to open his eyes through monthly stimulation, but the chances of success were obviously slim, because Sasuke subconsciously knew that everything was an illusion, and his pair of 3 Magatama had been trained to almost the limit, making him very resistant to illusions. Black Zetsu curled her lips as she listened to this. She had witnessed countless Uchiha opening their eyes. In her opinion, there were 2 key points in making Sasuke open his eyes. One was Naruto, and the other was Itachi in front of him. But even though we know this, it is still quite difficult to start with these 2 people. Chian, he suddenly laughed. He reached out and flicked Itachi's forehead and said, "You came to me to provide insurance for Sasuke." Itachi's face immediately turned red when his thoughts were exposed. Both Kihonhei's reincarnation of the underworld and Yen's divine power are extremely shameless, and it can be said that their tolerance rate is maximized. As long as Kihonhei is here, no matter what happens, there is still room for salvation. What if Madara plays too big a game and something happens to either Itachi or Naruto? We can't let Madara use Rinne Tensei to exchange 1 for 1, right? However, Chiga said that there was no need to go through so much trouble. He looked at Itachi with a smile, which made Itachi feel uneasy. Kai. Chigaya? Haha, don't be nervous. Does Sasuke know that you came to see me today? You should know, right? Great, then that makes sense. Go fight Yamato again. Advertisement. Yamato was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion. Master, is this really okay? She just beat someone's brother into the hospital. Even though it wasn't her fault, she still felt a little embarrassed. Now he has to fight with this brother again. Yamato couldn't help but look at Itachi and thought. This guy looks even more fragile than his brother, is that really okay? Chian, he smiled and said, "It's okay, go ahead and hit me. The harder the better. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of you." Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Since Chiga said so, Yamato has nothing to worry about. She trusts Chiga 100%. Itachi quickly understood what Chiga meant. She wanted to create a reasonable conflict to hurt him, as his brother, so as to stimulate Sasuke's young mind and open his eyes. He nodded seriously and said to Yamato, "In that case, thank you for your help. Please be gentle when you do this." No trouble, no trouble. After the 3 of them had a brief discussion, Chiga sent the 2 of them directly to the Uchiha clan's training ground, and had them perform a torture trick on Sasuke there. Inside the venue, Yamato and Itachi looked at each other for a moment, and Itachi took the first step. He directly activated the skeleton form of Susanoo, swung his bone arms and hit Yamato hard. This really made Yamato's eyes light up. It was the first time she saw Susanoo on someone else, and she couldn't help but exclaim. "This is more like one of Master's people. I've never fought against Susanoo before." As she said that, she punched Susanoo on the palm. Although there was no haki attached, Yamato knocked Susanoo back with her physical strength alone. Itachi was horrified by Yamato's terrifying physical strength, but at the same time he was glad that Sasuke was still lying in the hospital in one piece. And after the fight just now, he also found that Susanoo in the first form was completely inadequate to deal with Yamato. With a thought, Susanoo's body was instantly covered with armor. Itachi did not use the Totsuka sword, but instead raised the Yasakami and pushed it horizontally towards Yamato. Yamato drew out his mace and charged towards Susanoo. While the 2 were fighting, an Anbu already ran to Sasuke's hospital room and shouted. "Sasuke! The minister and Yamato had a conflict and now they are fighting." What? Chapter 411. The self-torture scheme. Madara was thinking about something. From what he knew about Itachi, he was a very calm and reasonable person. How could he easily come into conflict with others? Sasuke was simply too concerned. He knew Yamato's strength, which was absolutely at the monster level. He was eager to rush to the scene, but now he was wrapped like a mummy, and it was difficult for him to move, so he couldn't leave the ward at all. This time he was no longer arrogant and looked directly at Madara for help. Madara didn't waste any time. He just grabbed Sasuke, put him on his shoulder, opened the window and rushed out. Of course, this method was extremely painful for the injured Sasuke, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. As they approached the Uchiha territory, the 2 heard a loud noise. Boom! Several red Magatama are chasing a figure that is leaping high into the sky. It is Yamato. Yamato was getting a little impatient with being chased by these Magatama, so he swung his mace in the opposite hand, and a series of explosions occurred as soon as they made contact. After the explosion, Yamato fell back to the ground from the air, and the black color on his body slowly faded away. Itachi's attack strength just now was still good, and Rear Admiral Yamato forced out the armament color. Itachi's current situation is the same as Obito's, with some Hashirama cells implanted in his body, so using Susanoo won't cost him his life. But he still felt pain. Itachi's body shook, and Sasuke, who came over, just happened to see this scene, and shouted in panic. "Elder brother!" Itachi's body trembled. He felt his whole body soften when he was called, brother, and even Susanoo's body felt illusory for a moment. When Sasuke saw this, he thought Itachi had reached his limit, and he anxiously shouted to Madara. "Hurry up and save Itachi, he can't hold on any longer." Madara brought him to the ground, folded her arms and said, "Why should I listen to you? Besides, this is Itachi's own battle, I won't interfere." Madara said this, but his eyes remained fixed on Itachi in the field. Just now, when Sasuke was talking to him, Itachi shook his head at him implicitly, and he immediately understood that this must be the so-called self-torture trick, the purpose of which was to stimulate Sasuke to open his eyes. In order to verify this idea, Madara even rushed into the field and shouted, "Advertisement, why isn't Chiga here? Does he know about this?" Yamato also roughly knew the purpose of this battle before coming, and she responded, "Don't try to scare me with the master. He's not here, humph. As an elder brother, you want to help your younger brother get back his face, right? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." As he spoke, Yamato swung the mace and smashed it hard at Susanoo's abdomen, leaving dense red cracks on it. Hearing that Chiga was not there and Madara refused to help, Sasuke suddenly became anxious like an ant on a hot pan, especially after seeing Itachi's Susanoo being cracked by Yamato. He actually activated the Sharingan again despite his weak body. Of course, this was still useless. Bang! Yamato smashed down with another heavy blow of the mace. Susanoo could no longer hold on and turned into countless red light spots and dissipated. Itachi's body softened and he fell to one knee on the ground. But he still didn't give up and said with gnashing teeth, "I won't let you go if you hurt Sasuke, Amaterasu." Itachi was afraid that Amaterasu would hurt Yamato, so he deliberately fainted, and an Amaterasu hit the ground next to Yamato. In fact, it would not be difficult for Yamato, who had the ability to observe, to avoid Amaterasu. She glanced at the black flames burning beside her, smacked her lips, and said, "Black flame. It looks quite intimidating. How about trying mine?" As he spoke, snow-white hair began to grow on Yamato's body. His hair became fluffy, his ears became long and pointed, and he entered a half-beast state. Seeing Yamato like this, not only Sasuke and Madara on the sidelines, but even Itachi was stunned. This was the first time they had seen such a ninjutsu, Sasuke muttered. "She is indeed a monster." Yamato put down her mace, and a stream of white cold air came out of her mouth. She opened her mouth and sprayed it at Itachi. "No servant Binya. Call." A beam of almost materialized frost burst out from Yamato's mouth, instantly covering Itachi completely. After the attack, Itachi had turned into an ice sculpture with a look of shock still on his face. Elder brother. Seeing this, Sasuke's eyes were red with anger. Madara felt that the time had come and rushed to finish him off. "See? This is all because of you. Because you are too weak, Itachi became like this?" Advertisement. Sasuke also unleashed his potential at this moment. He broke free from the bandages on his body, endured the severe pain and rushed to Itachi. He blew out a small great fireball to try to melt the ice on Itachi's body, but the ice created by Yamato could not be melted by his great fireball alone. Yamato continued to finish off the enemy. "You think you can melt my ice with just that little flame of yours? Don't be so wishful thinking. You might as well take your brother outside to bask in the sun. Maybe after 2 days of basking in the sun, your brother will be released. Ha ha ha." Every word Madara said to Yamato was like a sharp knife stabbing deep into Sasuke's heart. He knelt in front of Itachi, shaking all over. "They're right, I'm too weak. If I could release Amaterasu like Itachi, this level of ice would be nothing." A chilling aura emanated from him. Madara, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Are you finally going to open your eyes? It's really hard. I remember that Obito kid jumped directly from 2 Magatama to Mangekyo back then, right?" Madara complained silently in her mind. Sasuke suddenly raised his head, and now his eyes had taken on the shape of a 6-pointed star, which was his Mangekyo. Amaterasu. The moment he opened his eyes, blood started flowing from Sasuke's left eye, and he used Amaterasu directly. Under the burning of the black flames, the ice on Itachi's body melted quickly. When it was about to burn Itachi's body, Sasuke used flame control in his right eye to extinguish Amaterasu. In fact, Itachi was not completely frozen. Yamato had just put water in the ice. Itachi witnessed Sasuke opening his eyes in the ice. The moment the ice melted, he rushed out and hugged Sasuke. "Sasuke, you did it." Yamato came running over. She looked at Sasuke's Mangekyo curiously and said, "It really has changed, so magical, but Master's eyes are still the most beautiful." Madara flashed to Sasuke's side. He nodded and commented, "Have you awakened Amaterasu like Itachi? Not bad, it's worth the drama Itachi put on for you." Sasuke was confused. He muttered, "Acting? You mean all this is just acting?" Yamato curled his lips and said, "Otherwise, do you think you can be fine after being frozen by my ice?" "So, is that so?" Sasuke smiled bitterly twice, then his eyes darkened and he fainted. Chapter 412. Minato's second child. Because Sasuke was too weak when he opened his eyes, and he used Amaterasu and flame control in succession, he fainted completely. No matter how Itachi shook him, he couldn't wake him up. In the end, Chiga arrived and helped him wake up. Sasuke woke up with blurry eyes and murmured, "My eyes are opened. I finally opened my eyes." Yamato whispered to Chiga, "Master, were you as stupid as him when you activated Mangekyo?" Chiga glanced at Yamato, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Yamato was so scared that he immediately covered his mouth and stared at Chiga with his eyes wide open. When it came to opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara, Itachi and himself were all in an extremely desperate environment. Unlike Sasuke now, he has a few people acting with him. So Sasuke should be secretly happy that he was able to open Mangekyo without any trouble. Sasuke also woke up at this time. The moment he saw Chiga, he realized that the reason he was able to recover must be because of Chiga. He didn't dare to behave in any arrogant way towards Kiyone. He quickly got up from the ground and kept thanking Kiyone. He waved his hand and said, if you want to thank someone, thank your brother. He's been really nice to you. Itachi was in a good mood. He patted Sasuke's shoulder and said with a smile. There's no need to talk about this between us brothers. I saw how hard you tried to save me just now, and I'm really happy. The brothers started showing their affection again. Seeing this, Chiga took Yamato away, leaving Madara alone as a light bulb. In the next few days, Kihonhei drank tea and chatted with Hong and Shion in the office during the day, and returned home at night to enjoy the life of the head of the family. Until one day, Minato suddenly appeared in front of Chiga with an anxious look on his face, and shouted as soon as they met. Chiga, come quickly. Kushina is giving birth. That night, because of Minato's talkativeness, his plan for a second child failed, and Tsunade's secret recipe didn't seem to be very reliable. It took him a while to successfully win the bid. Advertisement he was confused. He pointed at himself and asked. So your baby is about to be born. Why are you rushing to see me? I don't know, I just feel more at ease with you in my heart. Okay, where is she now? I've taken her to the hospital. Okay, let's go. Both Chiga and Minato possess spatial abilities, and as soon as they finished speaking, they appeared outside the hospital's delivery room the next second. Before, when Kushina gave birth to Naruto, she had to do it secretly, but now she doesn't have to do that at all. After all, the ninja world has been unified by Chiga. Konoha is the village where Chiga, the leader of the ninja world, lives. Who would be so blind as to dare to come and cause trouble? A crowd of people had gathered at the door, and basically all the famous people in Konoha were there. Naruto was pacing anxiously at the door. Sasuke followed behind him. Although he was always aloof, he was actually constantly comforting Naruto. Obito stood guard at the door with a solemn expression on his face. He strictly followed Lin's instructions and did not let anyone enter the delivery room. He looked like a door god. Now in the delivery room, the one helping Kushina's baby is Tsunade, and her assistants are Shizune, Little Sakura, and Lin. Orochimaru stood at the door licking his lips. At first, he was eager to deliver Kushina's baby. He even called the current director of the orphanage, Kabuto, to help him. However, his idea was directly rejected by Tsunade. If Orochimaru was allowed to deliver the baby for Kushina, Tsunade was afraid that the baby would come out of Kushina's mouth. As soon as Chiga and Minato appeared, everyone rushed over. Naruto rushed to the front, but what surprised Minato was that Naruto simply greeted him as a father and then ran straight to Chiga. Senior Kihonhei, you are finally here. Mom has been in for a while, but there is still no news. I am so worried about her. In fact, Kushina had not been in there for long, so Naruto was just overly worried. Kihonhei nodded and said, okay, I understand. After saying that, Kihonhei disappeared in a flash and went straight into the delivery room. Advertisement in the delivery room, Kushina was still groaning in pain, while Tsunade and her 3 assistants were busy sweating profusely. It seemed that they were still using the most primitive method of delivery. However, with the help of medical ninjutsu, situations like heavy bleeding will not occur. The 4 girls were concentrating on helping Kushina deliver the baby, and Lin was shouting, come on, at the side, so no one noticed Chiga who suddenly appeared in the delivery room. Kihonhei smiled helplessly, then he snapped his fingers. Bang! Wow wow wow! A loud cry was heard, and a yellow-haired baby girl appeared in Kihonhei's arms. Kushina's moans stopped abruptly, and her stomach returned to normal. After all, she was a member of the Uzumaki clan and had a strong vitality, so her stomach skin did not become loose. Tsunade and the others were bewildered. They turned their heads stiffly and saw Chiga holding the child in her arms. A warm energy flowed into the baby's body through Kihonhei's hands. Gradually, the baby's crying became weaker and he even started to giggle. She stretched out her little hand to touch Kihonhei's face, her blue eyes filled with deep dependence. Kushina slowly sat up from the bed. After the ordeal just now, her body was still a little weak. Seeing this, Kihonhei also transferred some Yankton chakra into her, which immediately restored her to her original state. Tsunade and the others looked at each other. At this moment, they felt that they were really redundant. Chiga did all the work such as delivering the baby, taking care of the baby, and post-operative recovery by herself, and she did it so perfectly that there was nothing wrong with her. Without waiting for Kushina to speak, Chiga handed the baby girl in her hands to Kushina. Kushina's face was full of gratitude, but soon after the baby girl was in her arms, she started crying again and no matter how she coaxed her, she couldn't stop. The baby girl stretched out her little hands and grabbed towards Chiga frantically. In desperation, Kushina had to return the baby girl to Chiga. As soon as the baby girl returned to Kihonhei's arms, she started laughing again without Kihonhei's coaxing. This scene made Kushina, as a mother, feel a little jealous. Lin silently walked behind Kihonhei and opened the door of the delivery room. Swish! A golden light flashed, and Minato rushed in directly past the crowd. He held Kushina's hand with a distressed look on his face and said affectionately, Kushina, you've worked hard. Where are our children? In Chiga's arms, Chapter 413 Uzumaki Hashina, end of Volume 3. Minato's head snapped around to look at the baby in Chiga's arms. But when he got closer, the baby acted very disgusted and kept rubbing against Kihonhei's arms. He looked at the yellow hair on the baby's head and said teasingly, Minato, I didn't realize your genes were quite strong. You got little yellow hair both times. Haha, of course. Naruto squeezed out of the crowd. He ran to Chiga, looked at his sister with curiosity, and poked her little face with his hand. Kihonhei said, well, now is the time to name the child. Upon hearing the name, Minato immediately became excited and shouted. Of course. Since she's a girl, then. Namikaze Minato, I already told you not to get involved in the naming thing. Kushina stopped Minato helplessly. She turned her eyes to Chiga and said. Kihonhei, you helped deliver this child, why don't you give him a name? He was stunned for a moment. He was not very good at naming. After hesitating for a while, he said. What do you think of Senna? Senna. Uzumaki Senna. Sounds good, what do you think, Minato? Minato didn't dare to say anything else, but the name Uzumaki Senna did sound good, so he nodded decisively. He also didn't care whether the child's last name was Namikaze or Uzumaki, as long as Kushina was happy. Shingna giggled again in Chiga's arms, and seemed to be very satisfied with her name. After teasing Senna for a while, Chiga finally returned Senna to Kushina and left this place to Minato's family. After returning home, Chiga looked at Kaguya's slightly bulging belly and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Advertisement however, this matter cannot be rushed. Chiga, who possesses the Tenseigan, can of course see that her child is not yet formed, and it will take some time for her to be born. Kaguya noticed Chiga's gaze and called out, Master, softly. Chiga smiled slightly. He sat next to Kaguya and gently put his arm around her. Kaguya also leaned her head on Chiga's shoulder. When Yamato came back, Chiga just walked out of the room with her clothes on. Yamato is no longer the ignorant young man she used to be. As soon as she saw Chiga's expression, she understood what had happened during the time she was away. 2 red clouds appeared on her face, and her eyes secretly glanced at Kihonhei's open clothes. He ignored her and took a glass of water from the table and drank it all, saying. Have you had enough fun? We should go back. Master, are you talking about going back to Marineford? Well, I'll take you back first, and then I'll go out again. Where are you going, Master? Can you take me with you? Kihonhei shook his head. What he meant by going out was naturally going to another dimension, but this time he didn't have a definite dimensional coordinate, it was all based on randomness. Anyway, he has nothing to do during this period of time, so he might as well go to other worlds and take a look around, maybe he can get some unexpected gains. However, because it is random, it is not convenient to bring people with you for the time being. If the dimension you enter is dangerous, accidents may easily happen. It won't be too late to bring the people around him in after he has finished the investigation. Yamato didn't force it, she nodded obediently and said softly. Then Master, please come back soon, I will miss you. Yamato had said this very bluntly. She looked directly into Chiga's eyes and showed no sign of backing down. Black Zetsu suddenly appeared from behind Yamato and pushed her back forcefully, pushing her directly onto Chiga. Now there was a big size difference between the two, and Black Zetsu's push caused Yamato to hug Chiga, with Chiga's head buried in Yamato's chest. Black Zetsu chuckled, and after delivering the assist, he shrank back into the ground. His main feature was that he kept his achievements hidden. Advertisement Yamato did not waste Black Zetsu's assist, she simply held Chiga tightly and refused to let go. Kihonhei didn't mean to break free. He put his arm around Yamato's waist and said softly. Okay, I get it. How could I forget my only apprentice? Kindness. The next day, Chiga brought Yamato back to the pirate's world. After explaining things to Khalifa and others in the palace, Kihonhei opened the dimensional portal and prepared to go to a new world. This time, the reaction of Khalifa and others was much better than last time, at least it was not so sad. After walking out of the dimensional portal, what came into Kihonhei's sight was a prosperous modern city. If it weren't for those flying vehicles and some new technologies, Kihonhei would have really thought that he had returned to his original blue planet. It wasn't until he saw a company called the Universal Capsule Corporation that he realized he had arrived in the Dragon Ball world. After knowing what world he was in, Kihonhei immediately found a passerby and used the human way to read his memory. From the memories of passersby, we learned that 5 years have passed since the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament when young Piccolo first appeared. This means that the Dragon Ball world is about to usher in a huge turning point, that is, the Saiyan Raditz is coming to Earth, and then the combat power of the Dragon Ball world will begin to expand exponentially. After stuffing the passerby's soul back into his pocket, Kihonhei settled the passerby down and left the city. After landing on a hill, Kihonhei began to think about what to do next. First of all, he is not clear about what level of strength he has in the Dragon Ball world, but based on his performance in the anime, as the new god of Otsutsuki, it should be no problem for him to kill Raditz, who has a combat power of 1500. Don't compare Chiga with the ordinary Hokage pirates. Since he completely absorbed the ultimate divine tree fruit, no one in those two worlds can survive a single move from him, so even Chiga himself doesn't know how strong he is. Comparing Chiga with Raditz alone may greatly underestimate his strength. Add in his various 8-gate abilities, and at this time, no one except Frieza may be able to control him. And if we take Starburst as an example, Chiga can now do it easily, and it is a fancy Starburst. The most buggy thing about Kihonhei is his immortality. He can transform himself into a pure energy body, so there is almost no possibility of death. To put it another way, even if he really encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, he can still use various spatial abilities to temporarily escape. Thinking of this, Kihonhei had a rough idea in his mind. What he had to wait for now was Raditz to come over, and then use his detector to roughly estimate his own combat power value. This thing was quite intuitive in the early stages. Advertisement Chapter 414 Lazily. Chiga-san. Let's go to physical education class together later. Haha, okay. In the corridor, Kihonhei, wearing a pair of black framed glasses, smiled and walked downstairs surrounded by a group of classmates. He is currently a senior high school student, and the school is the one that Gohan will go to later. This was also a sudden idea of his. He wanted to experience school life before Raditz came. As for how he got into school, the process was very simple. It was not difficult for Kihonhei to control the minds of a few ordinary people. For example, the current principal of this school firmly believes that Kihonhei is his nephew. He has been in this school for almost 2 months. As the god of Otsutsuki, it is easy for him to learn some high school knowledge. Soon he was far ahead in academic performance and became the legendary child of other people's families. Moreover, Chiga's face is attractive to both men and women, and she caused quite a stir when she first came to school. Sakura Flower Kingdom is well known for its admiration for the strong. There is no need for Kihonhei to organize himself, as many students spontaneously become his followers and hang around him all day long. Today's physical education class was special. The school organized a basketball game, and Kihonhei, who had scored full marks in physical education, was naturally selected as the main player of the class without any controversy. When Kihonhei changed her clothes and went on stage, she immediately caused the girls outside the field to scream. Among the 5 people from the opposite class who came on stage, a muscular man with short blonde hair and a ruffian look curled his lips in disdain. His name is Lance. He has a Western face and is considered a standard handsome guy. Before Chiga came, he was an absolute celebrity in this school. But since Chihei came, almost all of his glory was taken away by Chihei, which made him extremely unhappy, so in this basketball game he was determined to make Chihei lose face in front of the whole school. He stared at Kihonhei fiercely, as if he wanted to eat Kihonhei. Chian he naturally wouldn't care about the look of an ant. He took off his glasses casually, and his pair of golden eyes became brighter and brighter. He also deliberately restrained the light of Tensagen. With his current pupil power, ordinary people could not look directly into his eyes. In the audience, a cold-faced blonde girl was holding her chin, staring at Kihonhei below in a daze. Advertisement. Her name is Lazily, and she is the undisputed school beauty of this year. However, because she was so aloof, few boys dared to approach her, except for her twin brother Lapis who sat next to her. The sister and brother have the same hairstyle, with long hair parted in the middle, revealing a smooth forehead, but the sister's hair is blonde and the brother's is black. Lapis handed over a bottle of water, followed his sister's gaze and looked at Kihonhei, teasing. "Sister, you seem to be very interested in that Uchiha Chiga." Lazily glanced at him and said lightly, "Boring." Lapis was already used to his sister's coldness. He shrugged and said to himself. "Speaking of which, this guy is really amazing. He has become a celebrity not long after arriving. The girls in our class are talking about him all day long. How can I, the class hunk, feel embarrassed?" Lazily ignored him, and the scene of her first meeting with Kihonhei emerged in her mind. Kihonhei was surprised to see her and called her, "Number 18?" However, he quickly shook his head, as if he had recognized the wrong person, and the two of them never had any contact again from then on. However, this also made Lazily remember Kihonhei. In addition, Kihonhei's reputation is getting more and more famous, making it difficult for her to forget. So Lazily, who had never had much interest in basketball, couldn't help but want to come over and take a look when she heard that Kihonhei was going to appear. Her arrival also made Lance on the field more excited. He had always wanted to pursue Lazly, but his type was obviously not Lazly's cup of tea, and he was rejected every time. But he was not discouraged. He felt that Lazily must not have noticed his shining points, and basketball happened to be his best sport. Today was his chance to show off his Kamui skills. What Kihonhei was thinking about was to what extent he should reduce his strength so as not to appear so outrageous. Clang. With the ringing of a bell, the game begins. Advertisement. The referee threw the basketball up, and Lance immediately slapped the ball into the hands of his teammate. Kihonhei had no intention of attacking at all, because the distance just now was too close, and he was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would be knocked into pieces by Lance. Halfway through the game, Kihonhei was always slacking off, which disappointed many people on the field, including Lazily. But think about it, how could there be such a perfect person in this world? Maybe he just isn't good at basketball. At this time, the score on the field has reached 30-41, and Kihonhei's side is already at a great disadvantage. That Lance was indeed quite skilled. Chiga's teammates were unable to defend him at all, allowing him to show off his skills several times. Most of the points on this side were scored by Chiga's casual shots after receiving the ball. As the score continued to widen, Lance's expression became more and more cocky. He began to deliberately touch Kihonhei's body, but Kihonhei chose to avoid him every time and had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. However, it was okay once or twice, but after it happened too many times, Kihonhei began to get impatient. When Lance dribbled towards him with the ball again, Kihonhei just stood there and let him hit him. This scene also made everyone in the audience feel nervous. Judging from the appearance of the two men, Lance was indeed much stronger than Chiga. Chiga's behavior was undoubtedly very dangerous, and she could easily get injured by such a collision. Of course, this was also the result of Kihonhei controlling his body shape. Otherwise, with his height of nearly 3 meters when he was in Pirates, Lance would be no different from an elementary school student in front of him. Under everyone's gaze, Lance crashed straight into Kihonhei. The next second, there was a bang on the field, followed by Lance's scream. Kihonhei didn't move at all, but Lance was already lying in front of him, rolling wildly on the ground. This scene stunned everyone. They all saw the speed of Lance's collision just now, but Kihonhei's body didn't even shake, and Lance felt like he had hit an iron plate. The ball bounced into Kihonhei's hands. He was still some distance away from the three-point line, so he shot it casually. The basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air and went into the frame perfectly. After the vote, Keonhei looked down at Lance and asked, "Are you okay?" Lance endured the pain and slowly stood up from the ground. He stiffened his neck and said, "It's okay. I didn't expect you to have such a strong physique. It seems I have to be more serious." Oh. Chapter 415, Combat Power. Next, the whole scene became one-sided. Lance hasn't touched the ball since he fell, and this game became entirely a one-man show for Chiga. In fact, Keonhei is not really good at playing basketball, but his physical fitness is so amazing that even if he has been suppressing it deliberately, others can only see his afterimage. Lapis was completely dumbfounded. He murmured, "Is he still human? Was he asleep before?" Lazily bit her lips lightly, and Keonhei became more mysterious in her eyes. In the end, the game ended with a score of 100-41. When the bell rang, signaling the end of the game, Lance fell to his knees powerlessly and began to doubt his life. Keonhei left amid the cheers of the crowd. Many girls who had been waiting for a long time wanted to give Keonhei a handkerchief or something as soon as they saw her appear, but when they got closer, they found that there was not even a drop of sweat on Keonhei's body. Keonhei politely refused one after another until he saw a bottle of water being handed over, and the person holding the water was Lazily. In Keonhei's opinion, Lazly must be the future Android 18. He was not very sure at first, but when he saw Lazly's twin brother, this idea was confirmed. And number 18 happened to be Keonhei's favorite female character in Dragon Ball, so he gladly accepted the bottle of water handed over by number 18, which also broke the hearts of countless girls. Lazily didn't expect that Keonhei actually accepted her things. It was her brother who instigated her to deliver the water. In the past, she would definitely have disdained such things. However, if the target this time was Keonhei, she would really come here as if possessed by a ghost. Keonhei unscrewed the water and took a sip, then smiled and said thank you to Lazily. Two blushes appeared on Lazily's cold and beautiful face, and she spoke a little stiffly. "You're welcome. I didn't expect you to be so good at basketball." "Haha, actually, my level is not even as good as a chicken." Lazily was stunned and tilted her head subconsciously. This action on her had a kind of contrasting cuteness. Can chickens play basketball? Advertisement? Yeah, that chicken can not only play basketball, but also sing and dance. It can be said that it is a grandmaster in everything. Keonhei made a few moves and made Lazily laugh, and her liking for Keonhei increased a lot. The two of them smiled and returned to the teaching building. Keonhei sent Lazily to the door of her classroom. When she was about to say goodbye, there was a sudden movement in the Skynet. The current Skynet can also be called divine consciousness. It has covered the entire sky above the Earth, and this unusual movement indicates that something has entered the Earth. Keonhei raised his eyebrows, and then a smile appeared on his face. He turned his head to look up. The super strong visual range brought by Tensegan allowed him to see at a glance a spherical spaceship falling towards the ground like a meteor. "Is it finally here? What's coming? What are you talking about, Chiga-san?" Lazily followed Keonhei's gaze, but she was just an ordinary person now and could see nothing but the blue sky. "Chian," he smiled and said, "Nothing, Lazily-san. I'll just take you here. See you again if we're lucky." Having said that, Keonhei was about to turn and leave, but he suddenly paused. Then he took out a mini version of the golden flying thunder god like a magic trick and handed it to Lazily. "Lazily is so beautiful, so you should be careful of bad people. I'm giving you this amulet. If you really encounter any special situation, hold it and silently say my name. I will protect you." Lazily took the kunai and looked at it curiously. When she raised her head again, Keonhei had disappeared from the spot. She took the kunai into her arms and murmured, "What a weird person." As expected, the spherical spaceship landed on a suburban farm. Raditz had already flown out of the spaceship, holding a bullet and aiming it at a farmer. And this farmer is the famous loser. The farmer looked at Raditz in horror. He couldn't understand how someone could catch a bullet with his bare hands. Raditz smiled contemptuously, then he snapped his fingers and the bullet that popped out of his hand was much faster than when it was shot out of the farmer's gun barrel. Advertisement, however, at this critical moment, the bullet suddenly stopped in midair. Even Raditz was stunned by this weird scene. After he reacted, he immediately realized that a strong man had arrived, because it was impossible for that weakling to do such a thing. He quickly pressed the detector hanging on his ear, but the detector showed that there was no energy response around. But the bullet was still standing there. Just when Raditz was wondering if the detector was broken, Chiga, dressed in a student outfit, suddenly appeared in front of the farmer. It was obvious from the way he appeared that he was not an ordinary person. Raditz frowned and watched Chiga use the detector again. However, the number displayed on the detector surprised him, because it showed 1, which was even worse than that loser. Raditz felt that his detector must be broken. He couldn't even see clearly at that speed just now. How could the combat power be only 1? Keonhei crossed his arms. He also saw the numbers on the detector and was not surprised by the results. According to Dragon Ball Super, his current state is the state of God. His aura is completely restrained, so it is normal that the detector cannot detect it. Facing an unknown enemy, Raditz also started to get nervous. He was just a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. With a combat power of only 1,500, he certainly knew that there were many people in the universe who could crush him to death. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Are you from Earth?" Chian, he smiled slightly and said, "Of course I am from Earth, otherwise why would my combat power be only 1? Haha, stop joking. Are you not even as good as the guy behind you?" Keonhei didn't say anything else. he came to find Raditz just to roughly estimate the level of his own fighting ability. As his mind moved, his eyes suddenly burst into dazzling golden light, his long snow-white hair moved without wind, and the aura belonging to the god of Otsutsuki was continuously released. The entire sky suddenly darkened, a howling hurricane began to blow around, and a terrifying pressure spread out from Kihonhei. Raditz was shocked, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Because his detector finally responded, and the numbers jumping wildly on it almost suffocated him. Finally, when the number reached 21,000, the detector could no longer hold on and exploded with a bang. Chapter 416 Raditz's Death on a Distant Planet. Vegeta and Nappa looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Nappa threw away an alien corpse and said, "There are people on Earth whose combat power has reached 21,000. How could such a strong person exist on such a low-level planet? Could it be Kakarot?" Vegeta looked solemn. He shook his head slowly and said, "I don't know, but Raditz's detector is an old one, and the detection limit is only about 20,000. This means that the enemy he is facing now is even more powerful than this. Then Raditz is dead. Should we go save him?" Nappa swallowed his saliva. His own maximum combat power was only about 8,000. If he faced an enemy with 21,000, he might be killed instantly if he wasn't careful. However, Saiyans can transform into giant apes, which can increase their combat power by about 10 times, so it is not to say that they have no ability to fight. Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "That jerk is not worth saving. You know what a combat power of more than 20,000 means, even I." Vegeta stopped talking here. His current combat power is about 18,000. It is absolutely impossible for him to defeat his opponent without using some dirty tricks or transforming into a giant ape. Raditz alone is not worth the risk for a Saiyan prince like him. Hearing this, Nappa not only did not feel sad for Raditz, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that he thought so too. On Earth, all the Z warriors were shocked beyond words, especially the strongest ones, Goku and Piccolo. They were dumbfounded after feeling Chiga's energy. This was a power beyond their imagination, and it shocked the two people who had never left the novice village. In comparison, Raditz's aura doesn't seem that strong. Piccolo went directly to Master Roshi's residence to find Goku, and Goku was not surprised by Piccolo's arrival. Goku brought Gohan here for the party today. Piccolo glanced at little Gohan, and his green face scared Gohan so much that he shrank his head. Bulma quickly hugged Gohan in her arms. She stood behind Goku and yelled to Piccolo, Hey, you're scaring the kids, you know that? Go away, you're not welcome here." Piccolo ignored Bulma. He just stared at Goku and asked, "Advertisement, you felt it, right? That aura is so strong that it's terrifying." Wukong nodded. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his head, and he slowly spoke. "It's very strange, this person seemed to appear out of nowhere. If he is an enemy, then the Earth is in danger. So do you want to come with me and take a look?" "Oh, aren't you afraid? If he wants to attack, even if you and I are combined, I'm afraid we won't be his match." "Humph. I've never felt such a strong aura before. It would be a shame if we don't go and take a look. What's more, if he is really an enemy, then it would be useless for us to run away." "Ha ha ha. That's right, I'll go with you then." Goku turned around and touched Gohan's little head. Bulma asked with a worried look on her face. "Wukong, has another enemy appeared? Even you are no match for them?" Wukong nodded with a wry smile. He had to admit that in terms of energy, he could not compare to him at all. Then he turned to Krillin and said, "Krillin, you stay and take care of this place. If anything happens to Piccolo and I, you take them away and don't look for us." Krillin also knew his own strengths and weaknesses. He said, "Then you must be careful, Goku." After saying that, Goku summoned his somersault cloud and jumped up, while Piccolo rushed directly into the sky, and the two of them flew towards the location of Chiga and Raditz. When he returned to Chiga, Raditz was already trembling with fear. He kept backing away, looking at Chiga opposite him with a look of horror. He glanced at the broken detector on the ground, sighed helplessly, and said, "The quality is really not that good." Then, he turned his gaze to Raditz. A Saiyan with a combat power of only 1,500 really did not arouse his interest. He spread out his hands, and the detector on the ground instantly appeared in his palms. He said to himself, "Advertisement. This thing is still somewhat useful. At least we have to lure that Vegeta guy over here. Otherwise, it won't be fun." Raditz is now in tears. He just wanted to come to Earth to find a younger brother, but he didn't expect to meet such a god tier. Now he couldn't escape or fight, and just when he was in a dilemma, Piccolo and Goku arrived here. Raditz knew at first sight that Goku was the younger brother he was looking for. There was nothing he could do about it because Goku and his father Bardock looked exactly like two peas in a pod, and it was difficult for him to admit his mistake. But at the moment he didn't care whether he was a younger brother or not. He just hoped that Kihonhei would be in a better mood and spare his life. Kihonhei turned to look at the two of them. Goku and Piccolo were both shocked when they were swept by the Golden Tenseigan. They both felt a terrifying pressure. Fortunately, Kihonhei's gaze did not stay on the two of them for too long. He looked down and a gray Uzumaki suddenly appeared in his palm. The detector soon became as good as new again. He put the detector on his ear, and then suddenly stretched out a hand to Raditz. Universal pull. Buzz. Chiga's control over gravity has reached the pinnacle. Even Raditz cannot resist this gravity. He struggled in the air with all his might, but was finally sucked in by Chiga. Holding Raditz in his hand, Kihonhei suddenly said something inexplicably. "You also want to make a wish with the 7 Dragon Balls, right? That's not possible. I'm the only one who can live forever. Dragon Ball. Raditz was confused. He had no idea what Chiga meant, but when he saw Piccolo on the other side, he exclaimed. Namek. A smile appeared on Chiga's lips. The information in these two sentences was enough for Vegeta to think about it. Before Raditz could react, two beams of golden light pierced through his eyes. Saiyans have strong physiques, but when they suffer this kind of damage, they are no different from ordinary humans. His arms fell down weakly and he went to hell. Goku and Piccolo's nerves suddenly tensed up, and they already regarded Chiga as a dangerous person. Kihonhei threw away Raditz's body and turned off the detector. He turned around and looked at Goku and the others with a smile and said, Don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy. It's this guy who is here to invade the Earth. What you should worry about next is people like him coming to Earth. Chapter 417 Dr. Gallo Piccolo swallowed and asked, How do we know if what you say is true? Kyonga spread his hands, and the next second, he teleported in front of Goku and Piccolo. Before the two could react, Kyonga had already stretched out two fingers and tapped their foreheads respectively. All the information about the Saiyans flooded into their minds. When the two came to their senses, Kihonhei was already wearing a pair of black framed glasses, and his entire temperament changed as well, becoming harmless. No one would have thought that Kihonhei's body contained the power to destroy the planet. Goku was still immersed in the information about the Saiyans. He murmured. Fighting Nation? I'm a Saiyan? He adjusted his glasses and said. Don't just stand there, go and improve your strength, you only have 1 year left. After saying that, He's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, on another planet, Vegeta was shouting to Nappa with excitement. Nappa, did you hear that? There's a Dragon Ball on Earth that can make people immortal? Nappa scratched his big bald head and asked in confusion. Dragon Ball? What's that? All you need to know is that thing can make you and me immortal? Raditz mentioned Namek at the end. Dragon Ball must be related to him. But what about that unknown enemy? He's not easy to deal with. At worst, I can just transform. For Dragon Ball, it's worth a try. Vegeta didn't even care about the planet he had just captured and flew directly towards his own aircraft. Nappa followed him after hesitating for a moment. On Earth, Chiga has returned to school and continues to enjoy his campus life, not caring at all about what changes the Dragon Ball world will usher in because of him. Since Goku did not die in this battle, it is unknown whether he can meet King Kai again. Of course, if Goku fails to defeat Vegeta by then, Chiga will naturally take action. After all, he still has to play in this world for a while. It is worth mentioning that when school was over today, Lazily appeared at the door of Kihonhei's class. The boys in the class eyes lit up when they saw Lazily, but the next scene broke their hearts. Advertisement Lazily walked straight to Kihonhei, completely ignoring the group of girls gathered around Kihonhei, and asked, Chiga-san, do you want to walk together after school? He naturally would not refuse. He smiled and nodded in agreement. The two of them walked out of the classroom together in full view of everyone. On the way home, Lazily suddenly asked, Kihonhei, why did you call me number 18 when you first met me? Is there any special meaning behind this? I forgot too. Maybe it's because I like the number 18 more. Tisk. What kind of reason is that? It's so mysterious. Believe it or not, but I'll call you number 18 from now on. How about that? What a strange name, but you can call it that if you like. Haha, you're quite easy to talk to. By the way, where's your brother? He went to play with his motorcycle. That thing is too noisy. I don't like it. Is he old enough to ride a motorcycle? He's 18, okay? Aren't you even 18 yet? Actually, according to age, you should call me uncle. Number 18 was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? You look younger than my brother. Kihonhei shook his head helplessly. What he said was obviously the truth, and there was nothing he could do if number 18 didn't believe him. At a fork in the road, number 18 suddenly said to Chiga, can you take off your glasses? Kihonhei nodded, then took off his bookish black-framed glasses, revealing his pair of golden eyes. Even though the light was restrained, these eyes still looked so bright, adding an indescribable noble temperament to Kihonhei. Number 18 stared into Kihonhei's eyes and murmured, even more beautiful than what I saw on the basketball court. Your eyes are simply a pair of works of art. Advertisement he couldn't help but joked, is it that exaggerated? Do you want me to pick it off and show it to you? Number 18 gave Chian a reproachful look, then smiled. She bent down slightly, put her hands behind her back, and said, I won't make trouble with you anymore. Thank you for accompanying me here. Go back quickly. Where am I going back to? Of course you're going back to your uncle the principal's house. Don't you know you've gone too far? Well, he then remembered his current identity, the principal's nephew and a well-known person with connections in the school. Number 18 stretched out his finger and tapped Kihonhei's chest, smiling and saying, What? You even forgot where you live? It's getting late, go back quickly, you'll see Chiga-san tomorrow. Kihonhei nodded and responded, see you tomorrow, be safe on the road. The two separated at this fork in the road, but what no one noticed was that a bud the size of a fingernail was lying on a tree by the roadside, with the figure of number 18 reflected in its eyes. In a dark underground research institute, a gray-haired old man was sitting in front of several large screens. The screens were projecting photos of three people, namely Chiga, number 17 and number 18. And this old man is the remnant of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gallo. He was staring at Kihonhei's photo and talking to himself. Who the hell is this guy? Son Goku and Piccolo are so nervous in front of him, it seems like he's very powerful. Then, he turned his attention to the photos of number 17 and number 18. But no matter how powerful he is, he can never be a match for an artificial human. This pair of twin brothers and sisters are simply the most perfect materials for artificial humans. Once I succeed, I can rely on them to conquer the whole world. At this point, Dr. Gallo was so excited that his nose started running. This guy is indeed a genius. His research on artificial humans is quite explosive in the entire universe. When it comes to controlling androids, he is extremely stupid. Almost none of the androids he created listened to him. And he actually wanted to use a remote control to threaten number 17 and number 18 to work for him. He didn't even think about whether he could press the button faster than number 17 and the others. So it was not unfair at all for him to have his head exploded. Chapter 418 Universal Capsule Company Chiga continues his school life, but now there is a number 18 in his life. Since that day, number 18 and Chiga have been getting closer and closer. In the eyes of others, they look no different from a couple. On this day, the school organized a visit to the Universal Capsule Company, and on the 18th, he arrived early at the door of Kihonhei's class and waited. Even though the male classmates passing by knew that number 18 was already taken, they still couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Number 18 was already accustomed to these looks. She crossed her arms and leaned quietly against the wall, as if to say, "Keep away from me." Some students who like 8 trigrams gathered together in the classroom and were discussing in low voices. "Hey, look, isn't that Lazily? Is she here to see Kihonhei again?" "Of course she is. Could it be that she is here to see you?" "I still have some self-awareness. Okay, how could a girl like that be attracted to me? I didn't expect that Kihonhei has won the heart of our school's beauty in less than 2 months. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others." "There's nothing strange about this. Chiga-san is simply too perfect. Have you forgotten that basketball game?" Lance was so depressed by him that he shut himself up. "Yes, I heard that the physical education teacher approached Chian-hee and wanted him to participate in the city competition, but he refused. Chiga-san was eventually taken away by someone else. It's so sad." "Hey, you're a man." After a while, Kihonhei's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Seeing Kihonhei, No 18's mouth curled up a smile. When Kihonhei walked to her side, she said, "You are such a busy man. Where have you been?" Chian-hee spread his hands and said helplessly, "It's those PE teachers again. They insist that I go to some basketball game." "So, you agree?" "No, that's all I have. It's better not to embarrass myself." "Don't be ridiculous. I think your moves are good enough to win a national championship." "Haha, it seems you have a lot of confidence in me." Advertisement number 18 turned his head and snorted, then naturally took Kihonhei's hand and walked downstairs. "I won't argue with you anymore. Let's go downstairs and meet up. The bus will leave soon. Let's see if there are any good seats left." The good seats that number 18 mentioned were those with connected seats. However, when the two of them got on the bus, they found that there were no so-called good seats on the bus, and the only remaining seats were single seats. Kihonhei said casually, "Looks like we have to sit separately. I'll go ahead." "Don't sit. Let's stand." Number 18 interrupted Kihonhei directly. In the surprised eyes of everyone, she boldly hugged Kihonhei's arm and leaned on him. Kihonhei himself did not expect that number 18 would be so proactive. He looked down at number 18 and found that although her expression looked calm, her red face still exposed her inner emotions. When it comes to relationships, number 18 is still a novice, and it is still very challenging for her to perform such intimate actions in public. There was also some traffic jam on the road, and cars were stopping and starting. Number 18 bumped into Kihonhei's arms several times, which made her face redder and redder, and one could even vaguely see some white gas coming out of her head. Fortunately, the journey was not far, and the car quickly arrived at the destination, the gate of the Universal Adhesive Company. As soon as the door opened, number 18 rushed out like a rabbit. Everyone in the car could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Of course they had no ill intentions, they just thought the scene was very interesting. Kihonhei got out of the car and found number 18 next to a big tree. When Kihonhei approached, number 18 asked with a blushing face, "Was I embarrassing myself just now?" Chian-hee reached out and touched No 18's forehead, and said with a smile, "Where's that embarrassing? I actually think you're cute." "Really? Of course it's true. Who dares to say you're shameful? I'll beat him up for you." "Then there's no need for that. I'm afraid you might beat someone to death." Number 18 looked at Kihonhei seriously. She felt that Kihonhei really had the power to kill someone with one punch. Just as the two were talking, a woman with short blonde hair and fashionable clothes suddenly appeared. She smiled with narrowed eyes. Advertisement, what a handsome couple. Are you students here for a visit? Number 18 was startled. She subconsciously retreated behind Kihonhei and looked at the Mimi eyes in front of her with a vigilant look. He felt that this person looked familiar, so he asked tentatively, "Yes, are you Mrs. Brief? Hey, does this guy know me? What's your name?" "My name is Uchiha Chiga, and she is Lazily." Number 18 looked at Mrs. Brief in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that she looked so young. You know, Dr. Brief is already over 60 years old this year. But think about it, rich men generally marry young and beautiful wives, so this is understandable. However, number 18 was really wrong. Mrs. Brief was not young at all, she just looked young. It's really outrageous that her face didn't change much even until her death. Mrs. Brief laughed, covering her mouth. What are you two doing here? I see your classmates have already gone in. Well, it seems we are out of touch then. It doesn't matter. In that case, let me show you around. She had a good impression of Chiga, of course. Chiga's face was at least 80% of the credit. Number 18 immediately became alert. She reached out to grab Qianhe's arm, but Qianhe had already agreed. Then I'll trouble you. Mrs. Brief's squinting eyes seemed to be even more squinted, and she moved closer to Qianhe. Seeing this, No 18's face fell, and he didn't care about being embarrassed anymore, and just hugged Qianhe's arm tightly, as if he was declaring his sovereignty. She just hung on Qianhe and followed Mrs. Brief into the company without saying a word. Mrs. Brief was indeed honest. She actually took Chihei and number 18 directly to Dr. Brief's workshop, without worrying that any important drawings inside would be leaked by Chihei. Before I went in, I heard crackling sounds of electric welding. Pushing open the door, a girl with a mask and a blue ponytail appeared inside. But for Chiga, this girl is not unfamiliar. She is the absolute #1 heroine in Dragon Ball, Bulma. Chapter 419. Bulma was concentrating on fiddling with a small thing on the table and didn't notice Chiga and the other two coming in at all. Chiga glanced at the object on the table and found that it was Raditz's detector. He just threw it away at that time, and it was probably picked up by Goku and the others and given to Bulma. Bulma has completely inherited her father's excellent genes and can be called a genius girl. Even this kind of alien technology can be studied easily by her. Although Chiga had previously repaired the detector using the power of the God of Year, Bulma still disassembled it for research purposes, and now it is being reassembled. Qianhe and the other two tacitly agreed not to disturb them. Bulma fiddled with the detector for a while, and after she restored it, she took off the mask on her face, raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and said to herself, "Finally done. This thing isn't that complicated." As she spoke, she stretched, turned and headed towards the door, and finally saw Qianhe and others. She was startled and subconsciously took a step back, but she tripped over a wrench on the ground and fell backwards. There was a table corner behind Bulma, and judging from the angle she fell from, it would be very dangerous if she touched it. Swish! Chiga instantly appeared behind Bulma and embraced Bulma, who was about to fall. This speed stunned everyone present. Bulma stared blankly at Chiga, who was so close to her, and became infatuated with her. "So handsome." Qianhe pretended not to hear and said to Bulma with a smile, "I'm sorry to scare you. Are you okay?" Bulma then realized that she was still in Qianhe's arms. She quickly stood up and said, It's okay. Then, looking at Mrs. Brief, she asked, "Mom, who are these two?" Mrs. Brief had not yet recovered from the speed that Chiga had just displayed. In the end, Chiga introduced herself and also introduced number 18. Number 18 trotted over to Chiga, staring at Bulma without blinking. She now regretted coming here with Qianhe. What kind of people were this mother and daughter? Why did they keep staring at Qianhe? Advertisement. Qianhe pointed to the detector on the table and asked, "This thing looks very interesting. Is it the company's new research?" Bulma was straightforward. She handed the detector directly to Chihei and asked him to wear it on his ear. Then, she asked Chiga to look at her and press the button on the detector. The number displayed on the detector jumped back and forth between 1 and 2. This is the combat power of most women on Earth. You have to know that the farmer with a gun at that time could only reach a level of 5. Qianhe used the detector to look at number 18 again. This time, the combat power value remained stable at 3, which means that No 18's physical fitness is really at a very good level among the people on Earth. If she were to fight with Bulma now, she would have no problem beating Bulma up. Although she already knew what the detector's values meant, Chiga still pretended to be confused and asked Bulma. Bulma approached Qianhe mysteriously and whispered, "Believe it or not, this is actually something that belongs to aliens." Qianhe made a surprised expression, and number 18 was really interested. She couldn't help but move closer to listen to what these so-called aliens were all about. However, Bulma kept it a secret. She shook her finger and said, "But it's better not to let you know the rest of the story. If it gets out, it will cause panic." What she didn't know was that the original owner of this detector was killed by Qianhe in front of her. Number 18 curled her lips. She felt very safe with Qianhe around her, so she was naturally not afraid of any aliens. Qianhe nodded. He put the detector on the table and said, "Well, aliens are too far away for ordinary people like us. Let's take a look at the technology on Earth." You're not curious at all. Bulma was a little confused. She just wanted to keep it a secret to attract Chiga's attention, but she didn't expect Chiga to directly skip the topic. Number 18 smiled smugly and thought to himself, "You should just focus on studying your aliens, Qianhe, and don't get involved." Just then, a loud car roar suddenly came from outside. Hearing this voice, Bulma's expression suddenly fell and she seemed very angry. Advertisement. Mrs. Brief exclaimed, "Hey, is this Yamcha coming back?" Bulma snorted coldly and said unhappily, "Who else could it be? He just drives around in a sports car all day long. Is he back to fooling around again?" Then she looked at Qianhe and number 18 who were standing close together, with a hint of envy in her eyes, and sighed in her heart. "It's so beautiful." Bulma shook her head and then walked out the door. Mrs. Brief enthusiastically invited Qianhe and number 18. "You guys should come with me to have a look. We are all young people, and I believe you will have a lot in common." Having said that, she pulled Qianhe and followed without saying a word. Number 18 then pulled Qianhe from behind like a little tail, and the three of them left the workshop in this strange formation. As soon as I left the building, Bulma's roar came over. Yamcha. You're really going too far, explain to me what this is. When Chiga and the others arrived, they found Bulma holding a women's jacket and glaring at Yamcha. Yamcha lowered his head, scratched his head with one hand, and said, Actually this is something my cousin forgot in the car. You can only lie to the devil. Last time it was lipstick, this time it was clothes. Is your cousin so forgetful? Or do you have more than one cousin? Yamcha felt uneasy and didn't dare to look Bulma in the eye. Seeing Yamcha's performance, Bulma's face showed disappointment. She sighed lightly and her tone calmed down. Forget it, go ahead and have fun if you want, but don't forget what's going to happen a year later. Goku and the others have been training hard for this these days. Because Raditz was killed by Chiga and Goku was not dead, Yamcha in this time and space did not realize the seriousness of the matter. He thought Bulma had calmed down, so he quickly raised his head and responded. Yeah, I get it. At the same time, he also noticed Chihei and others behind Bulma, and he immediately changed the subject. Hey, Bulma, who are they? They look strange. Chapter 420 T-God. Bulma introduced number 18 in a low voice. When Yamcha heard that there were only 2 students, he didn't take it seriously. However, he still greeted Kihonhei politely. When he looked at number 18 turned his head away and didn't seem to want to pay attention to him. Because she concluded from the conversation between the two just now that Yamcha was a scumbag, and naturally, number 18 would not have any good feelings towards a scumbag. However, what she didn't know was that Chiga beside her was far more accomplished than Yamcha in this aspect, and the gap between them was even several times greater than the difference in their combat power. Of course, Kihonhei himself does not think of himself as a scumbag. As a king, isn't it normal for him to have several queens? Yamcha originally wanted to get close to the beautiful number 18, but ended up getting rejected. He could only touch his nose in disappointment, while Bulma sneered a few times on the side. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment, and even Mrs. Brief, who had a lively personality, became quiet. He stood up at this time, looking at Yamcha with a smile on his face, and asked. I heard that Mr. Yamcha is an outstanding martial artist and has participated in the world's #1 martial arts tournament more than once. Chiga just felt that Yamcha was a little pitiful, so she wanted to use this topic to make him feel better. Yamcha immediately became proud. He had always been proud of being a martial artist, and he became excited when he heard this. Haha. I didn't expect you've heard of me, too. Yes, I did participate in a martial arts tournament, but there's nothing to be proud of. After all, I never won first place, and I could only make it to the quarterfinals every time. Although he said this, Yamcha's head was almost raised to the sky. It was obvious that he was showing off his achievements. But this is understandable. Being able to enter the top 8 in a martial arts tournament is already amazing. After all, since the first time he participated, the top few were often not human. Bulma was already a little tired of listening to this. She was not really proud of Yamcha's achievement because she knew a man named Goku. Number 18 was simply annoyed by Yamcha's smug look. She snorted disdainfully and said sarcastically. That's indeed a bit average. I think if Kihonhei goes, he might even make it to the semifinals. Advertisement. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present, except Qianhe, looked at number 18 with strange eyes. Although Bulma is extremely disappointed with Yamcha now, it is undeniable that, apart from Goku and his friends, there is almost no ordinary person on Earth who can survive a move from Yamcha. Just the ability to fly and fire air bullets makes Yamcha a Superman. Of course, Yamcha's most powerful move is the Ki Dan. Every time Chiga hears this name, his scalp tingles. Yamcha treated it as a joke. In his eyes, Chiga was just an ordinary high school student. Apart from her handsome face, she didn't look like a capable fighter at all. He couldn't help laughing, and gave number 18 a thumbs up, saying, maybe, this Kihonhei brother might even be able to take first place. Number 18 naturally heard that Yamcha was teasing her. She raised her eyebrows, then raised her head and looked at Chiga with expectant eyes. She had never seen any martial arts tournaments, but in her opinion, Kihonhei's physical fitness was absolutely monster level, and it was more than enough to beat an ordinary scumbag. She even automatically awakened a skill hidden in women's bones, that is, acting coquettishly. Kihonhei, look at him, let him see your strength, okay? Number 18, who always appears to be aloof, can act coquettishly without any sense of incongruity, and her lethality is strong enough. Yamcha on the opposite side was stunned by her gaze. The corners of Kihonhei's mouth twitched twice. He just wanted to help Yamcha out of the predicament, so why did he bring the trouble to himself again? However, in the eyes of others, Kihonhei's performance seemed like she was afraid of fighting. After all, no one would think that a high school student could fight with a martial artist, let alone a martial artist who had entered the top 8 of a martial arts tournament. Bulma couldn't help but persuade him. Leslie, let me take you to continue to tour the company. Fighting will get you hurt. As she said this, she turned around and glared at Yamcha, who also cooperated and said, advertisement, yes, students should focus on their studies. Fighting is not a good thing. Seeing that both of them said so, number 18 had no choice but to give up. She also felt that she had gone too far. After all, the scumbag belonged to Bulma, not hers. However, she still felt a little regretful that she didn't get to see Kihonhei beat up the scumbag, so she couldn't help but sigh. It was this sigh that made Kihonhei change his mind. Number 18 was even acting coquettishly towards him. As a man, how could he let number 18 down? In the surprised eyes of everyone, he opened his mouth and said, actually, it's not impossible to have a sparring match. I've long wanted to see the demeanor of a martial artist. Bulma cursed inwardly at Chiga for being an idiot. She felt that she had tried her best to find a way out for Chiga. Even that annoying little goblin had let go. Then why did this guy come back on his own? Mrs. Brief clapped her hands and praised. Young people are full of energy. Come on, Kihonhei, I'm rooting for you. Number 18 didn't expect that Chiga would suddenly agree. In fact, she no longer wanted Chiga to fight with Yamcha. She felt that what Bulma said made sense. Fighting would get you hurt. Although she thought Chiga would definitely win, the person on the opposite side, Yamcha, was a martial artist after all, and she was a little worried that Chiga would get hurt by accident. She quickly spoke up. Kihonhei, forget it. I was too childish just now. Let's go back. Kihonhei reached out and hooked No 18's nose, then leaned close to her ear and whispered. Okay, you actually want me to teach that scumbag a lesson, right? It's no big deal, just watch here. After saying that, Kihonhei raised his head and kissed number 18 on the forehead, which made number 18 blush immediately and stand there stiffly like a porcelain doll. After admiring No 18's cute little expression, Chiga turned and walked towards Yamcha. On the way, Chiga took off the pair of black framed glasses on her face, and a golden light flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Yamcha felt a terrifying pressure. He felt like a small boat drifting in the sea, in danger of being swallowed up at any time. Chapter 421 Chi. This pressure only lasted for a moment, but it made Yamcha stand there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Until Kihonhei reminded, Mr. Yamcha, shall we begin? Yamcha woke up with a start and realized that he was soaked in sweat. Bulma frowned. She didn't know what Yamcha was doing. His behavior just now seemed like he was playing dumb. Yamcha did not connect that pressure with Chiga in front of him. In his opinion, how could such a powerful chi be reduced to almost disappearance in an instant? He shook his head and put the matter behind him for the time being. Yamcha posed casually and said, Chiga-san, you come over first. Chian, he smiled slightly, responded, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Yamcha thought he was dazzled, but while he was distracted, Chiga had already appeared in front of him and punched him. Of course, with this punch, Chiga has reduced the power to a very low level. Yamcha's current combat power is only around 177, and he is afraid that one punch will cause Yamcha to fall into that classic posture. However, even so, Yamcha was knocked back by the punch, and he was only able to stop when his back hit a tree. This scene made Bulma cover her mouth in surprise, while number 18 clenched his fists and kept cheering for Chiga. Yamcha was really scared this time. He didn't expect that Chiga was actually so capable. The power of this punch showed that Chiga was not an ordinary human being. Because given Yamcha's current physical condition, he wouldn't be in such a mess even if he was hit by a speeding car. He brushed off the dust behind him, and his eyes suddenly became serious when he looked at Kihonhei. Kihonhei always has a smiling expression, but when he takes off his glasses, even when he smiles, people can feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Yamcha, his opponent, felt this most strongly. He swallowed his saliva and complained in his heart. Are all high school students nowadays so talented? He steadied himself, squatted slightly, and then rushed towards Kihonhei. Advertisement while running, his fists left afterimages, and faintly one could see the shadow of a wolf looming over him. This is Yamcha's most skilled skill, the Wolf Fang Wind Fist. Kihonhei kept his body motionless, stretched out one hand, and caught every punch thrown by Yamcha in his palm. Yamcha became more and more frightened as the fight went on. After many unsuccessful attempts, he kicked off with both feet and rushed high into the air. After doing a backflip, he distanced himself from Chiga. Kihonhei withdrew his hand, and his long snow-white hair fluttered slowly in the breeze. He actually looked like a master, which made Yamcha feel dazed. There were stars in No 18's eyes. She had never seen Chiga like this before. Even if she didn't look at Chiga's face, her temperament alone was enough to fascinate her. Even Bulma was looking at Chiga in a daze, and the image of Chiga in her mind was gradually shrouded in a mist. Yamcha couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Chian, he spread his hands and said casually. "I'm really just a high school student." He was telling the truth because in the Dragon Ball world, his identity was just a high school student, without any adulteration. Yamcha naturally didn't believe it. He shook his head and said, "Impossible. You must have a master, right? It's definitely not Master Wu Tian. Could it be Master Yi?" "Well, speaking of masters, I only have one master, and that's Zephyr." Zephyr? Yamcha was stunned. Zephyr? Who was this person? How come he had never heard of this person before? Chiga had no intention of continuing this topic. He had another purpose in fighting with Yamcha, which was to experience the unique feature of the Dragon Ball world, Chi. Especially the energy ball formed by releasing the energy. I forgot about it when I killed Raditz last time too quickly. He looked at Yamcha and said, "Mr. Yamcha, I saw you use a flying ball of light at the martial arts tournament before. I'm very interested in it. Can you let me see it for myself?" "A flying ball of light? You mean a gas bomb? Advertisement?" "So it's called the Air Force Bullet? That's a really hockey name." "Haha, really? I'm quite satisfied with this name too." Yamcha was immediately overwhelmed when he heard the praise, and the Ki Dam was indeed his most proud move. After the fight just now, he also knew that Kihonhei was not an ordinary person. Using ordinary moves would only be a waste of effort. It would be better to use his ultimate move to determine the outcome. But if you want to use your special moves, you must pull your force to its fullest. So Yamcha took a horse stance and spread out his palms. He began to hold his breath and concentrate, letting the energy flow into his hands, and gradually, a shining blue ball of light emerged from his palms. Number 18 opened her eyes wide. This magic trick was beyond her understanding. It was the first time she saw chi. Kihonhei narrowed his eyes. He could feel the energy in that ball of light. Let's put it this way, no matter whether it is the pirate's world or the Hokage world, there are very few people who can take on this move using conventional means. Yamcha looked at the ball of light in his hand proudly and said, "This is my special trick, the air bomb. How is it? Do you want to try its power? I have to tell you in advance that its explosive power is much more terrifying than that of a bomb." He smiled on the surface, but complained in his heart. "It's really powerful. As far as I can remember, it seems like it has never killed anyone before, right?" After hearing what Yamcha said, number 18 showed a look of worry on his face. That ball of light looked really intimidating. If the power was really as Yamcha said, could Chiga withstand it? However, when she saw Kihonhei's face, which was still smiling, most of the uneasiness in her heart immediately dissipated. Kihonhei responded with a smile. "Come on, I'm ready." Yamcha nodded. He put his fingers together and threw the energy ball towards Chiga. The moment the energy ball left his hands, he had already got into position, ready to control the energy ball to chase Chiga. This is also the true essence of the Kouchi bomb. The main feature is the word, "sao," one sound. However, the next scene surprised him, because Kihonhei had no intention of dodging at all. He actually stretched out his hand and pressed on the flying energy ball. And the energy ball was actually held in his hand, just like an ordinary rubber ball. What happened next was even more outrageous. When Yamcha saw that the energy ball was blocked, he wanted to detonate it remotely. As a result, the energy ball suddenly deflated and turned into a ball of irregular energy that flowed into Chiga's palm. What? Chapter 422 Number 18 He looked at his palm which was gleaming with light and said to himself. Sure enough, just as I thought, chi can also be absorbed. In his opinion, chi is the life energy produced by the human body, and the sacred tree has the function of absorbing life energy. It's just that the lower level sacred trees can only sow the chakra seeds into the human body first, and then recycle them after people have refined the chakra to become more powerful. But Kihonhei is the one who ate the fruit of the ultimate sacred tree. Any life energy is a great tonic for him. With a thought, a blue ball of light appeared on Kihonhei's palm. Yamcha widened his eyes and exclaimed. How is that possible? That's my Fuku bullet. Chiga pointed her finger at Yamcha, and a ball of light burst out, finally stopping when it was still a little distance from Yamcha's face. Yamcha was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He remembered that the speed of his energy bomb was not that fast. He also knew that if he had been hit by the gas bullet just now, he would have been lying on the ground by now. While he was stunned, the ball of light suddenly turned into a spot of light and disappeared, and what appeared next was a smiling Chianhe. Mr. Yamcha, the battle is over. As he said that, Kihonhei snapped his fingers at Yamcha's forehead. There was a snap, and Yamcha rolled his eyes and fell at Kihonhei's feet. This scene happened too suddenly. Bulma and the others had no intention of going up to see Yamcha. They all stared at Chiga. Number 18 cheered and rushed directly to Kihonhei. She stood on tiptoes and kissed Kihonhei on the cheek. Her face was red, and it was unclear whether she was excited or shy. Kihonhei, you are so amazing. Kihonhei smiled and patted No 18's head, then turned to Bulma and said. Bulma, Mr. Yamcha has fainted. Should we take him to the hospital? Bulma came back to her senses. She looked at Kihonhei with complicated eyes, then shook her head and said. No need, I'll send someone to take him to the hospital later. I never thought that Kihonhei-san would be so amazing. Mrs. Brief also said in amazement, are you really just a student, Kihonhei? With such strength, I've never seen you participate in a martial arts tournament. He smiled slightly, put on the black-framed glasses again, and said. Haha, compared to fighting, I still prefer to study. Knowledge can change destiny. Advertisement he added in his heart, you mean it, right? Gohan? Bulma, as a genius female scientist, immediately became more fond of Kihonhei after hearing this. When she wanted to say something, number 18 hugged Kihonhei's arm and said. Kihonhei, it's getting late, we should go back. Number 18 looked at Bulma warily, but she still said goodbye to Mrs. Brief politely, then took Chihei away without saying anything. A look of helplessness appeared on Kihonhei's face. He waved at Bulma and was then pulled away by number 18. After they left, Mrs. Brief asked Bulma, why don't you go see Mr. Yamcha? Bulma glanced at Yamcha lying on the ground with some disdain and said unhappily. No need. Who told him not to train properly? He just flicked him a finger. Just ask a few employees to take him to the house to rest. On the way back, number 18 kept staring at Chianhe's profile. Chianhe couldn't hold it anymore and asked. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Well, I just think you look so handsome today, especially when you take off your glasses. It's not the first time you've seen me take off my glasses, is it that serious? The scene is different, but luckily you were wearing glasses, otherwise. What else? Nothing. Number 18 stroked the golden hair on his forehead and thought to himself. Otherwise, I don't know how many crazy girls will come here. He had no idea of No 18's little thoughts. He adjusted his black-framed glasses and said. Actually, it doesn't really matter whether you wear these glasses or not. If you don't want to see, I won't wear them. As he was about to take off her glasses, number 18 got anxious when she saw this. She grabbed his hand and shouted. Don't pick it, I like you both ways. Oh, Advertisement Qian. He paused, a playful expression appeared on his face, and asked. What did you say you liked? Well. No 18's pretty face turned red instantly. Although in the eyes of others, the relationship between the two was that of a couple, of course she herself thought so too. It's just that until now no one has made it clear between her and Qianhe. And the words she said in a hurry just now were no different from a confession. Seeing that no 18's face was so red, Qian he did not continue to embarrass her and changed the subject. Speaking of your brother Lapis. However, number 18 suddenly raised his head, looked at Qianhe seriously and said. Chiga-san, I like you. She is not the type to be fussy. In just a short while, she figured it out. If she likes someone, then she likes him. There is no need to hide it. Faced with no 18's sudden confession, Qianhe was stunned for a moment, but when he reacted, he did not hesitate and directly took number 18 into his arms and said softly. Then please take good care of me from now on, my classmate number 18. After number 18 said that, he seemed to have lost all his strength. If Qianhe's hearing was not beyond ordinary people, he might not have been able to hear the He patted no 18's back gently a few times to help her calm her turbulent emotions. The two looked at each other and kissed in the afterglow of the sunset. After confirming the relationship, number 18 became even bolder. She stuck directly to Qianhe's arm, completely ignoring the gazes of passers-by, and returned to her doorstep. She looked at the door of her house with some indignation, complaining in her heart why the road was so short. When she saw a motorcycle parked at the door, she secretly made up her mind that she must give Lapis a good beating at night to vent her anger. After all, he was her younger brother. Number 18 turned around, looked at Qianhe reluctantly, and said. That's all. I have to go home now. I'll meet you in class tomorrow. Qianhe nodded and said with a smile, then I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. See you tomorrow, number 18. Yeah, see you tomorrow. This time Qianhe didn't hide anything. He flashed and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 423 Attack Number 18 waited for Qianhe to disappear for a while before turning around and entering the room. But as soon as she entered the house, she found that something was wrong at home today. She had clearly seen Lapis's motorcycle at the door just now, which meant that Lapis had returned home, but none of the lights in the house were on. Lapis doesn't like darkness. As soon as it gets dark, he has to turn on the lights. Number 18 tentatively called out Lapis's name twice, but after waiting for a long time, no one responded. Did he fall asleep? She turned on the light in the entrance hall and shouted while changing her shoes. Lapis. Don't sleep. It's time to eat. Seeing that still no one responded, number 18 shook her head helplessly. She went upstairs to Lapis's room and found that his door was not closed. When she entered, she saw Lapis lying on the bed at a glance. Number 18 walked to Lapis's bed, patted him hard, and said unhappily. Hey, how long are you going to sleep? Get up now. No matter how number 18 tapped Lapis, he didn't react at all. She finally realized something was wrong and hurriedly helped Lapis up. Lapis' head drooped weakly and didn't look like he was asleep at all. Number 18 also panicked. She shook Lapis vigorously and shouted. Brother, what's wrong with you? As she shook him, Lapis finally opened his eyes. He spoke very weakly. Sister. Run? Number 18 was stunned and asked, Run? What happened? Bang. Number 18 lay weakly on the bed. A woman with short purple hair and military uniform appeared behind her. There was a red ribbon pattern on the left chest of her dress with 2 white letters, R, on it. Lapis tried to stand up and protect his sister, but the purple-haired woman snorted coldly and stabbed him with a knife, causing Lapis to faint again. Seeing that both the brother and sister had fainted on the bed, she stepped forward and grabbed one of them with her arms, kicked the glass to pieces, jumped out, and disappeared into the night in a few flashes. After an unknown amount of time, number 18 woke up groggily. She wanted to move her body, but found that her body had been tied tightly to a cold test bench with several belts, and Lapis was lying next to her. Advertisement in front of the test bench was the purple-haired woman who had knocked both of them unconscious. Standing opposite her was an old man in a white coat with a very ferocious look on his face. This old man was naturally Dr. Gallo. He was smiling sinisterly at the woman opposite him and said, Well done, Colonel Violet. You really did a great job this time. Haha, this is all as I should. I also want to thank Dr. Gallo for giving me such powerful strength. Now I like the name number 12 more. She was a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army and was found by Dr. Gallo and transformed into Android 12. Of course, her model cannot be compared with any android that appeared later, but it is definitely much stronger than the previous android number 8. Dr. Gallo was still very satisfied with android number 12 because she was obedient and not resistant to fighting. Judging from the artificial humans he created later, it can be said that there is not a single one that can meet both of these requirements. Number 18 struggled hard for a few times and shouted. Who are you? What do you want to do to us? Dr. Gallo turned to look at number 18 and said with a smile. Little girl, we are the Red Ribbon Army. Have you heard of this name? The Red Ribbon Army? That terrorist organization? Haven't you been eliminated? Dr. Gallo's heart was suddenly filled with rage. He clenched his fists tightly and said hatefully. Humph. If it weren't for that damn guy Sun Wukong, our Red Ribbon Army would have conquered the world long ago. Speaking of conquering the world, Dr. Gallo's eyes were full of enthusiasm. He stared at number 18 and Lapis and said. Now that I have you, I will give you eternal life and unimaginable power. Don't you feel lucky? What do you mean? What do you want to do? Dr. Gallo chuckled and glanced at Android 12. Android 12 immediately understood, and in front of Android 18's shocked gaze, she actually pried open one of her wrists, revealing the black barrel of a cannon underneath. Number 18 shouted in horror, You are a robot? Robot? A look of disdain appeared on No 12's face. She snapped her wrist back on and said, Little sister, you'd better not compare me with those scraps of metal. Advertisement, Dr. Gallo said with his hands behind his back, looking very proud. This is the artificial human that I developed. It is the greatest invention in the world. You want to turn us into that? No, I don't want to become some artificial human. Number 18 felt sick when he thought about his whole body being transformed into metal. Lapis beside him also woke up at this time. Before he could figure out the situation, he heard Dr. Gallo's voice. You must have misunderstood something. You won't be transformed into someone like number 12, don't worry. As he spoke, Dr. Gallo turned around and pressed a button. 2 glass containers slowly rose up, each containing a metal ball the size of a baseball. Dr. Gallo looked at the 2 energy balls with fascination and said, These are the eternal energy furnaces I created. Look how beautiful they are. You should be happy because they will be implanted into your bodies soon. No, after all, number 18 was still a little girl who had just reached adulthood. She shook her head wildly, and Robbie's next to her also roughly understood what had happened to her and her sister. They were captured by a pervert scientist for experiments. But he was also tough and cursed directly, You disgusting old man, let me and my sister go quickly, otherwise. Dr. Gallo raised his eyebrows and asked, Otherwise what? Lapis held it in for a long time and finally said, Otherwise the police won't let you go, ha 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 ha. Dr. Gallo laughed out loud, thinking it was the funniest thing he had ever heard. Police? You're so cute, I thought you were going to say Uchiha Chiga? Lapis was stunned for a moment and thought, Chiga? Your sister's boyfriend? Number 18 also remembered the golden flying thunder god that she had made into a necklace and hidden in her chest. She bit her lip and began to call out Kianhe's name in her heart. Chapter 424 He arrives drive. Gallo couldn't wait any longer. He opened the glass container that stored the eternal energy furnaces and carefully took out the 2 energy furnaces. He approached number 18 step by step with a grin on his face. Just when number 18 was in despair, a familiar figure appeared in front of number 18. The person who came had long snow-white hair spread out, and it was Chianhe who had rushed over. With a wave of his hand, the belts that bound number 18 and Lapis broke instantly. While Lapis was still in a daze, number 18 had already hugged Chihei from behind. For an 18-year-old girl, being captured by Dr. Pervert for experiments was indeed too terrifying. She hugged Chianhe tightly and cried, Kianhe, you're finally here, I was so scared. Chianhe patted No 18's hand a few times and said, Don't be afraid, I'm here, right? Dr. Gallo's face darkened. He turned to look at number 12 and said in a deep voice. What's going on? How did Uchiha Chiga find this place? Are you being followed? Number 12 was confused. She responded, That's impossible. I waited until he left completely before I took action. Dr. Gallo cursed in his heart that he was a waste. He began to move backwards and gave orders to number 12. Kill him. Be careful not to destroy the lab. A red light flashed in No 12's eyes. She had been transformed quite thoroughly, and her strength was not very strong, so she was very obedient to Dr. Gallo's orders. She broke her wrists again and aimed the cannon barrel at Kianhe. Soon a blue energy ball appeared at the muzzle of the cannon. Number 18 subconsciously grabbed Kianhe's arm, and Lapis behind him also swallowed his saliva. After all, they were ordinary humans and had a natural fear of hot weapons. Kianhe looked calmly at number 12 in front of him. He stretched out a finger, and a purple ball of lightning condensed at his fingertips. As soon as the ball of lightning appeared, the detectors in No 12's eyes began to jump wildly, and even a red exclamation mark appeared, all of which reminded her how terrifying the energy contained in the ball of lightning was. She instinctively wanted to escape, but the chip implanted in her by Dr. Gallo made it impossible for her to disobey the order to kill Kianhe. Advertisement in the end, she shot out the condensed energy. At the same time, a purple lightning shot out from Kianhe's fingertips. The result was not surprising at all. The energy ball she released was directly destroyed by lightning, followed by her body, which exploded into scattered mechanical fragments with a bang. No 12's eyeball connected to the wire rolled to Dr. Gallo's feet. The black pupil in the middle was still flashing red light, and it seemed that she still had a trace of consciousness. Dr. Gallo had no mercy at all. He raised his foot and stomped it hard, making a bursting sound. Blood mixed with engine oil spread from under his feet. Even so, he was still not satisfied and cursed him as a piece of trash. This cruel scene stimulated the senses of number 18 and Lapis crazily. Number 18 was lucky because she closed her eyes the moment Dr. Gallo raised his foot. However, Lapis witnessed the entire process of the explosion. Now he felt his stomach churning and he might vomit at any time. Kianhe didn't react much. He had killed many more people than Dr. Gallo, so things like exploding corpses were child's play for him. He raised his hand again and pointed it at Dr. Gallo, who quickly waved his hand away. Wait a minute. We can actually cooperate. With my technology and your strength, it won't be difficult for us to rule the world. No, rule the entire universe. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Oh, I've been wanting to ask you since a while ago. You seem to know me? Yes, when Raditz came to Earth, I sent a micro-reconnaissance robot to the scene and saw you killing Raditz. Your power is so strong. Chiga then remembered that Dr. Gero did have a kind of micro-robot. The energy reaction of this thing was extremely small, and it was really not easy to be discovered. In the original work, it even followed Goku and the others to Namek. When number 18 heard that he had killed someone before, he couldn't help but ask. Chiga, who was Raditz? Why did you want to kill him? Number 18 didn't think Chiga was cruel, she was simply worried that Chiga would be caught by the police. There is no way. As a citizen of the Earth, when it comes to matters involving human life, I still think about legal issues. An alien who wanted to destroy the Earth, I killed him. Is that so? Then Chiga, you are the hero who saved the world. Number 18 had no doubt about Kianhe's words and immediately started admiring her. Advertisement Lapis in the back complained in his heart. You really believe everything I say. When did my sister become love-brained? However, when he thought about all the incredible things that happened today, he suddenly felt that this matter was not so outrageous. And just now Kianhe suddenly appeared here, and was able to release lightning from his fingertips. Do you know how attractive teleportation and discharge are for a boy? He shouted out something that seemed to be moving. Brother-in-law, you must not believe the nonsense of that stinky old man. He is not a good guy at first glance. The word, brother-in-law, stunned Kianhe for a moment, and number 18 blushed. She turned her head and glared at Lapis, but did not say a word in rebuttal. Lapis was not afraid of his sister this time. He jumped down from the test bench, ran to Kianhe and said. Brother-in-law, you were so handsome just now. By the way, can you teach me that electric discharge move? Hearing Lapis calling him brother-in-law, he felt amused and teased. You become my brother-in-law now? Didn't you even ask your sister for her consent? It's obvious. Whether she agrees or not, you are my brother-in-law. Lapis. Bang. Number 18 couldn't bear it any longer. She punched Lapis on the head, causing him to squat on the ground in pain, holding his head with both hands. He pretended to be surprised and asked, why did you hit him? Do you regret it? Number 18 was startled. She was really afraid that Kianhe had misunderstood something, so she quickly explained. How could I regret it? I confessed to you so directly. I hit him just because I felt that he was a little embarrassing. As she spoke, number 18 rubbed her face gently on Kianhe's back twice. After getting used to it, her coquettish behavior seemed much more natural this time. Lapis squatted on the ground with his head in his hands and muttered. Tisk, you forget about your brother now that you have a man, how lame. Chapter 425 Dr. Chihei Kianhe and the other two were chatting and laughing, completely ignoring Dr. Gallo who was standing opposite them. Dr. Gallo couldn't hold it in any longer, he said. How about it? Let's cooperate as long as, universal pull. Buzz. Dr. Gallo didn't even have time to finish his words before Kianhe pulled him over and strangled him. He has not yet transformed himself. To put it bluntly, he is just an old man who is powerless. Even if he has left some mechanisms in this laboratory, they cannot be used. Not to mention Kianhe, even Lapis can be easily crushed by him. Dr. Gallo looked at Chianhe who was so close to him with horror and said. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? What else? Wait a minute. I still have a lot of research results that can subvert the world. They are all in my brain. If you kill me, they will disappear forever. Well, your research results are indeed very valuable. With that, the journal loosened his hand and Dr. Gallo sat down on the ground. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he thought he was saved. He suddenly stretched out a hand and patted him on the head, then gently pulled out his soul. In an instant, all of Dr. Gallo's memories flooded into Kianhe's mind. Kianhe manually deleted all the miscellaneous and confusing information, leaving only all his research on androids. Having lost his soul, Dr. Gallo was just an empty shell. He rolled his eyes and fell face down on the ground. Kianhe glanced at his body casually, then turned and walked towards the test bench. There was a loud bang behind him, and Dr. Gallo's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist and disappearing completely. Only the two eternal energy furnaces fell to the ground intact. Kianhe stretched out his hand and two energy furnaces flew into his hands. Advertisement All the knowledge that Dr. Gallo has learned in his life has become Chiga's property, and now he can be called Dr. Chiga. This information records the design plans for various types of androids, and even the design of Cell has taken shape, but the most complete ones at present are the design drawings of number 17 and number 18. These designs of Dr. Gallo are really ingenious. Who would have thought that something created by an Earth scientist could actually compete with a Super Saiyan? Kianhe praised Dr. Gallo in her heart. Number 18 and Lapis followed and number 18 asked. Kianhe, it's spooky here, let's leave quickly. Chianhe smiled slightly and said. Don't leave in a hurry. Let me ask you, do you want to have a long life and the power to destroy the world? Ah. Number 18 was so frightened that he trembled all over, because what Kianhe said was the same as what the pervert doctor said just now. She quickly grabbed Kianhe's hand and asked, Chiga, are you okay? Don't scare me. Lapis immediately started to associate the matter. He had just seen Chiga pull out a humanoid spirit from Dr. Gero's forehead. Having read a lot of comics, he guessed that should be the so-called soul. And Dr. Gallo's soul obviously entered Chiga's body in the end, so. A terrible thought came to Lapis' mind, and he widened his eyes in horror. Could it be that my brother-in-law has been possessed by another spirit? I have to say that he does have a rich imagination. The first half of his speculation is correct, but the second half is complete nonsense. How could Kianhe, the controller of the Six Paths reincarnation, be possessed by an ordinary old man? Even if he absorbed the souls of all the people on Earth, it would not have any impact on his personality. Kihonhei didn't know what Lapis was thinking. He just lowered his head and kissed number 18 on the forehead and said softly, "What could possibly happen to me? Don't be nervous, this really isn't a bad thing for you." Then, Kihonhei recounted the story of the artificial humans in detail. Lapis and number 18 nodded, not quite understanding. Number 18 suddenly asked, "Advertisement, Kihonhei, are you a god?" If she could still understand Kihonhei as a powerful martial artist before, the abilities Kihonhei demonstrated today have completely transcended the scope of human beings. In her understanding, those methods can only be done by gods. Qian he was stunned for a moment, he thought for a moment and replied, "I am indeed a god, but not a god on earth. He is the second Otsutsuki god after Otsutsuki Yame, and is the god of the universe in Hokage. He is not comparable to the gods on earth in Dragon Ball. To put it bluntly, the current god on earth is just a Namekian with a stronger power. The special thing about him is that he can create Dragon Ball." Of course, these are too far-fetched for number 18 and Lapis now, and it is difficult for them to understand even if you tell them. However, this was enough to shock number 18 and Lapis, because they actually met the legendary god. Number 18 suddenly felt a little inferior, and she continued to ask, "As a god, you should also be able to live forever, right?" "Yes. Is that so? Then Chiga, please transform me into a cyborg." Number 18 looked at Kihonhei with a determined gaze. She didn't want to wait for decades to pass and then face Kihonhei, whose appearance had not changed, as an old lady. By then, even if Qian he didn't dislike her, she would choose to leave on her own. In fact, this is not a big problem for Chiga. After all, he knows how to perform the anti-aging surgery. As the god of Otsutsuki, it is very easy for him to perform this surgery. And it's not that artificial humans won't age and die, it's just that the aging rate of their cells has been greatly reduced. What Chiga values most is the power of the androids, which is definitely a step-by-step journey for ordinary people. You know, Krillin and the others have worked hard to practice for so many years, but when facing number 18 and the others, they are not much different from ants. Therefore, becoming an android is definitely a great opportunity for number 18 and Lapis, because this time the one who transformed them is not Dr. Gero, but Chiga. If they were transformed by Dr. Gallo, he would definitely install some bomb in number 18 and the others' bodies, and then tamper with their original memories as Earthlings. And the transformation process is absolutely horrific and bloody. After all, some of the original parts of the body still need to be replaced. But it wouldn't be like this at all if it was Chiga. With the power of the op fruit, it would be a very easy thing for him to perform some human body modification. Chapter 426 Reconstruction. Following Dr. Gero's memory, Chica found the replacement parts he prepared for Lapis and number 18. There was also a chip used to modify memory and control actions, but it was directly destroyed by Kihonhei. Because he didn't know what would happen after the two chips were implanted into their bodies. If they turned into artificial humans with the personality of another time and space, it would be tantamount to creating two natives of the country. Number 18 became visibly nervous when she saw those parts. Chica patted her shoulders gently a few times, then waved to Lapis. Lapis came over very obediently, and Kihonhei said to number 18. "Relax, the transformation process won't be painful at all, just watch out." As he spoke, Kihonhei looked at the position of Lapis's arm, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Then a section of the power transmission device on the table was instantly transferred in, and a piece of Lapis's original skeleton appeared on the table. Lapis' eyes widened immediately, and he quickly moved the arm with the implanted device. His movements were very natural, and there was no sign of awkwardness. He punched the ground hard, creating a small fist-shaped hole. But then he let out a groan of pain, pulled out his fist, and found that the surface of his fist was red and swollen. Lapis looked at Kihonhei with tears in his eyes and asked, "Brother-in-law, what's going on?" Qian he shook his head helplessly and said, "I just transformed a small part of you. You still need to soak in culture medium later. Why are you in such a hurry?" And according to Dr. Gallo's memory, even if all these parts are implanted, it is only half done. The most important step is to soak in culture medium to greatly enhance the strength of human cells. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the human body to withstand the terrifying energy brought by the eternal energy furnace. Next, Kihonhei gave Lapis a command with one hand, and soon all the parts on the table were implanted and replaced in his body. Lapis tried to jump and almost inserted his head into the ceiling again, but this was enough to make him excited. In his opinion, he was now the legendary Superman. Advertisement. As a girl, No 18's pursuit of strength is not that strong. She is just simply afraid and nervous about human body modification. After witnessing how Lapis completed the transformation in a playful manner, the tension in her heart completely dissipated. She opened her arms towards Kihonhei, looking like she was picking everyone. Kihonhei was not vague either. After a while of operation, number 18 also completed the same transformation. However, the replacement parts used on her are much stronger than those of Lapis, which means that No 18's strength will definitely be stronger than Lapis in the future. Number 18 moved her hands. She did not choose to test her strength on an object like Lapis did. Instead, she lightly punched Lapis in the stomach. Bang! Lapis was beaten into a shrimp shape by this punch. He groaned in pain while holding his stomach. "Sister, are you going to kill me?" Number 18 nodded with satisfaction. No matter what happened, as an older sister, she would never weaken her control over her younger brother. In fact, the two of them still don't know clearly what kind of power they have gained. Even though they cannot exert their full strength because their bodies have not yet been strengthened, the two of them are now enough to kill Goku and the others, including Vegeta who was about to arrive on Earth. If it weren't for Chiga, whether or not the brother and sister wanted to become native Chinese would just be a matter of thought. However, given the siblings' original personalities, they would not become like that. You can refer to the two characters with better personalities, number 17 and number 18, in the anime. Because the two were released too early by Dr. Gallo, the computer did not modify them deeply enough and they retained some of their original personalities. The most outrageous thing they did afterwards was to steal some clothes. During this period, he didn't even kill an ordinary human being. What's more, Kihonhei didn't tamper with their memories at all, so they are still the same as before, but their strength has been greatly enhanced. After doing all this, Kihonhei brought the two of them to a hidden room with two glass covers, each of which was just big enough to hold a person. Kihonhei took a step and a dirt wall appeared, separating the two glass covers in the middle. Advertisement number 18 and Lapis are no longer surprised by Chiga's various outrageous abilities, but the two siblings still don't quite understand what Chiga's purpose is. He did not explain anything, he just said to Lapis. Lapis, take off your clothes. What? Lapis widened his eyes, looked at Kihonhei in disbelief, and said in surprise. Brother-in-law, I'm your brother-in-law, I know. Next, I need you to walk into the glass cover, and then I will inject the culture medium. Do you want to soak in it with your clothes on? Oh, so that's how it is. Lapis didn't waste any time and took off all his clothes in no time. During this process, number 18 had already turned his head away. Although they were siblings, they were both adults and there were differences between men and women, so they still had to avoid each other. Lapis walked into the glass case naked, picked up an exhalation mask from the base and put it on his face, then nodded to Kihonhei. He really had not read so many science fiction novels in vain. He felt as if he had experienced this situation before. Kihonhei smiled slightly, walked to a control panel and pressed a button. A large amount of light green liquid immediately emerged from the glass cover, quickly covering Lapis' head and soaking his entire body in it. No one knew how this liquid was prepared. Lapis soaked in it with a curious look on his face, his eyes wide open. Kihonhei's voice came through the glass cover. You will then be in hibernation for a while, and when you wake up everything will be done. Lapis nodded vigorously in the water. After two dripping sounds came from the top of the glass cover, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Kihonhei looked at number 18, and no 18's pretty face blushed. She didn't say anything to ask Kihonhei to turn around. She just took off all her clothes in front of Kihonhei and faced Kihonhei naked. Kihonhei also gave her respect and did not have any extra thoughts. He hugged number 18 with an extremely pure heart and kissed her gently on the forehead. Go in, and when you wake up you will be the real number 18. Chapter 427 Shiro Road. Watching number 18 walk into the glass cover, Kihonhei pressed the button and the culture fluid gushed out. When it covered her chest, she suddenly took off her breathing mask and blurted out. Kihonhei, while I'm asleep, don't let Bulma seduce you away. He smiled and responded, don't worry, you're my only girlfriend here. Number 18 put on the mask again and fell into a deep sleep in the culture medium. With the earth wall between them, there would be no awkward situation when the brother and sister woke up. After doing all this, Kihonhei closed the room. He came to a password box, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and a larger eternal energy furnace appeared in his hand. This is the eternal energy furnace first created by Dr. Gallo. It originally belonged to android 16. The appearance of number 16 was modeled after Dr. Gallo's dead son. Since his son was dead without leaving any trace, his original idea was to create a pure robot. The advantage of pure machinery is that it can withstand stronger energy output, which can be seen from this large eternal energy furnace. With this, number 16 was able to fight against the first form of Cell who had absorbed countless humans. If number 17 had not given away his life, maybe he could really destroy Cell. Of course, the purely mechanical type also has its disadvantages, which is that its combat effectiveness is fixed from the day it is completed, and it cannot use Chi. In the battle between number 16 and Cell, number 16 did not show any use of Ki. He just relied on physical strength or the thermal weapons installed on his body to attack, and even used a Gatling gun. The expression is indeed strong, but it also shows that his limit is here. You know, the eternal energy reactor plus the human body has infinite possibilities. After training, number 17 will be able to fight against Super Saiyan 3. But the purely mechanical type cannot do this. It cannot increase its strength through exercise like number 17 and the others. The only way is to upgrade the mechanical parts in the body. But this is nothing to Kihonhei. As soon as he thought about it, a series of crackling sounds came from Kihonhei's body. Now he had entered the Shiro mode, and most of his body had turned into machinery. Advertisement. After taking off his shirt, Kihonhei's back opened, and the machinery inside separated on its own as if it had life, leaving a space that was just big enough to accommodate the eternal energy furnace. Several black lines burst out from it, like small black snakes, tightly wrapped around the eternal energy furnace and pulled it into Kihonhei's body. When the energy furnace entered his body, a dazzling golden light instantly burst out from Kihonhei's eyes, turning the entire laboratory into a golden ocean. Click. 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 The mechanical parts in Kihonhei's body began to work frantically, and a terrifying energy wave rushed straight into the sky. Goku and Piccolo are conducting fighting training. Goku is condensing the Kamehameha wave, while Piccolo points two fingers at his forehead. However, the moment this energy fluctuation appeared, the two of them stopped charging their ultimate moves at the same time and looked in one direction. The two tentacles on Piccolo's head moved, and he said with a look of astonishment. What is this? Is it Chi? This is too exaggerated. Wukong looked solemn and said in a deep voice, this aura is very familiar. It should be the mysterious man from before. It's so scary. I wonder if this is his full strength. Piccolo's face turned even greener, and he clenched his fists and said, if he is an enemy, then we. Wukong seemed much calmer. He was not the fool in the Super in the Z period, he said calmly. No, with his strength, he wouldn't take us seriously at all, but he still told us about the Saiyans, which shows that he is not a bad guy. I hope so. Well, let's continue training. He's still too far for us. Right now we need to worry about those two Saiyans. HMPH, you don't need to tell me. Take my move, the Devil's Light Killing Cannon. Nani? Piccolo. That's so mean. Advertisement? I am the devil? Despicable is the best compliment to me, you big fool. Really? Then how about this move? Sun Fist? A asterisk hole, my eyes? In the laboratory, all the golden light has been gathered into Kihonhei's body. He clenched his fist and felt that he could blow up a planet with one punch. Kihonhei's Shira Road is originally linked to the power of the pupils. The stronger the power of the pupils, the stronger his Shira Road will be, and the higher the mechanical strength in his body will be. Therefore, all his mechanical parts can evolve like his physical body, and the shortcomings of pure mechanical types no longer exist for him. Before this, Chiga had a variety of powerful attacking moves, but he still had a shortcoming, which was that his physical strength was not high enough. Of course, this was relative to some characters in the later period of Dragon Ball. If placed among the pirates or Hokage, his physical strength is still at the level of dimensionality reduction attack. However, although he can remain undefeated with his energetic body, sometimes physical combat is the romance of a true man. This time, with the support of the eternal energy furnace, plus his own energy, Kihonhei is now increasingly unsure of how strong he really is. There is a computer in Dr. Gallo's laboratory that can calculate combat power, and its computing power is much stronger than the one brought by Raditz. Don't question Dr. Gero's scientific research ability. You should know that the detector in No 16's head can detect the combat effectiveness of Cell in his first form at full power. However, when Kihonhei used it to calculate his own combat power, the number displayed on it was 3 question marks, which almost smoked. In desperation, Kihonhei had to give up the idea of measuring his own strength by combat effectiveness. Now his target has been set on those so-called gods. In his eyes, the only ones who can truly be called gods in the Dragon Ball world are the god of destruction and the angels. Creatures like King of the Gods are a complete insult to the title of god. They may have some strange abilities, but compared to Dragon Ball, they seem so pale and powerless. Kihonhei complained a little, then sat down cross-legged, guarding number 18 inside, and also Lapis. Chapter 428 Number 17 and number 18. Half a year passed quickly, and a red light finally came on above the glass cover containing number 18 and Lapis. With 2 more dripping sounds, the 2 glass covers fell at the same time, and the culture fluid that had become transparent slipped out. No 18's eyelashes twitched a few times, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was a little dazed, and it was obvious that she had not yet recovered from half a year of sleep. She subconsciously called out Chiga, but the one who responded was Lapis next door. Sister, are you awake too? Number 18 stretched her stiff body and noticed that a set of clothes was already placed on the ground. A black and white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of light blue tight jeans. This was obviously prepared by Kihonhei in advance. Number 18 smiled knowingly, picked up the clothes on the ground, dressed herself, and walked out of the earth wall. Lapis was a little slower. The first thing he said after seeing number 18 was, Sister, I feel like I'm invincible right now. Number 18 raised his eyebrows and said in a dangerous tone. Oh, really? As he spoke, number 18 clenched his fists, and the detectors in Lapis' eyes began to jump wildly. The numbers on them showed that No 18's combat power was even higher than his own. Of course, even if No 18's combat power is lower than Lapis, he would instinctively give in due to the sister's natural suppression of her brother. Shrinking his head, Lapis said weakly, except for my sister and brother-in-law, I should be invincible. Snort. Number 18 rolled his eyes and gave Lapis an order. Go find the switch and open this door. Oh. Lapis found the door switch next to the gate, but when he tried it he discovered that the switch actually used facial recognition. No one except Dr. Gallo himself can open this door. Advertisement. If it were the former number 18 and Lapis, they would definitely panic when encountering this situation, but now they will not be blocked by a mere door. Number 18 gave Lapis a look, and Lapis immediately understood. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. He raised his hand and pointed it at the gate. A blue energy ball burst out from his palm and directly smashed the gate made of special materials into pieces. Lapis shook his hair proudly, and number 18 walked directly into the smoke produced by the explosion. When she walked out of the smoke, she saw Chiga standing there with a smile. How is it? Are you satisfied with this power? Number 18 was stunned for a moment, then a look of surprise appeared on her face. She rushed directly towards Kihonhei and dived into Kihonhei's arms. It must be said that number 18 is indeed very powerful after becoming an artificial human, and she has just woken up and cannot control her own power. If an ordinary person had been hit by her like this, he would probably have become a pile of rotten meat by now. Number 18 raised his face and pouted and said, I thought you left. Qian. He touched No 18's golden hair and said with a smile. I've been guarding here the whole time. In fact, I knew the moment you and Lapis woke up, but I just wanted you to test your strength first. How about it? Do you feel like you have become a Superman? It's okay. It was Lapis who destroyed the gate just now. Actually, I don't have any idea about strength. To be honest, I became a cyborg just to age slower. Who told you to be a god? Haha, don't feel any pressure. I'm here and won't let you get upset about this kind of thing. Well, God is omnipotent. From now on I will be your most devout believer. Really? Then let me see your sincerity as a believer? Number 18 smiled slightly. She stood on tiptoe and was about to kiss Qianhe on the lips. Suddenly, an inopportune voice came. Ahem. Brother-in-law, sister, am I showing up at a bad time? Number 18 froze. She turned around and glared at Lapis fiercely and asked. What do you think? Lapis shuddered and began to whisper. In fact, I have been waiting in the smoke for a long time, but the smoke will eventually dissipate, you can't blame me. As he spoke, a trace of grievance appeared on his face. Seeing this, Qianhe immediately entered the role of his brother-in-law and said. Advertisement. Well, number 17 is not an outsider, there is nothing to be shy about. This time, Qianhe obviously said it smoothly and directly called Lapis number 17. Lapis also noticed this, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Brother-in-law, did you just call me number 17? Number 18 pouted and said, Chiga, this is another nickname you gave me, right? Why is Lapis's number before mine? I'm obviously the older sister. Forehead. It is really difficult for Chiga to explain this question, he can't just say that he saw it on Dragon Ball, right? After thinking about it, Qianhe started to lie again. It's because you're the older sister that I gave Lapis a smaller number, isn't that reasonable? Qianhe was so calm when it came to telling lies, and number 18 didn't bother about this issue either, letting Qianhe call her whatever she wanted. Number 17 blinked and looked at Qianhe, wanting to use the detector to see what level of combat power his brother-in-law, as a god, had reached. However, he stared at Qianhe for a long time, but the detector in his eyes still did not respond, as if Qianhe standing there did not exist. He thought his detector was broken, so he hurried to check on number 18 again. This time the reaction was very violent, the same as the result he had just obtained inside the door. Number 18 frowned and asked, Lapis, what are you doing? What are you staring at? I just wanted to see my brother-in-law's fighting ability, but the detector didn't respond. Number 18 was stunned for a moment, then she turned on the detector and looked at Qianhe, but in the end she still couldn't figure out what was going on. Qianhe smiled slightly and said, Don't look. God's aura is usually restrained. If you can detect it, then it can't be called God. As he spoke, a golden light flashed across Qianhe's eyes, and he released a slight aura. The detectors in number 17 and No 18's eyes lit up with warnings. A big red exclamation mark appeared in both of No 17's eyes. He swallowed and muttered. It has to be my brother-in-law. Chapter 429. The Saiyan arrives. No 17's newly inflated self-confidence collapsed instantly, and he couldn't help but ask. Brother-in-law, are all gods so powerful? How many gods are there in this world? Of course not. There are many gods, but most of them are actually very weak. Take the gods on Earth for example. You can crush them to death with one hand right now. What about the strong ones? The strong ones are beyond your ability to deal with. If you encounter the god of destruction, you won't even be able to escape. Brother-in-law, what about you? Can you defeat this god of destruction? I don't know about that. Maybe we can be evenly matched? Chiga spread his hands. His divine realm was not in the same system as the Dragon Ball world, so he really couldn't answer this question. Number 18 clenched his fist and waved it twice, saying, I believe you are the strongest. Qianhe smiled. In the other two worlds, he was indeed the strongest, but now they were in the Dragon Ball world after all, so it was better to keep a low profile. He turned and walked out of the laboratory, with number 17 and number 18 following behind him. This laboratory was built on a mountain. Qianhe flew into the air after he walked out of the door. He looked down at the laboratory and said, There's no need for this place to exist anymore. As he spoke, a golden light flashed in Qianhe's eyes, and without him making any movement, the entire laboratory suddenly exploded violently, and an entire hill disappeared completely. However, even though Qianhe flattened the hill, number 18 still fired another energy bomb. She was venting her anger. In her opinion, if it weren't for Qianhe, she and her brother would have been transformed by Dr. Pervert into two monsters without their own thoughts. She lifted her long golden hair that covered her forehead, and the charred ground below was reflected in her eyes. From now on, she was no longer the weak lazily. After returning to the city, Chiga moved directly into No 18's house. This was proposed by number 18. She didn't believe that Chiga, who was a god, would be the principal's nephew. In this way, Qianhe lived with number 18 and the others for a while. On this day, two meteors suddenly streaked across the sky above the city. Qianhe lay on the school railing with a smile on his lips. Are you finally here? I wonder how prepared Goku and the others are. Number 18 asked. Advertisement, Chiga, what are you talking about? Who's here? Two aliens. Aliens? Are they strong? They're quite weak. To you now, they are no different from two ants. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise. Qianhe raised his eyebrows and looked at a small mushroom cloud rising in the distance. He said, Huh? Why did Vegeta and the others land here this time? Number 18 curled his lips and said, They've caused so much damage just after arriving. It seems that these two aliens are not good people. Qianhe, should we go and take a look? Let's go and take a look. It would be troublesome if a bald guy destroyed the city. After saying that, Kihonhei grabbed No 18's hand, and with a flash of his body, the two of them disappeared at the same time. Inside the Universal Capsule Company, a large pit appeared on the wide private lawn, and in the pit were two white spherical spaceships. Bulma and a group of staff members were gathered around the pit, including Yamcha. Bulma's face was solemn. She didn't expect that the Saiyans would appear in her company so coincidentally. Yamcha also put away his usual playful smile. He stood in front of Bulma like a man and said in a deep voice, "Bulma, go and inform Goku and the others, let me hold them back." Bulma nodded and was about to turn and leave when the two spaceships below responded. The hatch opened, and a bald man and a petite man with an impressive hairline walked out. Both of them were wearing armor-like clothing and had detectors on their faces. They were Nappa and Vegeta. Nappa looked up at the people above and turned on the detector out of habit. Seeing the numbers displayed on the detector, Nappa laughed disdainfully and said, "They are so weak. Except for the tall guy, none of the others have a combat power higher than 5. Vegeta crossed his arms and said calmly, "Don't underestimate the enemy. These Earthlings seem to be able to hide their combat power. Perhaps the guy with a combat power of over 20,000 is among them." Hearing this, a drop of cold sweat ran down Nappa's bald head. He nodded and said, "Yeah, that's true, we still have to be careful." Advertisement. Vegeta glanced at him, cursed him as a waste in his heart, and said, "But you don't have to worry too much. I only see fear in these people's eyes. They should be just a group of ordinary Earthlings." After saying that, Vegeta crossed his arms, and his body slowly floated up and landed in front of Bulma and the others. Although he was not very tall, the strong murderous aura from him still forced everyone to subconsciously take a step back. After seeing this scene, Vegeta was convinced that the people in front of him were indeed a bunch of weaklings. He looked at Yamcha and thought to himself, "This guy is quite powerful. Maybe he has some connection with Kakarot." Nappa also flew out of the pit. He landed next to Vegeta and asked, "Vegeta, what should we do now? Should we go find Kakarot first?" Vegeta nodded, pointed at Yamcha, and said casually, "Leave that man behind and kill the others." As soon as these words came out, Bulma and the others showed expressions of fear on their faces. Yamcha's nerves suddenly tensed up. He stepped forward, blocking everyone, and shouted, "Bulma, go quickly. Leave this to me." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, and white jet-like gas burst out of his body, and he entered an explosive state. The detectors on Vegeta and Nappa's faces responded immediately, and the number on them finally showed 1000. Yamcha has indeed been a little out of exercise. Normally speaking, his combat power should be at least 200 higher. "Oh." Vegeta immediately became interested. He turned to Nappa and said, "He's really good at hiding his fighting ability. This guy must know Kakarot." Nappa showed a cruel smile on his face, shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. His combat power is only 1000. I'm really afraid that I might accidentally destroy him." Vegeta found a tree to lean against, closed his eyes and said, "Then you should be careful. If you kill him by mistake, you know the consequences." Nappa's whole body trembled, and the arrogance on his face disappeared without a trace. Yes, I will definitely pay attention." Chapter 430. Confused Saiyan. Nappa walked straight towards Yamcha. He flexed his fists, making a crackling sound. He couldn't hide his energy, and the aura emanating from him almost suffocated Yamcha, but he had no way out now. Once he fell, not only the Universal Capsule Company, but even this city would be completely destroyed by this Saiyan. Yamcha swallowed his saliva, suppressed the fear in his heart, roared and rushed towards Nappa. Bulma took this opportunity to lead a group of ordinary people to evacuate to the rear. On the way, she took out her phone and called Chi-Chi. Neither Goku nor Piccolo normally carry their cell phones with them, so she could only inform Chi-Chi over the phone. The call was connected, and Chi-Chi's voice came out. "Hello. Who is this? I'm Bulma. Chi-Chi, where's Goku now?" "It's Bulma. Goku is taking Gohan to practice." "Oh, Gohan is just a little boy, and he already." "Stop talking. Go find Goku. The Saiyans are landing on me." Oh okay, I'll go right away." Chi-Chi was not as angry as she would be later. She also knew the seriousness of the matter. After hanging up the phone, she immediately rushed out the door. As a result, as soon as she went out, she was almost blown down by a gust of wind. It turned out that Goku and Piccolo had sensed the breath of Vegeta and the others and were rushing towards where Bulma was. This strong wind was caused by the high-speed flight of Goku and his companions. Back to the Universal Capsule Company, Nappa had already stepped on Yamcha's head with his 50-yard-long foot. He grinned and rubbed Yamcha's head with his foot. Pool was held tightly by Bulma, shouting, "Master Yamcha." Yamcha's whole body was soaked in blood, and the severe pain from his head made him struggle frantically, but this struggle only made Nappa more excited. Nappa leaned over and grabbed Yamcha's hair and lifted him up, then asked, "You still won't tell me where Kakarot is? If you don't, I'll break your arm." Yamcha glared at Nappa and said through gritted teeth, "You disgusting bald head, I won't tell you anything." The word, bald head, directly broke Nappa's defense. What he hated most was being called bald head. When he was on planet Vegeta, he often fought with others because of this. There was no way around it. Among the hairy Saiyans, his bald head was indeed very eye-catching, making it hard to ignore. The veins on Nappa's head were throbbing wildly. If Vegeta hadn't given the order, he would have crushed Yamcha's head by now. Advertisement. He grabbed Yamcha's head and slammed it hard on the ground, creating a large human-shaped hole in the ground. Seeing this scene, tears welled up in Bulma's eyes uncontrollably and she covered her mouth tightly. At this moment, she truly experienced the cruelty of the Saiyans. Vegeta, who had been dozing off, suddenly lost his patience. He opened his eyes and said, "Okay, this guy is pretty tough. I don't think we can get any useful information from him. Let's just get rid of him." "Okay, I've had enough fun." A cruel smile appeared on Nappa's face. He raised his foot and aimed at Yamcha's head, about to step on it. Bulma couldn't bear it anymore. She cried out, "Don't want." Swish. A petite figure suddenly appeared above Nappa. She flicked her finger at Nappa's bald head and sent him flying. Bulma was stunned when she saw the person's face and exclaimed. Lazily, number 18 landed on the ground, turned his head and glanced at Bulma, seeming to have no interest in talking to Bulma. While Bulma was stunned, a hand was placed on her shoulder. She turned around and saw Chihei, who was smiling. He shook his head helplessly and said, "I was planning on letting Goku and the others handle this themselves, but I didn't expect the Saiyans to end up in your company. What a coincidence." "Chiga, do you know Goku? I guess we know each other. We met once when Raditz came here." Bulma's eyes widened and she shouted, "What? Are you the mysterious young man that Goku was talking about?" "That should be me. Have you notified Goku and the others?" "I've notified them. They should be on their way now." "Oh, come on, but they'll have made a wasted trip this time." Advertisement Kiyone looked at number 18 and said, "Number 18, let's deal with that bald guy first. You were too gentle just now. It's not good to deal with the enemy like this." Number 18 still hasn't completely transformed from an ordinary person. She was afraid that if she used too much force, she would be killed by Nappa. She nodded, and at the same time glanced vaguely at Kiyone's hand on Bulma's shoulder, feeling a little depressed. A huge bump appeared on Nappa's bald head. He stood up from the ground and felt like his head was about to explode. Vegeta frowned and looked at number 18 and Chiga. He walked to Nappa, stared at number 18 opposite him, raised his hand and pressed the detector on his face. Beep beep beep. Bang. Number 18 cannot hide her breath, and the eternal energy furnace in her body makes it difficult for her to do so. Vegeta's detector beeped for a while, and as expected, it exploded when the number reached 21,000. Looking at the detector on the ground emitting black smoke, Vegeta and Nappa fell into silence. After a while, Nappa raised his head, looked at number 18 in disbelief, and said, "How is it possible? Could this woman be the one Raditz met?" Vegeta shook his head with a heavy face. He glanced at Kiyone and said, "No, that voice should be the man who came with her. This is not good. I didn't expect that there are two people on Earth with such fighting power." Nappa quickly used the detector to look at Chiga, but found nothing. Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "I told you a long time ago that these Earthlings are able to hide their auras. I think that guy's power is far greater than that woman's." Hearing this, Nappa began to feel like retreating. Facing two opponents with a combat power of over 20,000, he just felt his scalp tingling. "Then what should we do? Should we consider withdrawing?" "Idiot, are you kidding me? Do you think they'll give us the chance?" After Vegeta finished cursing, the tail wrapped around his waist slowly unwound, and he whispered, "Calm down. Have you forgotten our Saiyan transformations?" As he spoke, he looked up at the big sun in the sky and snorted coldly. "It's still too early now. Looks like I have to use that trick." Chapter 431 Tailed Decapitation. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and said, "Nappa, you will create the moon. Creating the moon consumes a lot of physical energy. Since he has Nappa as a labor force, he will definitely make use of it." Nappa didn't dare to disobey Vegeta's order. He immediately stretched out his hand, and after a constipated expression, a ball of energy emitting dazzling white light floated up from his palm. "This is the so-called artificial moon." Nappa roared and threw the artificial moon high into the sky. The two of them stared at the moon in the sky. Amid Bulma's horrified expression, their bodies swelled rapidly and soon turned into a giant chimpanzee. The appearance of the two chimpanzees quickly caused panic in the city, and for a time, screams were heard everywhere. He crossed his arms and looked at the two huge monsters with great interest, especially the combat uniforms they were wearing. The quality was really good, at least there was no problem of unraveling in the crotch. Number 18 frowned. She just thought that the two gorillas were too ugly and very noisy. Nappa and Vegeta, who are of pure blood, will naturally not lose their minds like Goku did when they turn into gorillas, but they still need to vent their animal nature after the transformation. The two men pounded their chests hard and roared to the sky. Number 18 couldn't bear it anymore. She flashed and appeared above Nappa's head in an instant. In fact, you don't need to look at the combat suit to know that this gorilla is Nappa's transformation, because the hair on his head is extremely sparse. Nappa stretched out his two huge hands and wanted to slap number 18, but number 18 had no intention of dodging. The detectors in her eyes had already told her that these two gorillas were trash to her. She raised a small hand and aimed it at Nappa's forehead, fired a golden energy bullet, and then returned to Chiga's side. Boom! Nappa's head was blown up by the airbomb like a rotten watermelon. His huge body suddenly knelt on the ground, and then began to shrink until he turned into a headless corpse. He clapped his hands and praised, "That's right, this is the right way to deal with the enemy. Number 18, you are very talented." Number 18 felt a little embarrassed by what she said. She just wanted to use the air bullet to penetrate Nappa's brain, but she didn't expect to blow his head off directly. Vegeta was dumbfounded. The speed and destructive power displayed by number 18 just now made him feel uneasy. If Nappa was replaced by him, the result would not have changed much. He is arrogant, but still becomes fearful when facing an enemy much stronger than himself, and will completely lose the will to fight. Advertisement in this respect, he is different from Goku. Even if Goku encounters a strong enemy, he will not be afraid and will still rush forward to fight. Seeing number 18 looking at him, Vegeta waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment." No 18's movements did not pause at all. She raised her little hand again and aimed it at Vegeta. An energy ball began to appear in front of her palm. Suddenly, several energy bombs flew from the sky and all hit Vegeta's back. However, the power of these energy bombs was really not enough. Vegeta's body just tilted slightly and then stabilized. Oink oink. Several figures appeared in the sky. They were Wukong and others who had arrived. Goku glanced at the headless body on the ground, wondering who had taken down a Saiyan. When he saw Qian, his eyes widened again and he exclaimed, "It's him." Krillin and the others had never seen Chiga before. After hearing what Goku said, they began to look around and asked, "Who are you talking about, Goku?" A layer of cold sweat appeared on Piccolo's head, and he said in a deep voice, "He's talking about the young man standing next to Bulma. He's many times more terrifying than a Saiyan." Vegeta stared at Goku in the crowd and asked, "Kakarot?" Wukong frowned. He still hated this name and retorted directly, "My name is Sun Wukong, Humph. You don't admit it? You can't fool me with your appearance of a low-ranking soldier?" These two people seemed to be born to be incompatible. They started to bicker with each other as soon as they met. If it weren't for number 18 and Chiga, Vegeta would have taken action long ago. Number 18 still had her palm facing Vegeta. She turned her head and asked Chiga, "Chiga, do you want to kill that Vegeta? Advertisement?" As long as Chiga nodded, the energy bullet in her hand would immediately turn Vegeta into a pool of minced meat. He thought about it and said, "Forget it, let's leave Bei Lao to fight against Wukong." Bei Lao? Qianhe, you really like giving people nicknames. Number 18 covered her mouth and chuckled. She slowly came to stand beside Qianhe. No one would have thought that this girl who looked very cold just raised her hand and blew a Saiyan's head off. Qianhe gently put his arms around No 18's waist. He looked at Vegeta, and two golden rays shot out of his eyes, directly cutting off the tail behind Vegeta's butt. Ah! Vegeta let out a scream, and after his tail broke, the hair on his body quickly faded away, and his body began to shrink, and soon returned to its original shape. He held his bleeding butt tightly, his eyes wide open. Qianhe clenched his hand again, and several black shackles appeared out of thin air around Vegeta, directly hooping him up. Wukong and the others fell back to the ground and looked at Qianhe in surprise, wondering what he meant by doing this. Qianhe ignored Goku and the others for the time being. He spread out his palms, and Vegeta's shrunken tail appeared in his hands, still with some warmth remaining on it. Number 18 looked at the tail curiously and asked, "Chiga, what do you want this tail for?" "Do some research. Have you forgotten that I'm Dr. Chiga now?" As she spoke, Chiga pinched No 18's face with her other hand, then froze Vegeta's tail and threw it into the gate dimension. Vegeta was still struggling frantically on the ground, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free of the black shackles on his body. These black shackles are similar to the black rods made with Yin-Yang Suku. However, the quality of ordinary black rods is naturally not on the same level as those made by Chiga, the god of Otsutsuki. Even if Vegeta exploded into a Super Saiyan, he could not break the shackles. After doing all this, Qianhe looked at Wukong, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "I'll leave this guy to you. By the way, let me remind you that there is an even more terrifying force behind the Saiyans, so keep working hard, everyone. Don't count on me to arrive in time next time." After saying that, Qianhe pulled number 18 into his arms, held her up in a princess hug, and her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 432 Saiyan Bloodline. After returning home, Qianhe took Vegeta's tail out of the door space and held it in his hand to examine it carefully. The TV was still broadcasting today's news, and the picture showed two black giant apes howling towards the sky, which looked very oppressive. However, the next scene was that the head of one of the giant apes suddenly exploded, while the other one gradually shrank until it disappeared. The last scene is Bulma being interviewed. She explains that the two giant apes are new creatures developed by their company. They have been shrunk using technology and are not convenient to display. Qianhe looked up and continued to study the tail in his hand. Number 18 walked over and watched TV for a while. Putting aside the issue of Chiga, she still admired Bulma, the genius girl, she praised. Bulma's excuse is really impeccable. This way, there won't be any panic. Yeah, she's always been smart. Number 17 had just finished taking a shower. He wiped his wet long hair with a white towel and said casually, "Are you talking about Bulma from the Universal Capsule Company? She is indeed amazing. She was born in such a family and is a genius herself." Number 18 did not comment either. She did not want to keep talking about other women in front of her boyfriend. Number 17 also tactfully kept her mouth shut. Qianhe once again froze his tail and put it back into the door space, and number 18 sat next to him and asked, "Qianhe, you've been looking at this tail for quite some time. Have you figured out anything?" "It's not bad. I have to say that the Saiyan race's talent is indeed good." But those two Saiyans today were so weak, they couldn't even take one of my attacks." "That's because they haven't really developed their bloodline power yet. Saiyans are not as simple as they seem." "Oh, okay. So what is the power behind them that you mentioned today? Is it very strong?" "They are very strong to them, but they are just a bunch of weaklings to you. Don't worry about them." He gently squeezed No 18's little hand and thought to himself, "We should have preserved the equipment when we destroyed the lab. Anyway, let's go to Bulma's place tomorrow. She will definitely have enough equipment." Advertisement the next morning, Chiga appeared in front of Bulma, scaring Bulma who had just finished washing up. Chiga? Why are you here? Chiga took off her baseball cap, and her long snow-white hair fell down like a waterfall. Bulma was stunned by this scene. She also realized her own gaffe and quickly coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. Qian he greeted him and said with a smile, I'm sorry to scare you. I came to you today to borrow your laboratory, is that okay? Of course, you saved my life yesterday, so this is nothing. But wait for me, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Bulma turned and ran back to her room, put on her makeup at the fastest speed in her life, and changed into her favorite clothes. When she appeared in front of Chiga again, she seemed like a different person. Chiga was shocked by Bulma's speed. In his impression, putting on makeup for a woman should be a very long process, but Bulma only took less than 5 minutes this time, which was really impressive. Of course, this is also because Bulma's foundation is very good, she just needs to put on some lipstick and tidy up her hair a little. After changing her clothes, Bulma became more confident. She stood in front of Chiga with her hands behind her back, a bright smile on her face, and said, Okay, sorry to have kept you waiting, let's go to the lab now. Qian he nodded, and the two chatted casually on the way. How is Mr. Yamcha? I saw he was badly injured yesterday. It's okay. Wukong has already given him senzu beans. He's probably driving out to play again now. Speaking of this, Bulma's face looked a little unhappy. She was originally quite moved by Yamcha's behavior yesterday, but she didn't expect that this guy would return to his old nature once he got better. Qianhe noticed the change in Bulma's expression and immediately changed the subject. What about Goku and the others? Are they training again? Yeah. They left with that Saiyan named Vegeta yesterday. That guy has been swearing since you left. He's so annoying. He's the prince of the Saiyans, so it's normal for him to have a bit of a temper. Advertisement, tisk. He looks like a prince at that height. I think you look like a prince. The two chatted and laughed all the way to the laboratory. As the world's largest technology company, the experimental equipment here is naturally very complete, and it is definitely much better than Orochimaru's battle-damaged laboratory. Chiga took out Vegeta's tail and placed it on the experimental table, and extracted the Saiyan cells from it. If these cells were placed in front of Orochimaru, he would be so greedy that he would cry. The energy contained in them is far beyond the Hashirama cells that he has studied for his entire life. Chiga wants to use these cells to obtain the Saiyan bloodline power. Having eaten the fruit of the ultimate sacred tree, his body's compatibility is very high, so it is not difficult for him to implant some Saiyan cells. But now he suddenly hesitated again, because he felt that these cells were not of the best quality. As the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta's blood purity is naturally needless to say, but compared with Broly, he is nothing. The old version of Broly completely defeated 4 Super Saiyans, and the new version of Broly even suppressed the god like Goku and Vegeta. He is definitely the son of this version. His Super Saiyan has to have a legend in front of it, which really makes him look very cool. Thinking of the super bloodline, Qianhe suddenly felt that the Vegeta cells in his hand were no longer useful. A ball of golden flame appeared from Chiga's hand, burning Vegeta's tail to ashes. Bulma leaned forward curiously and asked, Qianhe, why do you want to burn this tail? Haven't you been studying this tail? Qian he shook his head and said, it has lost its value because I found something better. Better? Chiga clapped her hands and began to recall the information about Broly in her mind. He also didn't know which Broly existed in this universe. One was on Summer Planet and the other was on Wampa Planet. He didn't know which planet it was. But this does not pose a problem for him, because there is a cheat in this world, and that is Dragon Ball. In fact, this thing is relatively useless to Chiga, because he can do things like resurrection or immortality. For him now, the biggest use of Dragon Ball is just to find someone. Chapter 433. Collecting Dragon Balls for ordinary people. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls may be something that is difficult to accomplish in their entire lives, but for Goku and his friends, it is extremely easy. When they need them, they can take them out and make a wish, and they just need to pay attention to the CD for a year. This is all thanks to Bulma's genius invention, the Dragon Ball radar. Thinking of this, Qianhe spoke directly to Bulma. Bulma, I still need to borrow your Dragon Ball radar. Bulma was stunned for a moment and said, are you going to look for Dragon Ball too? Yes, I need Shenlong to help me find someone. In exchange, I will help the Earth when it encounters a crisis again in the future. No need to exchange anything. I've already said that you're my savior. Compared to this, these small favors are nothing. Aren't you afraid that I will use Dragon Ball to do bad things? How could that be? With your strength, you would have done the bad things long ago. Do you still need to use Dragon Ball? Bulma stretched out her finger and tapped Chiga's chest, then she went to get the Dragon Ball radar and put it in Chiga's hand. She also very considerately explained to Chiga how to use the radar. The method of use was also very simple, and Chiga quickly learned how to operate the Dragon Ball radar. Qianhe thanked him and thought about leaving now, but Bulma suddenly said, Chiga, can you take me out for a walk? I haven't been away from home for a long time. I really miss the time when we first went out to look for Dragon Ball. Of course. Bulma didn't expect Qianhe to agree so readily. Her eyes lit up and she said happily, That's great, I'll go get some things ready for the trip, it'll be quick. She turned around to pack her luggage. Qianhe held her shoulders and said, That's not necessary. It won't take that long. It's still early today. Maybe we can find everything by the afternoon. Are you kidding? Even though we have Dragon Ball radar, those Dragon Balls are scattered all over the world. It would take a long time just to get there, even with Goku's somersault cloud. It's not as troublesome as you think, you just need to stand beside me. Chiga pressed the Dragon Ball radar and saw the location of a Dragon Ball. Bulma glanced at it and said, "This one looks to be about 8,000 kilometers away from us, let me go and prepare first." Haha, as long as you know the location, this distance is not a problem. After saying that, a black hole appeared under Kianhe's feet. He pulled Bulma and walked in. The next second, they appeared in a desert. Bulma looked at the endless desert around her in confusion, until the yellow sand blew into her eyes. She realized that she was not dreaming. Advertisement. She quickly checked the Dragon Ball radar, which showed that she was very close to a Dragon Ball. In other words, she appeared 8,000 miles away in an instant. This completely overturned Bulma's perception. She calmed down, stared at Kianhe and asked, "Chiga, who the hell are you? Stop telling me you're an ordinary high school student." Kianhe asked back with a smile, "Do you believe me when I say I am God?" "Believe? But isn't God the guy who looks a lot like Piccolo and is covered in green?" "Well, I can only say that there are differences between gods. I think God should be like you. Hey, don't discriminate based on appearance. Although the Earth's God is not very powerful, he is still a good and hardworking God. I'm just complaining a little bit, hee." Bulma stuck out her tongue, with no trace of fear of God on her face. On the contrary, she became more and more relaxed in front of Kianhe. Bulma went straight to Chiga, grabbed his hand holding the Dragon Ball radar and placed it in front of her and said seriously, "Although we are very close to this Dragon Ball, it is still a bit difficult to find a small Dragon Ball in this desert. Fortunately, I brought a universal capsule with a house in it, we can." However, Kianhe interrupted her in a very unromantic way. "No, I have my own way." He snapped his fingers and whispered, "Room scan." An invisible wave instantly swept across the desert, and then, Kianhe flipped his wrist, and a Dragon Ball appeared in his hand. There were 6 stars on it, it was a 6-star star. Bulma. She looked at Kianhe with resentment, then leaned on him resignedly. Judging from this efficiency, Kianhe's statement that they could find all the Dragon Ball players in the afternoon might be a conservative one. Next, Chiga took Bulma to various places, including volcanoes, oceans, villages, and cities, and soon, Chiga collected 6 Dragon Balls. After taking inventory, Kianhe discovered that the missing one was a 4-star star. Bumman pursed his lips and said, "There's no need for radar on the 4-star planet. It's with Wukong. We can just go find him directly." Advertisement. Kianhe couldn't help laughing at Bulma's expression and said, "Okay, I really have something to do this time. I'll play with you again next time. Just consider it as a favor to you." "Then you must keep your word." "Of course I keep my word. Have you forgotten that I am God? God will not lie." Bulma's mood immediately became cheerful. She leaned forward and shouted, "Okay, let's go find Goku now, Bowsy Mountain." Above the sky, 2 figures were entangled together. They were Goku and Piccolo. Gohan stood on the ground, looking up to cheer for the 2 men. Beside him was Vegeta, who was tied up tightly. Vegeta had a constipated expression on his face, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, little brat, can you please stop yelling? It's really noisy." Gohan was startled. He quickly turned around and bowed to Vegeta, saying, "I'm sorry, Uncle Vegeta, for disturbing you." Vegeta snorted disdainfully and said, "Humph, you little brat, if it weren't for that tail, I really would find it hard to believe that you were actually a Saiyan." "I'm not a Saiyan, I'm from Earth. What an idiotic father and son. I get angry when I see you too. Get out of here." "I'm so sorry, Dad asked me to keep an eye on you and not let me run around." "Then just sit still and stop bothering me, oh well." Gohan actually sat down obediently, keeping his mouth shut and not saying a word. Just as Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, a creepy voice sounded from behind him. "Vegeta, is it fun to bully a little kid?" Chapter 434 Summoning the Dragon. Vegeta startled and turned around to see Chiga standing behind him. At the same time, Goku and Piccolo in the sky also noticed the movement below. They immediately stopped fighting and fell back to the ground together. Once as new, twice as familiar. When Wukong saw Kianhe, he immediately smiled and greeted him. "Yo, Chiga-kun." Kianhe smiled and nodded in response. It was still easy to like Goku in the Z period, as he had a kind of wise yet foolish feeling. As for the Super One, it makes people feel really stupid. Compared to Goku, Piccolo and Vegeta seemed very nervous. They couldn't chat and laugh freely in front of a strong man whose strength was countless times greater than theirs. Bulma waved her hands vigorously behind Chiga and shouted, Hey, didn't you guys notice me? It's Bulma, why are you with Chiga?" "Humph. Chiga and I are much more familiar with each other than you are. The 2 of us are out here today to collect Dragon Balls." "Dragon Ball?" Vegeta's ears twitched. He was lured to Earth by this thing and became like this. Wukong scratched his head and said, "So you guys are here to look for the 4-star planet, right? I left it at home, I'll go get it right away." After saying that, Wukong flew directly towards home. He didn't ask what Chiga wanted to do with the Dragon Ball, because he was also very grateful to Chiga for subduing the Saiyans yesterday, otherwise Bulma and the people in that city would have turned to ashes long ago. For someone like Wukong, if you treat him to a meal he might remember you for the rest of his life, let alone such a great favor? After a while, Goku flew back with the 4-star ball, but there was a scratch on his face, which looked very eye-catching. Bulma asked curiously, "Goku, what's going on with your face?" Wukong sighed and said, Chi caught me, she said I brought Gohan out again today, how dare I go back? Vegeta snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Kakarot, you were a Saiyan after all, but you were hurt by an Earthwoman. You are really a disgrace to the Saiyans. Advertisement, hey, I told you I'm from Earth, humph, you don't have the final say on this. The blood flowing in your body can't deceive anyone. Bulma held her forehead and said helplessly, you two idiots, what's there to argue about? Gohan took the opportunity to trot over to Chiga and Bulma and shouted crisply. Brother Kianhe, Aunt Bulma. Hello. Gohan looked really cute at this time. Kianhe squatted down and touched his head, saying, Hello, Gohan. Bulma was immediately furious and said angrily. Gohan. Do I look old? Don't call me auntie, but I've called you that before? No means no, I am about the same age as your brother Kianhe, so you have to call me sister from now on. Chiga glanced at Bulma and thought to herself that she still looked like a high school student, while Bulma had to be at least 25 years old, so how could she say that they were about the same age? Bulma was very sensitive to Kianhe's gaze. Her face turned red and she said with her neck stiff. Anyway, you have to call me sister, and I will buy you good things. Really? Sister Bulma? Hey. Bulma was delighted when Gohan called her sister. She immediately took out a few bills from her pocket and stuffed them into Gohan's hand, saying generously. Sister didn't bring anything with her today. Take this money and buy whatever you want. Bulma's family can be said to be the richest family on Earth, and money is no different from paper to her. Gohan shook his head and politely refused. Forget it, this is not good. Bulma wanted to say something, but Chiga stopped her and said with a smile. Forget it, Gohan is a good kid. If you want to give him something, just buy him a few more sets of exercises or something next time. It's good for the kid. Bulma froze for a moment, and it took her a long time to utter a word. Advertisement, Kianhe. Are you a devil? Gohan even shook his head like a rattle and waved his hands repeatedly. I don't want anything. Please don't give me any exercises. I haven't even finished the ones my mom bought me. Hearing this, Chiga realized that Kiki's plan of wanting her son to be successful had already begun. Thinking of the future Nobita fan, Chiga shook her head silently. Goku and Vegeta had calmed down. Goku seemed to be the winner. He came over with a proud look on his face, handed the 4-star ball to Chiga and said, How many Dragon Balls have you collected? Do you need my help? Chiga snapped his fingers, and the 6 Dragon Balls in the gate dimension instantly floated in front of Goku. This scene stunned Goku and Piccolo behind him. Goku stared at the 7 glittering Dragon Balls, swallowed his saliva, and asked, Have you been collecting Dragon Balls before? Before Kianhe could speak, Bulma spoke first. Then you were wrong. From this morning till now, it has only taken us less than half a day. Piccolo's face turned even greener and he looked at Chiga in disbelief. If it were him, even with the Dragon Ball radar, it would be absolutely impossible for him to collect all 7 Dragon Balls in such a short time. You have to know that the positions of each Dragon Ball are very far apart from each other, and it takes a long time just to fly. He really couldn't imagine how fast Chiga's speed was, and judging from the look of it, he was even carrying Bulma with him. Vegeta didn't know the ins and outs of this. He just stared at the 7 Dragon Balls floating in front of Chiga, his heart filled with greed. Chiga placed the Dragon Ball on the ground and motioned for Bulma to shout the slogan. After Bulma finished shouting, the sky suddenly turned dark, and the 7 Dragon Balls burst into a brilliant golden light. Then a dragon-shaped light shot straight into the sky, and finally turned into an emerald green dragon. Shenlong's appearance was really impressive. Vegeta was stunned when he saw it for the first time. Before he could recover, a black seal was placed on his mouth. Vegeta stared, unable to utter a word. This was naturally Chiga's masterpiece. If Vegeta intercepted him later, wouldn't he have to wait another year? Shenlong was as aloof as ever. He asked Kianhe and others about their wishes in a low voice. Kianhe didn't buy it. He released a little bit of aura, and Shenlong, sensing this aura, suddenly changed his expression. Bulma and the others were also shocked, as they had never seen such an expression on Shenlong's face. A large drop of cold sweat slid down the dragon's head. It stared at Qian below and spoke respectfully. I wonder which god has come. Chapter 435 Brawly Shenlong's performance simply gave Goku and the others a hard time. Even in front of the god who created Dragon Ball, Shenlong might not be so respectful. Bulma said stupidly, Kianhe, are you really a god? Qian smiled slightly, without explaining anything, he directly asked Shenlong. I want to find a Saiyan named Brawly. Can you tell me where he is first? This shouldn't count as a wish, right? Of course not. I am happy to help you. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and it quickly gave Qian an answer. Master Shen, he is on a planet called Summer Star. Hearing this answer, Qian nodded slightly and thought to himself. Summer Star. Looks like the old version of Brawly, he can be considered a complete lunatic. Then he looked up and said to Shenlong, very well, you can transfer him here, this is my wish. I'll follow your instructions. The dragon used its ability again, with a flash of light. Brawly, with a confused look on his face, appeared in everyone's sight. Normally, the dragon should disappear immediately after fulfilling the wish, but this time it stayed and even asked Kianhe. My lord, your wish has been granted, is there anything else? Goku and the others were completely dumbfounded, only Bulma managed to say. How about you make me younger? Shenlong looked at her, shook his head and said. My divine power has run out, I can't fulfill your wish. All right. He did not embarrass it, waved his hand and said, "Advertisement, okay, you can go now." The dragon seemed to be pardoned. It immediately turned into 7 rays of light and disappeared into the sky. The sky then became clear again. Before everyone could come to their senses, Brawly suddenly yelled nervously, "Kakarot!" Wukong responded subconsciously, "I told you I won't scream." Bang! Before Goku could finish his words, he was punched away by Brawly. By the way, Goku still found King Kai of the North through other means. In addition, the information Kihonhei gave him made him realize that Saiyans could exploit bugs, so now his combat power even surpasses the original time and space. But these are still not enough compared to Brawly. Even Brawly in normal state is not comparable to the current Goku. Goku almost rolled his eyes after taking the punch, while Vegeta was trying hard to recall things about Brawly. He really didn't know that there was such a person among the Saiyans. He didn't know that this was the sin committed by his father. Fortunately, Brawly had no interest in him as a Saiyan prince. He was still obsessed with Goku, who had disturbed his sleep. When Gohan saw his father being beaten, he suddenly became furious. He slightly stimulated his potential and rushed towards Brawly like an angry little lion. In the end, he was slapped away by Brawly. Piccolo gritted his teeth and rushed forward, but he didn't last more than 2 rounds before being stepped on by Brawly. The fighting power displayed by Brawly made Vegeta, as a prince, feel ashamed. What made him most uncomfortable was that he actually felt like he was suppressed by his bloodline. Especially when Brawly turned his gaze to him, he lowered his head subconsciously, and the feeling of humiliation almost drove him crazy. Fortunately, Brawly quickly turned his attention back to Goku. He kept shouting at Kakarot, and a golden aura gradually emanated from his body, and his hair began to float upwards. After another roar, his hair completely turned golden and his whole body floated up. Vegeta looked on with a dull expression. His concept of Saiyan transformation was only at the gorilla level. Although he knew of the existence of Super Saiyans, he had no idea what they looked like. Just as Brawly was getting closer to Goku, a burst of applause made him stop. Chiga clapped her hands and walked towards Brawly, praising him. "As expected of you, you are the legendary Super Saiyan. It's worth my time working so hard just for you." Advertisement. The 5 words, Super Saiyan, exploded in Vegeta's mind like thunder. What happened today was completely beyond his cognition. Brawly looked at Chiga coldly, raised his hand and threw a golden energy bullet at her, but the energy bullet was completely absorbed by a transparent barrier before it hit Chiga. He put away his smile and said calmly, "But you're a little impolite." After saying that, 2 beams of golden light burst out from Chiga's eyes, and Brawly subconsciously crossed his arms in front of his chest to protect it. The golden light passed through the golden aura on Brawly's body and hit his arm, making a sizzling sound. Brawly let out a scream, and 2 holes glowing golden appeared on his arms, almost piercing through his arms. You have to know that Brawly's body is very strong and can withstand magma. He had never suffered such a degree of injury before, and the pain in his arm made him even more violent. He roared, and his muscles began to swell rapidly, and his hair and the aura around his body gradually turned a layer of emerald green. This is Brawly's unique super form. Now he has completely transformed into a mad beast. The energy bursting out from him even caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. From time to time, several pale lightning flashed across the dark space, as if the end of the world had come. Chiga's eyes seemed even brighter in the darkness. Bulma was completely frightened, but when she saw Chiga's eyes, most of the fear in her heart instantly dissipated. She summoned up the courage to call out Qianhe, who turned around, smiled at her, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Brawly looked at Qianhe with his eyes that were only white. His arrogance swelled again. He roared like a beast, and then rushed in front of Qianhe. Die! He punched at Qianhe's face, but Qianhe easily blocked it with one hand. At the same time, a mechanical clicking sound was heard from Qianhe's body. 2 arms sprouted from Chiga's shoulders, one of which pointed its palm at Brawly, with a thick beam of light bursting out from it. Brawly was pushed away in an instant, and Chiga followed closely, punching Brawly several times in the air. Finally, all 4 arms exerted force together and smashed Brawly heavily to the ground. Before Brawly, who was sinking deep into the ground, could catch his breath, Chiga fell from the air again and stomped on his chest. He screamed and spit out a mouthful of blood and fell into a brief faint. Qianhe bent down and grabbed Brawly's neck, narrowing her eyes and saying, "I accept Chuanchao's life energy." 14 Mr. Chapter 436 Bloodline Fusion. The aura surrounding Brawly flowed into his body through Chiga's palm. The muscles on Brawly's body were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon returned to his original appearance. After Chiga extracted a small part of Brawly's flesh and blood, he began to absorb it again. After a while, Brawly was sucked into a mummy. Feeling the energy filling his body, Chiga nodded with satisfaction, and then completely destroyed Brawly's body. Qianhe flew out of the pit. He first healed the injured Goku and others, and then said to Bulma, "We're done, let's go back." Bulma nodded blankly. She walked to Chiga, and then the 2 of them disappeared on the spot. After the 2 left, Vegeta suddenly pounced with all his strength, and then crawled like a caterpillar towards the big pit where Brawly was just now. When he got closer to the edge of the pit and looked inside, he saw the black human-shaped mark left by Brawly at the bottom of the pit. Seeing this scene, he murmured, "A Super Saiyan just died like that?" Vegeta has always regarded Super Saiyan as a spiritual belief, but this belief was wiped out so easily by Chiga today, which made him unable to accept it for a while. Goku and Piccolo also came to the edge of the pit and looked down silently. Although Brawly's performance in the battle just now was a bit disappointing, the aura of the Super Saiyan burst really shocked those present. Based on today's experience, I'm afraid everyone present will not be able to sleep. Chiga has brought Bulma back to the laboratory. He took out Brawly's flesh and blood and placed them on the experimental table and extracted his cells. The cells can be seen glowing emerald green through the computer screen. Bulma exclaimed beside him, "What an amazing activity, isn't he a Saiyan like Vegeta? Why is there such a big difference between them?" Advertisement Chian. He smiled slightly and said, "Some people are born with talent, while others are as mediocre as a dog's tail. You should be very clear about this. Your IQ is not comparable to that of ordinary people." Chiga was definitely not deliberately complimenting Bulma, he was just speaking from the heart. Who would have thought that a 16-year-old girl would invent the Dragon Ball radar? You know, most people at this age haven't even finished high school. Moreover, Bulma later built a time machine, and she did so in an era when materials were scarce. This achievement would be quite explosive no matter where it happened. Bulma was a little embarrassed by Chiga's sudden praise. She pretended not to care and said, "Oh, I'm not like what you said, haha." Chian. He shook his head, stared at her seriously and said, "I'm not exaggerating. You are indeed a genius among geniuses. I have no doubt about that." After saying that, Chiga turned around and started studying the Brawly cells on the stage, leaving Bulma alone in a daze. Kianhe's words just now touched her heart deeply. It was not that no one had ever praised her for this since she was a child, but this time Kianhe's words made her feel unusually satisfied. She wondered why this was happening. Was she feeling complacent about receiving the praise from the gods? Bulma couldn't help but change Chiga's image into Piccolo's, and the result was a layer of cold sweat on her head. While she was in a daze, Chiga had already implanted Brawly's cells into his chest. Once the cells entered the body, they were devoured and transformed madly, and the blood power belonging to Chuanchao began to merge into his body. Boom! The floor of the laboratory suddenly cracked, startling Bulma, who was still in a daze. She exclaimed, "What's wrong, Chiga?" I saw that Chiga's long snow-white hair was all fluttering at this moment, stained with a layer of faint emerald green light, just like Brawly at that time. A circle of emerald green flame emerged from around Chiga's body, but it was not in the jet-like shape of Brawly. This ball of flame burned like a flame. The violent aura of a Super Saiyan and Chiga's unique divine aura mixed together, achieving a strange balance. Advertisement. A loose white robe appeared on Kianhe, and the pair of iconic horns of the Otsutsuki clan grew on his head, and the golden wave god appeared behind him. Chiga's eyes have transformed into the Kinshigan, and he is now in his strongest form, the god of Otsutsuki. The pressure from God emanated from this small laboratory and enveloped the entire earth. This kind of pressure is far beyond what Bulma, as an ordinary person, can bear. Even though Chiga tried her best to control it, Bulma was still inevitably seriously injured. She screamed and spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her body fell limply to the ground. Chian. He wanted to rescue him, but now he could hardly control the power surging in his body. He didn't expect Chuanchao's bloodline power to have reached such a level. He closed his eyes and tried to calm the violent power in his body. Gradually, the white robe on his upper body split in the middle, revealing his chest, and then began to gather again and again. The originally wide white robe finally turned into a style similar to a tight windbreaker. He retracted all his arrogance into his body, and his horns disappeared again. He slowly exhaled, and the suffocating pressure finally dissipated. He didn't care about the changes in his own body, and hurried to help Bulma, who was lying on the ground, up, and transferred a stream of yang-released chakra into her, which made her pale face rosy again. Bulma, who had recovered, patted her chest with lingering fear and said, "That's horrible, Chiga. Is that what you really are like?" "Well, I'm really sorry. I was a little too impatient and didn't expect that my power would get out of control." "Don't worry about it. I'm fine. By the way, you look so majestic just now. That's what a god should look like. Thank you for opening my eyes." Bulma smiled and poked Chihei's chest with her finger. Chihei was relieved to see her like this. She was really afraid that Bulma would be scared silly, which would really lead to a big mistake. However, neither of them realized how ambiguous their posture was at the moment. Chiga was half squatting on the ground, and Bulma was lying in his arms with a smile on her face. An incredulous cry rang out from the door of the laboratory. "What are you two doing?" This voice startled Bulma, and she almost rolled out of Chiga's arms. She looked towards the door of the laboratory and saw Yamcha with a grim face. Somehow, Bulma always felt that the color on Yamcha's head was a little weird. Chapter 437. Green Tea. Yamcha was feeling mixed emotions at the moment. He had just taken a few girls for a ride in the latest sports car developed by the Universal Capsule Company. When he returned to the Universal Capsule Company with a happy face, Chiga's power was just getting out of control. He knelt down at that moment, and when the pressure disappeared, he immediately got up from the ground and rushed into the company to check the situation. Then he saw a heartbreaking scene. His girlfriend was lying in another man's arms. If Yamcha was a Saiyan, perhaps he could awaken a Super Saiyan Green on the spot. He stretched out a trembling finger and murmured, "Bulma, you." Bulma also knew that the current state of herself and Chiga would indeed cause great harm to Yamcha. She looked at Yamcha's face with guilt, but this sight immediately made the guilt in her heart disappear without a trace. Just because she saw a bright red lipstick mark on Yamcha's neck. Bulma immediately rubbed against Chiga's arms, giving Yamcha another critical blow to the heart. Before he could lose his temper, Bulma took the initiative. "Yamcha, you're really going too far. You don't even bother to clean up the traces after you come back from fooling around, right?" Forehead. Yamcha was stunned and subconsciously raised his hand to touch his face. This action contained a lot of information. The anger that had been accumulating in Bulma's heart completely erupted, and she shouted angrily. Yamcha. I can't stand it anymore. We're done. Kianhei was in a state of confusion throughout the whole process. What was going on? Did he complete Vegeta's interception? Doesn't that mean Trunks died in the womb? I'm overthinking it. Yamcha was shocked all over. He didn't expect Bulma to break up directly. If it were before, he might have just smiled and got away with it, but today he was also very angry. He clenched his fists, said, "You said it," and turned and left. Yamcha's performance also made Bulma completely disappointed in him. She buried her head in Chiga's arms without saying a word. Qianhe's mouth twitched twice, and he said after holding it in for a long time. Bulma, I'm sorry this happened, don't be too sad. Bulma was originally quite sad, but she was amused by what Chiga said and burst out laughing. She suddenly raised her head, and Qianhe saw that there were 2 obvious tear marks on her face, but she was smiling. Advertisement, what are you talking about? It's just a breakup, just like someone died, and it has nothing to do with you. Even without you, my relationship with Yamcha would have ended long ago. After saying that, she wiped her eyes and left Qianhe's arms. She bent her waist, with a nonchalant expression on her face. How can I be sad about breaking up? If I want to find someone, I can find someone better than him in a minute. After saying that, she glanced at the dilapidated laboratory, turned her back to Qianhe and said, Okay, now I have to clean up this place, it's so shabby. Qianhe looked at Bulma's back quietly for a while, then he took out a mini flying thunder god and put it on the table, saying, Then I'll leave first. I'll give this to you. If you need anything, you can contact me through it. Just call my name. Chiga walked up and patted Bulma's shoulder, then flashed away and left the laboratory. Bulma did not tidy up the lab as she said. She sat down slowly, hugged her knees with both hands and muttered. Am I single now? Number 18 had already returned from school. She was lying on her side on the sofa, constantly switching programs on TV with the remote control in her hand. Swish. He suddenly appeared beside her and said with a smile. What are you doing? There are so many TV shows and you don't have a favorite one. Number 18 was startled, but when she saw Qianhe, a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face. She naturally moved closer to Qianhe's arms and said, They are all so boring, but you are still the prettiest. Number 17 showed up at the right time again, pouting and saying, Brother-in-law, if you don't come back soon, I'm going to press the remote control until it smokes. Bang. A pink slipper was accurately stuck on No 17's face. Number 17 sat down on the ground, and the slipper slowly slid down his face, leaving a deep shoe print on it. Number 18 glanced at him and said, Advertisement, I'm sorry. Seeing how concerned you were about the remote control, I wanted to give it to you, but I threw it to the wrong person. Could you please return my slippers to me, my lovely brother? Number 17 was angry but dared not say anything. He looked to Qianhe for help, but Qianhe pretended not to see it and it was obvious that she wanted to laugh at him. Seeing that the most reliable brother-in-law in her heart had also abandoned her, Number 17 had no choice but to pick up her slippers with a look of grief and indignation, and then held them in both hands and placed them next to the sofa. Number 18 nodded with satisfaction and praised, You are worthy of being my good brother. Your brother-in-law must be hungry after going out for a day. Could you please make today's meal? Sister, we can actually order takeout. The takeaway food is not clean. What if you get sick? Your brother-in-law and I don't mind, but you are still growing. Number 17 really wants to give himself a big slap in the face. Why is he so idle and talking so mean? Has he forgotten his position as the youngest of the younger brothers? With a heavy sigh, Number 17 turned around and walked towards the kitchen. He looked at No 17's tragic back and couldn't help but say, Number 18, why don't you let Number 17 cook? I think it's not easy for him. Before Number 17 even walked into the kitchen, his hearing had been modified to be very sensitive. When he heard Qianhe's words, he burst into tears and was deeply moved. Brother-in-law is still the best, however, No 18's next words poured a bucket of cold water on his fiery heart. Don't worry about him. He's full of energy and has a girlfriend. Oh, Number 17 is also in a relationship? Well, that's understandable. He's an adult. Haha. Do you know how old the girl he's talking about is? She's 6 years older than him. Number 17 shrank his head and ran into the kitchen. He felt like he was going to die if he continued listening. Qianhe's curiosity was also aroused. He didn't expect Number 17 to be so explosive when he attacked. He asked, Then do you know the girl's name? My name seems to be something like Marin? Chapter 438 Tale, Marin. Qianhe remembered that Krillin had a relationship afterwards and the woman was called Marin. This Marin is a complete green tea Poseidon, and a gold digger at that. If this is really her, then Number 17 is really unlucky in this match. However, given No 17's personality, he shouldn't suffer any loss. At most, he'll teach a few of Marin's backups a lesson, just as an opportunity to gain some experience. Number 18 suddenly moved closer to Qianhe's chest and sniffed it hard, she said suspiciously. Qianhe, the scent on you smells a little familiar. Qianhe was embarrassed, thinking that No 18's sense of smell was indeed strong enough, but he did not hide anything and recounted everything that happened today. Number 18 was not angry after hearing this, but instead felt sympathy for Bulma. Tisk tisk, so she finally broke up with that Yamcha. Well, actually it's not a bad thing for her. I felt at the time that they were not a good match. Qian he spread his hands and did not comment on the matter. Number 18 did not continue the topic. She stood up, stretched, and said lazily. Well, I just hope she can find another satisfactory boyfriend. I'll go see how the meal is going. Qian nodded. He originally wanted to go and take a look, but when he was about to get up, he suddenly felt an itch on his butt. His expression changed, and he sat back down, holding his butt. Number 18 noticed Qian's actions and hurried back to his side, asking with a worried look on his face. What's wrong, Chiga? Did you get injured when fighting that brawly? No, that guy can't hurt me at all. It's just that there's something weird going on here. It's not a big deal. Number 18 naturally touched Qian's butt with his hand without feeling embarrassed at all. Since she wasn't a big deal as she was a girl, Qian didn't feel embarrassed at all and just let No 18's hand explore her. However, after searching for a long time without any clue, number 17 happened to walk out of the kitchen with a spatula in his hand. The scene in front of him made the spatula in his hand drop to the ground with a snap. Sister. Let's just say, can you eat dinner first? I have a date tonight, and you two can do whatever you want then. Number 17, if you don't want to see your motorcycle turned into pieces, get back to the kitchen right now. Okay. Having experienced the experience of having his face smeared with slippers, number 17 turned around decisively and slammed the kitchen door. Advertisement, however, after a while, he came out again and picked up the spatula from the ground angrily. Number 18 rolled his eyes at him and said, don't forget to wash it. Yes. My dear sister, after dinner, number 17 happily got on his motorcycle and went to find his Marin, leaving the space for Qianhe and number 18. However, the two of them did not do anything too outrageous because Qianhe always felt that there was something strange about his body. He slept with number 18 in his arms all night in a very innocent manner. The next morning, number 18 got up from the bed with sleepy eyes. She looked at Qianhe who was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his arms folded, hugged him from behind, and said in a muffled voice. Chiga, you're up so early, what are you doing? Huh? What is this? No 18's eyes suddenly widened because she saw a white tail extending from behind Qianhe to in front of him, moving like a little snake. Qianhe stared at the tail with a thoughtful look on his face. There is no doubt that this tail has absorbed Brawly's bloodline power. Qianhe turned and smiled at number 18, then tickled her nose with her tail. Number 18 sneezed twice in a row. She looked at Qianhe with a reproachful look, then grabbed the mischievous tail. As a legendary Saiyan bloodline that is even more powerful than Vegeta's Saiyan bloodline, Chiga's tail will naturally not be his weakness. He can even use his tail to attack if necessary. Qianhe got out of bed, and a white tight windbreaker instantly appeared on his body, with a pair of black pants on the lower body, and the tail was wrapped around his waist, acting as a belt. Since a tail has grown, Chiga would not say to cut it off, because the Saiyan's tail has a hidden function, which is the key to unlock the Super Saiyan 4 form. Judging from the evolutionary route, Qianhe's favorite is the wild Super Saiyan 4 form, which is also very consistent with the traditional Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, he is a god and has the aura of god. Once he becomes Super Saiyan 4, his combat power will reach an immeasurable level. Now, all he lacked was a moon. Although the Dragon Ball's moon has been destroyed by Piccolo, this is not a problem for Chiga. He could use the planetary devastation to create a new moon, or at worst let Vegeta use his special skill of creating an artificial moon. He only had to look at the moon once anyway. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Qian he said to number 18, Number 18, how about watching the moon with me tonight? Of course you can, but I haven't seen the moon for a long time, it seems to have disappeared. Don't worry about that. If we don't have it, we can make it ourselves. Ah, you'll know when the time comes. Well, then I'll look forward to the evening. The two went downstairs together to prepare for breakfast. Although food was no longer important to Qianhe, the sense of ritual was still necessary. Halfway through the meal, there was a noise coming from the entrance. It was number 17 who had been out all night and came back. Number 17 had a gloomy face and seemed to be in a bad mood. Throwing his helmet aside, he came to the living room and sat down on the sofa without eating, cursing something. Qianhe and number 18 looked at each other. Number 18 put down his chopsticks and asked. Number 17, what happened? Why are you so angry? No 17's expression suddenly became aggrieved, and he said. Sister, you don't know what I saw last night. Several men surrounded Marin like a swarm of flies. Are they a bunch of little hooligans? Why not teach them a lesson? No, Marin knows all those guys, and seeing how they're chatting and laughing, they seem to have a very good relationship. Don't they know you're her boyfriend? Number 17 seemed to be mocking himself. He said weakly. I found out after asking around that those people were all her ex-boyfriends. What? You're still so close to your ex-boyfriend, what does she think of you? Number 18 put his chopsticks on the table with a bang, an angry look on his face. Chapter 439 New Form. You can bully your younger brother, but you cannot let others bully him. No 18's anger value is now at its maximum. If Marin were in front of her, she would definitely crush him to pieces with one punch. Qianhe had expected this. After all, he already knew what kind of person Marin was. Number 17 held his forehead with one hand and said helplessly. Forget it, sister. I am unlucky this time. Actually, I did take action yesterday. I sent all those men to the hospital. Okay, this is my brother, I have to vent my anger. By the way, I met a bald guy yesterday. He was also Marin's suitor, but he was a nice guy. After I took action, he dragged me away. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if he was entangled by the police. This aroused Kihonhei's interest, and he asked, "Little bald guy? Is his name Clint?" "Oh, it seems so. Does my brother-in-law know him?" "I can't say I know him, but this little bald guy is not an ordinary person. He has some strength." "Really? Then you can spar with him next time you meet him." "Goodbye, he has some strength, but not much, and he is far from being your opponent." "Oh well." Number 18 stood up and walked to number 17, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said, "Just stay at home and rest tonight. Kihonhei and I have something to go out for." "What is it?" "Watch the moon." Number 17 ran back to his room in tears. At night, with no 17's eyes full of resentment, number 18 hugged Kihonhei's arm and went out happily. Kihonhei brought number 18 to a deserted place, but the environment was not bad. Number 18 found a place to sit down, looking at Kihonhei with his big eyes without blinking, as if saying, "Please start your performance." Kihonhei smiled slightly, raised his hand and clenched it, and the ground made a loud bang, which scared number 18. Advertisement, however, what happened next made her stand up straight away. "I saw several high mountains in the distance constantly collapsing, and countless pieces of rubble rising into the sky. This scene also happened in uninhabited areas all over the world. A sphere that blocked out the sun appeared high in the sky. Its volume continued to expand, and finally it gradually disappeared into the horizon. After a while, a brand new bright moon was hanging high in the sky. Number 18 stared blankly at the moon in the sky. Tonight she witnessed another miracle with her own eyes. Destroying a moon is easy for her now, but creating a moon is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Creation is God's prerogative. The white tail wrapped around Kihonhei's waist has unfurled, and he opened his arms, letting his whole body bathe in the moonlight. Plop, plop. A heartbeat like a war drum sounded, silver hair began to grow on Kihonhei's body, and his body size expanded rapidly. Ouch! After a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, Kihonhei completely turned into a giant silver ape. Since the white robe on his body was an illusion, it did not crack due to the expansion of his body and was still intact on his body. Number 18 was dumbfounded. She flew to the giant Chiga and called Chiga's name. Kihonhei's giant ape-like eyes were all covered in gold. He suddenly stretched out a big hand and held number 18. Number 18 was shocked, but did not resist. She just patted Qianhe's hand gently and said softly, "Don't scare me, Kihonhei. Change back soon." A smile appeared on Kihonhei's giant ape face. He gently placed number 18 on the ground, then raised his arms and roared to the sky. Silver flames rose from his body, then wrapped around him and gradually shrank. He was still wearing the same white windbreaker, but you could see silver hair around his exposed chest. A circle of silver eyeshadow also appeared around Kihonhei's eyes, and a flame seemed to be burning in her golden pupils. His hair color was still silver, with 2 strands of silver hair draped over his chest, making his overall hairstyle look a lot wilder. He bathed quietly in the moonlight, the 2 contradictory temperaments of wildness and divinity intertwined in Kihonhei, yet indescribably harmonious. This posture is more like Super 5, but it is a Super 5 with legendary super bloodline and divine aura. Advertisement number 18 was already staring in a daze, and she only came to her senses when Kihonhei held her in his arms. He had a devilish smile on his face, and number 18 felt her heart skip a beat. She murmured, "Kihonhei, are you going to let me admire the moon or admire you tonight? What's the difference? Don't both of them belong to you?" Number 18 nodded stiffly, rested her face on Kihonhei's chest and stopped talking. She needed to calm down. What happened tonight was really too dreamy. God Realm, in a giant tree, Beerus, who had been sleeping for more than 30 years, suddenly opened his eyes, and a deep purple light flashed in his eyes. He walked out of the giant tree with his hands behind his back. Outside the tree was Weiss, who had been waiting there in advance. Weiss's face was rarely solemn, and he slowly spoke. "Lord Beerus, you should have noticed it too, right?" Beerus nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's why I woke up early. This is the breath of a god, and it's terrifyingly strong. Who could it be?" Weiss raised the staff in his hand and gently smashed it on the ground, and the shape of the earth appeared in the crystal ball on the top of the staff. Beerus leaned in and looked at it carefully for a moment, then asked, "Did that aura burst out from this planet? What's the name of this planet? It looks very unfamiliar." "It's Earth, and it's in a remote location. Do you want to go take a look, Lord Beerus?" "Go. I didn't expect such a strong man to appear in my universe. I can finally stretch my muscles." Weiss didn't say anything. As an angel, his power was greater than Beerus's, but that aura even made him feel palpitations, which meant that Beerus might not be a match for that unknown strong man. Beerus saw that Weiss had not made any move yet and said with an unhappy look on his face, "Hey, what are you thinking about, Weiss? Take me to Earth." In the end, Weiss did not disobey Beerus. He used his ability and turned into a stream of light and flew out of the God Realm with Beerus. However, there were more than just the 2 of them visiting the Earth. In a huge spaceship, Frieza was sitting in his baby stroller-like aircraft with a half smile on his face. Someone just reported to him that Vegeta and Nappa went to Earth and have lost contact. But what interested him more than this was something called Dragon Ball. Advertisement Chapter 440. Vegeta and Gohan. Frieza didn't think there was anything strange about Vegeta's loss of contact. He had long known that Vegeta was not loyal to him at all, and he kept Vegeta only to humiliate the Saiyans and make Vegeta serve as a more useful laborer for him. Once fundamental interests are involved, such as Dragon Ball, which can make people immortal, it is normal to fall out. Frieza flew out of the aircraft and looked at the dark universe outside through the glass. A subordinate immediately handed him a glass of bright red liquid. He shook the cup gracefully and said softly, "It seems that there are two pretty strong guys on Earth. Their combat power exceeds the upper limit of Vegeta and his old detectors. That's quite interesting." Behind him, Dodoria and Sabo looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. They can also do things like blowing up old-fashioned detectors, but it's a bit difficult. It would be easier if Sabo could transform. In their opinion, Vegeta and Nappa encountered such enemies, and there were two of them, and they are probably dead on Earth now. Thinking of this, the two of them even felt a little bloating. Frieza suddenly turned around and said calmly, "Let's go to Earth and have some fun, and see how my lovely Vegeta is doing." On Earth, today Bulma held a dinner party at her home. In addition to Goku and others, Chiga's family of 3 also attended. Wukong was holding a large bowl of noodles and eating them madly. Halfway through, he suddenly asked, "Bulma, where's Yamcha? Why didn't I see him today?" Bulma was very upset. She stared at Goku and said unhappily, "Enjoy your meal. Why are you asking so many questions?" Wukong swallowed the food in his mouth and was about to speak when Krillin nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "Okay, they're obviously having a quarrel, so just stop talking." Wukong tilted his head, then continued to concentrate on eating. Kihonhei and number 18 sat at a stall, while number 17, wearing an apron, was grilling meat on the stove opposite them, sighing from time to time. Number 18 frowned and said, "Why are you sighing? You're almost burning the meat." Advertisement, "Sister, can you please understand me who just broke up? I'm already miserable." Tisk. What do you mean by heartbreak? It would be a good thing for you to see clearly what kind of person Marin is as soon as possible. Keep your eyes open and be more careful next time. You are lucky that the first person you meet is your brother-in-law. When number 18 heard this, he immediately raised his little face, hugged Chiani's arm with a proud look, and said, "You are right, I am just lucky, so what?" The corners of No 17's mouth twitched. He lowered his head and slapped the barbecue on the stove with a spatula, as if he had a grudge against the meat. On the other side, Gohan was standing in front of Vegeta holding a small cream cake and asked, "Uncle Vegeta, you should eat something too. This cake is delicious." Vegeta still had an expression that said everyone owed him money, and he shouted fiercely, "You little brat! Who wants to eat this? Get out of here, I don't want to see you." However, just as he finished shouting, his stomach started growling very uncontrollably, with a sound that could be described as like a loud bell. Puff! Gohan couldn't help laughing, but quickly covered his mouth with his hands. He looked at Vegeta, blinking his eyes again and again. However, his behavior was tantamount to giving Vegeta a slap in the face. Vegeta now wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This was also caused by his tsunere. It was not that the Monkey King family ignored his meals, but he only took one bite each time and then closed his eyes and pretended to be a god. Of course, the rest was not wasted and it all went into Goku's own stomach. With a Saiyan's appetite, how could he eat only one bite at a time? Now Vegeta's retribution has come, and his defense is easily broken by a small cake. He swallowed and said in a low voice, "Girl, bring that cake over here." Gohan immediately pushed the cake in front of Vegeta, who looked at the cake and fell silent. He was still bound by the black shackles made by Kihonhei, and he couldn't free his hands to take such a small piece of cake, unless he was willing to lie on the ground and eat it directly with his mouth. Obviously, his princely burden would not allow him to make such a move. So he could only ask Gohan, the brat, for help again. Advertisement, "Kid, your name is Gohan, right? Do me a favor and bring that cake closer. As you can see, my current state is a little inconvenient." Gohan also realized this, and he quickly brought the cake to Vegeta's mouth, saying, "I'm so sorry Uncle Vegeta, it was my negligence." Vegeta looked at Gohan like this. Although his expression still looked fierce, there was an imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time for Gohan to experience the feeling of being cared for since he had been living with Frieza. The innocence of little Gohan finally touched the proud Saiyan prince. He said thank you, quietly enough to be inaudible, but Gohan heard it all the same. Gohan's face was filled with a bright smile, and he shouted happily, "You're welcome, Uncle Vegeta. Come on and eat. This cake is really delicious." No need to shout so loudly, it tastes really good. Vegeta chewed the cake and gave a sincere comment. After all, the cake was indeed much more delicious than the alien arm he was chewing. Gohan immediately said he wanted to get a few more pieces, and Vegeta didn't stop him, and even added, "Give me some meat, I can't hold it with just cake." Gohan nodded and was about to turn around to get his food when suddenly, a large shadow appeared on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but look up, and saw a huge round spaceship that had broken through the clouds and was landing here. Gohan stopped and asked curiously, "What is this? It has a very unique shape." Vegeta's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "It's Frieza's spaceship, he's here too." "Frieza? Uncle Vegeta, is he a Saiyan too?" "No, he is our Saiyan enemy. Don't think I don't know, he was the one who destroyed planet Vegeta." Vegeta's eyes were filled with hatred, but also with a hint of fear that was hard to conceal. But when he looked at Kihonhei, his heart suddenly calmed down, and he even felt a little bloating. "Frieza, I'm going to appreciate the expression on your face later." Chapter 441 Frieza arrives. Number 18 looked at the spaceship in the sky with an unhappy expression and said, "What is this thing? It blocks out the sunlight." Qian he took a bite of the barbecue and said with a smile. That's the spaceship of the Emperor of the Universe, so we have to play it to the fullest. The Emperor of the Universe? Is he very strong? It's okay. It's considered to be quite capable. Number 17 immediately became interested. He patted the apron around his waist and said, Brother-in-law, can I go meet him later? I haven't had a proper fight yet. Whatever you want, don't hold back. That guy isn't here to attend a party. He's an enemy. Clear. Number 17 pulled open her apron, shook her neck, and looked eager to try. I have to say, Bulma's house is really big, more than big enough to park a spaceship. After the spaceship landed, a group of soldiers in combat uniforms poured out from the open hatch. They lined up in two teams facing each other, forming a passage. Under the gaze of everyone, Frieza slowly flew out of the spaceship in his baby carriage, with Sabo and Dodoria following on both sides of him. Frieza held his face with one hand and glanced at the tied-up Vegeta, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He originally thought that Vegeta either ran away with the Dragon Ball or was killed by the two unknown strong men on Earth. He never expected that Vegeta would be captured. Vegeta was also staring at Frieza. He said coldly. Frieza, you've come to Earth too. Let me guess, you're here for Dragon Ball, right? Vegeta's tone made Frieza unable to react for a moment. You know, Vegeta had always been respectful in front of him before, so how could he dare to talk to him like that? The pink fat girl Dodoria immediately shouted angrily. Vegeta, how dare you speak to King Frieza like that? Are you tired of living? Vegeta glanced at Kianhe and suddenly felt confident. He retorted directly. Advertisement? Who the hell are you? King Frieza? What? Dodoria's expression changed, and he couldn't help but look at Frieza and found that the smile on Frieza's face had disappeared. He said expressionlessly, Dodoria, what are you standing there for? Do you need me to teach you what to do next? Dodoria was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly saluted and shouted. Yes, I'm going to teach Vegeta a profound lesson right now. After shouting, he rushed directly towards Vegeta. Gohan stood in front of Vegeta, trying to protect him. Vegeta pushed Gohan away with his head and shouted angrily. Idiot! How can you possibly be a match for that guy? Get out of my way. Dodoria said with a grim smile, Oh, I didn't expect you to care about others. It seems that this kid has a close relationship with you. I will start by killing him first. Swish. Wukong instantly appeared in front of Dodoria and said coldly. Who did you say you were going to kill? Dodoria was startled by the sudden appearance of Goku. Before he could react, Goku punched his big pink face. Goku has used the Senzu Bean card to overcome many bugs, and even without the training in the gravity room, his fighting power now far exceeds that of Dodoria. This punch broke all of Dodoria's teeth. He fell heavily to the ground and took a long time to get up. White jets of aura emanated from around Goku's body, and Dodoria's threat to kill Gohan clearly angered him. Dodoria didn't bother to wipe the blood off his face, and hurriedly looked at Goku with his new detector. The numbers displayed on it almost caused his heart to stop. 50,000. The combat power of this guy in front of him actually reached 50,000. Vegeta could also tell from Dodoria's expression that Goku's fighting power must have reached a very terrifying level. These days he has been watching Goku using Senzu beans to frantically debug things, and he's almost crying with envy. He said with a sour voice, Advertisement, Kakarot, now you understand how powerful the Saiyan's talents are, right? This time, Goku did not refute Vegeta's calling him Kakarot, because he knew that Vegeta was right. No matter how much he denied it, it was an indisputable fact that he had Saiyan blood flowing in his body. And he did benefit greatly from it, as evidenced by his surging combat power. After knowing Goku's fighting power, Dodoria immediately fled to the rear in a panic. A fighting power of 50,000 was simply not something he could deal with. However, before he had run halfway, a purple-red ray pierced through his chest. He looked up at Frieza in disbelief, moving his lips. Lord Frieza. Thump! Dodoria's body fell heavily to the ground from the air and bounced twice like a pink ball. Sabo looked at this scene in horror. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He seemed to see what would happen to him in the future. When Frieza turned his head to him, his body was shaking even more. Fortunately, Frieza did not ask him to fight. Frieza still knows Sabo's capacity. Letting him go up would be no different from sending him to his death. It is not easy to find a subordinate like Sabo, so there is no need to force him to go. His body floated out of the aircraft and landed in front of Goku. Goku looked down at Frieza with a solemn expression. He could feel the energy contained in Frieza's small body. He was simply a monster. Frieza put his hands behind his back and looked at Goku with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, number 17 suddenly rushed over. He stopped in front of Wukong and said excitedly, all right, let me handle this little guy. There are also detectors in No 17's eyes. He already knows the approximate extent of Frieza's strength. Although it is not very high, it is enough for him to vent the depression in his heart caused by the breakup. Frieza was broken down by the word, short guy. What he hated most was people talking about his height, and anyone who dared to say that was already dead without leaving any trace. He habitually used the new detector to check the combat strength of number 17 first. However, the number on it exploded after reaching 180,000, and he could not tell the strength of number 17 at all. This also made Frieza start to take it seriously. He narrowed his eyes and asked, no wonder you dare to rush up. You must have some capital. What's your name? Number 17 touched her black hair and said, my name is Lapis. You can also call me number 17. Chapter 442 Number 17 versus Frieza. Number 17. What a strange name, but I see you are not that old. It is normal for you to be a little arrogant at your age with such fighting power. Frieza's yin and yang energy came up again, he crossed his arms and said with a smile. Number 17 felt confused. How did he show arrogance? He actually reached out and patted Frieza's head, saying, "Little guy, I think you are not even an adult yet you talk like a little adult." No 17's actions and tones scared Frieza's subordinates to death. All they were thinking at the moment was, "This planet is finished." Sure enough, Frieza heard, "Little guy," twice in a row, and was hit on the head again. He could no longer hold back and roared, "You bragging fellow, I'm going to kill you." Boom. The ground beneath Frieza's feet suddenly cracked, and a ball of purple flame rose from his body. In anger, he instantly raised the energy of the first form to the extreme. However, this kind of power is only enough to scare Goku and others. No 17's black hair was blown back, but he still had a relaxed look on his face, and he didn't take the angry Frieza seriously at all. Frieza's eyes widened and two beams of purple light shot out from them, hitting No 17's chest and making 2 holes in his t-shirt. Number 17 finally frowned and said with an unhappy look, Hey, this is my new dress for the party, you're making me angry." Frieza was shocked by No 17's defense. The penetrating power of his previous move was extremely strong, but it only made 2 holes in the clothes of the boy in front of him. While Frieza was stunned, Number 17 kicked him lightly in the stomach. Wow! A large amount of purple blood spurted out of Frieza's mouth, and he fell in front of Number 17, gasping for breath. It was the first time that his subordinates saw Frieza being defeated, and they all shouted, "Lord Frieza!" Advertisement. Number 17 curled his lips and said, "What's with the great king? That sounds too vulgar." Listening to No 17's ridicule, Frieza, who was lying on the ground, wished he could tear him apart alive, but the kick just now did cause him serious injuries, and he almost died on the spot. Seeing that Frieza didn't react, Number 17 simply squatted in front of Frieza, holding his chin and said, "Brother-in-law said you have some strength, and it's true that you have done something. Hey, you disappoint me, you know?" Frieza had never suffered such an injustice before. He jumped up from the ground after hearing this. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a gloomy face, "I admit that you are quite powerful, but aren't you a little too arrogant? Let me tell you, I haven't even used 1% of my strength yet." He was not bragging. In his ultimate form, his combat power exceeded 100 million, so, what he said was conservative. Number 17 said in surprise, "Really? But according to my calculations, even if your strength is multiplied 100 times, you are still no match for me." "What? There should be a limit to your boasting, you damned earthling." Frieza didn't believe what Number 17 said at all. In his opinion, apart from destroying Majin Buu, he was definitely the strongest in the universe in his final form. He couldn't wait to see the fear on No 17's face later. Frieza's whole body trembled, and he tore the combat suit and detectors that were in the way. Then he took a deep breath and prepared for his transformation. Number 17 stood up from the ground, folded his arms and prepared to enjoy Frieza's performance. The naked Frieza gritted his teeth. This time he wanted to reach the final form in one breath. Since he hadn't activated this form for a long time, he was struggling so much that he looked like he was constipated. But his energy did begin to surge at an alarming rate, and a purple spherical shield enveloped his body, emitting energy fluctuations that darkened the sky. Number 18 was not happy. She shouted at Number 17. "Number 17. What are you doing? Hurry up and take care of that guy, he has ruined the nice weather." Number 17 was shocked when he saw his sister getting angry, and he quickly said, "Got it, sister, I'll just," advertisement snap. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and dense cracks appeared on the purple shield that wrapped Frieza. Then, the shield broke into countless pieces and fell off, revealing Frieza inside. He has entered the final form, and the expression on his face is so calm that he gives people a feeling that he is sure to win. However, a sentence from Number 17 broke his defense again. "I didn't realize you could transform, but your height doesn't seem to have changed at all, you're still so mini and cute." Frieza looked up at Number 17 and said word by word, "You will pay for what you said." Number 17 spread his hands and said, "Then I'll wait and see." After a brief silence, Frieza suddenly jumped up and threw a purple energy bomb directly at Number 17. Number 17 just waved his hand and threw the energy bomb into the sky. The explosion sound coming from the sky made Frieza's face even uglier. He didn't believe in evil and threw several energy bombs at Number 17. As a result, without exception, all of them were hit high into the sky by Number 17. For a moment, the entire sky was dyed purple, and the confused people in the city immediately thought of this. The Universal Capsule Company is really rich. They set off fireworks in broad daylight. However, what they didn't know was that any firework falling to the ground could raise the city to the ground in an instant. Seeing that the energy bomb had no effect, Frieza simply rushed directly to Number 17 and wanted to engage him in close combat. However, in order not to affect his sister's mood, Number 17 did not respond to the attack immediately, but directly avoided it and flew high into the sky. Frieza followed closely behind, and the two of them were soon drawn into the clouds, followed by the roar of collisions. The Z warriors looked up at the sky with solemn expressions, while Number 18 carefully placed a piece of barbecue next to Chiga's mouth and asked softly, "Kionhei, how about trying what I baked? It may not be as delicious as the one baked on Number 17. Kionhei took a big bite and gave Number 18 a big thumbs up. "Not bad, the doneness is just right. My number 18 is really great. No 18's pretty face turned red, and just as she was about to speak, a petite figure suddenly fell from the air and landed heavily on the ground. It was Frieza. Chapter 443. Beerus. Frieza fell face down, his body covered with purple blood. His tail had disappeared from the root, and a scar as big as a bowl was still spurting blood, looking extremely miserable. His subordinates looked at the scene in disbelief, and they were all silent. Some of the smarter ones had already started moving towards the spaceship, preparing to escape. While eating barbecue, Kihonhei glanced in the direction of the spaceship, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the spaceship and a group of soldiers disappeared instantly, turning into ashes. At this time, number 17 also slowly descended from the sky. He didn't even look at Frieza on the ground. He went straight past Frieza and returned to his barbecue grill. He hurriedly flipped the meat that was about to be burnt before speaking. Brother-in-law, this Frieza is really not good. He will break if you touch him. Qian. He did not comment. He put his head in his hands and lay on No 18's lap and said casually. In fact, he's very talented. If he did a few push-ups before coming here, you probably wouldn't be able to beat him. Brother-in-law, are you kidding me? No, he does have this talent. On the other side, Vegeta looked at Frieza, who was lying motionless on the ground, with a look of satisfaction on his face, and wanted to get closer to appreciate Frieza's miserable condition from a closer distance. He no longer cared about his image and simply fell to the ground, moving towards Frieza in a wriggling manner. Seeing this, Gohan hurried forward to help Vegeta up and said, Uncle Vegeta, do you want to go over there? I can take you there? After saying that, without waiting for Vegeta to object, he carried Vegeta to Frieza. Frieza was already breathing out more than breathing in. Now he couldn't even move a finger. Vegeta spat at him fiercely and said, Frieza, you never thought that there would be such a day, did you? Look at what you look like now. Lying on the ground like a dead dog. Where did your previous prestige go? Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed out loud, and tears welled up in his eyes. Years of grievances were finally released at this moment. Chiga snapped her fingers, and the black shackles on Vegeta disappeared instantly. He looked in Chiga's direction with awe, then raised his hand to send Frieza to hell. Suddenly, a purple claw grabbed Vegeta's wrist. Vegeta was startled. When he turned around and saw the person coming, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. He shouted in disbelief. Bye. Beerus? Beerus narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Advertisement, it seems you still know me. Did you beat Frieza like this? Your strength is growing very fast. Number 17 on the other side immediately said dissatisfiedly. Hey, what are you talking about? It was me, number 17, who defeated Frieza. Beerus turned to look at number 17 and said in a deep voice. Is that you? But you're being a little rude, swish. The next second, Beerus appeared in front of number 17 and pointed a finger at his forehead. You are disrespectful to God, and you can disappear now. Purple light lingered on Beerus's fingertips. Number 17 widened his eyes and found that he could not move. At this moment, Kihonhei, who was lying on No 18's thigh, suddenly spoke. The god of destruction has such great authority. Can you kill my people just because you want to? Beerus frowned, turned to look at Kihonhei, and said. You also know my identity? Who are you? Let's talk about this later. Can you take your hand off my brother-in-law's head first? Otherwise I will be angry. Beerus narrowed his eyes and said calmly, then let me see if you are qualified. As he spoke, purple ripples appeared at Beerus's fingertips, and a breath of destruction spread. Buzz. Two beams of golden light burst out from Kihonhei's eyes. Beerus was startled and instinctively withdrew his hand. Golden light flashed across his and No 17's fingertips, and the remaining breath made Beerus feel a little palpitated. He exclaimed, this aura. I know, the strong man on earth is you. Advertisement Whis came to Beerus and looked at Chiga's unfamiliar face with an unusually solemn expression. Under the gaze of the two, Qian he slowly stood up. Number 17 hurriedly came behind Qian he and said with lingering fear. Brother-in-law, that guy who looks like a rabbit is so powerful, I am no match for him at all. Kihonhei said with a smile, of course, he is the god of destruction I told you about. He is the most powerful god in the universe. Is this what the god of destruction looks like? It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance? Number 18 held Kihonhei's arm and asked with a worried look on his face. The strongest god? If that's the case, then even you, Chiga, can't be his opponent? Kihonhei gave number 18 a reassuring smile and said, didn't I just say that he is the most powerful god in this universe? There is more than one in the universe. Number 18 tilted her head, as this already touched upon her blind spots in knowledge. Beerus and Whis looked at each other, and Whis couldn't help but speak. Which universe are you from? It is impossible for a being of your level to be unknown. This was also a point that puzzled everyone present. For Bulma and others, Chiga's appearance was extremely abrupt, and no one knew where he came from. Qian he spread his hands and said, I'm not a god from any universe you know of. Never mind. It's too much trouble to explain. Let me first tell you why you're here. Beerus took a step forward and said, of course I came to see the power of you, the unknown god. How about it? Do you want to fight with me? Sure, I also want to see the strength of the strongest god of destruction, but this place is not suitable for fighting, you and I should go to another place. Beerus nodded, for him it didn't matter where he fought, he didn't care how many planets he destroyed when fighting, his duty was to destroy. Whis, however, seemed a little hesitant, because he could feel that Chiga's power was at least at the level of a god of destruction. If he and Beerus went to war, the entire universe would be in danger. But Beerus was obviously impatient. He shouted at Whis. Weiss, take me and him to a faraway place. I want to have a good fight this time. Weiss was silent for a moment, but finally agreed. However, he made up his mind that if the situation got out of hand, he, as an angel, would immediately take action to stop it. Chapter 444 God and God. The staff in Whis' hand burst into colorful light, wrapping up Chiga and Beerus and rushing straight into the sky. After the three people disappeared, everyone dared to breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure from Beerus and Chiga just now was so strong that it almost suffocated them. Number 18 was still a little worried, so number 17 stepped forward, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, sister. My brother-in-law is the strongest. I believe he can beat that god of destruction to a pulp." Number 18 glared at him, reached out and grabbed number 17's ear, and said angrily, "It's all your fault. Hey, sister, it's not my fault. It's because that guy is too irritable and wants people to disappear at the slightest provocation." Number 18 was also worried and confused. She let go of his hand, and walked silently to lean against a big tree. She wanted to wait there for Kihonhei to come back. At the junction of the 6th and 7th universes, a colorful light appeared out of nowhere. The light gradually dissipated, and Kihonhei and the other two emerged from it. Weiss frowned and said to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, isn't this place too close to Universe 6? If we start a fight, it might affect that place as well." Beerus chuckled and said, "I came here specifically to fight. If Champa is unhappy, just come find me. It just so happens that I haven't beaten him up in a long time." Weiss shook his head helplessly. This pair of brothers were like two children who never grew up. It was really a headache. Beerus rubbed his hands together and said to Chiga excitedly, "All right. Let's have a fight. It's rare to meet such an interesting opponent like you. Don't worry, I won't destroy you even if you lose." Chian he smiled slightly and said, "Just because of what you said, I won't kill you later." Beerus didn't take this sentence to heart. As the strongest god of destruction, he really didn't think that anyone could defeat him except the angels. He gave Whis a look, and Whis immediately understood. He placed his staff between Chiga and Beerus and said in a deep voice, "You two, are you ready?" Advertisement. Chiga and Beerus nodded at the same time, and the staff in Whis' hand flashed, which was the signal for the battle to begin. Buzz. Two forces of pressure from the superior gods erupted at the same time. Several planets around them began to tremble constantly, with faint signs of collapse. Beerus was emitting purple light. He stretched out a finger, condensed a huge golden ball of light and threw it at Chiga. Kihonhei had no intention of dodging and simply knocked the ball of light to pieces with one punch. The moment the light ball disappeared, Beerus had already rushed in front of Chiga and kicked her in the abdomen. However, an ultimate repulsive force suddenly burst out from Chiga's body, and Beerus was caught off guard and was directly bounced away. When Beerus stabilized his body, two beams of golden light burst out from Chiga's eyes again. This kind of golden light could not be absorbed by the flesh, so Beerus hurriedly used the energy of destruction to condense a black and purple light ball, which collided with the incoming golden light. The two energies collided with each other, but there was no earth-shattering explosion. They were offset silently. Beerus couldn't help but ask, "Are you also the god of destruction from some world?" There was still a hint of golden light in the corners of Kihonhei's eyes. He shook his head and said, "There is no god of destruction there. I am the only god." After saying that, Chiga flashed directly in front of Beerus and punched him in the chin. Beerus was enraged by the punch, and he retaliated with a punch but was easily dodged by Chiga. Neither of them chose to separate, but instead fought directly with each other. The waves generated by each collision would take away a planet. When the two stopped, there was no longer any planet around them, only endless darkness. Beerus grinned and said, "You really didn't disappoint me, but the warm-up should be over. I have to get serious from now on." Next, Beerus did not explode as if he was constipated. He just took a deep breath and his whole body showed a relaxed posture. Gradually, a layer of silver light covered the surface of his body, and outside was his unique purple glow. There was no earth-shattering momentum, and Beerus seemed to have become quiet. However, Chiga, his opponent, knew that the current Beerus was completely different from before. Chiga's expression also became serious. He looked at Beerus and said, "Advertisement. This should be Ultra Instinct. As expected of the strongest god of destruction, he even mastered this." Beerus showed a look of surprise. "You know the ultimate freedom? Do you know it too?" "Don't get me wrong, I just know that. Since you've even used this, I have to come up with something decent." Chiga's silver tail wrapped around her waist stretched out. Beerus was stunned for a moment and said, "Silver tail? What's your relationship with the Saiyans?" It's nothing. I just absorbed the power of the legendary bloodline of a man named Brawley." Wisps of silver light rose from Chianhee's body, and his long, smooth hair grew wilder and wilder, and two dragon horns sprouted out. Through Kihonhei's open collar, one can see that his chest is covered with silver hair, and a flaming silver light wraps around his body. This is his strongest fighting posture. This is the real Super Saiyan God. Weiss's expression was extremely solemn. He once again felt the aura that made an angel like him feel palpitations. Holding the staff tightly in his hand, Weiss was ready to strike at any time. Beerus stared at Chiga, who had completed the transformation, with a dull look on his face, and muttered, "Are you kidding me? Can a Saiyan reach this level?" He suddenly felt that his comfort level was no longer pleasant. Chiga stretched out his hand and shook Beerus violently, and the momentum alone was enough to knock Beerus away. Beerus shouted, his body glowing with purple light, and several beams of destructive energy gushed out, all shooting towards Chiga. Chiga's fist was covered with golden light, and he dispersed the energy as he swung it. Then he rushed forward, grabbed Beerus's ankle, and threw him out. Whether in terms of speed or strength, Chiga is obviously much stronger than Beerus, and Beerus's Ultra Instinct has no effect at all. Every time Kihonhei swings his punch, it causes a violent vibration in the space, and dense colorful cracks spread wildly. If this continues, the collapse of the space is only a matter of time. Whis couldn't help it anymore. Just when he was about to attack, a fat Beerus suddenly appeared and shouted. Beerus! What the hell are you doing? Are you going to let me sleep well? Chapter 445 Angel Bardos. Huh? Beerus. Champa originally came to find Beerus to question him, but when he arrived, he saw Beerus being beaten like a sandbag by Chiga. Although the two brothers have always disliked each other, Champa still couldn't remain indifferent when he saw his brother being beaten. So he joined the battle without saying a word and shot out a burst of destructive energy. Chiga paused, and the destructive energy passed between him and Beerus. Another one? He narrowed his eyes, turned his head to look at Shangpa, stretched out his hand and whispered. Universal pull, buzz. Before Shangpa could figure out what was happening, he was pulled over by Kihonhei and then punched hard in the stomach. Peefed. Shangpa spat out a large mouthful of saliva, and Kihonhei turned sideways, and all his saliva sprayed on Beerus opposite him. Beerus's heart was filled with rage. He shook his body, evaporating the saliva on his body, and then he yelled at Champa. Champa! You idiot, so disgusting. What, if I hadn't come to help you, you would have been beaten into a pig's head. You ungrateful b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Qian he was floating in space with his arms bent, the quarrel between the two brothers echoing in his ears. He spread his arms and said impatiently. Alright, I'll clean up the two of you together, come here, universal pull. Buzz. Beerus and Champa flew towards Chiga from two opposite directions, but this time both of them had some experience and fired several energy bombs at Chiga on the way. Qianhe did not move, and a silver protective shield appeared, wrapping his body inside. The explosion of the energy bomb could not hurt Qianhe at all. This is Brawly's innate skill, a protective shield that can even withstand planetary explosions. When Champa and Beerus got close, Chiga grabbed their heads with one hand each and slammed them together hard, making both of them dizzy. Beerus was better, but Champa's eyes turned into Uzumaki shape and he didn't wake up for a long time. Advertisement when Champadu came over, the angel in charge of him, Bados, naturally came as well. She watched the battle between Qianhe and the two gods of destruction with great interest, and exclaimed in amazement. How interesting! When did such a strong man appear in your universe? Is he the candidate for the god of destruction that you selected? Weiss smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. He just seemed to appear out of nowhere and claimed that he didn't belong to any universe. Oh, but no matter what, he appeared in your universe, which means you are responsible for this matter. Oh, I know, so now I have to stop them. Why should we stop them? Why not just let them decide the winner? I never thought that besides our angel clan, there would be someone who could deal with two gods of destruction at the same time. Bardos stared at Qianhe in the distance without blinking, and the expression on his face was very intriguing. However, with Bardos present, Whis was not so anxious. There was nothing in the universe that could not be resolved by two angels combined. However, when Chiga showed her Super Saiyan God status, the outcome of the battle was already decided. After a while, Champa and Beerus were grabbed by the ears by Chiga and lifted into the air with one hand each. Champa was already rolling his eyes, Beerus was still relatively conscious but not far from coma. Qianhe brought them both to Weiss and said with a smile. These two are a little tired, so please take them back. Whis looked at the two drowsy gods of destruction with a twitching mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. What happened today is quite explosive even in the 12 universes. Someone can actually defeat two gods of destruction at the same time, and one of them is the strongest god of destruction, Beerus. Of course, he had also heard that there was an existence in a certain universe that surpassed the god of destruction, but that was just a rumor. Chiga in front of him was a living example. Whis waved his hand, and Champa and Beerus separated from Chiga and floated behind him. Beerus, who was still somewhat conscious, gave Chiga a thumbs up. He was really convinced today. Qianhe smiled back, turned around and was about to leave. With the coordinates of the Earth, it would only take him a thought to go back. Bardos, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly called out to Qianhe. Wait a moment. Qian he looked at the female angel with a high ponytail and asked. What can I do for you? Advertisement Bardos stretched out his hands behind his back towards Qianhe and said with a smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Bardos, the angel from the 6th universe. Can you tell me your name? Qian he paused for a moment, then stretched out his hand and shook it with Bardos and responded. My name is Uchiha Chiga. Uchiha? Weird last name, just as weird as you are. Strange. What do you mean? Bardos smiled and said. You just defeated two gods of destruction, isn't that strange? Qianhe glanced at the two gods of destruction behind Weiss and said. That was a bit too heavy-handed, but there's nothing strange about that. Gods are just creatures with stronger powers, not invincible. The smile on Bardos's face grew wider, and she floated towards Qianhe, stopping only when she was about to stick to him. Qianhe just looked at her face to face. He wanted to see what this female angel was going to do. Bardos admired Qianhe's golden eyes for a while, then said. Chiga, are you interested in becoming my candidate god of destruction for Universe 6? I believe it will be fun to be your angel. Facing Bardo's invitation, he did not hesitate for even a second and spoke directly. I'm sorry, I refuse. Bardos kept smiling and asked. Oh, can you tell me why? There are many benefits to becoming a candidate god of destruction. He still shook his head and said calmly, I am just a passerby in this world. I am not interested in these gods. There are two other reasons that Kihonhei didn't mention, that is, he doesn't want to tie his life to a weak Kaioshin. And once he becomes the god of destruction, it means that he will be bound by the rules of this world, and even be restricted by the Omni King who looks like a blue-boiled egg. Chiga is not afraid of the so-called elimination of the Omni King, because he was not born from the universe controlled by the Omni King at all. But if he becomes the god of destruction, it will be different, which means that he has established a connection with the universe. There was no need for him to give himself these two weaknesses. Chapter 446. Bardos's thoughts. Ah, that's a pity. Bardos shook her head and the staff in her hand flickered, just like her thoughts that were hard to read. Then she snapped her fingers, and Champa slowly floated behind her. After checking Champa's injuries, she said. Well, it looks like he just fainted. Let him sleep like this for a while. Weiss looked at the big swelling on Champa's head and the corners of his mouth twitched. However, the life of the god of destruction is indeed not that fragile, and Champa is not the god of destruction he is responsible for, so he did not say much. Bardos smiled at Kihonhei again and said, We will meet again. I will remember you, Uchiha Chiga. After saying this, she and Champa turned into streams of light and disappeared into the vast universe. Bardos came and went quickly. Whis held Beerus with one arm, and his expression looked a little confused. Kihonhei did not stay for long. He first returned to his normal state, then waved to Weiss, said goodbye, and disappeared from the spot. Beerus raised his head listlessly and said weakly. Whis, he's really strong. I think Bardos really wants him to be the new god of destruction. Weiss didn't comment. He looked at the place where Kihonhei disappeared and whispered. I don't know what she's thinking, but I always feel like something is going to happen. In the sixth universe, Bardos brought Champa back to the temple, and after placing Champa in a safe place, he went outside the temple alone and stared blankly. Suddenly, the space above the temple twisted, and a figure with twin ponytails appeared above the temple. She has the appearance of an angel, and her identity is the angel of the 11th universe, Makarita. According to the ranking, Makarita should be her and Weiss's sister, but she has no awareness of being a sister at all. As soon as she saw Bardos, she immediately started to act sarcastic. Bardos, why are you standing here alone? Where is your god of destruction? Bardos said calmly, he's asleep. But you, what's the matter with coming to my sixth universe today? Makarita obviously didn't believe it. She stood next to Bardos and said with a squint. Advertisement, is he really asleep? Why'd I feel his breath is a little weak? Bardos was obviously too lazy to pay attention to her and turned to leave, but Makarita suddenly said. Father said that the Omni King has mentioned recently that there are too many universes. I think some of the weaker universes may have to be eliminated. Bardos paused and spoke slowly. How can we resist the will of the Lord of all Kings? We will talk about it when the day comes. Makarita spread her hands and said indifferently. That's true, but if we really want to eliminate them, it won't be the turn of our 11th universe. After all, the strength of our universe is obvious to all. When she said this, the word, proud, was almost written on her face, but to her disappointment, Bardos's face was still as calm as water, and she did not have any strange emotions at all because of her words. Bardos smiled faintly and said, I think you should go to the 7th universe when you have time. The universe is so big, there will always be some unexpected situations, don't you think? Universe 7. The one where Whis is? Yeah, I just came back from there, it really opened my eyes. What? Beerus broke through again. Haha, it has nothing to do with him, you should go and see it yourself. After saying that, Bardos left without looking back, leaving Makarita with a suspicious look on her face. She muttered, Tisk, you're so mysterious. I don't believe there's a mortal who's stronger than Jiren. Without the success of Yin and Yang, Makarita finally went back somewhat disappointed. However, the 7th universe still managed to make her remember it, and she secretly thought that she must go and take a look when she has time. When Bardos returned to the temple, he found that Champa, who was lying on the platform, was really asleep with snot bubbles coming out of his nose. She sighed helplessly. She was tired of this long career as an angel. It would be a blessing for anyone to take care of a cat for so many years without going crazy. Seeing Champa sleeping so soundly, an idea suddenly occurred to her mind. Why don't we go to Universe 7 now? There's nothing to do anyway. Once this thought appeared, it became increasingly uncontrollable. She now regretted why she didn't ask Kihonhei which planet he lived on. But this is not a problem for her, she can just go back and ask Weiss. Advertisement. Thinking of this, a green light emerged from Bardos's staff and spread over Champa's body. Champa turned over and his snoring became louder. Bardos smiled and murmured, just get some more sleep, I'm going to take a good vacation. After saying this, her body turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the temple. Earth, Kihonhei's battle with the two gods of destruction lasted for a while. It was already dusk. As soon as he appeared on the lawn of Bulma's house, he was surrounded by a group of people. He asked in confusion. You guys haven't left yet? Bulma shook her head and said. We have to wait for you to come back. That god of destruction looks scary. Goku said he's terribly strong. Wukong raised his hands and shouted, Kihonhei, What was the result of the battle? Did you win? Just as Kihonhei was about to speak, a soft body suddenly crashed into his arms. It was number 18 who had been waiting for a long time. Number 18 hugged Kihonhei tightly and said, "Kihonhei, you're finally back. You scared me to death." Kihonhei patted number 18 on the back and said softly, "I'm sorry to have made you worry, but you see, I'm not injured at all. I won." "Yeah. My Chiga is indeed the strongest. Brother-in-law is so awesome. What a bullshit god of destruction. Brother-in-law is the only true god." Number 17 was shouting excitedly at the side, and number 18 looked up and gave him a death stare. He immediately wilted and dared not say a word. Vegeta's expression was very interesting. He seemed to be possessed by a demon and was talking to himself. He actually defeated the god of destruction. How strong is he? There was still purple bloodline on the glove on his right hand, which was Frieza's blood. As soon as Chiga and the others left, he was determined to kill Frieza. However, the embarrassing thing was that even if Frieza was in a coma, he still couldn't break Frieza's defense. In the end, it was number 17 who helped him, and then he hit the wound a few more times, which could be considered as revenge. Frieza, the great emperor of the universe, went to hell while unconscious. Now he is probably being hung up by the little devils in hell. Chapter 447. Confused Trunks. After that day, Chiga found time to go back to the Pirates World and the Hokage World respectively, played with Sha Lulia and others for a while, and went to see the pregnant Kaguya. What made him feel helpless was that there was still no movement in Kaguya's belly. If he hadn't used X-ray vision to see that the fetus had just taken shape, he really wanted to use the power of the op-op fruit to perform an artificial birth. He shuttled between the three worlds in this way, and before he knew it, more than a year had passed. Number 18 and number 17 have graduated from high school, but neither of them seems to want to go to college. Come to think of it, for someone who possesses the power to easily destroy the world, the things in books are really not worthy of attention. Of course, our classmate Gohan is excluded. Thanks to Chiga, the crises that the Earth should have encountered passed almost silently. In such a comfortable environment, Gohan did his exercises one by one and was about to evolve into Nobita Gohan ahead of time. However, everything has its limits. Chi-Chi's early high-pressure policy has caused Gohan to develop a bit of rebellious psychology, and recently he has become a little bored with studying. However, Goku had little say with Chi-Chi, so even if he wanted to go out and train with her, he couldn't until the day King Cold arrived on Earth. That's right, it's Frieza's father, King Cold. Frieza has completely lost contact with Earth since he went to Earth. As a father, he naturally has to come to Earth to take a look. However, he didn't know how to conceal his aura, so his spaceship was noticed by Goku and others on Earth as soon as it appeared. Although his energy is still very strong compared to Goku and others now, they are not panicked at all, because they know that Chiga exists on Earth. Chiga's existence is just like Reeves and Beerus in Dragon Ball Super. As long as the two of them are there, people can feel that no matter how big the problem is, it won't be that big. So Goku immediately asked Bulma to inform Chiga, and he took Gohan, Krillin and others to the place where King Cold landed. In fact, Chiga had already noticed the arrival of King Cold. When Bulma arrived at No 18's house, Chiga was already sitting on the sofa waiting for her with a smile. Number 18 sat next to him, blinking his big eyes at the flustered Bulma. Before Bulma could say anything, Chiga already knew what she meant. She walked up to her, pressed her shoulders, and disappeared into the room with number 18. On the other side, the Kurdish king's spaceship has landed. He fell in love with the environment of the Earth at first sight. As the former chairman of a cosmic real estate developer, the first thing he thought of was that the Earth must be able to be sold at a good price. Advertisement, however, he did not forget his first purpose of coming here, to find his son Frieza. He has asked his subordinates to use detectors to look for Frieza's life reactions, but the grass on Frieza's grave is now almost 2 meters high, so how could there be any life reactions? But since he was already here, he had to find some clues. Just when he was about to send his men to do something weird, Chiga appeared in front of him with Bulma and number 18. Kurd was startled by the sudden appearance of Kihonhei and others. He frowned and asked, "You are?" Before he could finish his words, a golden gas bullet shot out from Kihonhei's palm, a violent explosion sounded, and Kurd and his men were completely turned into dust. The corners of Bulma's mouth twitched twice. She turned her head to look at Kihonhei's profile and said, "He just died like that?" Qian he shook his hands and said with a smile, "Otherwise, why waste time talking to this guy? After all, it's really hard for him to run all the way here to get killed." Bulma held it in for a long time and finally said, "Kihonhei, it's great to have you on Earth." Kihonhei didn't say anything, but number 18 raised his face proudly and hugged Kihonhei's arms tightly as if to show off. Bulma curled her lips and was about to say something when a young voice suddenly came from above. I think I'm late." Bulma looked up and saw a young man wearing a blue vest and with hair color similar to Bulma's slowly descending from the sky. It was Trunks who traveled from the future. In Z, his hair was white, but it was changed later, but this makes more sense, since he is Bulma's future child after all. After landing, Trunks glanced at the big black pit not far away, and his expression looked a little confused. Because this was different from the future he knew. He had already felt strange when he saw Kurd coming out alone, but what happened next made him dumbfounded. Advertisement: a mysterious young man standing next to his mother actually killed Kurd instantly with a single blow. He turned his head to look at Kihonhei, and this sight made the hairs on his body stand up. Just now, number 18 had been leaning on Qian's arms, which resulted in him not being able to see No 18's face clearly. This time, he saw it clearly. He drew the long sword behind him without hesitation and said in a trembling voice. Number 18. You actually came out early. Where's number 17? Where is he? Number 18 looked confused. She had no idea what was wrong with the boy in front of her with a middle-parted hairstyle. Besides, only a few people knew the names number 18 and number 17, and other classmates still called them by their real names. How did this guy who suddenly appeared know this? She frowned at Trunks and said, "What's wrong with you? I don't think I know you." Trunks wiped the cold sweat from his head and said in a deep voice. "What on earth do you want to do by approaching my mother? Where are Mr. Goku and the others?" Number 18 was getting a little impatient. She broke away from Chiani's arms, leaned on her waist and said, "What nonsense have you been talking about? Do you know that it is rude to point a sword at someone? If you don't take it back, I will be rude." Call. Trunks was in a state of tension. As soon as number 18 moved slightly, he immediately entered the Super Saiyan state and rushed forward with the sword in hand. "I won't let you androids destroy another world, prepare to die." Well, Chiga, who behaved intimately with number 18, was automatically classified by Trunks as an unknown android. Number 18 dodged Trunks' attack by simply turning sideways, and then she punched Trunks in the stomach. Snap. Trunks' sword fell to the ground. He held his stomach in pain, his steps unsteady. No 18's punch almost made him drop out of the Super Saiyan state. Chapter 448 Bardos appears. A feeling of despair surged in Trunks' heart. He felt that his appearance must have changed history. Not only did it allow number 18 to escape early, but it also created an unknown and powerful android. Bulma would never have thought that the mother Trunks mentioned just now was referring to her. She now only thought that Trunks was a problem teenager. Number 18 snorted coldly, put one hand on his waist and said, "You're crazy, brandishing swords and knives right away. If you do it again, I won't hold back." Trunks was shocked, raised his head and said in disbelief, "You won't kill me? Why would I kill someone for no reason? Where on earth did you come from? It's inexplicable." A look of disgust appeared on No 18's face, and she retreated to Chiga's side, ignoring Trunks. Trunks swallowed, confused about the situation for a moment. At this moment, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. It was Goku and his friends who had arrived here, including Vegeta. Frieza's spaceship had been blown into pieces by Chiga, and Nappa's spherical spaceship was also damaged in that battle, which meant that he was unable to leave the Earth at all. Due to Chiga's existence, Vegeta didn't dare to make trouble. He had no choice but to live in Bowsy Mountain and became a savage for a while. Goku and Gohan, the father and son, are both kind-hearted. Seeing that Vegeta eats raw meat and drinks blood all day long, they warmly invite Vegeta to live in their house. The extremely arrogant Vegeta refused at first, until one day he smelled the fragrance of rice wafting from Chi-Chi's house, and the half-roasted piece of meat in his hand suddenly lost its fragrance. The protest from his stomach attracted Wukong again. After some persuasion, he was pulled into the house and then ate dozens of bowls of food, extremely reluctantly. From then on, Vegeta became a frequent visitor to Goku's house. His appetite, which was no less than Goku's, often made Chi-Chi complain. When he saw Chiga, a look of awe appeared on Vegeta's face. There were not many people who could truly make him feel in awe. The previous one was Beerus, and now it was Chiga. Wukong was not so particular. As soon as he saw Kianhei, he waved enthusiastically. "Yo, Chiga." Goku's smile was quite infectious, and Chiga smiled back. "Wukong, we meet again." Advertisement. Apart from Chiga, the most eye-catching person on the field is Trunks. He still maintained his Super Saiyan status, with golden light shining all over his body, making it hard not to notice him. Kianhei had briefly explained to them some things about Super Saiyans before, and Goku couldn't help but ask. "This guy has such a strong aura. Who is he? Why does he look a bit like the Super Saiyan you mentioned, Chiga?" Trunks has already confirmed Goku's identity from the conversation just now. He has also seen Goku's photo at future Bulma's place. He was about to speak, but Chian-He interrupted him and said, "His name is Trunks, and he's a Saiyan from the future." From the future? Goku and the others all looked at Trunks in surprise, while Trunks stared at Chiga. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Why do you know my origins?" His mind was a mess now, and he felt like he had come to a fake future. And all the changes seemed to be due to the mysterious man in front of him. He was obviously the core figure among Goku's group. Chian-He smiled slightly and said, "I know much more than you think." Chian-He paused and suddenly said something that puzzled everyone. "Come out. How long are you going to hide?" Wukong and the others looked at each other, then began to sense, but still found nothing. Seeing no one responded, Chian-He raised his hand and shot an energy bomb at a huge rock not far away. Boom! The boulder turned into powder in an instant, and a tall figure was looming in the smoke. The smoke cleared, and Bardos, holding a magic wand, appeared in everyone's sight. Advertisement. Bulma pointed at Bardos and said in surprise, "Hey, this person looks like the one standing next to the god of destruction that day. Is she also a god?" Chian-He did not respond. He squinted his eyes and looked at Bardos, then said, "I wonder what the angels from the 6th universe want to do when they come to Earth." Bardos kept smiling, shrugged her shoulders and said, "We know each other after all, but you greet me this way right away. Are you saying you don't welcome me?" Number 18 raised his eyebrows, wondering where this vixen came from. But she also saw that Bardos was extraordinary. The fact that she was dressed in the same style as Weiss said a lot. So she suppressed her unhappiness, and stayed quietly beside Kihonhei, observing Bardos, wanting to see what this guy was trying to do. Kihonhei didn't expect that Bardos would come to Earth. The angels have reached the pinnacle in hiding their aura, and he didn't notice Bardos hiding there. It was not until Chiga said that Trunks had traveled through time and space that Bardos' emotions fluctuated, causing her to emit a little aura, which was noticed by Chiga. Kihonhei also knew that Bardos must have come to Earth because of him. It was not because he was narcissistic. He really couldn't think of anything about an ordinary little blue ball in the 7th universe that could attract the angels from the 6th universe to come all the way. After thinking for a while, he said, "If you came here to ask me to be a candidate god of destruction, then you may have made this trip in vain. My answer is the same as last time, no." Bardos sighed lightly and said helplessly, "Oh, you are really a straight man, but this is also what I expected." She didn't just come to Earth, but had been here for a while. During this time, she also experienced the life of humans on Earth. She learned the word, straight man, from here. It must be said that the colorful life on Earth did give her, an angel, a very novel feeling. For her, who had been staying in the temple for many years, the experience during this period was really interesting. Especially the delicacies on Earth. It is no exaggeration to say that she has never eaten the same thing twice. Recalling the experiences during this period, a smile appeared on Bardos' lips. This smile was not a professional fake smile, but absolutely sincere. Bardos shook her head. She looked at Trunks. The smile on her face slowly faded, and a majestic aura emanated from her. "You traveled through time and space without permission. Do you know that you have committed a serious crime?" Chapter 449. A small request. The momentum of Bardos forced Trunks to kneel on one knee on the ground. The golden light on his body instantly dissipated, and he came out of the Super Saiyan state. Even though the others were not targeted by Bardos, they all felt difficulty breathing and were very uncomfortable. Bulma, as an ordinary person, groaned and fell limply into Chiga's arms, which made number 18 raise an eyebrow. A golden light flashed in Kihonhei's eyes, and an even more terrifying might burst out from him. The two auras belonging to gods collided with each other. For a moment, all creatures on the earth stood still, and a fear from the bottom of their hearts arose. A deep voice came out from Kihonhei's mouth, "That's enough." As soon as she finished speaking, the mighty aura emanating from Bardos instantly faded away like the tide. She tilted her head, looked at Chianhe and said, "Are you familiar with him? His act of traveling through time and space is indeed a serious crime." Kihonhei glanced at Trunks, whose face was turning purple, and said lightly, "Isn't it just a matter of a word from your god to decide whether it's a crime or not? The earth is my territory now, so if you want to do anything, you can't do it here. You are really unreasonable. I remember that there is a god on Earth. Does he know that Earth has become your territory?" A drop of cold sweat dripped down Piccolo's head. He thought about the guy who looked like him in the Temple of Heaven, and thought silently in his heart. "Stop it, he doesn't dare to call himself a god in front of you too." Chianhe's hair fluttered, and he squinted his eyes and said, "So you're still going to do it?" Puff. Bardos suddenly laughed, put her hands behind her back and said, "Why are you so nervous? If that's what you want, then I'll just pretend I didn't see it. It's not my universe anyway. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to protect this kid, it's just that your aura just now made my people feel uncomfortable." Bardos was stunned for a moment, her eyes turned to Bulma, and she said curiously, "Are you talking about her? Who is she to you? Is she the girlfriend that the Earthlings were talking about?" Advertisement. As soon as these words were spoken, Bulma's face turned red instantly, out of embarrassment. No 18's face also turned red because he was angry. She no longer cared about whether she was an angel or not, and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you talking about? I'm Kihonhei's girlfriend." Number 18 waved his little fist with one arm and held Kihonhei tightly with the other arm, swearing his sovereignty. Goku and the others stood there eating melons, not daring to say a word. Only Yamcha had a complicated expression. He could have stood up and said like number 18 that he was Bulma's boyfriend, but now he has completely lost that qualification. Gohan pulled on Goku's clothes with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Dad, who is Kihonhei's girlfriend, Aunt Bulma or sister number 18? Well, it seems that Bulma's bribery last time was unsuccessful, and Gohan still likes to call her Aunt Bulma. However, this question really involved Wukong's blind spot in knowledge. He scratched his head and didn't know what to say for a moment. Krillin, who was standing by, had a look of disillusionment. He patted Gohan on the head and said in a very pretentious manner, "Gohan, you are still young, there are some things you don't understand. According to your uncle Krillin, it's both of them." "What? But Dad only has Mom as his girlfriend, idiot, that's called a wife. Of course you can only have one wife. Your father is not a king." "Oh, so that's how it is." Gohan nodded as if he understood, while Goku frowned and patted Krillin's little bald head, making a snapping sound. Krillin cried out, holding his head and groaning, "Goku, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" "I don't know, but I just want to pat you." Although Goku doesn't understand the ins and outs of this, his father's intuition tells him that Krillin is leading Gohan astray. Advertisement. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted. This kind of question seemed very simple to him, except for a few Saiyans. Most of them did not take women seriously. Women were just a tool for reproduction to them. The powerful Saiyans naturally have more power to dominate these women. In his opinion, there is nothing to say even if Chiga really takes both Bulma and number 18. What Vegeta didn't know was that in a certain time and space, he had become a wife-protecting maniac who dared to fight the god of destruction for a woman. However, judging from the current time and space, he is unlikely to evolve in this direction, and even if he does, it won't be to Bulma. Take a reassurance. Bardos didn't think too much about it. She just thought she had misunderstood, so she immediately said politely. Oh, I'm so sorry, please don't take it to heart. Number 18 was not an unreasonable person. Seeing that Bardos had apologized, she snorted coldly, turned her head and said nothing. Trunks got up from the ground. Although he was raised by the future Bulma alone, he had good family education and of course he knew the principle of repaying kindness. It was obviously Qianhe who saved him just now, and he had spoken rudely to Qianhe before. Thinking of this, he bowed deeply to Qianhe and said very sincerely. Thank you so much for saving me. I'm sorry for what I said just now, please forgive me. In fact, Qianhe still had a good impression of the future Date. Seeing his humble attitude, Qianhe did not embarrass him. He just raised his hand to let him stand up and said. Okay, I know a little bit about your situation and I can understand your behavior just now. Wait here for a while. Trunks nodded obediently. In front of Chiga and Bardos, he, a Super Saiyan, was obviously powerless. Qianhe looked at Bardos and asked calmly, do you have anything else to do? Don't care about your sixth universe? Bardos shook her head, and the white high ponytail on her head swung back and forth, making Qianhe unable to help but take another look. This was the first time he had seen such a long white ponytail, and a very nonsensical idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Will tying your hair like this really not affect your hairline? Bardos would never have thought that Qianhe was complaining about her in her heart. She blinked a few times and asked. It's nothing, I just have a small request. A request? Is there anything that an angel can't do? Tell me about it. Well, can I come to your house and sit for a while? You're the only one I know here, and you know how far I came from. Is this request too much? Chapter 450. Being a guest, you want to come to my house? Qianhe felt a little puzzled by this little request made by Bardos. He did not agree immediately, but turned to ask for No 18's opinion. After all, the house originally belonged to number 18, so he should be given the respect he deserves, and number 18 also felt this respect. Bardos also looked at number 18, his eyes were very sincere. Number 18 was a person who appeared cold on the outside but was warm-hearted on the inside. Even though Bardos's previous words made her feel a little uncomfortable, since he had apologized, she didn't care about it anymore and nodded in agreement. A happy smile appeared on Bardos' face. She walked to Qianhe and stood beside him, looking ready to go at any time. Trunks on the side swallowed his saliva. He was really scared by Bardos just now. As soon as Bardos came closer, all his nerves suddenly tensed up. Bardos glanced at him and said lightly, you don't have to be so nervous. I won't pursue the matter of you traveling through time and space anymore. Trunks asked tentatively, but I have to go back again, and then I still have to. As you wish. Trunks finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't travel back in time, he would be very sad because his mother was still in the future and she was his only relative. Thinking of this, Trunks couldn't help but glance at Bulma. Bulma noticed Trunks' look and immediately spoke up. Little brother, why are you looking at me like that? Trunks blushed and waved his hands repeatedly. I'm sorry, I was rude. Qianhe patted his shoulder and said, okay, there's nothing to hide. Tell them everything that will happen in the future. I'm going back first. After saying that, without waiting for Trunks to speak, Chiga took Bardos and number 18 back home. Number 17 is not at home, and judging from the motorcycle that disappeared from the door, he is unlikely to come back tonight. Advertisement. After returning home, Qianhe looked lazy and no longer had the imposing aura he had just now. His white tight windbreaker automatically turned into a set of black home clothes. Number 18 returned to the room and changed into a white outfit, which looked like a couple's outfit. Bardos blinked and asked, should I change my clothes, too? My outfit seems a little strange to those earthlings. One time, someone even asked me if I was relying on spree. Number 18 laughed at this. She shook her head and said, it's cosplay, right? The person is asking if you are role-playing. Bardos was very interested in everything on Earth. Hearing this, he immediately asked curiously. Role-playing? Then what character on Earth am I playing like? I can't tell. I can only say that your outfit is quite exotic. Bardos looked down at her clothes and recalled the girls she had met on Earth during this period of time. With a thought, her robe turned into a white and green short-sleeved shirt and pure white shorts. Her figure was already excellent, and even the loose robe she wore earlier could hardly hide it, not to mention this more fitted outfit, which could definitely be described as having a curvy figure. The white high ponytail extended all the way to her hips. She turned around on the spot and looked at Qianhe and asked, how is it? Does it look good? Qianhe nodded in a very old-fashioned way. Bardos' figure was comparable to most female characters in the pirate's world. Especially that high ponytail, which really suits Qianhe's aesthetic taste. Number 18 suddenly felt a sense of crisis and she subconsciously straightened her chest. In fact, her figure was quite good among the women on Earth, but it was indeed more than one level lower than that of Bardos. After changing her clothes, Bardos no longer had the sacred feeling of an angel. She walked into the hall barefoot, sat down on the sofa, and looked at the decoration in the house curiously. Number 18 brought a tray with 3 boxes of ice cream on it in addition to water. Bardos exclaimed as he looked at the ice cream, white poop? Number 18 was speechless for a while and explained, it's ice cream, okay, don't talk nonsense. As he spoke, number 18 scooped up a piece with a spoon and handed it to Qianhe's mouth first. Qianhe smiled and took a small bite. Number 18 then naturally put the rest in the spoon into his own mouth. Advertisement Bardos stared at the performance of Kihonhei and number 18, and she suddenly felt full. She also scooped a piece of ice cream with a spoon and put it into her mouth and took a sip. It was very sweet. After a while, she finished showing off the big box of ice cream. She put the empty box on the table and said very politely, "Thank you for the treat, this ice cream is delicious." She meant what she said, because there was really nothing delicious in her 6th universe. In terms of culinary skills, an Earth in the 7th universe could already beat the entire 6th universe. Kihonhei smiled at Bardos's unsatisfied look. It seems that even an angel of God can indulge in food. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "You can stay tonight and I'll cook." Number 18 was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking, "Kihonhei, can you cook? I know a little bit, but I haven't done it for a long time." Chiga was an orphan both when he was on Blue Star and when he first traveled to the Hokage world. It can be said that he had mastered the skill of cooking since he was a child. When he said, "I know a little bit," he was just being modest. He was in a good mood today, so he showed off his cooking skills from Blue Star to open the eyes of the unworldly angel. When she heard Kihonhei was going to cook, number 18 was even more excited than Bardos. She jumped off the sofa and volunteered. "I'll go get you some ingredients, you can enjoy yourself tonight." Number 18 simply changed her clothes and went out. When she left, only Chiga and Bardos were left in the room. Bardos leaned on the sofa with both hands, not knowing what he was thinking. Kihonhei took a sip from the water cup and said lightly, "What are you thinking about?" Bardos suddenly came up to Kihonhei, looked into his eyes seriously, and said, "Kihonga, if someone wants to make this universe disappear, what would you do?" Chianhe's expression remained unchanged. He knew, of course, that Bardos was referring to the blue-boiled egg, Omni King who always wanted to eliminate this and that. He slowly put the cup back on the table and said, "Then I will make that person disappear first." Chapter 451 Kihonhei Cooks. Bardos was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly reached out to cover Kihonhei's mouth and whispered, "Don't say such things, it will cause big trouble." Because of her anxiety, she almost leaned against Kihonhei's arms, and Kihonhei could already feel the softness touching her chest. Kihonhei held Bardos' wrist, took her hand away from her mouth, and slowly spoke. "So what do you think we should do? Others are going to wipe out the universe. Are we just going to do nothing and wait for destruction?" Bardos shook his head in confusion and said, "I don't know either. I can't control the fate of the universe, nor can I control my own fate." Kihonhei frowned and moved a little distance away from Bardos. However, Bardos didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but when Kihonhei moved away, she also moved. After a long time, the distance between them not only did not increase, but became closer. In desperation, Kihonhei simply stopped moving and let Bardos lean on him. "So what's the point of you telling me all this? You won't let me do it." A bitter look appeared on Bardos's face. She sighed and said, "Yes, no matter how strong you are only one person. It is enough for you to protect your 7th universe." Seeing Bardos's pessimistic expression, he also felt a little compassion. He stroked Bardos's high ponytail a few times and whispered, "Okay, don't be so negative. If that day ever comes, I will protect you." Bardos raised her head and looked at Kihonhei in surprise. As an angel, it was the first time for her to hear someone say that they wanted to protect her. This feeling was really new to her. But the effect was really good, at least the sadness on her face disappeared. She stretched out her finger and tapped Kihonhei's chest and said, "Thank you. I am very happy to hear your words. In fact, even if the universe is destroyed, we angels will not die. We will just fall into a deep sleep." After hearing this, he curled his lips and said, "What's the difference between that and being dead?" "Kihonhei, you are indeed a straight man. It seems that you have learned a lot on Earth. Then I have to remind you that our current posture is not very good. If number 18 comes back and sees it, it will be a big deal." Bardos also realized this problem. She quickly stood up and made a hushing gesture. Advertisement Kihonhei spread her hands. Her indifferent look made Bardos feel a little depressed. She went back to sit on the sofa on the other side with her mouth slightly pouted. Just at this time, number 18 came back from shopping. She could fly, but this shopping speed was considered slow for her because she almost ransacked the entire vegetable market. At that time, the vendors almost dropped their jaws when they saw that a petite girl could easily carry so many bags. Number 18 didn't know that her house was almost robbed. She happily placed the dishes in front of Chianhe and said, "Kihonhei, take a look and see if you still need anything. If it's not enough, I'll go buy more." Kihonhei smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and all the vegetables on the ground floated into the kitchen. Number 18 was envious of this ability for a while. Rolling up his sleeves, Kihonhei stood up and walked towards the kitchen. After a while, an enticing aroma wafted out of the kitchen. Number 18 and Bardos looked at each other, and their hearts were suddenly filled with anticipation. When Kihonhei placed 6 plates of exquisite dishes in front of the two beauties, they were completely stunned. Especially on the 18th, she found that she didn't recognize any of the dishes on the table. These dishes are all Chinese food, such as boiled pork slices, fish-flavored pork shreds, etc., which can be said to be delicious. He looked at the two people who couldn't wait and said with a smile, "Don't just stand there, eat quickly, or it will get cold." As he spoke, he first picked up a piece of shredded pork with chopsticks and put it into his mouth to taste it. He nodded slightly and thought to himself, "Not bad, it seems my cooking skills haven't deteriorated." Bardos picked up a piece of sweet potato with sugar. The sweet and soft taste immediately struck her. The way she looked at Kihonhei changed. She couldn't help but speak. Kihonhei, I heard that you came from another world. Are you the god of cooking there? That's an exaggeration. My skills are only at an amateur level, so I don't deserve this title. Really? Then can I visit your world later? I think it should be possible. The world that Kihonhei mentioned is of course the Blue Star, which is his real hometown. Number 18 also echoed, advertisement, I want to go too. He smiled helplessly and said, okay, let's all go. With Bardos and No 18's quick work, the food on the table was quickly wiped out, and the dishes were so clean that they hardly needed to be washed. Number 18 touched his slightly bloated belly and said lazily, it's so delicious, it's a pity that guy number 17 didn't get to taste it, so let's leave these plates and other things to him. In a bar, number 17, who was dancing with a beautiful girl, suddenly sneezed, and all his saliva sprayed on the girl's face. The girl turned around and left angrily, and number 17 felt like crying but had no tears. He had spent a lot of effort to hook up with this girl, but it was all ruined by a sneeze. He rubbed his nose and said in a muffled voice, my sister must have thought of some way to punish me again. Sigh, I, as a younger brother, have no human rights. In the Universal Capsule Company, what? You said that all of us died at the hands of the androids. Krillin pointed at himself and shouted at Trunks in disbelief. Trunks nodded, pointed at Goku, and said, Mr. Goku didn't, he died of a heart attack. Anyway, this time and space are completely messed up, so he simply told everything that will happen in the future. But he didn't say a word about his parents, because he saw that Vegeta and Bulma in this time and space were complete strangers and would never have any intersection with each other. His eyes scanned the people in front of him, finally stopping on Gohan. Looking at little Gohan, whose height was only up to his waist, Trunks had a very complicated expression. He would never forget the despair he felt in the heavy rain. The image of Gohan lying in his arms was still vivid in his mind. If Gohan saw him being carefree in this time and space, he would probably be very happy. Thinking of the dead Gohan, tears welled up in Trunks' eyes. Little Gohan quickly handed him a tissue and whispered, don't be sad, is there anything I can help with? Chapter 452 Go and invite Chianhe. Trunks took the tissue and wiped it simply. He opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to call Gohan Brother Gohan, but looking at the childish face of little Gohan in front of him, he was unable to say it in the end. He had just found out that Goku couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan, so he didn't expect Goku and the others to help him. What's more, his time machine could only carry one person. However, according to Goku and the others, number 17 and number 18 in this time and space are two good people. Frieza, who had been to Earth before, was beaten half to death by number 17, and finally helped Vegeta to get the last blow. This means that this time and space will no longer be in danger of being destroyed by the androids. This kind of world is exactly what he wants to see, so he doesn't plan to disturb them anymore. He will go back tomorrow after the time machine is filled with fuel. As for the two artificial humans in his world, he can only think of other ways. Just thinking about his dark future, Trunks sighed heavily again. He was really confused now. Goku and the others also looked unhappy. They all understood Trunks' difficulties, but they really couldn't help. In fact, everyone knows that there is only one person who can help Trunks now, and that is Chiga. In their eyes, Kihonhei is simply omnipotent. Although Kihonhei seems to be easy to get along with, the terrifying power always makes them feel a distance from Kihonhei. It was difficult for them to ask Kihonhei to help. Bulma saw everyone sitting there dejectedly, and suddenly stood up and said, why do you all have such expressions? We still have Chiga. Yamcha's face darkened, and he hung his head and stopped talking. Wukong and the others laughed bitterly, and Krillin said, we know this, but we haven't known Chianhe for long. How should we talk about this? Bulma snorted softly, patting her chest and saying, you guys are overthinking it. Kihonhei is obviously a very easygoing person. God, leave this matter to me. I'll go talk to Kihonhei. She looked at Trunks and continued, young man, just stay here tonight. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Trunks looked at the young and beautiful mother in front of him, and then thought about his mother who would become increasingly old due to overwork in the future, and he felt mixed emotions. Advertisement. Although the Bulma in this time and space would most likely no longer be his mother, she still stood up for him when he was most desperate. Trunks wiped his eyes vigorously to prevent the tears from flowing out again. However, he didn't know much about Kihonhei. He only knew that Kihonhei had unimaginable power, but he knew nothing about other things about him, such as his identity. He couldn't help asking, excuse me, who exactly is this Mr. Kihonhei? I have never heard of this name in the future. When mentioning Chiga, Bulma smiled mysteriously. She covered her mouth and said, let me tell you, he is a god. God? I remember Mom said that God's power is not that strong. When Mr. Piccolo died, he disappeared with him, and even the Dragon Ball. At this point, Trunks sighed again. If Dragon Ball were still there, the future world wouldn't be so despairing. Bulma shook her finger, glanced at Piccolo, and said, Kihonhei is not the kind of god you think he is. You know, even the dragons are respectful when they see him, and they even ask for permission before they dare to disappear after making a wish. So there is such a god. Then what kind of person is he? I mean, what is his personality like? Very good. He has solved many crises on Earth. When I first met him, I never thought he could be a god. He just looked like an ordinary high school student. High school student? Well, let me tell you, He was wearing a pair of rustic black framed glasses, but he was still very handsome. He spoke in a soft voice, which really made people feel comfortable. Bulma talked incessantly about Chiga, and Trunks looked at her blankly. He seemed to know why Bulma in this world had no connection with Vegeta. It's because of Kianhe's existence. Bulma talked for a long time and suddenly realized that except for Goku and his son and Vegeta, everyone else was looking at her meaningfully, and that expression was self-evident. She also knew that she was being too obvious. Her pretty face turned red, and she pretended to cough twice and said, "Anyway, as long as Kianhe agrees, this kind of thing is nothing, so don't worry." Advertisement Trunks nodded obediently, and looking at the confident Bulma, hope rekindled in his gloomy heart. He looked at the starry sky outside through the glass and said silently in his heart, "Thank you, Mom. No matter in which time and space, you always give me hope, although you may not be my mother in this time and space." At the same time, at Kianhe's house, number 18 stared at Chianhe with eyes wide open in disbelief. "Is my future self as bad as number 17? I'm almost going to kill all the humans?" Chianhe spread his hands and said, Otherwise why would Trunks draw his sword when he saw you? You and number 17 have become a psychological shadow for him." "No wonder. I was wondering why he was like a psychopath. Well, even though the one in my future is not the same person as me, I still have to forgive him. He is so miserable." Then, 18 got into Kianhe's arms and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, Chica." Chianhe was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Why are you thanking me all of a sudden?" Number 18 raised his head, looking extremely serious. "I know that the reason why my future self is so bad is that I must have been brainwashed by that Dr. Pervert. If it weren't for you, number 17 and I would definitely become like that, which would be no different from being dead. So I want to thank you for saving me and my brother." Chianhe smiled after hearing this. He gently touched No 18's head and said, "So that's what you're talking about. It's nothing. There's no need to talk about thank you between us. Don't think too much about it. What happened in that time and space has nothing to do with you." Number 18 closed his eyes and lay in Kianhe's arms, looking like a docile kitten. Bados, who was sitting on the sofa opposite, took a sip of coffee. Coffee with sugar is sweet. Chapter 453 Time Machine. The next morning, Bulma and Trunks came to the door. Without Bulma saying anything, Chiga already understood why she came. "You want me to help Trunks with the future, right?" After being pointed out by Kianhe, Bulma suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She stammered, "Hey, you already know everything." Chianhe smiled slightly and was about to speak when number 18 suddenly spoke up. "Kianhe, can you help him? I always feel that the future tragedy is related to me." "Good fellow." Now that both girls have spoken, Chianhe naturally has no reason not to help. He spread his hands and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go." "Alala, is it really okay for you to say you want to travel through time in front of an angel like me?" Bardos came down from the second floor smilingly, wearing the clothes she had transformed into yesterday. Trunks' expression froze, and a hint of fear appeared on his face. The impression Bardos left on him yesterday was indeed very deep. Bulma also subconsciously hid behind Kianhe. Kianhe shook his head helplessly and said, "Bardos, stop scaring me. Didn't you say yesterday that you would no longer care about the affairs of the 7th universe?" Bardos tilted his head and thought for a while, then said with a puzzled look, "Did you say that? I think so, but it's not a good idea to just leave me here like this. So what do you want to do? How about taking me with you? This kind of breaking the rules feels pretty exciting." Chiga and others came to Bulma's Universal Capsule Company together, where they also saw the spiritual time machine used by Trunks. Bardos touched the machine curiously and exclaimed in amazement, "It's incredible. Can human technology reach the level of traveling through time and space? It's almost catching up with the time ring." Bulma smiled complacently and said proudly, "Isn't it amazing? Let me tell you, this was invented by my future self." "Advertisement, really? Well, if this matter is discovered in the future, you will be held responsible." Actually I was just joking, do you believe me?" Trunks introduces the time machine to everyone, and since the machine can really only carry one person, his vision is for Chiga to use the machine alone to travel to the future. Upon hearing this, number 18 and others frowned and said, "So you mean we can only wait here? What if Kianhe doesn't come back?" "No, we can refuel there when we get there, and then Mr. Chiga can come back." Number 18 was a little disappointed, but the facts were before her and there was really nothing she could do. Bardos thought for a moment and said, "How about I ask King Kai for the time ring? That can carry people." Kianhe glanced at Bardos and thought to himself, "You are really going all out. You keep saying that people are not allowed to time travel without permission, but now you are going to blackmail God Kai." Alas, as expected, whether it is a sin or not is just a word from the gods. However, Kianhe does not mind this kind of behavior, because he is also a god and has the power to control the rules. Sometimes double standards are so cool. Bardos summoned his staff and said, "I'll go now and I'll be back soon." He stopped her and said casually, "Don't bother. If the machine is small, just make it bigger." Bulma was stunned for a moment, then shook her head in embarrassment and said, "Are you talking about expanding the size of the machine? It's not that easy. I can't build this machine right now. Besides, the raw materials needed to build this machine are extremely rare. I can't get them all in a short time." Bardos didn't say anything, she just looked at Kianhe quietly. Her intuition told her that Kianhe must have his own way. Kianhe did not respond to Bulma immediately. He first asked everyone to move away. Then, a golden halo suddenly appeared in his right eye. He whispered, "My name is Viguna." Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the time machine suddenly and without warning expanded several times. The cab that originally could only accommodate one person now looked like it could easily seat 8 or 10 people. Even the angel Bardos was stunned. She murmured, changing the size of matter out of thin air, "Is this the power of rules? How interesting, a god with both power and rules. No wonder he despises the position of god of destruction." Trunks was completely dumbfounded. What was happening before his eyes was too fantastic. Only now did he understand what the title, God, represented. Advertisement God represents doing whatever one wants and being omnipotent. The golden light in Kianhe's right eye gradually faded. He hadn't used this trick for a long time, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. After clapping his hands to wake up the dazed people, Chianhe smiled and said, "All right everyone, it's time for us to get going." Bulma looked up at the time machine that was several times larger. Even the ladder used for climbing was much larger, and she couldn't climb it at all. Except for her, everyone present could fly, so she looked to Kianhe for help. Chiga immediately understood and was about to step forward, but number 18 took the lead and picked up Bulma in a princess hug. Bulma looked at number 18 in confusion, and number 18 smiled and said, "Miss Bulma, you can't climb up, it's okay, I'm happy to serve you." After saying that, without waiting for Bulma to speak, she hugged Bulma and jumped high, entering the time machine first. Bardos looked at the scene thoughtfully. She glanced at Kianhe, staggered and almost fell. This frightened Chianhe. He quickly came to Bardos and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Although it sounds a bit outrageous that an angel is unwell, this is indeed the first thing that Kianhe thought of. Bardos's blue skin showed a faint blush, and she held her forehead with one hand and said, "Maybe it's because I've been away from Universe 6 for too long. My body is a little weak." Chianhe was stunned for a moment, thinking that angels can't leave their own universe for too long. Is there such a hidden setting? He frowned and said, "Then I'll take you back, so you don't need to take the time machine." Bardos rolled his eyes implicitly and thought to himself, "You straight man, if I wanted to go back, I would have gone back a long time ago." She leaned towards Kianhe and said, "No, it's just something I'm not used to yet. It will be fine in a while, but can you take me upstairs now?" "Yeah, sure." Kianhe put his arm around Bardos' waist and slowly flew into the time machine. Number 18 stared at the two people flying in amazement. She never expected that angels could actually steal homes. Chapter 454 Future Bulma Trunks was the last one to enter the time machine. He pressed the start button, and the time machine suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, then disappeared. Future, the time machine appeared above the dilapidated all-blue energy company, and after it landed, Trunks and others flew out of it. After hearing the noise, Future Bulma confirmed that it was Trunks before daring to walk out of the room. When she saw the time machine that was several sizes larger, a confused expression appeared on her face. Bulma knew at a glance that the person in front of her was her future self. Seeing the weathered face of her future self, Bulma's mood became heavy. Future Bulma looked at her young face and felt as if she was in another world. The two Bulmas just stared at each other silently, and no one spoke. It wasn't until Trunks came out and said, "Mom," that Future Bulma came back to her senses. She secretly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, "It's Trunks who's back, and he brought some guests with him." "Mother." Bulma was stunned for a moment. Trunks had never said who his parents were, but she was smart enough to guess something vaguely, and now it was confirmed. Trunks walked over and hugged Future Bulma, then introduced Chiga and others to her. The first person he wanted to introduce was Bulma, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly didn't know how to start. Future Bulma saw Trunks' embarrassment. She smiled and said, "There's no need to introduce this person. Of course I know my past self." Bulma suddenly asked, "So your final choice was Goku?" "Chosen. Goku. Why do you ask?" "Because Trunks is a Saiyan. If that's the case, then who else could his father be other than Goku?" Future Bulma didn't understand the situation for a while, because at the time point she set for Trunks, her past self should have already known Vegeta and had a little affection for him. Advertisement. But why is it that when I mentioned Saiyans, my past self only thought of Goku? Trunks hurriedly leaned over to Future Bulma's ear and whispered something. After hearing it, Future Bulma looked at Chiga, who was standing there in surprise. She didn't expect that a new character would appear in the time and space where Trunks went, and history would actually change because of him. However, what shocked her even more was yet to come. She saw number 18 slowly walking out from behind Kianhe. Due to the precedent of Trunks, number 18 knew that her appearance would definitely scare Future Bulma, so she kept hiding behind Chiga. But hiding all the time is not a good idea. She thinks she should come out first to let the Future Bulma see her so that she can be mentally prepared in advance. When Future Bulma saw number 18, she was really shocked. In the eyes of Future Bulma, no 18's angelic face hides a devilish heart. It was she and number 17 who made the future like this. Trunks came to the rescue again. It took him a while to explain to Future Bulma that she calmed down a little. She looked at Chiga hesitantly and asked, "So everything in that time and space changed because of this Mr. Chiga?" "Yes, and Mr. Kianhe is here to help us. And that angel, with the two of them here, those two androids won't be able to be so arrogant for long." Kianhe smiled at Future Bulma and said, "Hello, my name is Uchiha Chiga. It may sound weird to say this, but I'm glad to meet you in the future." Future Bulma nodded quickly. She was still in a daze and didn't know what to say for a moment. However, it was obviously very impolite to let the guests stay outside the door. She soon realized this and immediately turned her attention to invite Kihonhei and others into the house. The Universal Capsule Company of the future has been much smaller than in the past, and the briefs have passed away. Except for one laboratory that is still relatively intact, the rest of the company has been almost destroyed by the androids. Bulma felt a little sad when she looked at the current state of her family. Future Bulma brought a few cans of drinks and placed them on the table. Bardos curiously picked up a can and opened it. She took a sip and the slightly stimulating taste made her eyes light up. She couldn't help but say, "That's great. Did you make this drink too?" Future Bulma smiled and nodded, saying, "Advertisement. This is a way to have fun in misery. When I have nothing to do, I like to make some drinks. There is some alcohol in this drink, but I don't know if you can drink it." "Of course, Bulma, learn from your future self and go back and do some more." Bulma nodded helplessly, and the sacred image of the angel in her mind gradually collapsed. Bardos took another big gulp. Although the alcohol content in the drink was not very high, her alcohol tolerance seemed to be not very good. These few sips of the drink actually made her face turn red. Kihonhei couldn't hold it anymore. He snatched the drink can from Bardos's hand, weighed it, and found that it was empty. Bardos didn't know if she was pretending, but she suddenly tilted her body and rested her head on Chiga's shoulder. Bulma and number 18 raised their eyebrows. She began to stutter. "Okay, it tastes good. Kihonhei, what are you doing? Give it back to me, I want more." Qian, he rolled his eyes and thought to himself that a guy like you who can get drunk even by drinking a beverage would end up sitting at the table with the kids on Blue Star, you know that. He responded unhappily, "What are you drinking? You've made an angel lose face, just stay still." Bardos puffed up his cheeks and said angrily, how dare you talk to this angel like that? This angel is angry, I will punish you." "Oh, then I really want to see how the angel wants to punish a mere mortal like me." Bardos raised her head and glared at Kihonhei, and Kihonhei glared back at her. The pressure of God emanated from both of them. Bulma and the others were shocked, thinking that these two god tiers were going to fight over a bottle of drink. Then there would be no need for the two androids here to take action. By then, not to mention the Earth, even the universe might not be able to be saved. However, this situation did not last long. Bardos soon wilted. She suddenly fell into Kihonhei's arms and muttered, "I won't bother with you, since you're the one I like. Don't be so mean next time." Fortunately, her rival Makarita is not here. If she saw Bardos's current appearance, Bardos would never be able to raise his head in front of her for the next 1,000 years. Chapter 455 Sleepwalking. Future Bulma looked at Bardos lying in Chiga's arms, and the corners of her mouth twitched constantly. She whispered to Trunks beside her, "Trunks, is this Ms. Bardos really the legendary angel?" A drop of sweat dripped down Trunks' forehead and he responded, "Mom, don't talk nonsense. She is really an angel. She is just a little more casual in front of Mr. Kihonhei. She is usually very serious. I don't even dare to look at her. So what is her relationship with Mr. Chiga, and my past self, and that number 18? Trunks shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. The future time and space have become like this, and he has hardly ever talked to girls. He really doesn't understand anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so infatuated with Xiao Wu, who was decades older than him. Number 18 walked up to Kihonhei with his waist bent, glaring at Bardos who seemed to be asleep with his big eyes. Kihonhei wanted to push Bardos away, but it was as if this guy was stuck to Kihonhei and could not be pushed away without some great force. Helplessly, Kihonhei could only look at the future Bulma and ask, "Excuse me, is there any extra room here? I think she is drunk, let her go in to sober up first." When Bardos heard this, she immediately opened her eyes. She raised her body and her face was almost touching Kihonhei's. The breath that came out of her mouth was cool, with a hint of sweetness from the drink. "Who are you saying is drunk? Angels can't get drunk." After saying that, she sat next to Kihonhei with her arms folded, looking serious. But the more this happened, the more people felt that she was a little abnormal, and other people looked at her in a strange way. Future Bulma said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, next time I'll try to prepare some non-alcoholic drinks." Bardo refused immediately. She shouted, "No, I want it with alcohol, it's more potent this way." Advertisement bang. Kihonhei slammed his head on Bardos's forehead and said unhappily, "Come on, can you please be more aware of your alcohol tolerance? You're almost drinking like Sha Lulia. It hurts." "Huh? Who is Sha Lulia? A lovely fool. Are you calling me cute? It's a weird word to describe an angel, but I'll just accept it with reluctance." "So the idiot behind you didn't hear it?" Bardos snorted lightly, turned his head and stopped talking, and he seemed to have calmed down. Number 18 suddenly sat on Kihonhei's thighs, as if in protest. Bulma sat in the only remaining seat next to Chiga. 3 women in one drama, and now Kihonhei has become their stage. Chiga, who was at the center, looked calm. He looked at Trunks and asked, "Are we going to deal with those 2 androids now?" Trunks woke up from his daze. He looked out the window at the darkening sky, shook his head and said, "Let's forget about it today. It's getting late. Those 2 androids don't like to move around at night. Let's just rest here tonight." In fact, with Kihonhei's current perception ability, it is very easy to find the location of the 2 androids. However, looking at Bardos's current condition, he also thinks it is better to rest for a night first. In the evening, Chiga and the others assigned rooms. Future Bulma lived with her past self. The 2 Bulmas still had a lot to talk about. Number 18 is going to live with Bardos. She always feels that Bardos is very dangerous. Of course, this danger refers to another aspect. She has to keep a close eye on Bardos. The remaining room was naturally occupied by Chiga and Trunks, but Trunks thought that Chiga's status was too noble and she was here to save the future world. He wanted Chiga to sleep more comfortably, so he decided to sleep on the sofa himself. Even though Kihonhei told him that it was not necessary to do so, and emphasized that she did not have to sleep. But Trunks was surprisingly insistent about this, and seeing as how he was doing it, Chiga ended up having a room to herself. The peaceful night passed quickly. Advertisement the next morning, Kihonhei looked at Bardos sleeping beside her and fell into deep thought. Since Trunks gave him the room, he really had a good sleep last night. Who knew that when he woke up in the morning he would see Bardos? This guy was hiding his aura, so normally he couldn't detect it at all, so he didn't know when Bardos got on his bed. Bardos was wearing a light green silk nightgown, one of the straps of which had already hung down to her elbow, and if it went any lower she would be exposed. Kihonhei held her forehead with one hand and pushed Bardos back with the other. Bardos's long eyelashes trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes and made eye contact with Kihonhei for a brief moment. Her expression was so calm. She got up from the bed calmly, raised her hand to rub her eyes, and said lazily, "Morning, Chihei, you woke up pretty early. If you don't know, you would think that the two of them were sleeping together given the posture." He looked around and confirmed that this was the room he stayed in last night, then he turned to look at Bardos and asked, "When did you come into my room?" Bardos made a surprised expression and said, Yes, this seems to be your room. Why am I here?" "If you ask me, who should I ask? Pull your clothes first, they are about to fall off. What will happen if someone sees you?" Bardos glanced at the shoulder strap on her arm. A smile appeared on her face. Instead of adjusting her clothes, she leaned towards Kihonhei and whispered, "What's wrong? Is our Lord Kihonhei embarrassed?" Kihonhei raised his eyebrows and immediately looked at Bardos from top to bottom. After being swept by Kihonhei's golden eyes, Baduo suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. She was just satisfying her desire to talk. As long as Kihonhei got serious, she would be defeated immediately. She quickly straightened her clothes and put on a calm look, but the blush on her face revealed that she was not at peace at the moment. Bardos pretended to cough twice, and then she said seriously, "I haven't slept for a long time. Once I fell asleep, I didn't know what I did. Maybe it was your aura that attracted me, and my body came over unconsciously. This is called perfect freedom. Do you understand the ultimate freedom?" He crossed his arms and listened to Bardos' nonsense, and said with a playful look on his face, "So it's ultra freedom. So the so-called perfection refers to sleepwalking. This really opens my eyes." Chapter 456 to number 18. It's good that you know. Because ultra instinct is too powerful, it is sometimes difficult to control. "Oh, really? Can you control it now? If you can, go back first." Bardos felt uncomfortable with Kihonhei's gaze. When he heard this, he nodded immediately and left as if escaping. After a while, everyone got up and went to the living room to have a simple breakfast. While having breakfast, Bardos behaved very normally, and no one knew that she had attacked Kihonhei last night. When he was halfway through the meal, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, then he put down his bowl and chopsticks and said lightly, "Those two guys are out to cause trouble." The others paused for a moment, and Trunks said with a grim expression, "Mr. Chiga, you were talking about those two androids, right? They never stop making peace." Bulma waved his fist and said angrily, "How despicable, we must destroy them this time." Number 18 glanced at her and said, "So you'd better stay here, to avoid getting hurt by mistake in a fight." "How could that be? With Kihonhei and Bardos here, they can't make any waves at all." Bardos took a sip of coffee elegantly, and his calm demeanor gave people a very reliable feeling. Future Bulma's gaze moved between Bardos and Chiga, and her heart quickly calmed down. Kihonhei stood up from his seat, a light flashed in his eyes, and a black portal immediately appeared on the ground. "Okay everyone, if you want to go, let's go together, it's good to get some exercise." As he spoke, Kihonhei stepped into the portal first, followed closely by Bardos. The two god tiers walked in, and the others followed immediately. When they walked out of another portal, what came into view was a ruin with a large number of broken limbs scattered all over the ground. It was a scene of hell on earth. It was the first time that Bulma and number 18 saw this kind of scene, and they were stunned for a moment. Transco clenched his fists and cursed, advertisement. These two bastards, how badly do they want to destroy the earth? Although it was not the first time he saw it, every time it made him extremely angry. Golden light suddenly appeared around his body, and explosive sounds were heard. He directly entered the Super Saiyan state. Future Bulma sighed heavily. She walked up and patted Trunks on the shoulder. Just as Trunks was about to say something, a playful voice came from above. "Hey, isn't this Trunks? Looking for death again? And he brought some helpers with him this time?" Trunks was startled. He looked up suddenly and saw number 17 and number 18 suddenly appearing in the sky. The words just now were said by number 17. Number 18 next to him was holding a flying car with one hand, and a family of 3 was inside. The man was already slumped over the steering wheel and looked dead. In the back row was a mother and daughter. Although the mother was extremely frightened, she still held her child tightly with both arms, begging, "You can do whatever you want to me, please let my child go." Future number 18 used his other hand to pick his ears impatiently and said, "It's so noisy, I'm tired of playing, shut up." As she spoke, a gas bomb condensed in her hand and was about to be thrown at the car. Suddenly, a roar came from below. "Stop it, you disgusting creature." Call. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Trunks, who had turned into a Super Saiyan, was still standing there in a daze, and the one who rushed forward was actually number 18. She felt extremely disgusted when she saw herself like this, and she wanted to make future number 18 disappear with her own hands. Kihonhei snapped his fingers, and the car in future No 18's hand immediately disappeared, and appeared next to Kihonhei the next second. In the future, number 17 and number 18 looked at number 18 who was rushing towards them with a confused look on their faces, and for a moment they even forgot to dodge. Number 18 punched his future self in the face, sending her flying and disappearing into the clouds. Future number 17 finally came to his senses. He stepped aside and exclaimed, "It's really exactly the same. What's wrong with you? Are you number 18 too?" Advertisement number 18 didn't say anything, but fired an energy bomb in return. Number 17 cursed inwardly and crossed his arms to block it, but the impact of the explosion still made him feel uncomfortable. Future number 17 stabilized his body with a look of doubt on his face. Feeling the numbness coming from his arm, he whispered, "This kind of power. She is indeed a humanoid, and her power is even stronger than number 18. What is going on?" He lowered his arms and just opened his mouth to say something when another energy bomb came from a distance, targeting number 18 in front of him. Helplessly, he had to dodge again. Number 18 swung his arms and directly knocked away the incoming energy bomb, then stared coldly at the future number 18 who rushed out from the clouds. Future number 18 has a hideous face and looks extremely violent. There was a bright red fist mark on the side of her cheek, which was caused by number 18 just now. "You be asterisk 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 D. No matter who you are, I will tear you apart today." She raised her hand and fired a series of energy bombs at number 18. Number 18 also used the same move. Countless energy bombs collided in the air and instantly shattered the clouds. Boom boom boom. A thunderous roar resounded over the entire city. The energy bombardment continued for a while, and the moment it stopped, the two petite figures suddenly collided with each other. The shock wave generated by the collision once again toppled the few remaining buildings. The two No 18s put their arms together, their eyes fixed on the enemy opposite them who looked exactly like them. Future number 18 didn't know that this was her past self. She gritted her teeth and said, "Although you are a fake, you are quite powerful." Number 18 snorted coldly and said, "I think you are the real fake. Your existence makes me sick." As they spoke, the two No 18s shot out rays with their eyes in perfect sync. The rays converged together, making a crackling sound. Trunks and the two Bulmas below were looking nervously at the two No 18s colliding in the sky. Bulma asked with a worried look on her face, "Can our number 18 win? The opponent is not a human at all. I'm afraid number 18 will suffer." Qian he looked at the two people in the sky and said, "No, if we keep fighting like this, our number 18 will definitely be the winner in the end." Chapter 457, Destruction of Future Artificial Humans. Kihonhei said this with confidence, because he had personally modified number 18 on his side, and the materials used were better than those of number 17. Even if they are both infinite energy sources, the intensity of energy output may be different. The battle in the sky at this time also verified Kihonhei's words. The rays emitted from future 18's eyes were gradually retracting, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Number 18 smiled contemptuously, then suddenly increased her energy output. Her rays instantly became thicker and directly pushed back the rays of future number 18. "Ah!" A scream was heard, and future number 18 covered her eyes tightly, with 2 streams of blood sliding down her face. Seeing this scene, future number 17 could no longer sit still. After all, future number 18 was also his partner, and he naturally couldn't just watch her being destroyed. He quickly rushed to the battlefield, wanting to join forces with future number 18 to fight. In this regard, the two had a high degree of tacit understanding, and future Gohan died under their joint efforts. However, a suction force suddenly erupted from below. Universal pull. What? Future number 17 suddenly froze in the air, and was then pulled toward the ground by the suction force. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make his body fly again. Number 17, who encountered this strange situation for the first time, panicked and struggled desperately in the air. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Soon, he was sucked in front of Kihonhei. He stared at Qianhe and cursed angrily, "So it's you who's behind this? Die." As he spoke, he raised his head and fired an energy bomb. However, before the energy bomb touched Kihonhei's body, it was absorbed by an invisible barrier in front of him and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Future number 17 was dumbfounded. He fired several energy bombs again in disbelief, but the final result was no different from before. Advertisement 2 beams of golden light burst out from Kihonhei's eyes, and in an instant all the limbs of future number 17 were cut off. He let out a painful roar and almost lost consciousness. Trunks swallowed as he watched, gaining a deeper awareness of Chiga's power. Number 17, whom he had tried his best to deal with, was like a toy in Kihonhei's hands, and now he was even cut into a human stick. The gap between them was really too big. Kihonhei grabbed future No 17's neck and his wailing stopped abruptly. "Be quiet and don't disturb No 18's fight." Future number 17 looked at Chia in front of him with horror. This was the first time he felt fear since he came out of the laboratory. The battle between the two No 18s above is almost coming to an end. Originally, the strength of future number 18 is not as good as number 18, and she just injured her eyes. In the following battle, she can be said to be treated as a sandbag by number 18. Number 18 grabbed future No 18's hair with one hand and kept hitting her abdomen with the other hand. Muffled sounds came from the air, and Bulma and Trunks were frightened when they heard them. Future number 18 had been beaten so badly that he couldn't speak. He just kept spitting out blood and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. She has unlimited energy, but that doesn't mean she can't get hurt. Under the continuous blows from number 18, the sound made by future number 18 became weaker and weaker, and he was about to be beaten to death. Seeing that the fight was almost over, number 18 stopped attacking, grabbed her hair and brought her in front of him, and said coldly, "Now tell me, who is the imposter?" Future number 18 opened her eyes with difficulty and looked at the enemy in front of her who looked exactly like her. Suddenly, a creepy smile appeared on her face. Number 18 frowned and punched the future number 18 in the stomach again. She groaned and then laughed again. "You are the fake one. Don't you know that Dr. Gallo has implanted a super bomb in my body?" Number 18 was stunned for a moment. She really didn't know there was a bomb. When future number 18 saw No 18's expression, he laughed even more crazily. "Ha ha ha. It seems you don't have it. Now I'll let you see the power of this bomb. Destroy it with me. B****ch. She raised her hand tremblingly and pressed it on her chest, and a dazzling white light burst out from her chest. No 18's pupils shrank. The detectors in her eyes had detected a terrifying energy reaction, but it was obviously too late for her to avoid it. Advertisement future No 18's body expanded rapidly, and her manic laughter continued. At this moment, a golden light flashed in Kianhe's eyes below, and the white light on future number 18 quickly converged, and her body returned to its original state. She looked down at her chest in confusion. She could feel that the bomb in her body was still in a state of exploding, but it just couldn't. Bardos below glanced at Kianhe and chuckled. "Kianhe, you asked number 17 not to disturb their fight, but why can't you help yourself?" He strangled future No 17's neck and threw it to the ground like trash, he said calmly. "The right to interpret that sentence belongs to me." "Tisk, then you are really domineering. Stop it, isn't it overbearing for the god of destruction to make a planet disappear at will?" Forehead. Bardos was choked by this sentence, and for a moment he couldn't find any other words to refute. Number 18 in the sky was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. If number 18 in the future had really self-destructed just now, she would be in big trouble. At least, she would definitely not be able to escape after such a long time. Future number 18 is still trying to activate the bomb, but no matter how hard she tries, it is in vain. All explosions can be controlled by Chiga, who possesses the Baku Baku fruit. He has the final say on whether this bomb can explode or not. Number 18 did not dare to hesitate any longer. She threw the almost defenseless future number 18 into the air, then aimed her hands, and streams of energy continued to gather between her two palms. Finally, a huge energy ball appeared. A cold light flashed in No 18's eyes. She shouted, "Go to hell." The energy ball shot out instantly and hit future number 18, who was in free fall. Accompanied by an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, a mushroom cloud rose, and the scene looked extremely spectacular. The detector in No 18's eyes flashed a few times, and the number on it finally reached 0, which meant that number 18 had completely turned into ashes in the future. She gently stroked the messy blonde hair on her forehead and slowly fell to the ground. Chapter 458 Aftermath. Number 18 fell back to Kianhe's side, hugged Kianhe's arm, and didn't speak for a long time. This was her first serious battle, and she nearly died in future No 18's self-explosion. Now she is still in a state of shock. Kianhe gently stroked No 18's back and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work. You're really great. That fake guy is no match for you." Number 18 rested his head on Kianhe's arm and said in a muffled voice, "I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, you were here, otherwise I would." "It's okay. You are now a hero who saved the world." "I don't want to be a hero. I'm just an ordinary girl by your side." Bulma's mouth twitched. She complained in her heart. What an ordinary girl who can shatter a mountain with one punch. Trunks watched the two future androids being destroyed, and suddenly fell to his knees with tears dripping from his eyes. He clenched his fists, looked up to the sky and shouted, "Brother Gohan, did you see that? All the androids have been destroyed. Our world will finally be at peace." Everyone looked at him silently. Kianhe sighed lightly. Compared to the time and space he went to, the Earth in this time and space was indeed too miserable. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at Bardos and asked, "Bardos, I remember that there are Namekians in the 6th universe, right?" "Well, what's wrong? Then can you find the location of the Namekians in this universe?" "Of course, it's not that difficult." Bardos smiled slightly, then summoned his staff. The crystal ball on top of the staff emitted a ray of light, and then the Namekian's face appeared on it. Future Bulma was startled and quickly stepped forward and said, "It's really them. They're the Namekians we sent away back then." Trunks took a curious look and said, "Advertisement. These people look a lot like Uncle Piccolo. What can we do with them?" Future Bulma looked very excited. She turned her head sharply and put her hands on Trunks' shoulders. "Finding them means finding Dragon Ball. It's Dragon Ball. Don't you know what that means?" "Dragon. Pearl?" Trunks stared at Future Bulma blankly. Gradually, his expression became excited and he shouted, "Mom, are you saying that Mr. Goku and the others still have the Earth?" Future Bulma nodded vigorously, but then shook her head and said softly, The Shenlong of Namek is more powerful and can do more things, but Goku died of illness, so it's probably difficult to revive him. Sure enough, the person Bulma in this time and space misses most is Goku. But at the moment, being able to find the Dragon Ball is already something worth being happy about. Future Bulma quickly adjusted her mentality. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile. Everyone, I really don't know how to thank you. I have made some achievements in my research over the years. If you need anything, just let me know. Number 18 shook her head. She came here just to get rid of her evil self with her own hands. Now she just wanted to return to her own world. Kihonhei also said that he didn't need anything. What he was most interested in was the time machine, but that thing was only necessary to do once. He didn't want to travel through time and space frequently, as that would make him feel very confused. Bardo's eyes lit up. She looked at future Bulma and said, forget about the research results. Do you still have those drinks you brewed? I want to bring some back. Future Bulma was stunned. She didn't expect that the request made by an angel would be so simple. Her company still has a beverage production line with a very high level of automation. She only needs to provide the formula and raw materials. The amount of drinks she had produced over the years was quite high, and it was impossible for her and Trunks to finish them all by themselves. Seeing that future Bulma had not responded yet, he frowned and asked, looks like it's gone? That's such a pity? Future Bulma finally came to her senses and shouted. No, yes, I have a lot more. You can take as much as you can. It doesn't matter even if you empty it. My goodness, the reward for saving the world is just a drink. Future Bulma is too tired to complain. Advertisement. She then asked Bardos about the location of the planet where the Namekians were, and she decided to immediately start building a spaceship and go there to find the Dragon Ball. Bardos was in a good mood and said directly, don't bother, I can take you there right now, it will be quick. Really? That would be troublesome. Don't be so polite, I'm very satisfied with this trip, so I'll do you a small favor. Bardos glanced at Kihonhei and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then she asked the future Bulma to put her hand on her shoulder, and the two of them instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. Trunks looked up at the place where Bulma disappeared in the future, his expression looking a little worried. He stepped forward and patted him, then said with a smile. Don't look at them. They will be back soon, and with Bardos here, no one in this universe can hurt your mother. Trunks nodded vigorously. Now he respected Chiga to the extreme, and he was almost about to kowtow to her on the spot. Number 18 followed and asked, Kihonhei, when are we going back? Let's wait for Bardos to come back. Before that, there's still a small tale that needs to be dealt with. Otherwise, there won't be peace here after we leave. Are there any other evil androids out there? I guess so. This is a disgusting guy. After saying that, Kihonhei disappeared in a flash. In a shabby laboratory located halfway up a mountain, several computers are still beeping non-stop, several tubes are connected to a culture dish. Through the glass of the dish, you can see a bug, the size of a football floating in the culture fluid. Swish. He appeared in the laboratory. He slowly walked to the petri dish, looked at the insects in the dish and said, have you grown that big already? You will be coming out soon, Cell. At this time, Cell had regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked at Chiga with suspicion, because the data given to him by the computer did not contain any information about Chiga. And his current state can be said to be at the mercy of others. He smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and pressed on the glass cover and said, I don't have that much time to deal with your affairs, so goodbye, Cell. Chapter 459. Makarita arrives. Buzz. A brilliant golden light burst out from Kihonhei's palm. Cell stared at him with his newly developed eyes, opening and closing his mouth, as if saying, no. However, what responded to him was a golden energy bomb. With a loud bang, Cell, who was still in his infant stage, along with the entire mountain range, was turned into ashes. The smoke dissipated, and Kihonhei floated above the empty ground. He glanced at the charred earth, and disappeared into the air the next second. Back to Bulma's Universal Capsule Company in the future, after a while, Bardos also came back with Bulma from the future, along with a Dendi, who was responsible for summoning the dragon. There are 7 huge Dragon Balls floating behind them. Future Bulma had already done these Namekians a favor, and when they heard that the Earth was in trouble, they offered their Dragon Ball without hesitation. Dendi has grown a lot, and there are still 2 tear marks on his face, which were left when he heard the news of the death of his good friend Gohan. Now everything is ready. All that's left is to summon the dragon and make a wish. Chiga did not wait for Trunks to make a wish. Many people might be resurrected later, and he did not want to get too entangled with the future time and space. So they used a large time machine to return to their original time and space. However, after getting off the time machine, the surroundings were surprisingly quiet. You have to know that this is the lawn of the Universal Capsule Company, and there are usually 1 or 2 servants cleaning it. Kihonhei and Bardos looked in the same direction almost at the same time, and saw a figure with a similar appearance to Bardos, with twin ponytails, standing in the center of the lawn. She was dressed in dark blue angel costume, holding a staff similar to Bardos's in her hand, with a mocking smile on her face. She was the angel from the 11th universe, Makarita. Seeing Bardos looking over here, she said, Bardos, as an angel, you left your original universe without permission and took a few mortals across time and space. Do you know your crime? Bardos frowned. She didn't expect that Makarita actually found the Earth, and happened to discover her behavior of traveling through time and space with others. Advertisement. She is indeed in the wrong now. If Makurita reports these things to the god-tier officials, even if she is an angel, she will be severely punished, or even put into hibernation for a period of time. So in the face of Makurita's ridicule, Bardos did not fight back, but remained silent. Seeing Bardos's performance, Makurita became more arrogant. She ignored Kihonhei and others and continued to speak. My dear sister, the crime you committed this time is not a small one. You also know the consequences, right? Why don't you come back with me to meet father? Bardos sighed softly, turned to look at Kihonhei, and said with a forced smile. Kihonhei, the time I spent with you was really interesting. I'm very happy. I hope we can meet again one day. After saying that, she resolutely turned around and walked towards Makurita. Kihonhei raised his eyebrows and suddenly grabbed Bardos' hand from behind. Bardos paused, turned around and looked at Qianhe in surprise. Qianhe's eyes were as calm as water, and he spoke lightly. If it's so interesting, why don't you stay a little longer? And it's me who's going to travel through time and space, what does it have to do with you? Bardos stared blankly into Qianhe's eyes. Why would she want to leave? She was not afraid of Makurita, but of the god-tier official. Once the god-tier official got angry, everything on Earth would be destroyed. By then, even Qianhe might be destroyed by the god-tier officials, which was the last thing she wanted to see. So even though she was reluctant, she still shook her head and said softly. Forget it. If I hadn't come to Earth without permission, Makurita wouldn't have been attracted here. You are a god who is not bound by anything. Don't get into trouble because of me. It's not up to you to decide whether this is troublesome or not. Come here, no one can take you away today. As he spoke, Qianhe exerted force on his hands, pulled Bardos back, and put his arms around her waist. Number 18, who was standing by, didn't say much when she saw this scene, because she also disliked Makurita on the opposite side, who was giving orders in a condescending manner. In comparison, number 18 had a very good impression of Bardos. They had slept together for one night. She didn't know that Bardos had run away in the middle of the night, so naturally she didn't want to see her being bullied. She put one hand on her waist and shouted to Makurita in front of her. Advertisement, what's wrong with you? Bardos is a guest of my house, it's not your turn to say anything. Makurita's face suddenly darkened. As an angel worshipped by thousands of people in the 11th universe, this was the first time she was scolded by Yamato. She pointed the staff in her hand at number 18 and said coldly. Human, I didn't want to argue with you, but you are so ungrateful. This planet will disappear because of your disrespect to me. She gently smashed her staff against the ground, and circles of light blue ripples spread out. For a moment, the entire earth began to tremble. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and several lightning bolts flashed across the sky. At this moment, every corner of the earth presents a doomsday scene. Makurita's power is enough to turn the earth into dust in the universe in an instant, but she wants this mortal who dares to contradict her to slowly taste the fear of gradually moving towards destruction. She looked at Qianhe who was hugging Bardos, and then looked at Bardos who didn't struggle at all, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then she seemed to have thought of something and said teasingly. Bardos, it seems that you have some other thoughts about this human being. How interesting. Can angels also be tempted by human desires? Bardos bit her lips lightly. She couldn't refute this statement, so she could only secretly glance at Qianhe. Qianhe's eyes were narrowed, and his pair of golden pupils flashed a captivating golden light in the darkness. He released his arm around Bardos and walked towards Makurita step by step. In the process, his long snow-white hair grew longer again and gradually became wilder. He was wearing a white tight windbreaker, with silver hair growing on his chest and silver eyeshadow around his eyes, which added a touch of mystery to his whole person. Silver flames rose from his body into the sky, instantly dispersing the darkness that enveloped the entire sky. Looking at the changed appearance of Chiga, Makurita's pupils shrank. As an angel, she could naturally feel the terrifying energy in Chiga's body after the transformation. She exclaimed, with this kind of power, you can't be immortal, who are you? Chapter 460. First battle with angels. Bardos looked at Qianhe's back and felt extremely shocked. Because in her perception, Qianhe's aura at this moment was even stronger than the last time he faced the two gods of destruction. This is the horror of the legendary super bloodline. The power of Saiyans who possess this bloodline is growing all the time. Ordinary Saiyans need to be seriously injured and dying to achieve a significant increase in strength, and the increase in strength is limited. The super bloodline completely avoids these and is completely at the level of a plug-in. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Qianhe, Makurita did not dare to be careless. She took a light breath, and a layer of bright white light covered her body. As an angel, she has naturally mastered the perfect ultra instinct. She stared at Qianhe who was walking towards her and subconsciously clenched her staff in her right hand. Qianhe's figure gradually became illusory, and when she reacted, Qianhe had appeared behind her. Makurita's pupils suddenly dilated, and she thought to herself that something was wrong. She was in a state of perfect freedom and was about to dodge immediately. However, Qianhe's speed was faster than hers. Qianhe's hands suddenly stretched out and instantly grabbed Makurita's two ponytails, then swung her hard and threw her out of the atmosphere. Bardos subconsciously touched her high ponytail, and thought of how Qianhe often stared at her ponytail before, and she couldn't help but shudder. Qianhe locked onto Makurita's breath, and with a thought, his figure disappeared again the next second. Makurita managed to steady herself with great difficulty, and now she was already in outer space. She reached out and touched the twin ponytails on her head, cursing angrily. This guy is so bad, he actually grabbed my hair, it hurts so much. As soon as she finished speaking, Qianhe appeared behind her, This time she reacted quickly. The staff in her hand burst into colorful light and swung towards Kihonhei's waist. Kihonhei blocked it with one hand and reached for Makurita's neck with the other hand. Makurita's ponytails suddenly extended, like two long white snakes tightly wrapping around Kihonhei's arms. Advertisement. Kihonhei raised his eyebrows. Makurita's move was indeed beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that twin tails could be used in this way. The hair was getting tighter and tighter, and Kihonhei was unable to pull his arms free for a while. Seeing this scene, Makurita's mouth curled up into a smile, and she shouted, "Damn you! I let you grab my hair, now you can have the hair's revenge." As she spoke, she shook her head vigorously, causing her hair and Chiga to circle above her. Kihonhei simply gave up, pulling her arm away, and thought to herself, "Since you want to play with my hair, I'll play with you to the end." Under Makurita's astonished gaze, Kihonhei's wild white hair began to grow wildly, and soon everything within her sight turned into white waves. She was stunned and murmured, "What the hell is going on here?" Countless strands of hair condensed into sharp white spikes, extending rapidly towards Makurita. In desperation, Makurita had to let go of Kihonhei temporarily. She held the staff with both hands and waved it continuously. Colorful rays of light burst out from it, breaking all the hair that was attacking her. She finally dealt with the hair, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Kihonhei's attack came again. Two golden beams of light pierced through the darkness and shot out. Makurita quickly dodged to the side, but the hem of her skirt was still pierced by the two golden lights, leaving two big holes. Looking at the two holes on the clothes that were still emitting black smoke, Makurita was furious. She shouted angrily, and the terrifying aura of an angel burst out in an instant, and the surrounding space began to crack inch by inch. Kihonhei's figure emerged from the darkness, looking at the furious Makurita. His face was extremely calm, only a little golden light still remained in his eyes. Makurita pointed the staff in her hand at Kihonhei. A brilliant colorful light lit up from the top of the staff. Terrifying energy continued to gather. She shouted angrily, "No matter who you are, you really d me off this time. Go to hell. The galaxy will be destroyed." Buzz. A thick stream of colorful light poured out from the staff in her hand, and this blow was enough to turn a galaxy into nothingness. Qian he snorted coldly. He put his hands together, and when he opened them, a golden ball of light floated between his hands. Advertisement: don't take yourself so seriously, go back to your universe, Brahma. With a push of both hands, the golden ball of light, dragging a ray of burning golden flame, quickly enlarged after separating from Kihonhei, and collided with the oncoming colorful stream of light like a comet. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from the center of the collision. The space of the entire universe was constantly collapsing, and countless planets turned into nothingness in an instant. On the earth, Bardos held up his staff, and a beam of colorful light shot up into the sky. After rushing out of the earth, it quickly turned into a colorful protective shield, wrapping the earth, thus preventing the earth from being destroyed by the aftermath. After the aftermath subsided, Bardos turned to Bulma and the others and said, "I have to go check it out. If the two of them continue fighting, the entire 7th universe will be destroyed." Number 18 suddenly spoke up, "Will you help Chiga?" Bardos was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered that Makurita was her biological sister. If Kihonhei and Makurita really fought to the death, how should she choose? She shook her head vigorously, shouting in her heart, "No, I can't let this happen. I have to stop this fight." Thinking of this, she no longer bothered to respond to number 18, and directly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. Back to the battlefield, Kihonhei and Makurita stood opposite each other. The space they were in had turned gray and was filled with a desolate atmosphere. Makurita looked at Kihonhei with an extremely solemn gaze. The dark blue angel robe she was wearing was already badly damaged, and her lower body looked like a short skirt. In comparison, Chiga's condition looks much better, except for her shoulders which look a little dirty. The rest of her body is still the same as at the beginning. Makurita looked around, then looked at Kihonhei and said, "I admit that you were very strong, ridiculously strong, but do we really have to keep fighting? You have also seen how terrible the destruction caused by our battle is. You don't want to see this universe destroyed, right? So let's stop." Makurita was obviously giving in. Kihonhei crossed his arms and said seriously, "You can stop, but there is one thing I want to make clear. Will you still report Bardos?" Chapter 461. Makurita surrenders. When Kihonhei said this, Bardos happened to appear beside him. She was stunned when she heard this. Makurita's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She didn't even look at Bardos behind Kihonhei, and said angrily, "What do you mean by tattling? It was Bardos who made the mistake first, and I. Is it called tattling if I tell my father? What else? It's just a trivial matter. Why are you holding on to it? It's a small matter. Do you understand? Whether Bardos is deserting her post or traveling through time and space without permission, it's a big deal. Is it wrong for me to bring her back? What's the big deal? The universe won't rotate without the angels, right? And what's wrong with traveling through time and space? She didn't bring back the Omni King. What? How dare you mention the Lord of all Kings? So what if he did? I'm not the god of his universe. He can't control me. And speaking of being AWOL, you're not AWOL just because you came from the 11th universe." Makurita's face froze, and her momentum immediately weakened by half. She usually just bickered with Bardos, and her ability was really not enough to face Qianhe. She lowered her head and muttered, "It's different. The god of destruction knows that I'm here, but the god of destruction that Bardos is in charge of is still asleep and doesn't even know that Bardos has left. What good would it do if the god of destruction knew? Don't think I don't know. In terms of actual status, angels are much higher than the god of destruction. What's the big deal about you going on a business trip and reporting to your subordinates? If you have the guts, why don't you go and tell the god-tier official or the Omni King? Makarita's little face turned red, and the twin ponytails on her head bent automatically, as if she was exerting force. After holding it in for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a clear idea, so she just started to show off. Alright, I get it, I made a mistake too, okay. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything that happened today, are you satisfied? Kihonhei raised the corner of his mouth, but what he said almost d Makarita off to death. What should I be satisfied with? I'm not your father. Makarita's eyes widened. She pointed a trembling finger at Kihonhei and said tremblingly. You, what do you mean by, why are you stuttering? Bardos is your sister, right? You really d her off just now. You should ask her if she has forgiven you. You don't even understand this. You are such a bad sister. This sentence was a fatal blow. Makarita was struck by lightning and her whole body seemed to be petrified and frozen in midair. Advertisement Bardos couldn't help laughing. It was the first time she saw Makarita suffer such a big loss. At the same time, she was extremely moved. Apart from the god-tier officials and the Omni King, angels were almost the supreme gods in the universe, and Kihonhei actually fought with an angel to this extent for her. The mere thought of it made her heart tremble. She reached out and patted the dirty part of Kihonhei's shoulder a few times and said softly. Thank you so much for standing up for me this time, are you not hurt? He smiled slightly and said, I'm fine, but then again, you're not afraid of this guy at all, are you? What are you thanking me for? Bardos shook his head and said softly, anyway, I just want to thank you. Oh, I wish you could appear in my universe. Chiga spread his hands. If he really appeared in the 6th universe at that time, it would probably take him a while to realize that he had come to the Dragon Ball world. Makarita came back to her senses. She looked at the intimate posture of Chiga and Bardos across from her and said while biting her lip. What a sweet picture. Bardos, why don't you apply to replace the god of destruction? Wouldn't it be better to live with this guy? Bardos's pretty face turned red, and she did not refute Makarita because she did have such an idea. Kihonhei turned around and glared at Makarita, then said. What? Do you want to fight again or continue talking to me? Makarita shrank her head subconsciously. She was really a little afraid of Kihonhei now. After all, she couldn't beat him, and she couldn't win the argument either. She just wanted to satisfy her verbal abuse on Bardos. She pretended to be calm and fiddled with the staff in her hand, but her eyes kept glancing at Kihonhei. He was a little confused by her look and asked unhappily. Hey, what are you looking at? This is none of your business. Go back to your universe. Makarita's body trembled, and her expression looked a little aggrieved. She muttered. But you haven't answered my question yet. What's the question? Why don't I remember what you asked me? Advertisement Makarita shook her ponytails vigorously and said. I asked you at the beginning. I asked you who you are, but you still haven't told me your name. Don't you think that's rude? Oh, you even know the word politeness? When you first appeared, you had nothing to do with this word. I thought you always looked down on people. Makarita was no match for Kihonhei in bickering. She rolled her eyes and looked directly at Bardos, saying in a delicate voice. Sister, look at him. The corners of Bardos' mouth twitched a few times. Today's Makarita really opened her eyes. She couldn't help but ask. Where did you learn all this? Of course I learned it on Earth. Well, it seems you have been on Earth for a while, too. Forehead. Makarita blushed. She had indeed played on Earth for a while and had a lot of fun. If the space-time fluctuations caused by the activation of the time machine had not caught her attention, she would not have come here at all. Now that the matter has been dismantled, she simply gave up and said with her neck stiff. Okay, I admit it, that planet called Earth is really interesting. I was just a little too playful this time. You were quite honest, so, tell me what you think is fun. Speaking of this, Makarita suddenly became excited. She raised her hand and said. That's too much, but I still like those TV shows. I can watch them for days. He listened from the side and complained in his heart. Well, after these two angels came to Earth, one became a foodie girl, and the other became a drama-watching girl. Will they still have the energy to take care of their universe in the future? The conversation over there is still going on. TV series are really interesting. Which one do you like best? Well, my brother-in-law is in love with me. No more watching this kind of TV series. Chapter 462 God and Angels. Makarita looked at Bardos in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with the show she was watching. Just as Bardos was about to speak, another stream of colorful light flashed by. It was Weiss who had arrived late. When he saw Bardos and Makarita, he was stunned. He asked with a look of doubt. Why are you here? Bardos and Makarita looked at each other and answered in unison. We are all brothers and sisters, so what's wrong with visiting you? The two of them spoke with such confidence that even Weiss couldn't do anything about it. He glanced at the gray space around him, then at Makarita's tattered clothes, and his doubts grew even more. Bardos changed the subject and said, Why did you come here alone? Where's your god of destruction? Speaking of this, Weiss glanced at Kihonhei and said, The last battle consumed a lot of his energy, and he is still sleeping now. Makarita asked curiously, Beerus is also sleeping? Is he fighting with Champa again? It seems that their fight is very intense this time. Weiss shook his head and looked at Kihonhei and said, This time, they are not fighting each other. On the contrary, they have joined forces to fight against this Kihonhei brother. You again. Makurita looked at Chiga with wide eyes. Wow, after defeating the god of destruction, he now defeats the angel. This Chiga is really one of a kind. Kihonhei looked calm, as if he was not the one who put the two gods of destruction into a deep sleep. Makurita thought of Jiren in her own universe. She originally thought that Jiren, who was as powerful as the god of destruction, was already the strongest mortal, but now Chiga appeared. Makurita has personally experienced how outrageous Chiga's fighting power is. Judging from the battle just now, if the fight continues, she, the angel, will definitely be defeated. Advertisement moreover, she felt that Chiga didn't seem to be using her full strength. If it weren't for the existence of god-tier officials and the Omni King, Chiga would definitely be the undisputed #1 in the 12 universes. But why would someone with such power remain unknown? Makurita now wanted to know where Kihonhei came from. Kihonhei had no intention of paying attention to her. He naturally took Bardos's hand and raised his eyebrows twice. Bardos was a little shy in front of her brothers and sisters. She asked in a low voice. What are you doing? Weiss and Makurita are still here. Chian, he said nonchalantly, that's it, now that your troublesome sister has calmed down, let's go back. Makurita was immediately unhappy when she heard this. She yelled. Hey, who are you calling troublesome? This is called slander. Do you understand slander? Chian, he raised his hand to pick his ears and said casually. It's so annoying, no wonder she has twin ponytails, like a little kid. Boom. Kihonhei's words passed through Makurita's heart like a thunder. She was an angel who had lived for who knows how many years, but she was actually described by others as a little brat. If it were someone else, Makurita would immediately turn the person who said this into nothingness, but facing Chiga, she could only use a series of actions such as staring and clenching her fists to show her impotent rage. In fact, Makurita is well known among the angels for her arrogance. Relying on her powerful cosmic strength, she always likes to be sarcastic to others, especially to Bardos, who she doesn't get along with at all. But today she suffered a big setback at the hands of Kihonhei. Kihonhei really didn't tolerate her at all. Not only did he beat her up, he also almost made her cry. Thinking about what happened to her today, Makurita bit her lip and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Weiss looked at Makurita in surprise. In his opinion, Chiga was attacking her in the face. According to convention, Makurita would be furious and even start a fight. But now Makurita looks like a little girl who has been wronged, making people feel a little pitiful. As an older brother, Weiss felt that he should care about his sister, so he asked. Makurita, you don't look very well. Do you want to sit with me for a while? We haven't had a chat together for a long time, right? It would be fine if he didn't say anything, but as soon as he started talking he immediately became Makurita's punching bag. Makurita turned her head sharply and looked over, startling Weiss. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm in great shape, and what's so fun about your place? I don't want to go. Advertisement Weiss scratched his head and said, you can't say that. I can sing a song for you. Are you kidding me? Who doesn't know how good you are at singing? You'd better stop talking. Weiss was met with a cold shoulder and had no choice but to shut his mouth in disappointment and stand there with his hands behind his back. Kihonhei glanced at the furious Makurita and said to Bardos. Your sister is so different from you. How can there be such a big difference between us? Both of us are angels. A gentle smile appeared on Bardos's face, and her voice sounded extremely gentle. So do you like me? The question was so blunt that Kihonhei was stunned for a moment, and Makurita almost dropped her jaw in shock. The anger in her heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. Although Bardos looked smiling on the surface, she was actually extremely nervous. Kihonhei could feel that her palms had begun to sweat. After a moment of silence, Chian slowly spoke, like. Hearing these two simple words, Bardos' smile became even brighter. She leaned closer to Kihonhei and whispered. That's good, let's go back, the girls on the 18th are going to be waiting anxiously. Chiga opened the portal and flew in with Bardos, leaving Makurita dumbfounded and Weiss who didn't know the truth. Makurita turned her head stiffly to look at Weiss and asked. Weiss, didn't you hear what they just said? Weiss tilted his head and responded. I heard it, what's wrong? Are you stupid? That's a confession. According to what I learned on Earth, the next step is for them to get married. Is it that exaggerated? I remember that Bardos was very interested in Mr. Chiga before. At most, she wanted Mr. Chiga to become her god of destruction, right? What do you know? An angel and a mortal are in love. This is too exciting. No, I have to go over and take a look. Mr. Kihonhei is not a mortal, he is also a god. Oh, these are not important anymore. This is a good show that has just appeared, go back first. Don't disturb me while I am watching the show. Chapter 463 God-tier officer. As Weiss looked confused, Makurita turned into a stream of light and shot towards the earth. When Weiss came to his senses, he was the only one left in this space, and there was not even a planet around him. He glanced at the staff in his hand and muttered. So there are two angels, one is in love, and the other is watching the fun? Is it really okay for the 6th and 11th universes to be without angels to watch over them? Aren't they really afraid of being discovered by the God-tier officials? Shaking his head helplessly, Weiss thought it would be better for him not to get involved in these matters. He should go back to pet the cat, take care of his own god of destruction. Alas, it is so rare to find an angel as dedicated as me. While Weiss was intoxicated, on Earth, seeing Chiga and Bardos returning, Bulma and number 18 immediately cheered and rushed over together. Number 18 looked Kihonhei up and down carefully. and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Kihonhei was not injured. Bulma waved her fist and shouted, "Kihonhei, have you taken care of that arrogant guy? I knew you were the strongest." He smiled and nodded, and responded, "She should have calmed down and won't cause trouble again." As soon as the voice fell, Makurita's voice suddenly sounded. "You're talking bad about me behind my back again. Why am I causing trouble?" When everyone turned around, they saw Makurita standing there with her waist bent, with a look of indignation on her face. Kihonhei frowned and asked, "Why are you here? Don't you have your own universe?" Makurita was immediately furious. She pointed at Bardos and shouted, "If Bardos can come, why can't I? She's not an angel of this universe, right? Advertisement, I asked Bardos to come, but you came uninvited, okay? Can you be a little more reasonable?" "You, Humph, I don't care. I can come and go in any universe I want. I'm going to stay here." Makurita crossed her arms, looking like she was asking, "What can you do to me?" Kihonhei raised his eyebrows, flexed his wrist, and was about to walk towards Makurita. Seeing this, Bardos quickly grabbed Kihonhei and said softly, "Well, that's just Makurita's character. She's not a bad person by nature. Let's just ignore her. As long as she doesn't cause any trouble, let her play on Earth by herself." After hearing this, Makurita stuck out her tongue and muttered, "I'm not causing trouble, I'm here to watch the show." Bardos immediately thought of the title of the play mentioned by this guy before, Kidao. "What kind of drama do you watch? Didn't I tell you not to watch that kind of stuff anymore? Just watch it. The leading actor this time is extraordinary, the only one in the 12 universes. I must watch it." Makurita's eyes wandered between Kihonhei and Bardos. Bardos seemed to know something. She blushed and glanced at number 18 as if she was guilty. She quickly said, "What are you talking about? If you keep going like this, Chiga and I will drive you out of the earth." These words really scared Makurita. Chiga alone was enough to make her lose her temper, let alone Bardos, who was also an angel. Unless she calls the god-tier officer, she alone won't be able to handle the combined forces of these two. Now she is so weak, pitiful and helpless. Under pressure, she has to shut up and be a quiet angel with twin ponytails. He stretched his waist, stopped paying attention to Makurita, and said, "Okay, let's go home. I just stretched my muscles a little and it feels good." Everyone couldn't help but look at Makurita's tattered angel costume. Makurita hurriedly pulled up the hem of her skirt, which had been shortened a lot. With a thought, the clothes on her body immediately returned to their original state. But this behavior was obviously an attempt to cover up one's mistake, and seeing everyone's raised lips, Makurita could no longer hold back the grievance in her heart. She pursed her lips and looked like she was about to cry. As the elder sister, Bardos immediately softened her heart. She hurried forward and hugged Makurita in her arms, saying softly, "What happened? It was fine just now. Advertisement." This time, Makurita remembered that Bardos was her sister. She hugged Bardos and shouted, "Sister, they bullied me, especially that Kihonhei. I couldn't even beat him. It d me off. You are an angel. Who can bully you? You are the one who is being hard on yourself. Well, play on Earth for 2 days and then go back. Your god of destruction is not in deep sleep yet." "Humph. I have to play for 2 more days. Waimei knows where I've been. He's quite honest, so there shouldn't be any trouble." "Okay, then you better not cause any trouble. Well, it's really boring over there. I have to stay on Earth for 2 more days this time." Temple of the Omni King. The god-tier officer stood in front of the palace door with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the 7th universe with a thoughtful expression on his face. It seems that a great battle has taken place in the 7th universe. One of the auras is very familiar. It should be Makurita, but what about the other aura? Why is it so strange? Thinking of this, he stretched out one hand and a staff similar to the ones used by Bardos and the others emerged, the only difference being that the crystal ball on top was black. The god-tier officer held the staff tightly, his eyes fixed on the crystal ball on the top of the staff. A faint light flickered, and the scene of Makurita's previous battle appeared on the crystal ball, but Kihonhei's figure was always shrouded in a layer of fog, and his face could not be seen at all. The god-tier officer frowned. "You know, the staff in his hand is much more powerful than those of Bardos and the others. He can know what happened in any universe through this staff. This is the first time a situation like today has happened." He had just seen Bardos' figure in the crystal ball, which made him even more puzzled. A small 7th universe actually attracted 2 angels from other universes, and also a mysterious powerful man. This really aroused the interest of the god-tier officials. He looked at the staff in his hand and said to himself, "Bardos doesn't seem to have any intention of helping Makurita. Does this battle seem to be just a sparring match? Weiss is coming over too. What is the relationship between the 3 of them and that mysterious man?" The god-tier officer used his staff to check the location of Bardos and the others, and found that among the 3 of them, only Weiss was staying obediently beside the god of destruction he was in charge of, and the other 2 were on a planet called Earth. He immediately deduced that the mysterious strong man who fought with Makurita must also be on Earth. He thought about it and decided to find Weiss to ask about the situation first. He put the staff to his lips and said, "Did you hear that, Weiss? I'm a god-tier officer. Come to my place right now. I have something to ask you." Chapter 464 Father and Son Conversation. When Weiss arrived at the Omni King's palace and met the god-tier officer got straight to the point. "Weiss, your universe has been very busy lately. What were Bardos and Makurita doing there? Don't say you were having a sibling reunion." Weiss wiped the cold sweat from his head, thinking that the truth could not be hidden after all. It must be that the fight between Chiga and Makurita last time alarmed the god-tier officer. He had no choice but to report truthfully. A god named Uchiha Chiga appeared in my universe, and Bardos and Makurita were attracted by him. God? Uchiha Chiga? It seems that he is the one fighting against Makurita. What does he look like? Father, can't your staff see what's happening in the universe? The god-tier officer did not answer, but extended the staff in front of Weiss, and the crystal ball on it showed the scene of Kihonhei's battle with Makurita again. Weiss frowned and said, "Can it even block Father's staff? He is indeed from another dimension." "Oh, isn't he the god of our dimension? That's really interesting. What else do you know? Tell me about it." Weiss thought about it and continued, "I don't know much about this Uchiha Chiga. All I know is that he is extremely powerful and that the result of that battle was that Makurita lost." The god-tier officer looked very surprised to hear that Makurita had lost. Since he couldn't see Chiga's appearance clearly through the staff, he didn't know the result of the battle. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, and after a while he slowly spoke. "What is his character like?" "It's good. He fought Makurita because of Bardos, and I think Bardos likes him very much and has always wanted him to become the god of destruction of Universe 6. Really? You guys are not young anymore, so it's normal to have such thoughts." Weiss tilted his head. Normally, he liked food the most and was not interested in matters between men and women. He asked tentatively, "Father, should we summon Bardos? She should know Uchiha Chiga well." The god-tier officer shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. Since she likes it, let her accompany this guest from afar on Earth." "But what's the matter with Makurita? Why did she follow him?" "Advertisement, she said she wanted to go to Earth to watch a show." The term, watching drama, obviously touched upon the god-tier officer's blind spot. He was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "What does it mean to watch a play?" Weston immediately began to gesture with his hands. "This drama refers to the TV series on Earth. It's a kind of performance. Makurita thinks that the story between Bardos and Chica is like a TV series, and she wants to go and watch it." "Oh, why don't you just tell her that she wants to go to the theater?" Weiss's face froze, and he managed to say something after a long while. "As expected of you, Father, you really hit the nail on the head. Although the god-tier officer looks like a villain behind the scenes, he is actually a very nice person, especially when he is alone with his children." He shook his head, put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Weiss, stop patting the horses, it's not a good habit." Weiss secretly rolled his eyes but said, "That's what my father taught me." The god-tier official pretended to be a little bit cool, waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can go back now. Your universe has finally become lively during this period. Be serious and don't cause any big trouble." Weiss nodded, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. The god-tier officer noticed Weiss's expression and asked, "Weiss, is there anything else you want to say?" Weiss looked towards the depths of the palace in awe and whispered, "Father, I heard that the Omni King intends to wipe out several universes. Is this true?" When the Omni King was mentioned, the god-tier officer's expression became serious. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where did you hear this?" "It came from the 11th universe. Advertisement, the universe of Makurita. No wonder, the god of destruction in that universe has always been a little restless." The staff in the god-tier officer's hand flashed, revealing a clown's face, which was the god of destruction, Wei Meida. He looked at the verm in the crystal ball and said to himself, "You smartass, how can a god of destruction like you guess what the king of all is thinking?" As he spoke, the god-tier officer looked up at Weiss, who was keeping his head down and not speaking, and said, "Lord Omni King did have similar ideas, but he didn't just want to eliminate a few universes. This time, all universes might be eliminated. It would be good enough if only one could be left." "What? Why is this happening? Is it some universe that has made the Omni King unhappy?" The god-tier officer shook his head and said calmly, "All universes are originally controlled by the Omni King. The survival of the universe is only in his mind. Perhaps the Omni King is tired of the current universe and wants to cleanse it and rebuild it." Weiss's face became solemn as he thought of the 6 universes that had been wiped out due to their previous crimes. The god-tier officer slowly floated in front of Weiss, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said, "Weiss, you don't have to worry too much about this. Even if the universe is cleared, you brothers and sisters will not disappear. At most, you will just fall into a deep sleep. When the universe restarts, you will wake up." That being said, the 6 erased universes have shown no signs of being restarted yet. Thinking of this, Weiss couldn't feel at ease. At this moment, Weiss, as an angel, felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. The god-tier officer sighed and said, "Well, if you like your current universe very much, I will do my best to deal with it when that day comes." The man who said this is no longer a god-tier official, but now he is just a father who cares about his children. Weiss' heart was also touched. He understood that it was already the limit for the god-tier officer who always obeyed the Omni King to say this. He looked at the god-tier officer and said softly, "Father." The god-tier officer tilted his head and smiled, jokingly saying, "Well, this time the father sounds very emotional. It sounded like a job title before, but today it sounds very comfortable. I commend him." Weiss rubbed the back of his head and chuckled a few times, and the haze that shrouded his heart instantly dissipated for the most part. Chapter 465 New Tenant. The god-tier officer was in a very good mood. He suddenly leaned close to Weiss's ear and whispered, "Have you forgotten the existence of Super Dragon Ball? If things really reach a point of no return, use it to restore everything." Weiss's face lit up with joy, but soon turned gloomy again. But if the universe is destroyed, no one will come out to make a wish. The god-tier officer slapped his forehead and looked at Weiss, looking very disappointed. How stupid. Have you forgotten that Uchiha Chiga is still here? Doesn't he belong to this dimension? Doesn't this mean that the Omni King's erasure has no effect on him? Why don't you just give him the Super Dragon Ball as insurance? Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Father is really wise and shrewd. I admire you. The smile on the god-tier officer's face grew deeper. He stretched out his finger and shook it, saying, but I still say that, you have to make sure that this Uchiha Chiga is a trustworthy person. If he uses the Super Dragon Ball to do something else, it will definitely anger the Omni King, causing the universe to disappear prematurely. I understand, Father, but the matter is definitely best done by Bardos, as long as she can stay on Earth longer. Well, I understand what you mean. I will pretend that I didn't see anything about her leaving her post. But we can't just listen to Bardos. In her current state, it's hard for her to say anything bad about Uchiha Chiga. Isn't Makarita also on Earth? She just had a fight with someone. Pay attention and listen to her opinions. Weiss kept nodding his head, almost taking out a small notebook to write it down. The father and son smiled at each other, said goodbye briefly, and then left in opposite directions. On Earth, Makarita was wearing a dark blue silk pajamas, holding a bucket of popcorn in her arms, and sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching TV. The popular TV series, Angel Baby, was playing on TV at the moment. Makarita's hands were never idle, stuffing handfuls of popcorn into her mouth, but her eyes never left the TV screen. Makarita was sitting on the sofa at the side. She was also wearing pajamas of the same color as her angel dress and holding a cup of ice cream in her hand. Compared with Makarita, her movements seemed much more elegant. She ate her ice cream in small bites with a spoon, occasionally glancing at the TV. Suddenly, Makarita yelled nervously, "What? Why is this male protagonist so fussy? Just tell me who you like. If you don't like it, just take them all." Advertisement Bardos paused and was about to speak when Makarita crushed the popcorn in her hand and jumped up from the sofa. I'm so p******** off. The name of this play is Angel Baby. But why are all the roles played by the second female lead? Don't let me catch this director, or I'll make him taste the wrath of an angel. As she jumped, the crumbs of popcorn in her hand immediately spilled onto the sofa. Bardos raised his eyebrows and reminded her. Makarita, you'd better tidy up the sofa, or Chiga will punish you again when she comes back. Makarita was very angry. She held her waist with a look of dissatisfaction and shouted. Would I be afraid of him? What's his word? I'm here to make his shabby shed shine? Bardos held his forehead helplessly and said, Chian, he said that's an idiom, Pong Biao Shungli. But can't you tell that he's mocking you? Humph. I don't care about that. Anyway, why hasn't he come back yet? I'm hungry. You were an angel. How could you be hungry? I think you were greedy. It doesn't matter. I'm not happy anyway. If he doesn't come back, I'll... Click. The door outside locked. Makarita's angel ears were naturally very sensitive. Her ears moved, and then, in Bardos's shocked gaze, she quickly cleared all the popcorn on the sofa and tidied her clothes. After doing all this, she sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, and replaced the popcorn in her hand with a cup of hot tea. She looked so elegant. Bardos's mouth twitched twice and asked, what are you doing? Makarita took a sip of hot tea and said lightly, watch the show, isn't it obvious? I mean, what are you going to do with this look on your face? Where's the rebellious you just now? Makarita's face turned slightly red, she frowned and said. Advertisement, what are you talking about? We are guests in someone else's home. How can we be so rude? Bardos, your thoughts are very dangerous. Just as he finished speaking, Kihonhei walked in with a few bags of vegetables, and number 18 followed him with his arm around him. Kihonhei raised his eyebrows when he saw Makarita's attitude and said teasingly. Hey, whose lady is this? Makarita forced a smile and said. You're back. Thank you for your hard work. You bought so many vegetables, I'm so sorry. It's okay, you can buy it next time, good. By the way, I just heard someone at the door say something like, what will happen to me if I don't come back? From the tone of voice, is she going to hit me? I'm a little scared. Makarita immediately pretended to be surprised. She turned to look at Bardos and asked. Really, Bardos, did you hear that just now? Bardos rolled her eyes but had no intention of exposing her. She scooped a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth and watched Makarita's performance quietly. Makarita secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Kihonhei and said. You must have heard wrongly. How could anyone on this planet dare to hit you? Who is tired of living? Tell me and I'll take care of her for you. Number 18 finally couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Makarita lowered her head in embarrassment and kept sipping the coffee in the cup. Kihonhei glanced at the TV, noticed the title of the drama in the lower right corner, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. By the way, number 17 has found a new girlfriend and has now moved out to live with his girlfriend. But Makarita insisted on living with Bardos. After all, she was Bardos' sister, and Bardos didn't want to let her wander around the earth alone, so he said a few good words to Chiga for her, and Chiga agreed. When this girl first came in, she still couldn't change her arrogant personality. It was not until Kihonhei ruffled her twin ponytails into a poop shape like lazy sheep that she completely behaved herself in front of Kihonhei. When Kihonhei came in just now, she had already tucked the tips of her twin ponytails under her buttocks when she was sitting. She was really afraid that Kihonhei would destroy her twin ponytails. Chapter 466 Weiss arrives. There are two main reasons why Kihonhei was able to subdue Makarita. One is her stronger strength than hers, and the other is her cooking skills. After eating something made by Chiga once, Makarita fell in love with it immediately. She didn't want to go back to her own universe until she had exhausted all of Chiga's recipes. Kihonhei is very efficient when cooking. All the ingredients are floating in the air, and everything from washing to cutting to putting into the pot is done almost simultaneously. His extraordinary mental strength enabled him to do several things at once, and he made no mistakes in the heat and placement of seasonings for each dish. In a short while, he had prepared a table full of dishes. Makarita looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the table with a nympho expression. She picked up the chopsticks and was about to pick up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs that looked extremely tempting, but her chopsticks were slapped away by Bardos. Bardos glanced at her and said calmly, "Have you forgotten your manners again? What should you say before dinner?" Makarita's face froze. She glanced at Kihonhei. Under the latter's playful gaze, she clasped her hands together and said very obediently, "Thank you, Mr. Kihonhei, you have worked hard." Kihonhei nodded with a smile, and Makarita chuckled. She grabbed the chopsticks again and shouted, "I'm going to start." However, just when she had stretched out her chopsticks halfway, there was a knock on the door. Bardos patted her head again and said, "Wait, there are guests coming." Makarita suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. She thought to herself that she just wanted to eat a piece of pork ribs. Why was it so difficult? She put down her chopsticks indignantly and said angrily, "I'll go open the door. I want to see who has the nerve to come here at dinner time." After saying that, she turned and walked out, her twin ponytails swinging back and forth. Number 18 pulled Qianhe's sleeve and said, "Could it be that number 17 has returned?" Qianhe shook his head, looked at Bardos opposite him, and said, "It's not him. This guest is not simple. His aura is hidden very well." As she spoke, Makarita's voice came from the other side of the door. "Weiss, why are you here again?" Weiss looked at Makarita speechlessly and said, "Advertisement, why can't I come? This is my universe." Makarita was much more resolute when facing Weiss. She answered confidently, "What do you mean by your universe? I can go to any universe I want, no matter which one it is." Okay, can you please move aside first? I came here today because I have something important to say." Can you come back later?" Weiss was stunned and asked. "Why? What's in there that I can't see?" He would never have thought that Makarita simply didn't want to have an extra pair of chopsticks on the table. Before she could speak, Bardos's voice came from inside the house. "It's Weiss, come in, we're just about to eat." Weiss is a big foodie. When he heard that he was going to eat, he immediately became excited and walked straight past Makarita into the house. "I was wondering why it smells so good. Let's talk while we eat." Makarita rolled her eyes, then immediately turned around and ran into the house, only to find that her seat had been taken by Weiss as soon as she entered. Kihonhei was very considerate and got a small stool. Even though Makarita was reluctant, she finally sat down obediently and looked at the dishes on the table eagerly. Weiss saw Chiga's cooking skills for the first time. He rubbed his hands and said, "It looks so rich. Did Mr. Chiga make all this?" Bardos smiled and said, "I was also shocked when I saw it for the first time. Stop looking at it and try it." Weiss was still very polite. He looked at Chiga first, and after getting Chiga's permission, he immediately started eating eagerly. Makarita saw this and couldn't hold it back any longer, so she joined the battle. After the few people devoured the meal, the plates on the table looked cleaner than Makarita's face. Weiss touched his stomach and burped, then said with a satisfied look, "It's so delicious. I didn't expect Mr. Kihonhei to have such a skill." Makarita moved her small stool and said, "Advertisement." "Weiss, stop eating. Didn't you just say you had something important to say?" Weiss's face froze. He was so busy eating that he forgot about something concerning the survival of the universe. He quickly recounted what the god-tier official had said, but he skipped the question of asking Makarita and Bardos to confirm Chiga's character. A man should be grateful to his friend for his kindness. He felt that Kihonhei, who cooked such delicious food, couldn't be that bad. That's what he thought anyway. Hearing that the universe was going to be wiped out, Bardos and the others looked solemn. Number 18 looked at Qianhe with some concern and asked, "Kihonhei, what kind of god is this Omni King? He wants to wipe out the universe at every turn. He's even worse than the god who looked like a rabbit last time." When the three angels heard this, they immediately waved their hands in panic. Makarita, who was closer to number 18, was so scared that she covered her mouth and said carefully, "Don't talk nonsense. It will be the end if the Omni King hears us. We won't even have the chance to use the Super Dragon Ball." Chiga frowned. This matter was indeed a bit tricky. He was not afraid of the elimination of the Omni King, but number 18 and the others were not. They were the natives who were born and raised in the Dragon Ball universe. If the King of All really goes crazy, they will definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed across Qianhe's eyes. This Omni King was indeed an extremely unstable factor. He had already begun to consider whether or not to kill him in advance. But he didn't know the Omni King's strength, and if he acted rashly and failed, it would be troublesome. For now, it would be best to follow what Whis said and collect all the Super Dragon Balls as a safety precaution. Whis didn't know that Chiga in front of him was already thinking about killing the Omni King, and he continued to talk about Super Dragon Ball. Bardos suddenly interrupted, "Okay, I already have 6 Super Dragon Balls. I can get them now if you need them." Makarita looked at Bardos in surprise and said, "You actually collected so much in advance? That's impressive. It seems you have been on guard against this for a long time. No wonder you were so calm every time I talked to you about it." Bardos glanced at her and said lightly, "Who told us that our universe is not as strong as yours? Naturally, I have to make some preparations in advance. Moreover, there is the precedent of those 6 universes." "That's true. The strength of our universe is definitely the strongest." If it were in the past, Bardos would not be able to refute it, but it is different now. She glanced at Qianhe and said, "Really? Then tell me, if your universe is the strongest, what about the 7th universe with Chiga?" Chapter 467 Dragon God Qianhe Makurita's face froze and she was speechless. Whis was a little confused. "My goodness, the most powerful universe is actually me? You have to know that Chiga is stronger than an angel. Even if you call Jiren over, he will get 2 slaps in the face. So whichever universe Chiga is in is the most powerful universe. And Chiga really does consider herself as a member of the 7th universe, so there is nothing wrong in saying that the 7th universe is the strongest." Makurita pursed her lips and looked at Qianhe, saying, "Chiga, if my universe is erased, will you make a wish to the Super Shenron to restore my universe?" Qianhe looked at Makurita's pitiful appearance and said with a smile, "Why are you suddenly scared? Even if the universe really disappears, you, as an angel, will not disappear with it." "But I don't want to fall asleep, that's too painful." "Okay, then it depends on your performance." Upon hearing this, Makurita immediately patted her chest and expressed her opinion. "I will listen to you from now on, I will do whatever you tell me to do." "Oh." Qianhe raised his eyebrows, and then a wicked smile appeared on his face. Makurita shuddered subconsciously. You wouldn't want to do that to me, would you?" "What kind of thing? It's what you did with number 18 that night." Makurita. No 18's face turned red. She stared at Makurita in shame and anger, and the chopsticks in her hand were broken into 2 pieces. Makurita stuck out her tongue. Last time, she just happened to pass by the door and accidentally saw a scene that couldn't be broadcast on the TV series. It's not her fault. He was also a little embarrassed. He pretended to cough twice and said seriously. "Advertisement, okay. Let's get down to business. Since Bardos already has 6, we just need to find the last one. It shouldn't be difficult." Bardos shook his head and said, "Chiga, finding the Super Dragon Ball may not be as easy as you think. I have been looking for this last one for a long time, so long that I don't even know how many years have passed, but I still haven't found any clues. Although the size of Super Dragon Ball is large enough to rival a planet, it is dwarfed by a universe, not to mention that its search range is only 2 universes. In fact, Chiga knew the clue about this last Super Dragon Ball. It was covered with a layer of rock and looked like an ordinary planet. It is not difficult to find its location. You can ask Bulma to make a Dragon Ball radar for Super Dragon Ball. Anyway, there are already 6 samples, so it is not difficult for Bulma to make a radar." Thinking of this, Qianhe said to Bardos, "Bardos, let me go to Universe 6 with you and get those 6 Super Dragon Balls." Bardos didn't show any reluctance, and immediately let Qianhe put his hand on her back, and the 2 of them instantly turned into streams of light and disappeared. On the way to the 6th universe, Bardos suddenly spoke. "Qianhe, you should change your position. This is a bit, well, unfamiliar." He was stunned for a moment and asked, "But I remember you were always like this when you led the God of Destruction." "It's different. It's rare that we're alone now. Can't you be a little bolder?" Bardos turned his head and looked directly into Qianhe's golden eyes. Qianhe didn't expect Bardos to be so bold suddenly, but he was also a veteran, so he just put his arm around his waist and let Bardos stick to his chest. "How about this?" Bardos smiled, closed her eyes and lay in Qianhe's arms, but a drop of cold sweat ran down Qianhe's forehead. Now Bardos is still in the driving state, and the speed of the 2 even exceeds the speed of light. Is it really okay to close their eyes like this? Fortunately, Bardos was also an experienced driver, and the 2 finally landed smoothly and came to the temple where the God of Destruction, Ganesha, lived. At this time, Shangpa was still sleeping, and he was sleeping very soundly, with a big snot bubble hanging out of his nostrils. Qianhe's mouth twitched. He looked at Bardos and asked, "Has he been sleeping since the battle? Advertisement?" Bardos blinked her big eyes and nodded gently. "Did I hit him that hard? Why hasn't the swelling on his head gone down yet?" Bardos didn't say anything either, just nodded. Qianhe looked at her suspiciously. He always felt that it was Bardos who had done something to Shangpa, perhaps hypnosis in the physical sense. Bardos touched the crystal ball on his staff. A faint light flashed across the crystal ball, and 6 huge Dragon Balls instantly appeared around the temple. I have to say, compared to Super Dragon Ball, the one on Earth isn't even the youth version. Any one of them is almost the same size as the Earth. Through the Tenseigan, Chiga can clearly see the rule power inside the Super Dragon Ball that is like the blazing sun. As he watched, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his eyes, which made him cover his eyes subconsciously. Bardos was shocked by Qianhe's reaction. She quickly helped Qianhe up and asked anxiously, "Chiga, what's wrong with you?" Qianhe slowly let go of his hands, and a sun-like pattern appeared in his eyes, and there seemed to be flames burning around him. These eyes are the symbol of the god Otsutsuki, the golden wheel eye. Chiga raised her head and stared at the 6 Super Dragon Balls in the sky. The sun patterns in her eyes began to spin violently. With the help of the powerful power of the golden wheel eye, Qianhe used the skill called Viguna. An invisible wave emanated, and the 6 planet-sized Super Dragon Balls all began to shrink. After a while, they became the same size as ordinary Dragon Balls. Golden flames burned on each Dragon Ball. 6 burning Dragon Balls slowly floated behind Chiga, just like the truth-seeking ball. Kihonhe's long snow-white hair also turned golden and spread out like a burning flame, and his original pair of horns turned red under the high temperature. On Kihonhe's chest, a golden dragon tattoo was faintly visible, and from time to time, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Bardos stood there in a daze. Chiga's current state was as if she had merged with the super dragon, and she had never heard of such a situation before. Call. Kihonhe let out a hot breath. He looked down at the dragon tattoo on his chest. The shock in his heart was no less than that of Bardos. He just felt that he seemed to be omnipotent now, and the rise and fall of the universe depended on his own thoughts. From this moment on, he has truly attained godhood in the Dragon Ball world, and now he is the dragon god Chiga. Chapter 468. The tragic Shangpa. A sacred and solemn aura emanated from Kihonhe, and even Bardos, an angel, lowered his head subconsciously. Shangpa, who was sleeping soundly, smacked his lips and opened his eyes sleepily. When he saw Kihonhe, whose body was burning, his sleepiness disappeared without a trace. Uchiha Chiga. Shangpa rolled over and stood up, but Kihonhe just glanced at him and he fell to the ground with a thud. Beads of sweat slid down his forehead. He supported himself on the ground with both hands and muttered. What's with this pressure? He wasn't this strong last time. The staff in Bardos's hand trembled constantly, and the voice of the god-tier officer came from it. Bardos. What happened to you? Why is there such a scary smell? Bardos also knew that the truth could no longer be concealed, so she responded. Father, it seems that the Super Dragon Ball was absorbed by Chiga. What? That thing can be absorbed? Yes, that is the situation now. It's incredible. Kihonhe concealed the golden light on his body and slowly came in front of Bardos. Bardos did not hide anything and took the initiative to hand over the staff. The god-tier officer seemed to have noticed Chiga's approach. Uchiha Chiga. It's me. It's an honor to meet you, god-tier officer. I'm honored too. I didn't expect you to be able to obtain the power of the Super Dragon Ball. Should I call you Dragon God now? Bardos looked at Kihonhe in front of her, and she also felt that the title of Dragon God was very suitable for Kihonhe now. He smiled slightly and said, It seems that I have been officially appointed. I wonder what rank the Dragon God is. Haha, your organization is amazing. If possible, I hope you can come here. We should meet each other. Advertisement, no problem. Okay, Bardos, you can bring Mr. Chiga over when the time comes. Bardos nodded and responded, and then the connection with the god-tier officer was cut off. Shangpa really didn't even dare to breathe just now. He just felt that he, the god of Destroyer, was so weak, humble and helpless. Fortunately, Bardos still remembered that there was a destroyer named Shangpa. She turned to look at Shangpa and said, Master Shangpa, what are you doing kneeling there? Didn't you sleep well? Shangpa got up from the ground tremblingly, touched the bump on his head and said, Maybe I'm just too excited. Can you tell me what's going on? This guy. At this point, he looked at He with awe and continued. Why is this Lord Dragon God here? I brought him here. Shangpa's face froze, and he cried out in his heart. You are the one who brought this god tier here. Looking at the 6 Dragon Balls floating behind Chiga, Shangpa didn't know what to say. Kihonhe smiled at Shangpa and walked in front of Shangpa. Shangpa felt a hot breath coming towards him and couldn't help but take a step back. He swallowed and said, What does Lord Dragon God want to do? I don't want to fight this time. If you want to fight, go find Beerus. He can fight better than me. The fact that Shangpa said that Beerus is better than him is enough to show that he is really afraid of Kihonhe now. Although he called Kihonhe the Dragon God, he had already defined Kihonhe as the true plague god in his heart. He could feel Kihonhe's terrifying power. If they fought again, he was afraid that it would not be as simple as sleeping. However, Chiga was just petting the cat. Compared to the skinny Beerus, the chubby Champa looked much cuter. He reached out and touched Shangpa's head. Shangpa dared not resist. He just stood there obediently and let Kihonhe manipulate him. From Bardos's perspective, Shangpa seemed like Kihonhe's pet. Shangpa looked to Bardos for help. Bardos was quite righteous. She looked at Kihonhe and said, Advertisement, Chiga, we should go back. We still haven't found a Super Dragon Ball. He nodded, and before leaving, he did not forget to say to Shangpa, Shangpa, Bardos will have to follow me for a while. Can you stay here alone? Shangpa immediately nodded vigorously without any hesitation. He didn't care about that. Even though Bardos always called him Lady Shangpa, she was actually the real master. Without Bardos, he would be freer. What's more, it looked like Bardos was doing it completely voluntarily. If he dared to speak out to stop it, he would probably face a mixed doubles match between Chihei and Bardos. He would not be so inconsiderate. Bardos waved to Shangpa and said with a smile, Then Master Shangpa, I will be leaving first. After saying that, she naturally moved close to Kihonhe. Kihonhe knew what she meant and immediately stretched out his arms to hold her waist. Bardos was about to use his ability to take Kihonhe back to the 7th universe, but Kihonhe suddenly said, Bardos, let me take you this time. Bardos was stunned for a moment, and before she could react, Kihonhe's body shook, and a pair of huge golden dragon wings spread out from behind him. Kihonhe pulled Bardos into his arms and said softly, Hold on tight, this might be a little too fast. Bardos nodded blankly. Kihonhe tightened his arms again, then shook his wings, and a bright golden light enveloped him and Bardos and rushed out of the temple. The resulting strong wind blew Shangpa to the ground again, and the entire temple of destruction began to shake violently, with dense cracks appearing on the ground. Shangpa looked at the ruined temple which had become a dangerous building with tears in his eyes. He did not have those strange abilities of Bados. He only knew how to destroy. How could he live here happily now? He pushed all the blame on Beerus. If that guy hadn't insisted on fighting Chiga, would he have run over to join in the fun? As a result, he has now offended such a god tier, and he is almost left with no place to live. Clenching his fists tightly, Champa also flew towards the 7th universe. He wanted Whis to help him repair the temple, otherwise he would stay with Beerus and not leave. But judging from his speed, it would probably take some time for him to reach the 7th universe. At this time, Chiga had already brought Bardos back to the 7th universe, which was much faster than Bardos' speed. Chiga stopped in front of a red planet holding Bardos. Bardos looked a little confused, as she had not yet realized that she had arrived in the 7th universe. Chapter 469 Bardos's wish. The red planet in front of them is the last Super Dragon Ball. After absorbing 6 Dragon Balls, Chiga can already sense its location, so there is no need for Bulma to create a Dragon Ball radar. The disguise of this Dragon Ball was useless in Chiga's eyes. A golden light flashed across his eyes, and the rock covering the Dragon Ball exploded instantly, revealing the true appearance of the Super Dragon Ball. Another Xiaoming Biguna went down, and this Super Dragon Ball also shrank to the size of a normal Dragon Ball, and finally floated behind Chiga. The final Dragon Ball returned. The dragon tattoo on Chiga's chest finally solidified, and the shadow of the Super Dragon emerged from behind Chiga. At this moment, Chiga finally achieved the status of a true dragon god. Bardos curiously stretched out his finger and touched the Longxing tattoo on Qianhei's chest. The tattoo seemed to have life and actually twisted its body slightly to avoid Bardos' fingers. Qianhei reached out and held Bardos' hand, smiling and saying, "Now I am a real dragon god. Do you want to make a wish? Any wish is fine." Except for killing the Omni King, Chiga can now really realize any wish. Even destroying all the universes in an instant is just a matter of thought for him. He could even create several new universes if he wanted. This is his divine power as the dragon god, and also the supreme power of God, creation and destruction. Bardos blinked a few times and asked, "Can you really wish for anything?" Qianhei smiled confidently and said, "Of course, come on, tell me your wish." "Well, I want you to, can I?" Forehead. A sly smile appeared on Bardos' face, and he said teasingly, "What's wrong? Is this wish difficult for our Lord Dragon God?" "It's not difficult, but you, little angel, are a little greedy. You actually set your sights on me." Bardos rubbed against Qianhei's arms and said in a muffled voice, "You are cheating. I have worked so hard to collect all the Dragon Balls for so many years and now I am giving them all to you. There's a thing on Earth called a dowry. Those 6 Dragon Balls are my dowry. You can't regret accepting them." "Ah, why didn't you say that just now?" Bardos suddenly raised his head and looked at Qianhei with resentment. "What? You won't accept it after I told you? Do you hate me?" "Advertisement, how could that be? Your wish is very simple. I will grant it to you right now." Qianhei snapped his fingers, and a ball of colorful light enveloped the two of them, then disappeared into the universe. In a colorful space, Qianhei gently stroked Bardos' face and whispered, "How about this be our bridal chamber? This is his exclusive space as the dragon god. Anything that happens here will not be known to the outside world. Even the staff of a god-tier official cannot spy on any information here." Bardos put his arms around Qianhei and said softly, "Of course, I am satisfied." Qianhei stopped talking. He lowered his head and kissed Bardos. The colorful light in the space became brighter and brighter, submerging the figures of the two. When the two returned to their home on Earth, Makarita stared at Bardos with a suspicious look on her face. Bardos couldn't stand her staring at him anymore and said angrily, "Have you seen enough? Am I any different than before?" Makarita folded her arms and said, "Well, anyway, it's a little different than before. Tell me, did something happen between you and Chiga?" Bardos was startled. She looked towards room 18 and then suddenly covered Makarita's mouth. "What are you talking about? I just took Chiga to get the Super Dragon Ball." Her attempt to cover up the truth only confirmed Makarita's thoughts. Her eyes rolled around and she said in a muffled voice, "Why are you so excited? I'm not a little girl who knows nothing. So, does that mean Qianhei is my brother-in-law from now on?" Bardos's pretty face flushed red, and she wished she could sew up Makarita's mouth. Makarita continued to output, "With your speed, it wouldn't take that long to go back and forth between the 6th and 7th universes. You two are really..." "Makarita, if you say one more word, I'll let Chiga deal with you." "You're awesome. Can't I just stop talking? But I still have one more thing I want to ask you." "What's up? Did your brother-in-law pull your high ponytail? He seems to have a special liking for ponytails." Advertisement white gas was coming out of Bardos's head. She clenched her fists and said word by word, "Makalita." Seeing that Bardos was on the verge of breaking through, Makarita finally shut her mouth, but a picture that was not suitable for children emerged in her mind. Bardos held it in for a long time before blurting out, "Starting today, you are forbidden from watching dramas for 7 days." This hit Makarita's soft spot. She widened her eyes and asked, "What? Give me a reason. Look what you've learned from TV dramas. You can only watch the news broadcast for the next 7 days." "No, what's so interesting about human news? I just want to watch TV series." Bardos didn't give her any room to negotiate. She snapped her fingers and a small remote control appeared in her hand. She put the remote control in her arms and turned away. Makarita immediately regretted it. She should have taken control of the remote control first. As her favorite drama was about to be broadcast, she was so anxious that she was like an ant on hot pan, pacing around the hall. Just at this moment, Kihonhei came down from upstairs. He looked at Makarita, who was spinning around, and asked, "Makarita, what are you doing there? Is today's show over?" When Makarita saw Kihonhei, she rushed towards him as if she had seen a savior. "Chiga, Bardos bullied me, she confiscated my remote." Makarita was quite familiar with Chiga, and she threw herself into Chiga's arms without any hesitation, rubbing her head against him. The twin ponytails on her head tickled Kihonhei's chin. He reached out and held Makarita, saying, "Be honest, first tell me why Bardos confiscated your remote control. Did you make her angry again?" "I'm just telling the truth, she's the one who's narrow-minded." At this time, Bardos appeared at the bottom of the stairs. She crossed her arms and said unhappily, "Chianhe, don't listen to this guy's nonsense, you don't know what she just said." Chianhe was immediately interested, and he asked curiously, "What did you say?" Bardos's face froze. She subconsciously touched her high ponytail, hurriedly said it was nothing, then turned around and ran away, leaving Kihonhei with a confused look on her face. Chapter 470 Cell Attacks. In the end, Makarita still couldn't get the remote control she had been longing for. Even when she turned on the TV, the channel was switched to the news broadcast by Bardos. In desperation, she had to kill time by watching the news broadcast. Kihonhei found her resentful look very interesting. He sat on the side of the sofa and watched with her. In fact, it's nice to occasionally watch the interesting things happening on Earth. Kihonhei also had the habit of watching the news broadcast on Blue Star. Makarita sat cross-legged on the sofa, her chin resting on one hand, looking as if she had lost all hope in life. Suddenly, a piece of news caught Kihonhei's attention. It said that a large number of residents had disappeared mysteriously during this period of time, and the accompanying picture showed clothes all over the floor. He raised his eyebrows, turned around and shouted upstairs. "Number 18, have you contacted number 17 during this period?" Bardos and number 18 were chatting in the room upstairs. When they heard Kihonhei's voice, number 18 came to the hall and said, "Yes, I spoke to him yesterday. He was talking to his girlfriend passionately, but he hung up after just a few words." "What happened? Did number 17 get into trouble again?" He shook his head and said, "He didn't cause any trouble, but this time trouble is going to find him. With his power, is there anyone on Earth that can threaten him?" "Yes, but it's not a big deal, just a bedbug." A brilliant golden light shone in Kihonhei's eyes, and the golden dragon tattoo on her chest sparkled brightly. Makarita looked at Kihonhei in surprise. She could see the shadow of a golden dragon vaguely appearing behind Kihonhei. On the 17th, he bought a small villa in another city. Money is not a big deal for him now. With his ability, he can make a fortune even by delivering takeout. However, he was still a pure and innocent boy. Even though he had a bad start and his first love was Poseidon Marin, it did not make him a playboy. Advertisement. In an accidental encounter, he met a girl who was in college and had a very ordinary name, Xiaomei. Xiaomei is a student of biology and her dream is to become a zoologist. It is not known whether she is the marriage partner of number 17 in the original time and space. The two have a very good relationship, and number 17 has decided to marry Xiaomei after she graduates from college. The villa he bought is very close to Xiaomei's university. After class, Xiaomei doesn't go back to the dormitory, but comes directly here to live with number 17. Today is Xiaomei's birthday. On the 17th, he rode his motorcycle to the school gate early, preparing to give his girlfriend Xiaomei a surprise later. He was fixing his hair in front of the rearview mirror of his motorcycle when suddenly, a scream came from the campus and a large number of students desperately rushed towards the school gate. Number 17 was engulfed by the surging crowd, but his physical fitness was not comparable to those of ordinary students. The impact of the crowd could not make him move at all. He frowned and grabbed a male student wearing glasses and asked, "What happened in there? Why are you running?" The man with glasses had a look of fear on his face. He trembled and answered, "There's a green monster inside. It eats people with its tail." "Monster?" Number 17 was stunned for a moment. He turned on the detector in his eyes, which showed a number that made his heart palpitate, and the value was still increasing little by little. He realized that there was indeed a monster in the campus, and it was a monster that humans could not deal with. Number 17 quickly scanned the crowd, but did not see Xiaomei. "Damn it, Xiaomei is still in there." As he said that, he pushed the man with glasses away and stomped his foot. The ground collapsed instantly, and with the impact, number 17 was shot into the campus like a cannonball. The students who were still running for their lives were all stunned. They looked at the cracked ground under their feet and had the same thought in their minds. Was that Superman just now? Inside a teaching building, the corridor is covered with all kinds of clothes. The styles of these clothes are very young, and it can be seen that their owners are not very old. Advertisement. At the end of the corridor, a green monster was holding up a fat man in a suit. The monster is tall, with green skin covered with black moderate dots and a thick needle-like tail behind it. It is the ultimate android Cell who came here from another time and space. The man in a suit held by Cell is the head of the biology department, and he had just been pulled out of the women's restroom by Cell. The man in the suit was so scared that he peed his pants. He struggled desperately and begged for mercy to Cell with a terrified look on his face. However, Cell seemed to be enjoying it very much. When the man in the suit shouted until his voice became hoarse, his tail suddenly stretched out from behind and pierced deeply into the man's waist. Accompanied by a creepy gurgling sound, The body of the man in the suit gradually shriveled up until it disappeared completely, leaving only a large suit hanging on Cell's tail. Cell smacked his lips and said to himself, "This guy looks quite big, but his life energy is even less than that of a female student. He is such a loser." So far, it has absorbed humans from 4 cities, and the energy in its body has accumulated to a terrifying level. Now he can already suppress one of number 17 and number 18 alone. As long as he absorbs the humans in this city, he can easily defeat the combined forces of number 17 and number 18. By then, Cell will be able to evolve into the perfect form he has always dreamed of. Thinking of this, Cell opened his mouth and let out a strange laugh. Suddenly, a sound came from the classroom next to it. Cell paused, then a cruel smile appeared on his face. He slowly turned around and walked towards the classroom. The university classroom was very spacious, and 3 girls were hiding under the large podium. The one in the middle is a girl with short black hair and simple clothes. She is Xiaomei, the girlfriend of number 17. The other 2 girls are her friends. The sound just now was made by the girl on Xiaomei's left. Cell's laughter was so creepy that she shuddered violently and the phone in her trouser pocket fell to the ground, which attracted Cell's attention. The 3 of them could already hear Sharu's strange footsteps, which were getting closer and closer, like a death knell. The girl whose cell phone fell to the ground couldn't bear it anymore. She screamed and rushed out from under the podium. However, before she could take a few steps, she was caught by Cell. Another gurgling sound symbolizing the disappearance of life was heard. Cell threw off the JK uniform on his tail and walked towards the podium with a grin. At this moment, the wall of the classroom exploded and a roar was heard. "Stop it, you damn monster." 15 Mr. Chapter 471 Pure Love God of War number 17 When Cell saw number 17 rushing in, he was shocked at first, and then he was ecstatic. To it, number 17 was simply a growth gift package delivered to its doorstep, and what surprised it the most was that number 17 actually came alone. The energy it absorbs now is more than enough to defeat a single number 17. When Xiaomei heard No 17's voice, she immediately pulled her only remaining friend and rushed behind number 17. Cell had no intention of stopping her. The value brought by absorbing number 17 is greater than that of all the human beings on the earth combined. And its purpose of absorbing humans is only to absorb number 17 and number 18 in the end. Cell's mouth opened and closed, and the sound he made was low and hoarse. "Number 17, I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own. It's such a pleasant surprise." Number 17 had no time to pay attention to Cell. He was busy comforting his girlfriend. "Are you okay, Mei? Are you hurt?" Xiaomei shook her head vigorously and said in a crying voice. "I'm fine, but Maya has been eaten by that monster. Let's run." Cell frowned at No 17's behavior. In his impression, number 17 would not care about the life and death of humans. However, judging from the appearance of the person in front of him and the speed at which he rushed in just now, there is no doubt that he is Android 17. Number 17 turned his head sharply and looked at Cell, saying angrily, "Monster, I'm going to tear you into pieces." As he spoke, number 17 pulled his arm out of Xiaomei's arms, and the whole person turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Without even blinking, Cell just casually swung his arm to block number 17 who appeared from the side. No 17's face changed and he said in surprise, "What?" Cell grinned grimly, and while number 17 was stunned, he grabbed No 17's arm and slammed him heavily to the ground. The ground suddenly collapsed and several people fell downwards. At this critical moment, number 17 rushed out despite the pain in his body, holding Xiaomei and another girl in his arms, and rushed out of the teaching building. Advertisement: the moment he rushed out, the entire teaching building collapsed instantly and turned into ruins in the smoke. Number 17 put the 2 girls down on the open playground, and without saying a word, he turned back to look for Cell. The rescued girl looked at number 17 flying high into the sky and said to Xiaomei with a dull look on her face, "Xiaomei, is this your boyfriend out there? Is he really a human?" Xiaomei also shook her head stiffly. She knew that No 17's fighting power was very high, but she didn't expect it to be so inhumanly high. In their daily interactions, number 17 was afraid of scaring Xiaomei, so he never showed too much strength. But today, Cell's behavior completely angered him, and the murderous intent in his heart reached an unprecedented high. A thick beam of light burst out from the ruins of the teaching building, and Cell's figure flashed out from it. Number 17 immediately threw out several energy balls and bombarded Cell. Another cloud of smoke rose up, the ruins on the ground were completely turned into powder, and Cell's figure also disappeared in the smoke. However, according to the famous, "Smoke, no harm," law in Dragon Ball, Cell will definitely be fine. After a while, Cell rushed out of the smoke intact. It looked at number 17 as if he was looking at a delicious dish. Number 17 only felt a physical discomfort. He roared, "Don't look at me like that, you disgusting monster." Several energy bombs were thrown out, but were slapped away by Cell like flies. Cell was already a little impatient. He clenched his fists and went straight into an explosive state. The detector in No 17's eyes responded immediately, and the skyrocketing numbers on it made number 17 calm down. This number 17 is not as arrogant as the one in the original time and space. When he saw the numbers displayed on the detector, he knew clearly that he was no match for Cell. A layer of cold sweat appeared on No 17's head, but thinking of his girlfriend, he did not retreat a single step. Today he will be a true god of pure love. He clenched his fist and shouted, "I'll protect Xiaomei. Go to hell." He rushed forward against Cell's momentum, but Cell did not dodge or evade, allowing No 17's fist to fall on his face. With the protection of Chi, Cell's body remained motionless. Looking at number 17 in front of him with an expression of disbelief, he felt a sense of pleasure. It raised its hand, ready to make number 17 completely quiet down. Suddenly, a layer of brilliant golden light inexplicably enveloped Cell. Advertisement. This strange phenomenon stunned both Cell and number 17. Number 17 thought that Cell was going to take action, but Cell had no idea what was going on. But the next second, boo! The golden light in Cell's body disappeared instantly. Number 17 was still standing in the air in a daze. He looked around vigilantly, but after half a day he still couldn't find Cell. It seemed to have truly disappeared completely. Falling back to the ground, number 17 looked at his fist in confusion, thinking. What happened just now? Did I create that light? Do I still have this kind of potential? Just as he was daydreaming, Qianhe's voice came from all around. Don't let your imagination run wild. Cell has been wiped out by me. Go find your girlfriend. Number 17 was startled by Qianhe's voice and responded. Brother-in-law. Is that you? Where are you? I'm at home. You were very brave just now. I give you a thumbs up. Number 17 scratched his head embarrassedly and said. My brother-in-law has seen it. I can't help it. My girlfriend Xiaomei is still here. I have to. Lapis. Number 17 paused, turned his head and saw Xiaomei running towards him. Xiaomei is also a love-brained person. Her friends had already run out of the playground, but she chose to stay because she was worried about number 17. If Chiga had not taken action, her fate would probably be to turn into ashes along with the city after Cell absorbed the wave after number 17. However, she did not rush over to disturb number 17. She ran over only when she heard that there was no movement. She rushed to number 17 and looked him up and down carefully. She only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that number 17 was not injured. Number 17 gently embraced Xiaomei and kept saying, it's okay, the monster is dead. Really? Lapis, you were amazing. Well, actually it was my brother-in-law who killed it. Chapter 472 Angel Sisters. The light in Qianhe's eyes gradually extinguished, and he said casually. Okay, the trouble has been solved. Number 17 can continue to sleep with his girlfriend tonight. Number 18 didn't know that her brother was almost eaten by a monster just now, but she probably guessed that Qianhe had just helped number 17 solve a big problem. She came behind Qianhe, stretched out her hand to help him massage his shoulders and said softly. Thank you for your hard work, Shihei. Number 17 is still so worrying. Qianhe shook his head and said, it's not his fault this time. I was careless and forgot about this. Makarita couldn't help but ask, so what did you just do? It's just eradicating a bug. Then why does the shadow of the super dragon appear behind you? Because I have become the dragon god. By the way, what rank is the dragon god in your system? Am I your superior now? You are the dragon god. What the hell is going on? What did you and Bardos do in Universe 6? It's nothing. I just absorbed those 7 super dragon balls, that's all. If you have any wishes to fulfill in the future, you don't have to go through so much trouble, just come to me directly. Is it possible? Then show me a remote control? I'm sorry, this wish is too low level, I'm too lazy to fulfill it for you. What? You are such an incompetent dragon god. How can you just give up on something just because it's a small matter? I am happy to do so. Makarita looked at Qianhe's stubborn attitude angrily and said in a muffled voice. Humph. You only know how to bully me together with Bardos. I am the only outsider in this family, right? What else? I'm sad. Really? Number 18 looked at her helplessly. This was not the first time she had seen these two people quarreling. The loser was always Makarita, so there was no surprise this time. Makarita jumped off the sofa and rushed upstairs to complain to Bardos. However, after a while she became listless again. She seemed to have forgotten that since number 17 left, she was the one with the lowest human rights in the family. Advertisement. In the end, Qianhe felt sorry for her and got the remote control back from Bardos. As a result, when this guy saw the remote control, he got so excited that he kissed Qianhe on the face. This stunned both of them. 2 blushes appeared on Makarita's face, and her twin ponytails stood up. He touched his attacked face and said with a disgusted look. Really? I helped you out of kindness but you turned against me? How filthy. This helped Makarita ease the embarrassment. She coughed twice, turned her head and said. It's not dirty, it's an angel's kiss, and it's your first kiss, just be happy about it. Qianhe curled her lips, waved her hand, and went upstairs. Makarita returned to the sofa with the remote control. She just stared blankly at the news broadcast on TV and had no intention of changing the channel. She looked upstairs from time to time, but always looked away like a thief. This went on and on. She scratched her head frantically and muttered to herself. Damn it. What happened to me just now? Why did I? Having said this, she suddenly covered her mouth, then pounded the sofa as if to vent her anger, making 2 bangs. However, this scene was seen by Bardos, who was pouring coffee downstairs. She looked at Makarita strangely and asked. Makarita, what are you crazy about? Didn't I return the remote control to you? Makarita jumped up from the sofa like a frightened rabbit. She was so distracted that she didn't even notice Bardos coming downstairs. Bardos took a cup of hot coffee, walked over and sat next to Makarita, first sipped the coffee elegantly, then said. You're so upset because I didn't watch the show for a while? Why are you reacting so strongly? Makarita tugged at the hem of her pajamas in panic and said with her neck stiff. This is all your fault. You are the elder sister, but you team up with others to bully your younger sister. Oh, now you remember that you are my sister? Makarita hung her head. She didn't know why, but she felt guilty when facing Bardos. Bardos gradually realized that something was wrong. She glanced at the TV and found that the news channel was still playing, which was totally unreasonable. She frowned and asked, "You look a little strange. What happened? Are you still worried about the universe being eliminated?" Makarita immediately took advantage of the situation and nodded vigorously. Advertisement. Bardos smiled slightly. She reached out and touched Makarita's head and said, "Don't worry, you know what? Kihonhei is now the dragon god. With him in the universe will not be destroyed. Just don't make him angry." "How dare I make him angry? I can't talk him down, and I can't beat him up." Makarita sighed and looked like a bullied wife. Bardos tilted his head and asked curiously, "Then why do you still live here? Just to watch the show?" Makarita didn't expect that Bardos would suddenly ask such a question. She was stunned for a moment. Yes, she could obviously continue to be that high and mighty angel in her own universe, but now she has become a stay-at-home mom on a small Earth and is often bullied by Kihonhei. Was it really for the so-called drama, or was it for the delicious food made by Kihonhei? Makarita fell silent. Bardos seemed to understand something. She did not ask any further questions but just lowered her head and sipped the coffee in the cup. The two angels remained silent until Kihonhei's voice broke the silence. "What are you two doing here? You're like two wooden men." Kihonhei went straight to sit next to Bardos, and Makarita curled her lips secretly when she saw this. Bardos smiled, handed the cup to Kihonhei's mouth, and asked softly, "Would you like some coffee?" He took a sip and commented, "It's a bit bitter. I didn't put much sugar in it this time." "Coffee is better when it's a little bitter. If you put too much sugar, it's not very tasty." "True, but I still don't like bitter things." Makarita on the other side nodded and agreed. "I don't like bitter either. I like sweet." Bardos glanced at her and said lightly, "This cup is not for you to drink. If you want to drink it, make it yourself and add sugar." Kihonhei looked at the sisters strangely. He always felt that their conversation was meaningful. Makarita lowered her head in dismay and muttered, "You said it, I'll do it myself." Chapter 473. The King Arrives. Temple of the Omni King, the king of all with a football-shaped head, was wandering around the palace. The two guards followed closely behind the Omni King, and the god-tier officer stood below with his hands behind his back, just watching quietly. The Omni King turned around for a while and then stopped. He lowered his head and said to the god-tier officer, "That aura has moved from the 6th universe to the 7th universe. Is that guy back again?" The god-tier officer shook his head and responded respectfully, "Lord Omni King, he and the 6 universes have completely disappeared into nothingness. You don't have to worry." The king still looked stupid. He shook his head and said, "Is that really the case? Then why do those wishing balls he left behind still exist?" The god-tier officer lowered his eyes and did not answer the question from the Omni King. The king did not ask any further questions. He said to himself, "Well, if that doesn't work, just clear out the 6th and 7th universes. There are still too many universes." Upon hearing this, the god-tier officer immediately spoke up. "Lord Omni King, why don't you come with me to Universe 7? According to Whis, there is an interesting planet called Earth there." The king blinked and said, "Want to go play there for a bit?" "Sure." The two guards looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Because the god-tier officer's behavior today was really abnormal, he actually took the initiative to offer to take the king to the underworld. A smile appeared on the god-tier officer's face. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "Lord Omni King, let's set off now, in the Destruction Temple of Universe 7. Whis woke Beerus up from his sleep. Beerus, who was still half asleep, rubbed his eyes. He glanced at the hourglass floating beside him and complained, "Hey Weiss, why did you wake me up so early? I've only been sleeping for less than a year." Weiss's expression looked a little serious. He said in a deep voice, "Don't sleep anymore. I just received a notice that the Lord of the Omni is coming to our 7th universe." "Oh, come on then. Nani, Lord Omni King, advertisement." Upon hearing the Omni King, Beerus instantly woke up. He stood up suddenly and asked with his eyes wide open, "Why would Lord Omni think of coming to our place? He hasn't been out for many years." It is said that the Omni King has thought of erasing our universe, and the god-tier officials are hoping to change the Omni King's mind in this way. "What? Why are you targeting us in Universe 6? Who can know what the Omni King is thinking? Get ready, Lord Beerus. Are you ready to greet the Omni King in this manner?" Beerus glanced down at his wrinkled pajamas, then hurriedly changed into his pharaoh-like clothes. When the Omni King and his entourage arrived, Whis and the other two immediately went to greet them. As the supreme god, the Omni King still has enough power. Beerus immediately bowed deeply to Ochaku, and Whis also bowed respectfully. After a brief conversation, the king of all seemed to have little interest in this empty temple of destruction. He waved his hand and said, "It's so boring, let's just go to Earth." Whis was shocked. The Bardos sisters were still on Earth. If they were seen by the Omni King, there would be trouble. He glanced secretly at the god-tier officer, who nodded slightly at him, as if telling him not to worry. The Omni King was already getting a little impatient, so Whis had to suppress his worries and fly towards the Earth with these god-tiers. At Kihonhei's house, Makarita looked quite decent in a maid outfit with her signature ponytails. She pulled the hem of her skirt and turned around in front of Kihonhei, saying proudly, How do you like this outfit of this angel? Qian, he raised his eyebrows. To be honest, Makarita looked pretty good in this outfit, but he did say that. What's wrong with you? You're wearing a maid outfit and not working, but you're cosplaying. Makarita's face froze, and she asked in disbelief. Don't you think I look pretty in this outfit? I saw online that Twin Tails look best with a maid outfit. Well, since watching the show, Makarita has become addicted to surfing the internet again. I don't know what website this guy has been browsing recently, but he always wears some weird clothes and hangs around in front of Qianhe. Qian, he crossed his arms and said teasingly, you know how to use your strengths. What? Are you in an online relationship? Who is in an online relationship? How could an angel like me have an online relationship with a human? Who are you dressing up for? Advertisement. Makarita pursed her lips and muttered. What do you think? I don't know. By the way, now that you're wearing a maid outfit, why don't you do something a maid should do? How about cleaning the house? Makarita stomped her feet in anger at Qianhe's words. She snapped her fingers, and the whole house became extremely tidy in an instant. Then she turned her head away and angrily, apparently not wanting to bother with Qianhe anymore. Qianhe spread his hands, walked to the sofa and sat down, then raised his hand to turn on the TV. Makarita followed immediately and sat down next to Qianhe, pouting as if someone owed her money. Qian, he glanced at her and said casually, which channel do you want to watch? Makarita snorted and said unhappily, just watch channel 6. It should be broadcasting Angel Baby during this time slot. Oh. Qian, he responded calmly, then picked up the remote control and turned the channel to channel 7. Makarita was stunned for a moment and said, I said 6, did you hear me wrong? Qianhe put on a puzzled expression and said, you heard me right. I was just asking. I didn't say I wanted to watch the channel you mentioned. You. Humph. I know you want to ******* me off on purpose, but I'm not angry. 7 is 7, I'm not picky. She looked up at the TV, and her face turned red. Because there is a program playing on it called Swimsuit Contest. Makarita was stunned by the various swimsuits on it. She couldn't help but imagine how she would look like wearing one of them. As soon as the picture appeared in her mind, she blushed. She stole a glance at Qian he beside her and said with forced calmness. Actually, you did it on purpose. I didn't expect you to be such a god. Qian, he looked at her in confusion and said, what's wrong with you again? Isn't this a normal program? No one can stand this, right? I'm not a human. I'm an angel. Okay, I know you're not a human being, so just calm down. Chapter 474. King of all. Makarita held it in for a long time, and finally gave Chica a headbutt. Qian, he responded with a loud slap on the head. The two of them started making a fuss on the sofa, and soon Makarita's clothes were messed up. Shang Qianhe was much better in this regard, as his clothes were not wrinkled at all. Suddenly, Qianhe reached out and held Makarita down, whispering. Stop it, there are guests coming. Makarita raised her head and asked with a puzzled look. Guest? Why didn't I feel it? Qianhe's face showed a serious look. He helped Makarita straighten her slightly open collar and said. The person who came this time is not simple. Outside the door. A ball of colorful light gradually dissipated, and it was the Omni King and his entourage who had just arrived from Beerus's temple. The two guards of the Omni King wanted to push the door open, but the god-tier officer stopped them with his hand. He smiled and said, you should knock on the door before you come to someone's house. It's polite. After saying this, he first bowed slightly to the king, then stepped forward and knocked on the door a few times. The door was opened quickly, and it was Makarita who opened it. She didn't expect that the person outside the door would be a god-tier official. She exclaimed. Father. Before Makarita could come to her senses, a child's voice sounded from behind the god-tier officer. You seem to be an angel from the 11th universe. Why are you here? Hearing this voice, Makarita's twin ponytails stood up in fear. She leaned her head forward stiffly and saw the Omni King standing behind the god-tier officer. Weiss, who greeted her, was simply ignored by her. Makarita was completely numb. She subconsciously called out, Your Majesty the King of all kings, and then stood at the door like a stupid goose until Chiga came behind her. Advertisement. She reached out and patted Makarita on the shoulder and said, Why are you standing here like an idiot? Go away. Qianhe pulled Makarita, who was still in a daze, behind him and looked at the god-tier officer in front of him. The god-tier officer looked at Qianhe carefully, with a smile on his face, and said, This must be Mr. Uchiha Chiga. I heard about you from Weiss. It's our first meeting, please give me your guidance. The god-tier officer displayed a very humble attitude, without any of the arrogance of a higher god. Here I would like to criticize a certain twin-tailed angel by name. Qianhe responded with a smile. I can't say I'm giving you advice. I wonder what the god-tier official wants to do here. Before the god-tier officer could speak, the Omni King behind him raised his hand and shouted. Of course I came here to play. I heard there are a lot of interesting things on this planet. Qian, he took a look at the talking football and said. Are you here to play? Then you are a guest. Don't stand here. Let's go inside and talk. After saying that, Qianhe pulled Makarita aside and made a gesture of invitation. The king didn't hesitate and floated directly into the room, with the two guards following closely behind him. The god-tier officer said, Excuse me, politely, and then walked in with elegant steps. Beerus, who had been standing in the back and didn't dare to speak, looked at Weiss. Weiss came close to Chiga and whispered. Qianhe, you must be careful later. If you offend the Lord of the universe will. Qian, he waved his hand to interrupt Weiss, and he said lightly. I now just treat them as guests. I will treat them as they should be treated, however, if someone causes trouble. Kihonhei narrowed his eyes. Although he did not emit any aura, Weiss, who was closest to him, felt a chill in his heart. He swallowed and said, "You're not going to fight with Lord Omni King and the others, are you?" "I'm not that free, it's best if everyone lives in peace." Kihonhei ignored Weiss. He reached out and pinched Makurita's face and said, "Advertisement, hey. You should wake up. Your dad is here, why don't you go and entertain him? Is there any daughter like you?" Makurita shook her head to sober herself up, then she suddenly grabbed Kihonhei's arm and asked in horror. "Kihonhei, is father here to take me away? Even the king of all is here, I'm a little scared." Makurita's body trembled slightly. He sighed helplessly. He gently took Makurita into his arms and was rarely gentle to her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. I promise you, if you don't want to leave today, no one can take you away from here." Makurita stared at Kihonhei blankly. She had to admit that her heart was really touched by Kihonhei's words just now, so much so that her heartbeat speed soared. Weiss raised his hand and said hesitantly, Can Lord Beerus and I go in?" Chiga nodded, and Weiss immediately dragged the confused Beerus towards the house. In fact, he is the most nervous person today. If anything goes wrong, his 7th universe will definitely be the first to be wiped out. To Weiss, neither Chiga nor the Omni King is an easy target. Bados and number 18 in the room heard the noise and came down from upstairs. When Bados saw the God-tier officer and others, he was also shocked. However, Bados's performance was much better than Makurita's. After a brief moment of daze, she quickly calmed down. She first signaled number 18 not to speak, and then saluted the Omni King and the God-tier officer in turn, showing the elegance that belonged to an angel. The God-tier officer looked at Bardos in front of him with satisfaction. Among all his children, Bardos was the one who looked most like him. But his most beloved child was Makurita, who was still standing at the door. When Kihonhei brought Makurita to the hall, the king and others were already sitting on the sofa, and cups of steaming coffee were placed on the table. Obviously this was all arranged by Bardos, and now she is completely acting like a hostess. Number 18 also learned the identities of the Omni King and others from Bardos. She still can't believe that the blue-boiled egg sitting on the sofa is actually the supreme god who controls the entire universe. The king looked at the black liquid in the cup, held the cup with both hands and took a sip, then he said in surprise. "What is this water called? It's bitter and sweet at the same time, so magical." Bardos smiled and responded, "It's called coffee. It's a very popular drink on Earth." It seems that the Omni King really likes drinking coffee. He drank the rest of the cup, and the God-tier officer watched with a smile on his face. The scene looked very harmonious. Chapter 475 Mutation Weiss, who had been in a tense state, gradually relaxed. According to the current situation, his 7th universe was temporarily saved. Number 18 said something to Kihonhei and went back to her room. She was still not used to being with this group of strange gods. Bardos and Makurita sat on either side of Kihonhei, watching Kihonhei chatting with the king of all and the others. The Omni King seemed to be very interested in Chiga. He was the one doing most of the talking, and the God-tier officer didn't even say a few words. Kihonhei just felt like she was dealing with a child. This Omni King was completely a curious baby, especially when he knew that he did not belong to any universe. Chiga, is the fruit you just mentioned called devil fruit really that bad?" He nodded helplessly and said, "It tastes terrible. People who have eaten it say it tastes like feces." What does that shit smell like?" The corners of Kihonhei's mouth twitched a few times. Come to think of it, an existence like the Omni King probably doesn't need to go to the toilet, so he couldn't deeply understand this description. He had to change his explanation. "It's a taste that makes you want to destroy the universe after taking a bite. Do you understand me?" The king of all nodded, not quite understanding, and remained silent for a while. The God-tier officer took this opportunity to put down the cup and said, "Chiga, can you tell me about Dragon Ball? The Omni King seems to be very interested in your absorption of Dragon Ball." The king was stunned for a moment. He looked at the God-tier officer and said, "Absorbing the Dragon Ball? In that case, the aura is coming from him?" Kihonhei's mind moved, and 7 Dragon Balls burning with golden flames appeared behind him, and the shadow of the Super Shenlong was looming. Except for Bardos, all the gods present were seeing this situation for the first time. Even the usually calm God-tier official showed a surprised expression on his face. The Omni King suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at the burning Dragon Ball. However, as soon as his finger touched the Dragon Ball, it made a sizzling sound. He groaned and quickly withdrew his finger. Advertisement. When he looked down at his fingers, he found burn marks on them. The king of all was injured. The 2 guards who had been standing behind him widened their eyes, and a silver-white light appeared on their bodies. They locked their gazes on He at the same time. The God-tier officer came forward to check the Omni King's fingers, and when he saw the obvious burn marks, his expression became solemn. The Omni King is the supreme god who controls all the universes. Even for him it is difficult to cause harm to the Omni King's body. The only one who can do that is the god who disappeared in ancient times. He is the dragon god Sarama. The 2 guards have completely entered a state of extreme freedom. As long as the king gives an order, they will immediately attack Kihonhei. This sudden change caught the 3 angels present off guard, but Bardos and Makurita reacted quickly. The 2 men stood up at the same time, with the same silver-white light emanating from their bodies, and confronted the 2 guards. Bardos looked at the Omni King who was still in a daze and said in a deep voice, "Lord Omni King, Chiga had no intention of attacking you just now, please don't be angry about it. Makarita said nothing. She raised her hand and summoned the angel staff, staring coldly at the two guards opposite her. Weiss really wanted to cry but had no tears. Everything was fine just now, how did it suddenly turn out like this? And now there is a problem before him, which side should he help? The person with the lowest status in the room at the moment was the god of destruction Beerus. He didn't dare to say a word and could only watch. The god-tier officer frowned and said in a deep voice. Enough. What are you doing? Be quiet until the Lord of all Kings speaks. Buzz. A terrifying aura burst out from the god-tier officer. The expressions of Bardos and others changed, and the light on their bodies instantly faded. But this aura still enveloped this small room, and both the angels and the guards showed expressions of strain. Kihonhei, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised his hand, and a brilliant golden light emanated from his palm, instantly dispelling the aura surrounding Bardos and the other man. Advertisement. The two guards were not so comfortable. They still gritted their teeth and struggled to hold on under the momentum of the god-tier officer. It was unknown whether the god-tier officer did it intentionally or for some other reason, but he just used his aura to suppress the two guards without any intention of holding back. The two guards groaned inwardly. Why did the god-tier officer seem to be targeting them? They were clearly just doing their duty. Makarita fell into Kihonhei's arms and whispered, Kihonhei, father seems to be angry, you must hold back, if a fight breaks out, the earth will be lost. Qian, he gave her a reassuring look. With the existence of the dragon god space, he didn't have to worry about this at all. If he really had to take action, he would immediately pull everyone present into the dragon god space. However, judging from the god-tier officer's performance, he did not seem to have any intention of taking action. Whether the fight can be won or not depends on the Omni King. Qian, he stood up and sat down next to the king. The two guards wanted to stop him, but the god-tier officer gave them a cold look. They trembled and dared not move. The king was still staring at his finger. Qian, he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him, saying, Hey, have you seen enough? You're not going to cry over such a small injury, are you? The king slowly raised his head and asked a strange question. You really have nothing to do with Sarama? Sarama? Who is this? Kihonhei was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know who Sarama was. The god-tier officer explained, Salamar was the dragon god before you. He once controlled 6 universes, but he was not satisfied and wanted to fight for the control of the remaining 12 universes. In the end, he was wiped out by the Lord of All along with the 6 universes. The god-tier officer paused for a moment, glanced at the 7 Dragon Balls behind Kihonhei, and continued. His abilities are very strong. He created these Dragon Balls with his divine power at the last moment. Moreover, not even the Omni King could completely erase his body. Some of it is still missing. Chiga nodded slightly. No wonder the Omni King was so sensitive to his absorption of the Dragon Ball. It turned out to be something from his old rival. He glanced at the king's fingers and found that the burns on them had almost disappeared. The Omni King tilted his head, looking a little silly. Kihonhei couldn't help but wonder if the Omni King's head was hit hard by the dragon god Salama. Chapter 476. Angel Guard Beerus sat there in confusion. He didn't understand why he had only slept for less than a year, but when he woke up, there was a new dragon god in his universe. Moreover, he did not know much about the dragon god Salama. These secrets were only known by the angels and the Omni King. It was not until now that he learned that a long time ago there was such a god tier who dared to challenge the Omni King. Although the final fate of the dragon god Salama sounds a bit unpleasant, it cannot deny his power. At least Beerus had no intention of resisting the Omni King at all. Even if the Omni King really wanted to wipe out the 7th universe today, he could only choose to obey obediently. So when he heard that Kihonhei was now also called the dragon god, the look he gave Kihonhei was different. My goodness, this is another god tier that he can't afford to offend. And I actually had a fight with him. This is really G fantastic. Thinking of what happened today, Beerus couldn't help but feel a little scared. He turned his head and whispered to Weiss. Weiss, why didn't you wake me up in advance when so many things happened? Did you want me to sleep through it? Weiss glanced at him and said calmly, Lord Beerus, it was you who insisted on fighting with Lord Senator Ryujin, and ended up getting beaten into a deep sleep. It will take a while for us to wake you up. Chiga's position as the dragon god has been officially recognized today by the Omni King and the god tier officials. In terms of the system, the status of the dragon god is much higher than that of the angels, so he can no longer call Chiga by her name. Beerus's expression froze. He lowered his head angrily and muttered. His power wasn't that terrifying back then, so I still had the strength to fight him. Weiss didn't give him any face at all and continued. Excuse me, Lord Beerus, but if it weren't for Champa's joining, you would probably still be asleep now. Weiss, you can be really annoying sometimes. Weiss is in a pretty good mood right now, because he knows that with Chiga here today, the 7th universe is truly saved. There is no need for the Omni King to go to war with the terrifyingly powerful dragon god just for a universe, otherwise another wave of Ragnarok would be ushered in. Advertisement. And if a fight really breaks out, Bardos and Makarita will clearly side with Chiga, and the god tier officials will not want their children to die in such a meaningless battle. The two guards wiped the cold sweat from their heads. They were naturally aware of how terrifying the dragon god was. After all, their predecessors had died in the war between gods at that time. If the two of them had really fought with Kihonhei just now, the outcome would have been horrific. Fortunately, Kihonhei had no intention of paying attention to them. In the past, these two guards were extremely powerful opponents for Kihonhei, but since the day he became the Dragon God, the only ones who were qualified to fight with him were the God-tier officers, and the only one who could be called his opponent was the Omni King. As for the Omni King himself, he actually didn't care about the sudden appearance of the uncontrollable Chiga. He had been around for who knows how many years and he just hated trouble. He could not see any ambition in Kihonhei, which was completely different from the previous Dragon God Salama. So he was still happy to live in peace with Kihonhei. The two supreme gods reached a consensus very tacitly. However, what the god-tier official said just now aroused Kihonhei's interest, that is, the Dragon God Salama seemed to still have a part of his physical body. He looked at the god-tier officer and asked, is Salama's body dangerous? Can he be reborn with just a small piece of flesh? The god-tier official responded, it's hard to say. His most troublesome ability is devouring, and his body also has this characteristic. If his body is left alone, maybe one day he will really come back to life. Have you ever thought about trying to find it by making a wish with Dragon Ball? No, it seems to be able to block the detection of Dragon Ball. That time, a wish was wasted. Kihonhei tried it with great interest, and the result was exactly as the god-tier officer said, there was no such meat. However, Kihonhei did not take this matter too seriously. To put it bluntly, it was just a piece of meat. So what even if its so-called devouring ability was so powerful? How much would it have to devour before it could regain its original strength? And once it began to devour recklessly, it would be exposed, and by then, complete destruction would be waiting for it. Kihonhei had a brief chat with the god-tier officer. The god-tier officer glanced at Bardos and Makarita standing on both sides of Kihonhei, and suddenly said to Bardos. Bardos, do you and Makarita want to switch positions? Advertisement. No one knows a daughter better than her father. The god-tier official saw that his two daughters probably didn't want to return to their own universe at all. Just now, these two crazy girls even wanted to fight with the king's guards for Kihonhei. Even a fool could see what they were thinking. Bardos was stunned for a moment, and Makarita next to him was delighted when she heard this. She was about to nod immediately, but was stopped by Bardos, who pulled her sleeve hard. Makarita looked at her in confusion. She didn't understand why Bardos was hesitating. Logically speaking, Bardos's willingness in this regard was definitely higher than hers. In fact, what Bardos was afraid of was that the god-tier officer was conducting a sting operation, and she wanted to confirm the god-tier officer's true intentions first. The god-tier officer saw that the two had been silent for a long time and asked, why? You two still want to go back? If so, you better leave early. You've been out long enough. Makarita suddenly became anxious and shouted directly. No, I want to stay here. Just tell me what arrangements father has. Seeing that Makarita had expressed her opinion, Bardos no longer concealed it and expressed the same idea to the god-tier officer. The god-tier officer did not reply to the two, but looked at Qianhe and said, Kihonhei, you have now replaced Salama as the dragon god. A god of your level should also have his own servants. Without waiting for Qianhe to speak, he continued. Let Bardos and Makarita serve as your divine servants, just like the two guards around the Lord of the Omni. Qianhe turned his head and glanced at the two guards. The two guards didn't dare to look at Qianhe again. Instead, they lowered their heads and said silently in their hearts, we're at work, don't queue. Bardos and Makarita had never expected that the god-tier official would make such an arrangement. They looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The god-tier officer smiled and asked, why aren't you two talking? Don't you agree with this arrangement? The two angels became anxious when they heard this and shouted in unison. We agree. Chapter 477 God-tier Officers Arrangement. Qianhe looked at the god-tier official with a very strange look. He always felt that the god-tier official was giving away his daughters, or giving away two at a time. The god-tier officer seemed to see what Qianhe was thinking. He said calmly. This is the duty of our angel clan. Your Excellency Dragon God, please don't get the wrong idea. What else could Qianhe say? He had already made a huge profit by getting two angels for free, so he naturally wouldn't take advantage of the situation. Having two angel guards is indeed a pleasant thing. The king blinked and asked, then what about the 6th and 11th universes? Are we just going to leave the angel positions vacant? The god-tier officer kept a polite smile on his face, and he looked at the Omni King and said, Lord Omni King, I think it would be better to merge the 6th, 7th, and 11th universes into one universe and put them all under the control of the Dragon God. Haven't you always complained that there are too many universes? This will also reduce your troubles. In Qianhe's opinion, this kind of thing is obviously a matter of dividing the king's power, or dividing it with himself, a rather threatening vassal. Unless the king is stupid, he will definitely not agree to it. However, the king agreed very straightforwardly. He raised his hand and said happily. Okay, then let's do as you say. At this moment, Qianhe began to doubt again whether the football-shaped head of the king of all was really hid by Salama. If that was true, he really had to thank his predecessor for saving him some unnecessary trouble. Beerus pointed at himself and asked weakly, my lords, what about me? The god-tier officer waved his hand and said, you still retain your position as the god of destruction, and so do the gods of destruction of the other two universes. The merged universe is so large that one god of destruction is naturally not enough. Then, he turned his gaze to Weiss, who was watching the show, and continued. Weiss, I now appoint you as the archangel, responsible for the daily affairs and supervision of the three gods of destruction. Weiss was completely stunned on the spot. He now had a strong feeling that he was being framed innocently. The Archangel sounds very high-end, but to put it bluntly, it is just a nanny in another way. Advertisement originally, it was quite comfortable for him to only guard Beerus, and he could even pet the cat when he had nothing to do, but it would not be so wonderful if there was another elephant. If these two brothers get together, they will definitely fight every day, which will definitely be enough to make him suffer. What's more, with the addition of a completely unfamiliar clown, Weiss felt that his future was bleak. Bardos, the elder sister, added a very sinister sentence. Congratulations, Weiss, you've become an Archangel, you really made it. Weiss was speechless for a while, but he was not as brave as Bardos and the others when facing the God-tier officers and the Omni King. His face twitched a few times, and he forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your trust, Father, I will never let you down." After completing the operation, the God-tier official nodded with satisfaction. In his opinion, this result was a win-win for everyone, as it not only saved the universe but also satisfied the wishes of his two daughters. And it also helped my son get a promotion. Could there be a better result than this? The king did not speak a word during the whole process. He has always been too lazy to deal with such matters. If he were on Blue Star, he would be considered an incompetent emperor, and the God-tier official would be the real regent. The happiest ones were the angel sisters Bardos and Makarita. Bardos bowed to Kihonhei and said with a smile, "I'll ask Lord Dragon God to take good care of me in the future." Makarita followed suit, her big eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and the joy in her heart was evident on her face. After the two angels finished speaking, they sat down next to Kihonhei, and the scene looked very harmonious. The God-tier officer showed a fatherly smile on his face. He stood up from the sofa and said to the king of all, "Lord All-King, we should go back." The king's face fell, and he refuted in a rare way. "I don't want to go back. I've only been out for a short time, and I haven't played anything interesting yet. You guys are just talking here. It's so boring." Forehead. The God-tier official's face froze. All the arrangements for day were planned in advance by him, but he did not expect the sudden willfulness of the Omni King. He swallowed and asked, "Advertisement, I have neglected my Lord Omni King. May I ask what do you want to play?" The king turned his head, crossed his arms and said, "How should I know? Didn't you say there are a lot of interesting things on Earth? Where did they go?" A drop of cold sweat ran down the God-tier officer's head. In fact, what he meant was to talk about Chiga. He just wanted to lure the Omni King here to deal with the matter between Chiga and his daughter. As a result, the Omni King actually started to throw a tantrum. The God-tier official himself had never been to Earth, so how could he know what fun things there were here? Today's God-tier officials are like parents who can't handle a naughty child and are running around in a panic. The God-tier official really had no choice but to glance at Qian, he who was eating melon over there, and suddenly became furious. "I came all the way here to offer you a job, and even arranged for my two daughters to be with you, but now that I'm in trouble, you're just sitting there and watching the show." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The God-tier officer immediately started to shift the blame. He glanced at Qian he and said in a deep voice, "Lord Dragon God, Lord Omni King asked what fun things there are on Earth. Earth is your territory, so as the host, shouldn't you express your opinion?" After hearing this, the king immediately turned his head and stared at Kihonhei with his small eyes full of wisdom. The corners of Chiga's mouth twitched twice. He had no experience in dealing with naughty children. So far, he had only dealt with one naughty child, and that was Momonosuke, whose ashes he had scattered. Of course, the Omni Prince looks much more pleasing to the eye than Momonosuke, he's just a bit crazy. Qian he thought about it and uttered, "How about, let's go to the amusement park and have some fun." The king of all looked like a curious baby. He put a finger on his mouth and asked, "Amusement park? What's fun there? Riding a horse? Fishing for goldfish? Have you ever tried these?" Kihonhei originally wanted to talk about a roller coaster or something, but then she thought that the Omni King would not be afraid of heights or anything like that, and a roller coaster would probably be no different from a rocking ride to him. The king of all floated up from the sofa, and after spinning a few times in the air, he dived into Qian's arms, raised his head and said, "It sounds interesting, let's go to the amusement park." Kihonhei and the God-tier officer looked at each other, and both of them looked helpless. Chapter 478. Trip to the amusement park today. A large amusement park welcomed the most distinguished guests since its establishment. Except for number 18 who was not familiar with the Omni King and the others, Chiga and the Omni King and the others all came. The two guards of the King of All Changes both changed into black suits and wore sunglasses. They followed the King of All Changes closely, looking like bodyguards. Beerus and Whis did not change their clothes and were still wearing their professional attire. The God-tier officer wore a light blue polo shirt and gray trousers, looking like a veteran cadre. Bardos and Makarita wore emerald green and indigo dresses respectively. Both angels had excellent figures, with perfect curves set off by the dresses. Coupled with that exotic face, she quickly attracted a lot of attention. Chiga was dressed very simply, in a black short-sleeved shirt and long pants, with his long snow-white hair tied up casually, but even such a simple outfit could not hide his incredibly handsome face. That's right, it is extremely cruel. After becoming a god, Kihonhei has reached the ultimate in appearance. Coupled with her extraordinary temperament, it is no exaggeration to say that she can have a substantial killing power on some girls with weak resistance. In just a short while, countless people came up to ask for contact information. Of course, Kihonhei politely declined with a smile. Makarita curled her lips and muttered, "These humans are so boring, it's endless and annoying." Bardos smiled and said, "They didn't come to see you, why are you angry?" "Who is angry? I'm not angry anyway. Makarita swung her twin ponytails with an indignant look on her face, and anyone could tell that she was unhappy. Kihonhei snapped his fingers, and 8 more tickets appeared in his hand as if by magic. Of course, he still paid for them, and the money for 8 more tickets automatically appeared in the ticket seller's drawer. The tickets were distributed to everyone, but when it came to the Omni King, there were none left. He tilted his head in confusion and asked, Chiga, where's my ticket? Kihonhei pointed to the notice posted at the entrance of the amusement park, which stated that children under 1.5 meters tall do not need to buy tickets if accompanied by an adult. When the king saw this, he did not feel insulted, but instead shouted happily. That's great, I made a profit. After everyone entered, Beerus and Whis were immediately attracted by some mobile food stalls. While eating, they lost touch with Chiga and the others. He brought the king to the carousel project. He pointed at the spinning horses and said to the king. Advertisement. This is what I mean by riding a big horse. Do you want to go up and give it a try? The king of all's football head was floating up and down with the wooden horse, and an eager expression appeared on his face. However, at this moment, a staff member came over and said to he very politely. Sir, please don't let the children ride the merry-go-round alone. It's too dangerous. Kihonhei was stunned. He looked into the Trojan horse area and found that the children inside were indeed being held by adults. The 2 guards took a step forward at the same time and said in unison. We are willing to serve the Lord. The staff was frightened by the 2 men in sunglasses, and wondered which wealthy family's children these were, that they brought 2 bodyguards with them to an amusement park. The king shook his head, looking reluctant. The god-tier officer stepped forward and saluted, saying, Let me do it. Is the Omni King willing to share a horse with me? The Omni King then nodded in agreement, and the god-tier officer immediately took the Omni King's hand and walked in. To be honest, if the god-tier officer hadn't been dressed more maturely today, with his height not much taller than the Omni King and his baby face, people who didn't know him would have thought he was Bardos's child. The god-tier officer held the Omni King in his arms, picked out a white pony, and jumped on it. As melodious music sounded, the carousel started to move slowly, and the 2 gods at the top of the universe started playing on the carousel in public. The Omni King waved his little hands in the god-tier officer's arms and greeted the children next to him from time to time. The god-tier officer kept smiling on his face. The picture looked surprisingly harmonious, giving people a feeling of a loving father and a filial son. Makarita whispered to Bardos secretly, My goodness, when we were little, we were rarely hugged by our father. Bardos looked at the god-tier officer in the field and said, We can't help it. We have so many brothers and sisters. But to be honest, you were the one that father loved the most. You bullied Weiss until he cried, but father didn't say anything to you in the end. Humph, but you teamed up with Weiss to bully me. You even made my hair into a big braid just like Cuss's. What? Pigtails don't look good. Kay's has always had this hairstyle, and I think it's great. Tisk. Then why don't you try braiding your hair? Maybe Kihonhei prefers pigtails. Kihonhei reached out and tapped Makarita's head, saying, Advertisement, don't give me any blind advice. Bardos is still best suited for high ponytails. Makarita rolled her eyes and said in a muffled voice. You really have a soft spot for ponytails. Bardos smiled, put her hands behind her back and approached Kihonhei and said softly. Kihonhei, what do you think it feels like to have a child? How could Kihonhei not know what Bardos was thinking? He put his arm around Bardos' waist and said teasingly. Why don't you try it yourself and know? I think it should feel good. How can I try it by myself? You are the only one who can help me with this. Makarita, who was closest to the 2, heard everything clearly. She stared at the 2 with her big eyes and shouted. Hey, I'm still here. Can you please give me some proper respect? He rolled his eyes at her and said unhappily. What's your business? Why, you want a child too? You look like a child to me, a naughty child. Makarita was so angry that she jumped up and down. She threw herself into Kihonhei's arms and used her unique skill, the angel headbutt. She buried her head in Kihonhei's arms and muttered. I'm not a naughty kid, I don't even know how old I am. He said while pressing her naughty head, then you better behave yourself, I'll spank you if you make trouble again. Makarita blushed, and she subconsciously covered her butt, but quickly let go, stiffening her neck and choking. Come on, fight me if you can. He raised his eyebrows, reached out and patted Makarita's head and said. It's over. Makarita didn't react at first, but Bardos couldn't help laughing. When she came to her senses, she immediately waved her fists and shouted. Chiga. You're so mean. Chapter 479 Haunted House. While Makarita and Chiga were making a fuss over here, the god-tier officer over there was holding the Omni King and riding round and round on the carousel. The Omni King didn't know whether he got too suffocated in the temple or what, but he was particularly excited today. The Trojan horse area had changed countless batches of customers, but he was still like being welded in the arms of the god-tier official, with no intention of coming down at all. Even the usually calm god-tier official began to show an expression of despair on his face. Even Makarita, who was watching from below, was about to fall asleep. Seeing that the king of all had no intention of coming down for a while, she secretly said to Kihonhei, let's go somewhere else to play, it's so boring. In fact, Kihonhei didn't want to stay here, but looking at the god-tier officer with a painful look on his face, he asked hesitantly. Is it okay to just leave your king here like this? What's wrong with that? Isn't father here? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Kihonhei turned to look at Bardos, and Bardos nodded slightly, indicating that she didn't want to stay here either. Since everyone had this intention, Kihonhei agreed, greeted the god-tier officer through voice transmission and then left with the two angels. The god-tier official groaned in his heart, looking at the enthusiastic Omni King in his arms. He thought pessimistically, considering the Omni King's concept of time, he would not really sit on this wooden horse until the end of time. Compared to the miserable god-tier officer, Kihonhei is feeling much more comfortable. After leaving the carousel area, the two angels, Bados and Makarita, completely let go and experienced all the delicious and fun things. Makarita took a lick of the strawberry-flavored ice cream, with a satisfied expression on her face. She put the ice cream to Kihonhei's mouth and yelled, "This ice cream tastes really good, Kihonhei, try it." Chian he had a wicked smile on his face, and he took the ice cream into his mouth in one gulp, not forgetting to comment, "Yeah, it tastes really good." Makarita stared blankly at the lonely cone in her hand and murmured, "Kihonhei, are you still a human being?" Bardos held back his laughter and finished off the enemy. "Makarita, you forgot again that Kihonhei is now our direct superior, Lord Dragon God, the supreme god who controls the three universes." Advertisement. Makarita's lips pursed, she stuffed the cone into her mouth and chewed it hard, as if she had a grudge against ice cream cones. Kihonhei glanced at her, flipped his hand, and like magic, a large strawberry ice cream appeared in his hand, which made Makarita's eyes widen. He looked at Makarita with a smirk on his face and waved the ice cream in front of her. "You want it?" Makarita nodded vigorously and reached out to take it. Chian he dodged it and said, "If you want, just call me Kihonhei brother." To Kihonhei's surprise, Makarita screamed out almost without even thinking, and even sucked hard on his face, leaving a strawberry-flavored mark. Her actions confused Kihonhei, and he let her take the ice cream. Bardos showed a helpless expression on his face and said, "I take it you are rewarding her?" Makarita ate the ice cream in small bites, her big eyes curved into crescent shapes as she looked at Kihonhei with a smile, as if she had won some kind of victory. After eating something, the three of them continued to wander around the amusement park. They were not very interested in the activities in the amusement park. Projects like roller coasters are no big deal to Chiga and the others. There is no way around it. The essence of a roller coaster is to experience the thrill created by speed and weightlessness. However, Kihonhei and the others are gods who can fly faster than the speed of light, so they will probably never feel this kind of thrill again. The three of them wandered around like this until they came to a haunted house. Makarita asked curiously, "Kihonhei, what is a ghost? Are humans afraid of ghosts?" Chian he thought for a moment and explained, "They are pretty much the spirits from the underworld. Most people are afraid of ghosts." I don't understand. What's so scary about those spirits? They don't have physical bodies." Kihonhei shrugged. For a god with extraordinary powers, ghosts were indeed not worthy of mention, but for ordinary people, they were enough to scare them into the hospital. Advertisement. Moreover, not all souls are incorporeal. People like Wukong, who have connections, do not have this restriction and can even play around in the human world with a halo. Makarita immediately lost interest after learning that the so-called ghosts were souls. However, when she turned around to leave, she happened to catch a glimpse of the advertisement next to the haunted house. It was labeled, "Best Experience for Couples," and next to it was a picture of a girl snuggling in a boy's arms. Seeing this picture, Makarita's big eyes rolled around, and she said with an interested look, "It's actually nice to experience human projects occasionally. Let's go in and take a look." Bardos saw through her thoughts at a glance and gave her a meaningful look. Facing Bardos's gaze, Makarita lowered her head guiltily. Kihonhei didn't notice the interaction between the two. He also felt that since it was a rare opportunity to come to the amusement park, he must experience an attraction first. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's go in and play for a while." Bardos suddenly said, "I won't go. You and Makarita go in. I'll wait for you outside." Makarita was overjoyed when she heard this. She looked at Bardos with gratitude. Bardos smiled and patted her shoulder. Kihonhei didn't think there was anything strange. After all, Bardos was more mature, and it was expected that he would not be interested in the haunted house. Makarita naturally took Kihonhei's arm and dragged him into the haunted house. The dark environment in the haunted house was useless to the two of them, and the flashlight given before entering the haunted house was completely useless. After passing through the first room, the two came to a corridor covered with cloth strips. A female ghost with loose hair was squatting among the dense cloth strips, obviously waiting to scare the tourists. However, her disguise had long been seen through by Chiga and the other two, but Makarita pretended not to see it and continued walking forward. When the female ghost saw the tourists approaching, she jumped up immediately, bared her fangs and claws and roared at Makarita. Makarita paused for a moment, then let out a very exaggerated exclamation, turned around and threw herself into Kihonhei's arms. Kihonhei said helplessly, "Didn't you say at the door just now that you weren't afraid of this? Why are you performing here?" Chapter 480. Nanny God tier officer. Makarita also felt that her acting was a bit exaggerated, but the show had already begun, so she had to go on with it. She grabbed the clothes on Kihonhei's chest and said in a muffled voice, "I was just distracted just now, and she suddenly appeared and scared me." Chian he rolled his eyes and thought to himself, as an angel, no matter how distracted you are, there is no way you can't notice a human so close to you, right? The girl dressed as the ghost saw that the two men ignored her and even chatted with her. As a dedicated actor, she felt that her job was insulted. So she roared with all her might, and rushed towards Chiga and Makarita in the manner of a freak. Makarita was feeling awkward. She summoned her staff and pointed at the ghost and said, "It's so annoying. Just be quiet." As soon as the words fell, the ghost girl's movements immediately seemed to be frozen, and she stood still without moving. Her face still maintained a ferocious expression, but her fear and helplessness could be seen in her eyes that were still able to move. Kihonhei gave Makurita a slap on the face and said unhappily, "What are you doing? I'm just doing my job, take away your abilities." Makurita touched her head with one hand, a little aggrieved expression appeared on her face, she muttered. "I just asked her to be quiet for a while, and it was automatically released after 5 minutes. Kihonhei held his waist, looked at Makurita helplessly, then snapped his fingers, and the female ghost immediately fell to the ground, seemingly fainted. Although it was only 5 minutes, it was still quite uncomfortable to sit like a statue in this position without moving. Kihonhei directly let her fall into a short sleep, and she would naturally wake up when the next wave of customers came in. It was really hard for this poor staff member to be tormented by 2 gods in turn. Makurita hung her head, feeling a little depressed. She originally thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve her relationship with Kihonhei, but now it seems that she has messed it up. Kihonhei glanced at Makurita and suddenly held her hand. Advertisement. Makurita was stunned for a moment. She looked at Kihonhei in confusion. Kihonhei said calmly, "I'm afraid you'll continue to act up, so I'd better hold you by my hand." After saying that, Kihonhei didn't wait for Makurita to respond, but pulled her forward. Makurita chuckled and followed Kihonhei obediently. She was in a good mood and all the ghosts on the road looked pleasing to her. When a ghost jumped in front of her, she even waved and said hello. She couldn't trick the ghost, and she even suspected that she had forgotten to put on makeup when she came in. The two walked through the eerie haunted house as if they were strolling in a park, and when the last door opened, the warm sunlight shone on Makurita's face, but she was not very happy. Because she really enjoyed the time she spent with Chiga in the haunted house, and the appearance of the sunlight meant that they had reached the end and this haunted house trip was over. She shook Qianhe's hand and said with some lingering feeling, "Qianhe, why don't we go back again? I haven't walked around enough." "Go and have fun. Just take a walk." The design of the haunted house is a corridor with the exit and entrance side by side. As soon as the two came out, they saw Bardos. Bardos smiled slightly, walked up to Qianhe and said, "Did you have fun?" Qianhe spread his hands and responded, "It's okay, there's just one burden." Makurita cried out immediately upon hearing this. "I'm not a burden." The three of them played around for a while, and then went to find the God-tier officer. When Qianhe and others arrived at the carousel area, they found that the God-tier officer and the King of All were still sitting on the white pony and floating around. The King of All was having a fight with the carousel today. He waved his hands vigorously, extremely excited. The God-tier officer's expression seemed to be frozen on his face, and he looked like a sculpture. Advertisement. Noticing Qianhe and the others, the God-tier officer turned his neck stiffly, a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face. A dignified God-tier officer now looked a little pitiful. The two God-tier officials, little cotton padded jackets, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Bardos and Makurita looked at Chiga at the same time, and their meaning was very clear. They wanted Chiga to help the God-tier officials. Chiga's sweat dropped on his forehead. How could he help with this matter? Should he replace the God-tier official and become the new generation of wooden horse Jinchuriki? He doesn't have as many years of parenting experience as the God-tier officer, and he is really not good at dealing with naughty children. At this time, the King of All also noticed Qianhe standing not far away. He waved excitedly and said, "Qianhe, you're back, come and play with us." Qianhe waved his hand quickly, glanced at the God-tier officer who looked like he had lost all hope in life, and said, "There are many fun things in the amusement park. How can we just ride on a carousel? The amusement park will be closed soon. Let's go experience other projects." The God-tier officer nodded vigorously at the back, looking at Qianhe with approval, thinking that you finally have some conscience. It's worth it for me to hand my daughter over to you. Don't be fooled by the fact that he usually acts like a regent. That's because the Omni King is in full swing. As long as the Omni King makes a request, he, as a God-tier official, will immediately turn into a nanny and servant, and there is no way he can go against the Omni King's wishes. Now Qianhe has said what he wanted to say, so he likes Qianhe more and more. The king tilted his head and asked, "Is there anything more fun than this?" "Yes, fishing for goldfish, bumper cars and so on. These are all fun and suitable for you." The King of All was finally interested, and amid the astonished gazes of others, he floated up from the wooden horse and landed in front of Chiga. The God-tier official immediately left the Trojan horse and swore secretly that he never wanted to see this thing again. Next, Qianhe took the King of All to experience some projects. It can be seen that the King of All has been stuck in the temple for too long. He was so crazy when playing that he could play each project for a whole day. On the way, we also met Whis and Beerus who were eating in the snack street. They had a really great meal today. When we met, they were holding a lot of food. The God-tier officer was furious when he saw the two of them. The two daughters still remembered to come back to see their tortured old father, but Vesco was just walking the cat and eating at the same time, looking very happy. In anger, he confiscated the food that the two were planning to take home. Under the resentful gazes of the two, the God-tier officer rolled his eyes and tasted the confiscated marshmallow. Chapter 481. We're all brothers. Not long after the few people got together, it was time for the amusement park to close. After a day of getting along, the God-tier official and others had become completely familiar with Qianhe. At the entrance of the amusement park, the God-tier officer looked at Qianhe and said, "Well, we had a lot of fun today. We should go back now. Bring Bardos and the others to my place when you have time." The god-tier officer spoke to Chiga in a very calm and friendly tone. Although he always appeared to be smiling in the anime, he always gave people a mysterious feeling, otherwise so many people would not think that he was the villain behind the scenes. Come to think of it, no matter how strong Goku and the others are, in the eyes of god-tier officials they are just slightly stronger. Mortals. As a god-tier official whose status is only second to the Omni King, it is already good enough for him to have that kind of attitude. But Kihonhei is different. In terms of strength, he has reached the level of Dragon God Salama. He has also been recognized by the Omni King and become the new Dragon God, in charge of 3 powerful universes. In terms of status, he is even more honorable than the god-tier officials. More importantly, the god-tier officials' 2 most beloved daughters have become Kihonhei's people, which means that Kihonhei is truly one of his own, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are a family. He smiled and nodded in agreement, but the king suddenly spoke up. That carousel is really fun. I'm going to build one in the temple when I get back. The god-tier officer staggered. One could only say that he was worthy of being the Omni King, as he broke the god-tier officer's defense with just one sentence. He took out a white handkerchief from his bosom and wiped the cold sweat from his head, forcing a smile on his face and said, "Follow the wishes of the Lord." Kihonhei gave him a sympathetic look, but the king ran over to him again, reached out and pulled his pants, then lifted a button. This button is the legendary Omni King Summoner, which Goku used to restart the game with one click in the anime. The king looked up at Kihonhei with a silly look on his face. He asked, "Thank you, Chiga. I had a lot of fun today, can we be friends?" He was stunned for a moment, then he immediately squatted down, put his hand on the king's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Of course, I'd love to be your friend." The smile on the king's face became brighter. He used his small hand to pry open Kihonhei's big hand, put the button on it, and said, "Advertisement. You can use it to summon me in the future. Don't forget me when you have something fun." He nodded, then he took out a miniature golden flying thunder god kunai from his arms and handed it to the king of all, saying, "You can also use this to summon me. This is called the exchange of gifts between friends." This flying thunder god has been blessed by Kihonhei's divine power, and the signal transmission has reached the level of across the universe. In fact, with Kihonhei's speed, flying thunder god is no longer necessary. Wherever he wants to go is basically just a matter of thought, and its only function is to transmit signals. It was the first time that the Omni King received a gift from someone else. He happily put away the flying thunder god, saying thank you over and over again. He looked quite cute. The 2 supreme gods established a friendship in this way. He reached out and patted the king of all on the shoulder, smiling. "What are you thanking me for? Just tell me, we are all brothers." The simple-minded Omni King could understand the meaning of brothers being friends, but he obviously didn't understand the first 2 words because he was asexual. But he still raised his hand excitedly and shouted, "All of them are brothers." Bardos and Makarita's faces immediately turned red. They looked at each other and coughed twice tacitly. The corners of the god-tier officer's mouth twitched. He turned around with his hands behind his back, trying to make his expression look calmer. He was about to give up. He put his hand on the king's shoulder and said earnestly, "Very good, from now on we are good friends. There is nothing we can do to each other. Let's bow to each other." As he spoke, Kihonhei cupped his hands, and the Omni King followed suit, and the 2 god-tiers bowed to each other. After paying respects, he shook the king's hand and said, "Okay, you look small, how about I call you Xiaochuan from now on?" The king of all was so excited by Kihonhei's actions that he nodded vigorously and said loudly, "Advertisement, yeah, then can I just call you Chiga?" "Of course you can. Didn't I tell you? Brothers, don't leave today. Come to my house for dinner. I'll let you taste my cooking skills." "Really? That's awesome." The god-tier officer at the side was completely speechless. He took out the snacks he had confiscated from Weiss, and under Weiss's resentful gaze, Vice Admiral stuffed a small cake into his mouth and muttered, "It tastes really good. Weiss is such a fool. He has such delicious food but he doesn't even think of honoring me. It seems that he is too idle. I have to find a way to find him something to do when I go back." His voice sounded very low, but the lowest level people present were all gods of destruction. To them, even the sound of a needle falling to the ground at this distance was not clear enough, let alone the sound of a voice. It was obvious that the god-tier officer was speaking to Weiss. Weiss was struck by lightning when he heard it. He quickly moved in front of the god-tier officer, covered his mouth and whispered, "Father, I have already prepared a lot of delicious food for you. I want to honor you." The god-tier officer was eating a small cake. He glanced at Weiss and said, "Really? Then why haven't you brought it here yet? Although we angels don't need to eat, food is a kind of enjoyment. Haven't you thought of letting your father enjoy it earlier?" Weiss bowed 90 degrees. When he raised his head, his face was filled with an apologetic expression. "It was my fault for not considering it carefully. Father is the one who criticized me." Makarita looked at the small cake in the god-tier officer's hand with disdain, and used the words she learned from Kihonhei to explain yin-yang Dao. "Father, you really have never eaten any good pork. This stuff is nothing compared to what Kihonhei made. Have you ever heard of candied sweet potatoes?" If Weiss dared to speak to the god-tier officer in this tone, he would definitely be beaten up like a storm, but when it came to Makarita, the god-tier officer was much more tolerant. He asked curiously, "Candied sweet potato? It sounds interesting. Is Kihonhei's cooking skill really that good?" Makarita raised her little face proudly, and those who didn't know would think she was talking about herself. She crossed her arms and said, "Of course, you'll know tonight. I promise you'll eat so much that you won't want to go back home. Weiss nodded in agreement. He happened to have a free meal last time, and he still couldn't forget the dish that looked like meatballs. I think it was called 4 Meat BA Chapter 482 Taste and Get Good. That night, the god-tier officer was held by two guards, still muttering. Good wine, good food, Kionhei, just come and live at my place. The three angel siblings all turned their heads away. At this moment, they all pretended that they didn't have this god-tier official father because it was too embarrassing. In fact, with his god-tier official ability, he could completely dispel the alcohol in his body, but he was really happy tonight, so he didn't do that. If it weren't for the special relationship between Bardos and Chiga, he would almost become a brother to Chiga. The king of all was still floating in front of Kionhei, holding a bunch of snacks in his arms, and was saying goodbye to Kionhei with a reluctant look on his face. Kionhei, you must come visit me more often. The king's favorability towards Chiga increased like a rocket in just one day. Of course, not everyone can get along with the Omni King like this. First of all, one must at least have a strength far beyond that of the angels, otherwise one cannot even see the Omni King. Kionhei reached out and touched the Omni King's bald head. This would have been considered a disrespectful action in the past. If someone else did this, the Omni King would immediately wave his hand and the universe would disappear. But if it was Chiga, the king of all was not angry. Instead, he felt that Chiga was showing her closeness to him, and he liked this feeling very much. Kionhei said with a smile, don't worry, I'll visit you there often. Yeah, I can give you a few more universes when the time comes. I'm too lazy to care anyway. Actually I'm not that interested in this. 3 universes are already enough. Okay, then if you have your eyes on any other universe, just tell me, we're all good friends. The king of all said this more and more fluently, and every time he said this he would pat his chest loudly. Number 18 looked at the Omni King with a very strange look, and wondered if this was really the supreme god who controlled the entire universe. However, the fate of the entire universe changed during the conversation between Chiga and the king of all. If Frieza and his son were still alive, they would definitely cry with envy when hearing this. They only sell planets, but with Kionhei and the Omni King, they can hand over an entire universe with just a few words. The gap between the two is really too big. After seeing off the god-tier official and his group, Kionhei returned home with Bardos and others. Advertisement. Kionhei waved his hand casually, and the tableware on the table instantly became brand new and was returned to the cupboard. Makarita suddenly asked, Kionga, now that the 3 universes have merged, according to the procedure, the god of destruction from my original universe should come to see you. Kionhei nodded. Isn't this the so-called reporting to the capital? As the emperor of 3 universes, the 7th universe where he is located is the veritable capital. Now that he is the new emperor, people below him naturally want to see what the new boss looks like. Bardos continued, there's no need to let Shangpa come over, he's quite afraid of you. Shangpa was really traumatized by Kionhei. He would rather meet the Omni King than Kionhei. At least the Omni King didn't beat him. Not to mention the remaining Beerus. Although he was an invisible person today, he has become familiar with Chiga. He can come to Earth to eat and drink in the future, which is quite comfortable. The next day, Makarita went to the 11th universe temporarily. She had to bring the god of destruction back. Without the leadership of angels, a single god of destruction does not have the ability to cross the universe. After Makarita left, the house suddenly became much quieter, which made Kionhei a little uncomfortable for a while. He suddenly understood the god-tier officials and the Omni King. He would have been unable to endure staying in the empty Omni King's palace for several 10,000 years. So sometimes, it doesn't matter if this kind of god is not there. On the other side, as soon as Makarita returned to the Temple of Destruction, she returned to her original appearance, and the majesty of an angel was back. Wei Mead had been waiting in the temple for a long time. He had already received the news that his universe had a new owner. And the angel who was originally in charge of him directly became the guard of this new master, which was considered a promotion. Seeing Makarita, Wei Mei hurried forward and said, Makarita, you are back to pick me up, right? Is it that Lord Dragon God who wants to see me? Makarita shook her head and said, Kionga didn't mean that, but the merging of universes is a big deal. As the god of destruction, you have to go meet him anyway. Advertisement. That makes sense. The Kionhei you mentioned should be the real name of Lord Dragon God, right? Yes, but don't call him that when you get there. It's disrespectful. I was so surprised by the delicious taste, and wondered how come you can say it so smoothly. While he was stunned, a man who looked very simple and had a muscular body walked out from the shadows. This person has a pair of big, black and transparent eyes, and looks similar to E.T. on the blue planet. He is the strongest person in the 11th universe, Jiren. He slowly came to Makarita and said, Lord Makarita, I also want to go see the Lord Dragon God. Can you take me with you? The delicious taste frowned and said, Jiren, you are crossing the line. The status of Lord Dragon God is so noble. After all, you are just a mortal now. You are not qualified to meet him. In fact, Wei Mei still likes Jiren very much. The reason why he said that is because he hasn't figured out Chiga's temper. After all, the Omni King has a very strange temper, and he will be wiped out if he is not careful. Jiren is the disciple of his good friend in the face of the 11th universe. He is afraid that if Jiren goes there, he will offend Chiga and be killed by Chiga directly. However, Jillian was surprisingly firm today. He ignored Wimed and just stared at Makarita with his big black eyes. Makarita looked calm, and she spoke calmly. Why? Give me a reason. Jiren clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. I heard that this Lord Dragon God defeated 2 gods of destruction in succession before he became a god, and even defeated you, Lord Makurita. I want to feel how powerful this Lord Dragon God is. You want to challenge him? Aren't you afraid that he will just ignore you and use his divine power to wipe you out? Don't be afraid. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I want to pursue a stronger power. Only fighting can help me break through. Wei Mei interrupted and said, Are Makurita and I not strong enough for you? Excuse me, Master Wei Mei, but you can't defeat me without using your divine power. Although Master Makurita is stronger than me, she is only so strong. What I want to see is the power of another realm. Chapter 483 Jiren's challenge. Jillian's words silenced both Wei Mei and Makurita. This statement is almost like saying that your abilities are just so-so and I no longer think highly of you. Fortunately, both of them have good tempers, and they have known Jiren for a long time. They both know his past and his desire for power. Looking at Jillian's determined eyes, Makurita paused and said, Okay, I can take you there. Kihonhei is a very easy person to talk to. If you are sincere, he won't make things difficult for you. Jiren finally showed a hint of joy on his face. He stood at attention and bowed respectfully to Makurita. Thank you very much. Makurita didn't say anything else. She just turned around, whined, gave Jillian a look, and the two of them approached Makurita. A stream of colorful light emerged and carried the 3 people towards the sky. When the 3 of them arrived at Kihonhei's house, Makurita performed a Sichuan opera face changing for Wei Mei and Jiren. With a bright smile on her face, she reached out and knocked on the door, saying in a soft voice, Kihonhei, open the door. I'm back. Wei Mei was so surprised that Jillian's face froze. They had never seen Makurita behave like this before. The door was opened, and it was opened by Bardos, holding a deck of cards in her hand. She looked at Makurita and smiled. You came back pretty quickly. Why don't you stay in your territory for a while longer? Makurita waved her hand and said, What is there to wait for? This is my territory from now on. Yo, so brave. Aren't you afraid that Kihonhei will hit you? Can you please give me some face? Didn't you see I brought someone back? Bardos then looked at Wei Mei and Jillian behind Makurita. The two were completely confused and even began to suspect whether Makurita, who brought them back, was a fake. Especially Wei Mead. In his impression, Makurita has always been at odds with Bardos, and every time they meet, there is always some sarcasm between them, but today it seems that the relationship between the two seems to be particularly harmonious. Bardos knew Wei Mei, but she had never seen Jillian. She pointed at Jillian and asked, Who is this? Makurita introduced. This is the strongest person in our universe. His name is Jiren. Advertisement. Then, she leaned over to Bardos' ear and whispered something. Bardos looked at Jillian in surprise, then nodded and led the 3 of them to the living room. As soon as Bardos entered the living room, number 18, who had 3 white slips on his face, immediately shouted. Bardos, why do you have to go there in person to open the door? For you gods, it's enough to just snap your fingers. I think you are trying to cheat? Qian, he also had a white note on his face, and he helped explain. We still have to open it. If ordinary people come, it will easily scare them. Number 18 then gave up and turned to stare at the cards in her hand with an extremely serious expression. Makurita rushed out from behind Bardos, ran to Chiga, put her arm on Chiga's shoulders very naturally, and stuck her whole body behind Chiga. She looked at the cards in Kihonhei's hand with curiosity and asked, Kihonhei, what are you doing? Qian, he felt the softness on the back of his neck and said with an unchanged expression. This is called Do Di Zu. You'll understand after watching it for a while. Bardos sat back in his seat and raised his hand to make a single 6. Number 18 was delighted. She suddenly pulled out 4 cards and threw them hard on the table, shouting excitedly. Bombs. I still have 2 left. Bardos glanced at number 18, then calmly threw out 2 cards. King Bomb. Forehead. No 18's face froze, and she comforted herself, it's okay. Bardos still has a hand of cards, I still have a chance. However, what Bardos did next made her despair. Shunzi, let's go. The 4 words spoken by Bardos seemed to take away No 18's soul. Her body softened and she leaned on Kihonhei. She stared blankly at the straight on the table and murmured. Why? Why'd I always lose? Bardos smiled, leaned over, and gently placed a white strip on No 18's forehead. Qian, he shook his head helplessly and said softly. You always like to be the landlord. You should look at the situation of your own cards first. The white stripes on his face were because he lost to number 18 as his teammate. That was also the only time number 18 failed to grab the ball. Advertisement. Number 18 raised his head and said with a wrong look on his face. But the landlord can draw 3 more cards. I feel like if it's not right, the landlord will lose. Makurita was also intrigued. She rubbed against Kihonhei's back and said. Kihonhei, I want to play too. Teach me now. Qian, he raised his hand and flicked her. He looked towards the door and said. Honestly, playing with 4 people is a different way of playing. I'll teach you later. Have you forgotten the 2 people you brought back? Only then did Makurita remember Wei Mei and Jillian, and she turned to look at the door. I saw Wei Mei and Jillian standing there obediently like minions. Seeing Qian, he looking over, Wei Mei quickly waved his hand and said. Master Dragon God, don't worry about us, just continue. Just seeing Kihonhei's golden eyes made him feel an indescribable pressure, which was the breath from a superior god. It was so delicious that he felt the horror of Kihonhei, the dragon god. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Jiren's bald head. Just a glance almost made him lose his will to fight. What kind of terrifying power is this? He couldn't imagine what kind of fighting power Kihonhei would have once he really started fighting. Today he finally understood what it meant that there is a god beyond God. After swallowing his saliva, he took a step forward and said very respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Dragon God, I am." Before he could finish, He interrupted with a smile. "I know you. You must be Jiren, the #1 man under God." Jillian was stunned for a moment and said, "The first one? I haven't been to other universes yet." "Haha, there is no doubt about that. If I say you are, then you are it. With your strength, you are already qualified to be the next god of destruction." Wei Mei nodded in agreement. The only thing that Jiren lacked compared to the god of destruction now was his power. In terms of hard power, there were few gods of destruction who could surpass him. However, Jiren did not show much joy. For him, being the #1 person under God meant little. He wanted to be the strongest. Makarita leaned close to Chiga's ear and told her about Jiren again. Although Chiga already knew this, she still listened to her patiently. After listening, Chiga slowly stood up from her chair, and Jiren subconsciously took a step back. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't be nervous. Don't you want to challenge me? I'll give you the chance now." Chapter 484 Dragon God Realm. Jiren had not yet fully adjusted to the pressure from Chiga's momentum, but Chiga took the initiative to speak and accepted his challenge. His eyes, which had been narrowed all the time, widened and he stammered. "Really? No, I mean, Lord Dragon God, are we going to fight here now? This is your residence. If we break it. If it's broken, you have to pay for it." Forehead. Jiren's expression froze, and he felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He scratched his bald head and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Dragon God, I don't have any money. Even if I did, I probably can't use it in this universe." This look was really rare for Jiren, who always appeared to be aloof. Wei Mei, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but laugh. He also smiled and said, "It's just a joke. If we're going to fight, it certainly won't be here." As she spoke, Chiga suddenly appeared beside Jiren. Speed has no meaning to Kihonhei anymore. His mode of movement is basically teleportation. Chiga stretched out a finger and touched Jiren's forehead. Jiren felt dazed for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. The surroundings were filled with colorful light, like a dream. He's figure slowly emerged not far from him, and he said with a smile on his face, "This is the world I created. You can call it the Dragon God Realm. I haven't developed it properly yet. It's still a rough draft. You can give it your all here." Jiren swallowed his saliva. To him, creating a new world was a bit mysterious. It was not something that could be achieved by mere strength. Advertisement, however, this is a rare opportunity. This is a dragon god who can be compared with the Omni King. Jiren is very grateful to Chiga for giving him this opportunity. He shook his head vigorously to dispel the messy thoughts in his mind. In front of Kihonhei, he would not have any stupid idea of testing the waters first. Jiren clenched his fists and let out a low roar. A fiery red aura emanated from his body. The terrifying temperature even caused the surrounding space to distort. At this moment, he was like a walking miniature sun. This is the strongest state he can use at the moment, and he has released all the energy in his body. He nodded and exclaimed, "That's a pretty good aura. Just based on this, you have surpassed most of the gods of destruction in terms of strength. At least Shangpa will have a hard time defeating you without using his destructive power. Champa is not considered weak among the gods of destruction. After all, he is Beerus's brother. Except for Rat, Joker and Beerus, there should be no other god of destruction stronger than him. His potential is definitely not weak, but compared to Beerus, he is more of a homebody and lazier, with the image of a fat cat version of a dead fat otaku." Jiren felt a little proud to receive Chiga's praise. Although Vimeo had often praised his strength, Vimeo was just an ordinary god of destruction after all. This person is a dragon god who can suppress several universes with a wave of his hand. The difference in value is simply too great. Chiga really admires Jiren. Although Goku and others in this universe have experienced fewer hardships because of her, their corresponding strength improvement is very slow. The 3 universes belong to Chiga, so Jiren and the others belong to Chiga's people. If they are compared to cards, Goku and his son and Jiren are definitely at the SSR level, and Vegeta is slightly lower. But for now, Jiren is definitely the undisputed face of his universe. Jiren was ready to go. He said in a deep voice, "Lord Dragon God, I'm going to attack." He nodded, and out of respect, he put down his arms and said, "Come on, show your strongest power." Jiren didn't waste any time. He stomped his foot heavily, and the strong airflow directly dispersed the colorful mist around him. He swung his strong arms and punched Chiga. However, Chiga just stretched out a finger and easily blocked Jiren's powerful punch. Advertisement. Jiren was shocked, but his fighting skills were excellent and he did not let his emotions affect him. He quickly distanced himself and flashed into the air. He condensed a red energy ball. The energy contained in it was enough to turn a planet into ashes in an instant. But he threw dozens of such energy balls at once, pouring down towards Kihonhei like red raindrops from the sky. Kihonhei waved his hand casually, and a golden barrier appeared above him. The energy ball thrown by Jiren fell on it like raindrops falling into the sea. Apart from a few ripples, there was no other movement. Chiga easily blocked 2 consecutive attacks, and Jiren had a deeper understanding of Chiga's strength. He couldn't help but sigh that his vision was too narrow as he only lived in the 11th universe. Today he finally witnessed how terrifying the power of the supreme god of the universe was. Although he was thinking about it, Jiren's hands did not stop at all. He must try his best today to see how big the gap is between him and the Lord Dragon God. This gap will also become his goal in the future. He raised his hands high, and a ball of energy gradually took shape, expanding in size. Jiren shouted loudly, then threw the large energy ball that had already formed towards Chiga below. High energy cut. Kihonhei raised his head slightly, looking calmly at the energy ball falling from the sky, then his figure flashed and he sank directly into the energy ball. Under Jiren's astonished gaze, the energy ball he created by concentrating all his body's energy deflated like a balloon as Chiga sank into his body, and finally turned into countless red light spots and merged into Chiga's body. This kind of pure energy is a great tonic for Kihonhei, so this time he did not waste it and accepted it all. In return, Kihonhei spread out his hands, and a golden energy ball was suspended between his two palms. Kihonhei smiled at Jiren and said softly, "Makurita suffered a lot from this trick. Now it's your turn to try it again, Lord Brahma." Chiga has already controlled the strength of the great Brahma this time to the same as that of Makurita. For Jiren, who has not yet exploded, it is still quite difficult to take on this challenge. Jiren could feel the horror of Chiga's great Brahma move. Although both were energy balls, the difference between Chiga's move and his was completely different. But there was not the slightest fear in his heart. He clenched his teeth, crossed his arms over his chest, and prepared to take the blow. Chapter 485. Subjugating Jiren. After a violent explosion, the entire Dragon God realm was covered in a layer of brilliant gold. The light faded, revealing a dusty Jiren. Of course, he was gray to begin with, and now he was just grayer. The clothes on Jiren's upper body had been completely burned, revealing his muscular body underneath. He was breathing heavily and slowly descending to the ground. Judging from this situation, although his power has surpassed the god of destruction, there is still a certain gap compared to the angels. When Makurita took this move, she was not as embarrassed as he is now. Jiren knelt on one knee on the ground, looking at his dark palm, and forced a bitter smile on his face. He really used all his strength just now. If Brahma's energy was a little stronger, he would probably find it difficult to maintain consciousness now. Swish. Chiga appeared in front of Jiren. He smiled and stretched out his hand to Jiren, saying, "Very good, I admire you very much." Jiren rubbed his hands quickly. He felt that his hands were really dirty. Kihonhei shook his head helplessly, grabbed his hand without saying anything, and pulled him up from the ground. Jiren was completely convinced, and his big eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Chiga. What Jiren respected was not only Chiga's unparalleled strength, but also his approachability. He understood that Kihonhei, as the supreme god of the universe, really gave him enough face today. Chiga looked at Jiren, who looked a little embarrassed in front of him, and with a wave of his hand, a brand new set of clothes appeared on him, as if they were tailor-made for him. Jiren moved his body a little and found that all his injuries had healed. He was once again shocked by Chiga's unpredictable abilities. However, Kihonhei suddenly said, "Your power is far from being fully utilized, can't you let it go?" Jiren was stunned and quickly responded, "Advertisement. Lord Dragon God, I have already used all my strength just now. I am sorry to disappoint you." As he spoke, a look of shame appeared on Jiren's face. He lowered his head and turned his big, gray head towards Chiga. Chiga suddenly put her hand on Jiren's bald head. Jiren's body trembled, but he did not resist and let Chiga hold his head. Kyunga didn't have any strange fetish for bald people. He closed his eyes and thought about it. Jiren felt a warm current emerging in his body and quickly flowed into his limbs. Then, he roared uncontrollably, and an aura suddenly burst out from his body that far exceeded the previous one. A ball of red and pink aura rose up, and his overall aura was still rising. Chiga also withdrew his hand. He had just helped Jiren to channel the potential power in his body. Even the elders on Namek know this skill, so it is naturally easy for him, a dragon god, to use it. In the anime, Jiren has to go through memories to enter this state, but this is completely unnecessary for Chiga. Jiren felt the power surging in his body, and his joy was beyond words. He felt as if he could overcome everything now. Of course this did not include Chihei. Now he has entered a new realm, but the more so, the more he can feel Kihonhei's terrifying power, which is a power that makes people despair. He suddenly fell to his knees, kowtowed heavily to Qianhe, and shouted, "Thank you, Lord Dragon God, from now on, my life belongs to you." Chiga was stunned by Jiren's sudden action. He moved a little further away, waved his hand and said, "Why would I want your life? Just keep it for yourself. This is your power, I am just guiding it." Jiren still remained motionless. Chiga felt helpless and continued, Okay, get up. You belong to the universe that I control. It's not a big deal to do you a small favor." After saying that, Chiga gently raised her hand, and an invisible force lifted Jiren up from the ground. Jiren looked at Chiga with extremely fanatical eyes. Chiga felt very awkward being looked at by such a muscular man. He snapped his fingers, and the entire Dragon God realm gradually distorted, and soon the two returned to their original home. As soon as Kihonhei came out, he saw that Makurita had joined the landlord fighting team, and the white cloth on her face had formed a curtain, showing the fierceness of the battle. Makurita tightly grasped the cards in her hand, stared at Bardos opposite her with a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "Advertisement, go ahead, Bardos. Bet everything on this. I won't lose this time." Number 18 on the side held her forehead with one hand. This time, she was unlucky to become a teammate with the loser Makurita. She had even prepared the white bar in advance. Bardos had a relaxed expression on her face. She glanced at the nervous Macaretta and smiled. A large plane flew by and petrified Macaretta in her seat. The cards in her hand scattered on the table. Qianhe glanced at them and was surprised that she didn't even use her royal bomb. Number 18 immediately took out 2 white strips, helped Macaretta stick them on, and then put one on his own forehead. Macaretta's vision was almost completely obscured by the white stripes. She frantically thrashed on the chair and yelled. Why? Why can't I win in one blow? This angel won't accept this, ah. Bados laughed and gently brushed his hand across the table. All the messy cards were immediately straightened out, which made the people who saw it feel happy. Ignoring Macaretta, who was doubting her life, Bardos stood up, picked up a cup of coffee, walked to Qianhe with graceful steps, and handed the coffee to Qianhe. At this moment, she looked like a virtuous wife coming to greet her husband. Qianhe picked up the coffee and took a sip. It tasted slightly sweet, obviously sugar was added deliberately. Bardos asked with a smile, what took so long? I helped Jiren improve it a little bit. It took a little longer. Macaretta jumped up from her chair when she heard Qianhe's voice. She rushed to Qianhe and complained bitterly. Qianhe, please teach me a few moves. I always lose. It's really strange. Isn't this just a game of luck? Number 18 also followed. She touched the white stripe on her forehead and said helplessly. It's a game of luck, but you can't just play cards randomly. Is it humanly possible to throw a bomb at the beginning? Macaretta didn't realize her mistake at all. She stiffened her neck and said. That's because I still have the most powerful bomb. What's wrong with squandering it a little? Qianhe rolled his eyes at her and said sarcastically. So have you thrown out your most powerful bomb? Are you saving it for the feast? Chapter 486 Dragon God Universe. Weimei looked at Jiren from the side. He could notice that Jiren was obviously different after returning. As a god, he is particularly sensitive to the concept of realm. Before, he could barely suppress Jiren, but now it is hard to say. With Jiren's increased strength, it would be difficult to defeat Jiren even if Mimi used his destructive divine power. The taste was so delicious that I swallowed my saliva and thought to myself. What on earth just happened? How could Jiren's strength increase so much in just a short while? To be honest, he is a little envious of Jiren now. In terms of strength, Weimei has been in a slump for many years. That's because he really can't see any room for improvement. But he didn't dare to challenge Chiga like Jiren. Being cautious by nature, he would not do such a risky thing. Qianhe didn't have the time to pay attention to Weimei. He didn't really like Weimei's clown look. Now that they have met, he is about to do the last thing. It is too troublesome to separate the 3 universes, so he plans to eliminate the barriers between the universes and merge the 3 universes into one. And this new universe is his true territory, and he calls it the Dragon God Universe. He briefly explained the matter to everyone. Naturally, Bardos and the others would have no objection to this matter. The 2 of them were no longer angels in charge of the universe. Their current identities were guards of the Dragon God. Number 18 tilted her head, looking as if she understood something but not quite. The merging of universes was really a bit fantastic to her. Qianhe's explanation to her was that the universe had become a little bigger. This explanation is concise and to the point, and it actually means exactly what it means. Qianhe did it very decisively and used his divine power directly in front of everyone. His eyes burst into brilliant golden light. At the unknown boundary of the universe, an invisible wave continued to spread. The barriers between the 3 universes were eliminated, and the merger of the universes was completed silently. Except for a few gods, no one knew that the universe they lived in had become bigger and had a new master. The palace of the king, the god-tier officer had sensed the changes in the universe, and he came before the Omni King and reported the matter. The king of all said, oh, those 3 universes already belong to Qianhe, let him do whatever he wants with them, and don't tell me about this kind of thing in the future. The god-tier officer saluted. He was very dedicated. He still had to talk about this matter even though he knew the Omni King would not care. Advertisement. After finishing his report, he was about to turn around and leave, but the king stopped him. Hey, how's the carousel thing going? It's so boring. The god-tier officer shuddered. A painful memory emerged in his mind, and a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face, and he said. It's still in preparation. The king frowned and said. Not finished yet. Well, then why don't you just build me a whole playground, and when Chiga comes, let him play with me. Although the god-tier officer was complaining in his heart, he still agreed. Yes. While the 2 god-tiers were discussing the construction of the amusement park, a group of people on an unknown planet were thinking about going to Earth to commit suicide. A short creature that looked like a yellow mouse was holding a strange instrument with a look of surprise on his face. Next to him stood a tall, demon-like creature. These 2 people are Babidi and Dapora. Babidi was holding a detector that was almost as big as his body. The pointer on the detector was jumping wildly at the critical point. He shouted excitedly, this is amazing. There is such abundant energy. If Boo absorbs this energy, he will definitely be able to come out earlier. Dapper frowned, looked around and asked, but Lord Babidi, where is the source of this energy? We have killed all the creatures on this planet, and there is no decent strong person at all. Babidi shook his head and said, he shouldn't be on this planet. What? How can he be detected by the detector from such a distance? What kind of guy is he? With all due respect to Master Babidi, I'm afraid we are no match for him. Hey, don't worry, we can go check it out first. Have you forgotten my ability? As he spoke, Babidi looked up at the M mark on Dapora's forehead. Dapper understood immediately. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and he said, Advertisement, I am stupid. As long as he has even a little bit of evil in his heart, he will never be able to escape from Master Babiti's clutches. Babiti enjoyed Dapora's compliment very much. He smiled proudly and said, "Let the people below get ready. Our next target is this guy, he's a big fish." He called Dapora, and the two of them flew towards the spaceship, looking very impatient. On Earth, Waimei has already left. Now that the barriers between universes have been eliminated, he can travel back and forth by himself. Jiren hasn't left yet. He was sent by Chiga to guide Goku and the others. After all, their strength is really weak. It's impossible for Chiga to solve every crisis by himself, right? Kihonhei didn't know that a few more unlucky guys were about to come and get killed. At this moment, he was communicating with the king of all through Bardos's staff. The king's childish voice came from his staff. "Kihonhei, I've asked the god-tier officials to prepare for the construction of the amusement park. You must come when it's finished, it will be quick." Upon hearing this, Qianyi's mind immediately emerged with the sad expression of the god-tier officer. He remembered that the last time the god-tier officer hated the carousel in the amusement park. Moreover, considering the abilities of god-tier officials, building an amusement park is a very simple matter. This so-called preparation is obviously just a waste of time. Just as Kihonhei expected, the god-tier officer was holding up his staff with a constipated expression. He couldn't escape this matter, and now he could only hope that the Omni King would get tired of playing soon. Makarita beside Kihonhei kept laughing. She covered her mouth to prevent the sound from coming out. Bardos glanced at her and said, "Makarita, if you want to laugh, just laugh, isn't it hard to hold it in?" Makarita glared at her and said in a muffled voice, "Nonsense. I don't mean to laugh at father, nor do I mean to gloat over his misfortune." "Ah, did I tell you that?" Makarita's face froze. The attack she just made was a self-destruction? The god-tier official said to the staff with a wry smile. "Makarita, you are really my good daughter. I love you so much." Makarita shrank her neck and hid behind Kihonhei without saying a word. Chapter 487 Babiti arrives Bowsy Mountain. Jiren was crossing his arms and saying something to Goku, Vegeta and Piccolo. Vegeta has settled down in Bowsy Mountain. After spending a long time with Goku and his son, especially Gohan, his personality has become less violent. Both Goku and Vegeta are crazy about training. Although Vegeta dislikes Goku on the surface, he never refuses whenever Goku goes to him. A few days ago, when they were fighting in Ola Ola, Jiren dropped from the sky and beat up both of them without saying a word. Even Piccolo, who came later, was severely beaten. There was nothing he could do about it. It was his fault that he liked to show off every time he appeared, and he had to cross his arms and cover his face with a cloak. Jiren was a ruthless man of few words, and he was dealt with by Jiren before he could even introduce himself. After making these three people behave themselves, Jiren told them directly that he came to teach them on the orders of Chiga. When he heard it was Kihonhei, Wukong rubbed his numb waist and got up from the ground, complaining. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you start fighting right away?" Vegeta and Piccolo got up from the ground with grim expressions and cursed inwardly at the same time. "Damn it, is this guy sick?" Jiren said calmly. "I just wanted to test your strength first. Now I know that you are terribly weak. But don't worry, since it is the order of Lord Dragon God, I will do my best to make you train like a real fighter." Even though they were beaten up, the idea of improving their strength still made the three of them excited. For them, cultivation seemed to be the only pleasure in life, and no one would refuse the temptation to improve their strength. So from that day until now, the three of them have been under Jiren's devilish training. In the middle, Jiren felt that the progress was too slow, so he took them to the Spirit Time Chamber according to Chiga's suggestion. After coming out of the Time Chamber, the strength of the three of them had all undergone a qualitative change. Of course, since Piccolo has not yet merged with the god, he is still much weaker than the two Saiyans Goku and Vegeta in terms of strength. However, according to Chiga's instructions, Jiren set a training goal specifically for Sora and Bei, which was to become a Super Saiyan first. Advertisement Jiren used all the methods like mental stimulation and back energy gathering on them, and now both of them have successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. And under Jiren's guidance, both of them are already on the verge of breaking through to Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta was lucky to have the famous teacher Jiren and the little genius Goku, who were his training talents. His training efficiency was greatly improved. If he had just practiced on his own, he could at best have become a speedy Vegeta. Including the time spent in the time chamber, Jiren has been with Goku and the others for more than a year. Perhaps infected by Goku's optimistic and cheerful attitude, Jiren's obsession with hatred has faded a lot and his personality has become softer. This is also one of the reasons why Chiga asked him to teach Goku and the others. Goku in Z is still very charming, and he believes that Jiren will definitely like this guy. Today is the time to say goodbye. Although Jiren still looked as cold as when we first met, his words were much warmer. "Alright everyone, my mission is successfully completed. The rest depends on your own understanding. To be honest, you really gave me a surprise, especially you, Wukong." A smile finally appeared on Jiren's face, and Goku scratched his head embarrassedly. In fact, he just enlightened Jiren when he was being emo one night. Vegeta and Piccolo are not heartless people. Jiren's help in improving their strength is obvious. They are really grateful to Jiren. Now they are about to part ways, and even Vegeta said goodbye and said they would see each other again if we are lucky. However, just as Jiren was about to leave, a white spaceship fell from the sky and landed on the top of Bowsy Mountain. Everyone was stunned, and Jiren no longer had any intention of leaving, so he flew over with Goku and the others. When they arrived, the hatch of the spaceship had already been opened, and Babidi and Dapura came out of the spaceship with a group of small fry. Chi can be divided into good and evil. As soon as Babidi and others came out, Goku frowned. He knew that the group of people on the opposite side might have bad intentions. Jiren has already regarded the entire Earth as Chiga's temple, and he believes that the evil people like Babidi are trespassing into the temple and being disrespectful to Chiga. He exuded a little breath and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Do you know who owns this planet?" Babidi did not respond, because the aura that Jiren had just emitted was almost enough to make the needle of the detector in his hand burst. He looked up in surprise and shouted, "Advertisement. That's great, I didn't expect to find this guy right after I came out. Dabura, you go up first and kill him." Dabura grinned, stretched his joints, and walked towards Jiren. Although he didn't know exactly how strong Jiren was, with Babidi's control skills, he felt fearless. However, in Jiren's eyes, he had already sensed Dapura's weight clearly. To him, Dapura was no different from an ant. Dapura walked up to Jiren in such a swagger. Just as he was about to say something, Jiren interrupted him directly. "I really don't like the smell you carry. I advise you that it's not too late to leave now." Jiren is actually a very kind person. He would not kill anyone except his enemy. Dapper sneered and challenged, "So what if you don't leave? Boy, I admit that you have some strength, but don't be so arrogant." Before Jiren could say anything, Vegeta couldn't stand Dabura's expression anymore. He rushed out and shouted, "Who do you think you are? I think you are tired of living." Dapura didn't want to pay any attention to the short-looking Vegeta. He just glanced at him and said lightly, "Where did you come from, little dwarf? I don't have time to deal with you right now." What? The word, dwarf, directly broke Vegeta's defense, and Goku couldn't hold it back and just burst out laughing. Hearing Goku's laughter, Vegeta's forehead veins exposed. He clenched his fists and roared, "Hole, I'm going to make you shut that stinky mouth forever." Call. Golden flames gushed out from Vegeta's body, and he directly entered the Super Saiyan state. The detector in Babiti's hand ticked again, and the pointer stopped at the critical point again. Of course, this is nothing like Jiren's, this is just the limit of the detector. Chapter 488. Vegeta Babidi shouted in an exaggerated manner. "There's still one left. Dabura, make sure you leave him alive." Dabura nodded solemnly. He could sense that Vegeta was completely different after the transformation. Seeing that Vegeta had already jumped out, Jiren did not take action. He thought that he could use these people to help Vegeta get familiar with his enhanced power. This was the first time that Vegeta faced an enemy as a Super Saiyan, and with the buff of the Super Saiyan state, he seemed particularly excited. Pointing his thumb at himself, Vegeta's expression was extremely serious. "You be *************** D, I'm going to make you pay for what you just said." Dabura didn't say anything. He flashed in front of Vegeta and kicked him with his leg, trying to take the initiative. Vegeta snorted in disdain, pinched Dabura's calf, and threw him towards Babiti's position. Babidi, who had little fighting ability, was frightened and screamed. Fortunately, Dabura stopped in time, otherwise the yellow rat would have been smashed half to death. He shouted to Dapura, whose back was turned, "Hey, be careful, you almost hurt me, do you know?" Dapura was really controlled thoroughly, but he was not angry even so. He actually turned around and apologized to Babidi. Vegeta despised Dapura's behavior and mocked him. "What a good dog. I wonder what's so good about it that you're loyal to it." Dapper glared at him and scolded, "What do you know? It was Master Babidi who gave me a stronger power." "Oh, I see you're not that strong now. How weak were you before?" Vegeta's mouth cannon was full of sarcasm, and Dabura finally got angry. He waved his hand and a spear appeared in his hand. This move of his really stunned Jiren and others, because strong people of their level rarely use weapons or the like, and their fists are their best weapon. Advertisement. Dabura pointed his spear at Vegeta and stabbed him in a spiral. Faced with Dabura's poison dragon drill, Vegeta was not at all panicked. He took a stance, put his hands flat on his chest, and chose to confront Dabura, who was rushing towards him. The two of them collided with each other, and a teeth-grinding friction sound was heard. Vegeta's white gloves, which were almost patinaed, made a teeth-grinding friction sound. Goku's blood was boiling as he watched from the side. He now only regretted that he had not jumped out earlier, so that Vegeta could have gotten the better of him with such a good fighting opportunity. In fact, Dabura is still very powerful. For Sora and Bebi, who have not yet broken through to Super Saiyan 2, he is definitely a strong opponent. Of course, if the two of them were willing to join forces, it would only take a few minutes to capture Dabura. But that's just their nature. If they face an enemy that is much stronger than them, they will join forces. But if they face an enemy that is equally strong, they will never join forces. Single combat is the romance of the Saiyans. After a long time of attack without success, Dapula suddenly stopped his attack and flew high into the sky. How could Vegeta just let him go like that? He exploded with anger again and flew up into the sky like a monkey. The two men switched from a ground battle to an air battle. From time to time, the roar of air bombs exploding could be heard from the sky. Wukong stretched out a hand and placed it on his forehead, saying, "It's really intense, Jiren. Do you think Vegeta can win?" Jiren looked up and said in a deep voice, "Vegeta's fighting talent is still very good. He has a good chance of winning if he continues to fight like this, but..." Jiren paused, and Goku quickly asked, "But what?" "Vegeta is too arrogant. He will suffer a great loss sooner or later, and maybe now." Above the sky, Vegeta was using the classic, Prince tactics, against Dabura, which was to throw air bombs at the opponent frantically. This wave of firepower was quite intimidating in terms of momentum. Dabura was once in a situation where he had to run for his life with his head in his hands. It was not until he was hit in the butt that he realized that the lethality of this move did not seem to be as great as he had imagined. When Vegeta saw that he had hit the target, he became even more excited. His arms left after images, and the air filled with energy bullets instantly submerged the confused Dabura. Advertisement: a thick cloud of smoke appeared, and Dabura's figure disappeared into it. Vegeta fired a few more shots before stopping with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. He just stood there waiting for the smoke to dissipate, with no intention of using another big move. When the smoke cleared, Dabura was revealed, with his arms crossed to protect his face. Apart from being a little dirty, as expected, Dabura was fine. But Vegeta seemed to have gained a great advantage. He raised his chin and a defiant smile appeared on his face. Dabura really didn't understand how Vegeta made that expression, but he had already sensed one thing, which was Vegeta's arrogance and recklessness. Such enemies are often the easiest to deal with. As the leader of the demon world, Dabura is synonymous with insidiousness and cunning. Today he will let Vegeta taste the dangers of society. In fact, Vegeta cannot be blamed. His strength has increased so much that he is like a nouveau riche. He will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't pretend. Moreover, even when he entered the Super Saiyan state before, he was still treated like a ball by Jiren, which made him feel extremely aggrieved. Now that he finally found an outlet to vent, he naturally wanted to show off. Dabura's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He staggered and pretended to be injured. Vegeta became more excited when he saw this. He taunted. He is trash indeed. Now you know how powerful the Saiyans are, right? Dabura said nothing, raised his head and flew upwards again. Vegeta shouted. Want to run? Vegeta followed closely again, and the two of them kept rushing upwards. Just as they were about to break out of the atmosphere, Dabura's speed gradually slowed down. Vegeta watched as the distance between them got closer and closer. He sneered and said, "Why don't you run away? If you have the guts, just fly out of the earth." Dabura said nothing, and Vegeta did not see the sinister smile on his face. By the time he got closer, it was too late. Dabura lowered his head and spat out a stream of saliva. Vegeta was rushing in such a hurry that he had no time to stop. The saliva fell on Vegeta's neck, and a look of disgust appeared on his face, and he said, "How disgusting. It seems that you really have no other tricks left. You even resort to such a despicable trick." Dabura has become completely immune to Vegeta's verbal attacks. He has a playful look on his face and is ready to enjoy Vegeta's expression next. Chapter 489. Jiren takes action under Vegeta's shocked gaze. A gray color began to spread from his neck, and soon his neck became extremely stiff until he lost consciousness. Vegeta's entire body had been petrified. He struggled to make a sound. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Vegeta had completely turned into a stone statue and fell straight to the ground. Of course, Dabura couldn't let Vegeta fall into pieces like that, as that would be such a waste. He leaned over to grab Vegeta, but someone was faster than him. Goku had already noticed that Vegeta's breath suddenly disappeared, so he immediately entered the Super Saiyan state and shot towards the sky. Just when he was halfway through the rush, he saw the stone statue of Vegeta falling towards him. He reached out to catch it without thinking. There was still an expression of disbelief on Vegeta's face. Although Goku doesn't know what happened yet, one thing he can be sure of is that this stone statue is definitely Vegeta himself. Dabura, who followed closely, saw Wukong with golden flames all over his body, frowned and said, "Same transformation. It seems like you have quite a bit of energy. Very good, I will capture you and bring you to Lord Babidi." Goku held Vegeta with one hand, freed his hand to shoot a golden energy bullet at Dabura, then turned around and rushed downwards. Many times Goku is much more stable than Vegeta. When Vegeta has already fallen, he thinks of going back to Jiren to figure out the situation first. Dabura slapped the air bomb away with a slap and snorted coldly. "Are you scared now? It's not that easy to run away. None of you can escape today?" After saying that, he burst out at amazing speed and chased after Goku. During the chase, he kept spitting. Although Wukong didn't know the power of saliva, he avoided it all for hygiene reasons. After all, he wasn't like Vegeta who rushed directly in front of Dabura and had no time to dodge. He dodged and cursed, "Hey, you are such an unhygienic person. I'll just hit you. Why are you spitting?" Advertisement. Goku returned to Jiren cursing. Jiren glanced at Vegeta who had turned into a stone statue and thought to himself, "This is just as I expected." Dabura had already followed at this time, but he didn't even look at Jiren because his target was already locked on Goku and Vegeta, the two guys who could turn yellow hair. As for Jiren, he didn't even have any hair on his head and was obviously not from the same species, so Dabura simply treated Jiren as an ordinary passerby. He opened his mouth to spit saliva, but Jillian frowned and slapped the air lightly. A slap formed by air suddenly hid Dabura's face. Puff! Dabura spat out a mouthful of blood, his body spun like a gyroscope and flew to baddies. He turned around for a long time before he stopped. His head was buzzing and he didn't even understand what was going on. Jiren was still too merciful. The force he used just now was about the same as an ordinary person slapping a mosquito. If he had used a little more force, Dabura's head would have been separated from his body. In this respect he is very similar to Zephyr, pursuing justice without killing. Babidi looked at the bright red palm print on Dabura's cheek and asked a rare question. Are you okay? Dabura's face had been numbed by the slap. He shook his head in confusion, then looked at Jiren with fear. He moved his lips and uttered a word. Lord Babidi, maybe we should get out of here first. Babidi was stunned. In his opinion, although Dabura was slapped, it didn't look like a big problem. However, after waking up, Dabura was still very clear-headed. He figured out that the big gray bald guy opposite was the hidden big boss. Jiren has been with the god of destruction and the angels for many years, so he is no stranger to special abilities such as magic. This ability often has unexpected effects, and Vegeta obviously failed in this regard. He looked up at Dabura and said in a deep voice, "No matter what you did just now, I demand that you unpetrify this man, otherwise." A fiery red light appeared on Jiren's body surface. Goku and Piccolo beside him were instantly sweating profusely. They quickly distanced themselves from Jiren. Advertisement: this was just a little bit of the breath emitted by Jiren. Babidi and others who were locked by him felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. Dabura tried his best to vent his anger, and at the same time he had to take care of Babidi. He said in a trembling voice. "Lord Babidi, please try to control that guy with your magic. I can't hold on any longer." Babidi also realized the seriousness of the problem. He muttered a spell, trying to arouse the evil thoughts in Jiren's heart and control him. But as a strong man who has cultivated to such a level, Jiren's will is so firm that Babidi's trick has no effect on him at all. He raised his foot and walked towards Babidi and others. His terrifying momentum directly crushed the minions brought by Babidi. The spaceship could no longer bear the weight and turned into pieces with a click. The dome that sealed Majin Buu was also revealed. Suddenly, Chiga's voice rang in Jiren's ears. "Jilin, take care of these two guys, and then bring the egg to me." Jiren's body trembled, and the expression on his face finally changed. He stopped and responded with some embarrassment. "Lord Dragon God, do you want me to kill them?" "Yes, I know you are determined, but there are some things you really need to learn from a man named Sakazuki. When facing evil people, any extra kindness is a blasphemy against justice. Remember, the two guys in front of you are unforgivable. Go ahead." "But Vegeta, don't worry about that. Once that red skin dies, Vegeta will naturally recover." Hearing this, Jiren's eyes became firm and he chose to obey Chiga's orders. Babidi and Dabura had no idea that their fate had changed in such a short time. Babidi was still sweating profusely as he cast his magic spell, while Dabura anxiously asked. "Lord Babidi, is that enough? I can't hold on any longer." "Wait a little longer, it will soon." Before he could finish his words, Jiren's eyes glowed red, and in an instant, several streams of energy hit Babidi and Dabura, and the two were beaten to pieces without even a scream. After doing all this, Jiren felt much more clear-headed. He turned to look at Vegeta and found that the petrification on his body had begun to fade and was about to return to normal. Chapter 490. Resurrection of the Great Kai. "Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you have no idea how funny your expression just now was." In the sky, Goku was holding his stomach and laughing, while Vegeta was carrying the giant egg that sealed Buu, and the blue veins on his forehead kept throbbing. Ever since he was freed from the petrification state, Goku had been making fun of him for it, and he naturally couldn't stand it, but Jiren came up and gave him a scolding, which made him behave himself. He also admitted that he was indeed too arrogant, which was why he fell into Dabura's trap and almost fell to pieces. So even if Goku laughed at him right in the face, he chose to hold it in, and take it as a warning to himself not to make such stupid mistakes again. Piccolo had already gone back, and Jiren was flying lone in front. After a while, the three of them arrived at Chiga's residence. The 18th went shopping with the two angels, so Chiga was the only one at home today. When he saw Chiga, Jiren immediately bowed respectfully, and his attitude was very humble. Vegeta also saluted, only Goku waved to Kianhe with a happy face. "Hey, Chiga. Long time no see." Jiren frowned and turned back to scold. "Goku, you are so rude, you should call me Lord Dragon God." Seeing Jiren getting angry, Goku immediately shrank his head and looked at Chiga for help. Kianhe smiled and waved his hand. He knew Wukong's personality and knew that he would not care about such things. The giant egg that sealed Buu was too large to pass through the door, so it was placed outside by Vegeta. Of course, this did not pose a problem for Kianhe. With a simple move, the dome was directly moved into the hall. Wukong poked the giant egg curiously and asked, "What is this thing? It looks weird." He glanced at the energy meter at the bottom of the dome, which had less than 2 ticks left, and said, "There's a pink fat guy inside, his name is Buu." After saying that, Kianhe placed his hand on the egg and injected a little bit of energy into it. However, just this tiny bit of energy, which was so small that it could be ignored by Kianhe, caused the dome to tremble violently, and a large amount of yellow gas gushed out. Advertisement: Kianhe clenched his hand, and the gas in the room was instantly compressed into a small ball, which looked very much like the somersault cloud that Goku rode when he was a child. The ball of gas gradually extended its limbs, and finally with a pop it turned into a mini version of Majin Buu. With its pink and chubby body, it looked like a moving doll. Majin Buu jumped on the spot excitedly at first, but when he saw the 4 giants in front of him, he was obviously stunned. He looked around and found that the furniture around him was too big for him. Goku squatted down, pulled the little tail on Majin Buu's head, and said, "Is this Majin Buu? He's pretty cute." Majin Buu angrily threw Goku away, steam gushing out of his forehead, and said angrily, "You are so rude, I'm going to turn you into a cookie." As he spoke, the little tail on his head shot out a purple light, which was about to hit Wukong. Chiga narrowed his eyes slightly, and a golden barrier appeared in front of Goku, blocking Buu's magic light for him. It was the first time that Buu encountered someone who could block his magic light. He looked at Chiga curiously and asked, "Who are you?" When facing Kihonhei, a strange feeling of fear arose in his heart. Chiga didn't respond. He first snapped his fingers, and before Buu could react, his body returned to his original size. This move alone was enough to make Buu open his squinting eyes. He felt the terrifying person in front of him. Although he looks silly, that's just an illusion. Those who treated him like a fool in the anime have already entered his stomach. Kihonhei's actions didn't stop yet. He walked straight to the puppet and pinched his stomach with his hand. Buu actually obediently let Chiga's hands rub his stomach. He didn't feel any pain anyway. Kihonhei didn't have any special fetish. The reason he did this was simply because he felt an inexplicable connection with the puppet. He remembered what the god-tier officer had said, that the dragon god Salama was not completely wiped out, and some of his flesh remained. Now he was almost certain that the piece of meat was discovered by Babidi and used to create Majin Buu. Just as Chiga was thinking, the flesh on Majin Buu's body suddenly seemed to have its own consciousness, and several pink tentacles extended out and wrapped around Chiga's arms. Buu himself was confused because he had no intention of taking action at all. Advertisement Qianhe's expression remained unchanged and he had no intention of struggling to break free, because he could feel that these pieces of flesh had no ill will towards him and were even conveying a kind of emotion to him through physical contact. They seemed to want to go home. Chiga was not in a hurry to retrieve the pieces of meat. He pulled out his arm and then slapped Buu on the forehead. He used the human path ability that he hadn't used for a long time and directly pulled out a ball of black soul from Buu's body. This soul looks like a smaller version of Buu, which is the soul of the original Buu. Jiren and the others were stunned. They would never be able to learn this method no matter how much they practiced. After original Buu's soul was extracted, Fat Buu's face actually looked kind. At this moment, the evil thoughts in his heart were completely eliminated, and his personality was infinitely closer to the great Kai that he had absorbed before. Chiga shook his arm lightly, and the original Buu was instantly killed and turned into a wisp of black smoke and completely dissipated. Fat Buu's eyes were full of confusion. Chiga looked straight into his eyes, then opened his eyes slightly, and a strong mental wave rushed into Fat Buu's mind. He suddenly covered his head and groaned in pain. He looked at him calmly until his moans stopped and then he spoke. "You should remember who you are, right?" Fat Buu slowly raised his head and looked at Kihonhei with a suspicious look. He murmured, I am the great Kai?" Kihonhei nodded and said, "It seems you have remembered it. In that case, I have to recycle Buu's materials." After saying that, Chiga reached out and pressed his hand on Buu's stomach again. Without him using any abilities, a large amount of pink fluid flowed directly into Chiga's body along his arm like crazy. The original Fat Buu turned into a cute fat man, who was the Grand Kai. The Great Kai swallowed his saliva and spoke slowly. "Who exactly is your excellency?" A strange purple light flashed across Qianhe's eyes, and he responded. "You can call me Dragon God." Chapter 491 Night and Day. Dragon God. Hasn't he already? The status of the Grand Kai is much higher than that of the ordinary Kai, and his strength in his prime was also very powerful. If he had not consumed too much power in sealing Moro, he would not have been unable to deal with Majin Buu. In the past, he didn't even give face to the god of destruction. Unlike East Kai, he treated the god of destruction like his grandfather. He is still a little confused now, because in his memory, the Dragon God had long been erased by the Omni King. Just then, Bardos and others who had been out shopping returned home. Although Bardos and Makarita were not wearing their angel uniforms, the Grand Kai still recognized Bardos's identity at a glance. This is because Champa of the 6th and 7th universes often comes into contact with Beerus, and accordingly, he has also seen the angel in charge of Champa, namely Bardos. He had great respect for the angels, so he saluted Bardos as soon as he came up. However, Bardos hadn't seen the Grand Kai for a long time, and it took her a while to remember who the fat man in front of her was. She covered her mouth in surprise and said, "Hey, you're the former Great Kai of Universe 7, right? I heard you've been missing for a long time." The Great Kai was stunned for a moment. He noticed that Bardos used the former 7th universe. He couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, what do you mean by that? Does the 7th universe no longer exist?" "Of course it exists, but now you should call it the Dragon God universe, including the previous 6th and 11th universes, which are now under the jurisdiction of Lord Dragon God. This is also the result of the discussion between Lord Omni King and Lord Dragon God." "What?" This explosive news coming from the angel's mouth made the Grand Kai stunned. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, now you know the general situation. I didn't resurrect you to let you sit there idle. From now on, you have to take on your responsibilities well. The duty of King God is to create. During the time when he disappeared, the number of planets in Universe 7 has sharply decreased. Moreover, Chiga has taken action several times before, and no one knows how many planets have been destroyed. The East Kai is really lagging behind, so now the Great Kai is needed to come out and do the work, which is something Chiga is too lazy to do." After briefly explaining the situation to Grand Kai, the latter still looked a little confused. This huge amount of information would take him a while to digest. "That's basically the situation. If you still don't understand something, go find Weiss and he'll explain it to you. By the way, you should be able to teleport, right?" Advertisement. The great Kai nodded, swallowed his saliva, and asked tentatively. Then Lord Dragon God, shall I set off now? Sure, but if you want to stay for dinner or something that's fine too. No, no, how dare I disturb Lord Dragon God. Before leaving, the great Kai bowed deeply to Chiga to thank her for saving his life. Chian he smiled slightly, patted his shoulder and said. Do your best. I'm counting on you. Anyway, he doesn't need to pay salaries or anything, so it is still necessary to give employees more encouragement and make promises. After the great Kai left, Jiren and the others also took their leave one after another. Chiga stretched himself. Things in the Dragon Ball world had been almost dealt with. It was time for him to go back to the Pirates and Hokage worlds, which were his roots. Later on, he planned to bring all his people to the Dragon God realm and build it into a paradise of their own. Now traveling through worlds is no longer a difficult task for Kianhe. After briefly explaining the situation to Bardos and the others, he opened the dimensional portal and went to the Pirates world. The power level of Bardos and the others is too high for the other two worlds, so he did not bring them along this time to avoid any trouble. After returning to her palace in Marineford, Sha Lulia, as a veteran stay-at-home, was naturally the first person to see Kianhe. When she saw Kianhe, Sha Lulia was stunned for a moment, then she exclaimed. She stepped on the ground barefoot and quickly slid into Kianhe's arms. Chian he smiled and hooked her nose with his hand and said. You use the power of the fruit quite skillfully. Sha Lulia pouted her lips and said in a muffled voice. Don't change the subject. You've been out for so long. I wonder if you went to look for that lil vixen. Oh, are you a little shrew? And aren't you afraid that Khalifa will punish you for saying the word vixen? Khalifa wouldn't care about that, she's the best. Okay, Khalifa is the best and I'm the worst, okay? Advertisement, as long as you know it, bang. Sha Lulia covered her buttocks, looked at Chianhe with resentment, and said. He is indeed a bad guy, spanking people as soon as he comes back. That's nothing. There are worse things. Chianhe raised his lips to an evil smile. He turned around while holding Sha Lulia, and the next second they were lying on a soft big bed. Sha Lulia's eyes widened suddenly, and she said in disbelief. Chianhe, what are you doing? It's daytime now. Oh, now it's night. As he spoke, Kianhe snapped his fingers, and the sky outside the window suddenly darkened, and the sun set directly under Sha Lulia's gaze. At this moment, everyone in the entire pirates world looked up at the sky where the moon had already appeared in confusion, wondering if they were hallucinating. Sha Lulia was dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes hard, but no matter how hard she rubbed, the big moon outside was still hanging there brightly. He raised his hand and hooked Sha Lulia's chin to make her face him and said softly. It's night now, do you have anything else to say? Sha Lulia's big eyes rolled around, and she directly attacked Kianhe, actually taking the initiative. He responded immediately after a brief moment of daze. The maid Xiaohong heard the noise upstairs and called out tentatively. Are you an adult? The response she got was a series of babbling sounds from Sha Lulia. She wanted to go upstairs to take a look, but ended up bumping into an invisible wall and sitting down on the ground. Inside the headquarters building, Khalifa put down her pen. The light in the room was too dim and she could no longer work. She turned on the light and said to herself, am I so absorbed in my work today? It's getting dark so quickly? I remember I haven't had lunch yet? When she looked up at the clock on the wall, the pointer was pointing to 11. It's already 11 o'clock at night. I have to go back quickly. Sha Lulia and the others should be asleep, right? Chapter 492. Turn off the lights for the whole world. Khalifa realized that things were not simple until he left the headquarters building, because many people in the square were in a confused state. They all looked up at the moon in the sky and gathered together to discuss something. Sister Khalifa. Yamato came running from a distance, waving her hand. She pointed at the moon in the sky and said. How strange. The sun suddenly went down just now, did you see it? Khalifa shook her head. She thought it was because she was too engrossed in her work, but now it seems that things are not simple. After a while, Robin also came out of the headquarters building. She found Khalifa and talked about the same issue. Khalifa thought for a moment and asked, any news from Guillaume's sister in Hancock? Well, the situation is the same with Dressrosa and 9 Snake Island. Don't worry about Hancock. Sister Guillaume has already sent soldiers to the streets to help maintain order. So far, there has been no trouble. That's good. Let other branches pay attention to this as well. If there are any problems, notify the headquarters immediately. Don't worry, I've already asked the people below to make the arrangements. Yamato blinked his big eyes and watched the 2 strong women arranging the work, his eyes full of admiration. In times of peace, people like Khalifa and Robin are needed to govern. Yamato feels that if it were him, the world would be in chaos in a matter of minutes. When the 2 of them had almost finished their arrangements, Yamato asked weakly. Sisters, why don't we go have lunch first? I'm a little hungry. Khalifa nodded. She and Yamato were the first to know each other and she always doted on Yamato. When she heard that Yamato was hungry, she immediately said. Okay, let's go home first. Oh, it would be great if the boss was here. He must know what happened. Sister Khalifa, are you missing Master? Why, you don't want to? Of course I do, but Master will be back soon, don't worry. Intuition. Robin smiled. She put one hand on Khalifa's back and the other hand on Yamato's waist, and said. Okay, let's go back. Don't forget that there is still Sha Lulia at home. She might be scared after seeing such a strange phenomenon today. Advertisement. The three of them returned home together, only to find Zhao Hong fainted on the ground. Like master, like servant. In terms of IQ, Zhao Hong is a phoenix among dragons compared to Sha Lulia. She knew there was an invisible wall in front of her, but she just kept bumping into it until she passed out. She didn't even think of calling the guards outside. Her IQ was really low. Khalifa and the other two were terribly frightened. Yamato rushed forward, picked up Zhao Hong and shook her hard. Zhao Hong was very dizzy and could not be woken up no matter how hard Yamato shook her. In desperation, Yamato had to use physical awakening method. After a slap in the face, Zhao Hong finally woke up from her coma. Seeing Yamato in front of her, Zhao Hong no longer cared about her burning face. She said anxiously, "Your Highness Yamato, please save the master. She sounded in pain just now." Upon hearing this, Yamato stood up without saying a word and rushed upstairs, but she was also bounced back with a bang. 9 furry fox tails instantly extended from behind Khalifa, forming a soft cushion to catch Yamato. Yamato covered his red forehead and snorted, "It hurts. Why is there a wall here?" Robin frowned. She suddenly raised her finger and whispered, "Be quiet and listen." Several people immediately held their breath and put their ears against the transparent wall. Waves of beautiful sounds came down from upstairs. The three Khalifa girls looked at each other and their cheeks quickly turned red. Only Zhao Hong was still yelling, "Listen, my three highnesses. That's the sound. The master is in danger now." Yamato blushed and pulled Zhao Hong aside, saying in a muffled voice, Okay, Sha Lulia is feeling comfortable now. You can go and do your own thing. We're here for you." Zhao Hong looked confused. She wanted to say something else, but Khalifa, the leader of the group, spoke up. "Go and arrange the meal. Sha Lulia will be down soon. She's doing manual labor." Zhao Hong didn't dare to disobey Khalifa. She bowed and left the hall, looking back every few steps. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. Advertisement. "Yamato, it seems that your observation hockey has reached a new level. You can even predict the future." Yamato stuck out her tongue. Her observation hockey was strong, but not to this extent. The three of them naturally heard what was happening upstairs from Sha Lulia's voice, and they also heard Kihonhei's voice. Khalifa held his forehead helplessly and said, "I roughly know what happened outside. It must have been done by the boss." Yes, Chiga is the only one who can change the cycle of day and night. Fortunately, Kihonhei also noticed what was happening downstairs. After a while, Kihonhei went downstairs with Sha Lulia, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Yamato came up to Chiga and looked him over. She wanted to find a mark called strawberry on Chiga's body, but with Chiga's current physique, it was almost impossible for anyone to leave a mark on him, not to mention Sha Lulia, whose strength was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Khalifa adjusted his glasses and said helplessly, "Boss, can you give me a message when you come back next time? You turned off the lights for the whole world when you came back. Are you trying to make people jet-lagged?" Sha Lulia nodded vigorously and agreed. Yes, this is so unethical." He rolled his eyes at her and said unhappily, "You don't dislike the daytime. What's the matter? You're not you anymore when you put on your pants." "I'm wearing a skirt." Robin smiled and walked forward to pull Sha Lulia away. Yamato took the opportunity to hold Chiga's arm and said in a soft voice, "Master, please stay a few more days this time when you come back, and don't run around all the time." Chiga touched Yamato's head and said, Okay, I'll stay for 2 more days. Even if I leave later, I'll take you with me." Take us? Really?" Upon hearing this, Yamato's eyes lit up, and Khalifa and the others also stopped and looked at Kihonhei with surprise. Kihonhei raised his hand and waved, and a portal appeared in front of everyone. Through the portal, they could see the colorful space inside. "This is the world I created. Once I clean it up, everyone can move in. Then you can also visit the 2 worlds I've been to." After saying that, Kihonhei turned around and found that Yamato had already entered the Dragon God realm. Chapter 493 Hawkeye visits. The next day, Kihonhei followed Khalifa and the others to the headquarters building, where he ran into an acquaintance, Domino, whom he had met in the deep-sea prison before. Seeing Qianhe, Domino exclaimed, then ran over, bowed to Qianhe, and said, "My king, it's an honor to meet you." Qianhe nodded slightly and asked curiously, "How come you, a prison warden, come to work at our headquarters?" Domino replied, "The position of warden has been taken by Sadi-chan. As you know, the number of pirates has dropped sharply in recent years, and the prison is very quiet. I felt that there was nothing to do, so I applied to Secretary General Khalifa to come to work at the headquarters." "I see. Then you should work hard here. With your working ability, you are more suitable for this place." "Thank you for your encouragement, King." Domino bowed to Qianhe with a smile, then she looked at Khalifa seriously and said, "Secretary General Khalifa, Hawkeye Mahawk has just arrived at the headquarters. I have already arranged for him to stay in the reception room." Khalifa was stunned for a moment and asked, "Hawkeye? Why is he here at headquarters?" "He said he was bringing his apprentice here for a visit." Upon hearing this, Qianhe immediately became interested and asked, "What's his apprentice's name?" "Zoro. Interesting. How did they get together?" Khalifa asked curiously, "Boss, do you know this Zoro?" "I don't know him, but I know him. He's a genius at navigation." "Okay, you guys go back to work first. I'll go check on Hawkeye." Khalifa nodded and left with Domino. Qianhe came to the reception room, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Hawkeye with his arms folded and his face covered by a hat. He seemed to be taking a nap. He was the only one in the reception, and Zoro was not seen. After Qian he entered the room, Hawkeye raised his head slightly. When he saw that it was Qian he immediately stood up from his chair and said in surprise. Why is it you? Advertisement Qian shrugged his shoulders, sat down opposite Hawkeye, and said. Are you surprised to see me? We are old acquaintances, right? I thought you weren't at the headquarters, and with your current status, you can't just meet me whenever you want. Haha, what? Even you start to care about identity? I still remember the scene when you were showing off your fandom in front of me. Speaking of this, the two smiled knowingly, and Hawkeye couldn't help but sighed. I thought you were a terrifying person at the time, but I didn't expect that in such a short time, you have already achieved such success. You even overthrew the world government. So you are here with your people to seek refuge with me today? Tisk tisk, it's not an easy task to support you. Who wants to come to you? I just want Zoro to come here and see the world. After all, you killed most of the powerful people in the sea in that war. Oh, is Zoro your disciple? What made you want to take him in? I'm just bored. Shanks has been locked up by you. I don't even have an opponent. I saw this guy on the sea when I went to East Blue some time ago. He was lost at the time. As expected, did you two exchange a few moves? Yes, he was so excited when he saw me. You know what, even though his swordsmanship is a little poor, he has a strong belief. I admire him a lot, so I took him back to Grand Line, but he hasn't officially become my disciple yet. So where is he now? He just said he wanted to go out for a walk by himself. It's time for him to come back. You actually let him go shopping by himself? Hawkeye was stunned for a moment and said, yeah, he's not a child anymore. Could he get lost? What else? Let me ask you, during the time you've been with him, have you not discovered any special characteristics in him? Not yet. Before that, he and I lived on my island. I left him with a group of baboons and didn't take care of him much. Well, now let me see where your apprentice is. A golden light flashed across Kiane's eyes, and the entire scene of Marineford was in full view. Almost instantly he found Zoro's location. He was in the training ground in the back mountain. Go forward half an hour. Zoro frowned and came to the back hill. He scratched his head and muttered. Strange, Marineford is obviously not that big. Why can't I find the building just now? Suddenly, he heard a crackling sound of fighting and shouting. Eraser, eraser. Watch this, the Iron Fist of Love. Advertisement, bang. Ouch. Zoro followed the sound and found 3 young men wearing marine uniforms who looked about his own age. One of the young men with yellow hair and holding a water pipe was sitting on a rock, watching the fight between the other 2 people with a smile on his face. It was called a fight, but in fact it was just one-sided abuse. The one whose body could stretch and contract freely was being beaten by the other. The 3 people are naturally the Luffy brothers. Luffy had been beaten black and blue by Ace. He gasped and swung his arms, looking for an opportunity to attack. Ace had fewer injuries than Luffy. He took a boxing stance and said, Luffy, how about this boxing technique I learned from my grandfather? Luffy groaned and muttered, what's the big deal? I'm not afraid anymore. Ace raised his lips and said, oh, then try this, fistbone. Luffy stared at Ace's fist with his eyes wide open, but Ace suddenly kicked up and shouted. Big feet of love. Bang. A red shoe print suddenly appeared on Luffy's face. He covered his face with his hands and rolled around on the ground. Sabo, who was sitting on the stone, held his forehead helplessly. Ace made a face at Luffy and laughed. Idiot, can't you avoid this? Luffy, your observation hockey is not yet advanced enough. Luffy got up from the ground, looked at Ace with resentment, and muttered. It's obviously you who doesn't follow martial ethics, so I'll kick you if you want. Why are you talking about fistbones? Tisk, you always use rubber before making a move, I'm used to it. The fight between the 2 brothers turned from physical to verbal, and Sabo suddenly raised his hand and shouted to stop. Okay. Stop for a moment. Someone is coming. The 3 turned their heads and saw Zoro, who was watching the fight with his arms folded. Sabo looked at the 3 knives on Zoro's waist and asked politely. Hello. Who are you looking for? Chapter 494 Luffy vs. Zoro. Of course Zoro would not say that he was lost, that would be too embarrassing. Anyway, he would never admit that he was a person with poor sense of direction. He thought for a moment and said, well, I'm here to look for Mihawk the Hawkeye. I got lost with him. When they heard that Zoro was looking for Hawkeye, the 3 brothers were shocked at the same time. Hawkeye was very famous, and as Marines, they were naturally familiar with him. But they didn't know Hawkeye had already arrived at the naval headquarters, Sabo asked. Then how did you find this place? Who let you in? You're talking about this. Of course Hawkeye brought me here. He should still be in the headquarters building now. Ace frowned and said, then why don't you just go to the headquarters building? It's not hard to find there. Forehead. Solo's face froze, thinking to himself, is the headquarters building easy to find? But he has walked around for several times and still can't find it. Sabo narrowed his eyes. Zoro's incoherent words made him feel that Zoro was very suspicious. He winked at Ace and Luffy, and Ace understood immediately. He went straight to stand next to Sabo. Luffy didn't understand what Sabo meant at all. He asked in confusion. Sabo, why are you looking at me like that? It's scary. Sabo sighed helplessly. He pulled out the steel pipe from behind and looked at Zoro seriously. Zoro also noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. He put his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and his whole demeanor changed instantly. Sabo said in a deep voice, who are you? How did you get into Marineford? Zoro had already pulled out a piece of the Wado Ichimonji from his waist. He said coldly. My name is Zoro, and I told you I was brought in by Hawkeye. Luffy finally realized that something was wrong. He suddenly waved his hands and screamed. Okay, it's the enemy. Watch me take him down. After shouting, Luffy rushed forward with his arms swung. Sabo was stunned for a moment, then he stretched out his hand and shouted. Advertisement, Luffy. Wait a minute, we're not. Before Sabo could finish his words, Luffy had already rushed in front of Zoro and directly used a set of moves similar to the turtle punch. Zoro's face remained calm. He pulled out his knife in an instant, and when the opportunity arose, he struck Luffy in the stomach with the back of the knife. Although the Nika consciousness in Luffy's body has been wiped out by Chiga, he still retains most of the characteristics of the Nika fruit, and his rubber body is very strong. Zoro's blow to his stomach was like being stuck in a quagmire, and he couldn't pull out for a while. Just as he was trying to draw his sword, Luffy chuckled, took a deep breath, and exerted force from his waist, directly sending Zoro and his sword flying. Well done, Luffy. Ace was cheering for Luffy from behind, as if he wasn't the one who beat Luffy just now. Seeing this, Sabo no longer had any intention of taking action. He placed the steel pipe on the ground and acted as a spectator. Ahem, Zoro had only been with Hawkeye for a few days, so it was naturally difficult for him to defeat Luffy, who had been beaten by Ryu, Garp and his two brothers since childhood. To take the simplest example, Zoro currently hasn't even mastered the armament color. But Zoro is not a person who gives up easily. He got up from the ground, pulled out his other two swords, and assumed a three-sword style. Luffy still had a relaxed expression, and he said carelessly. You're using 3 knives at the same time. You look a lot like Uncle Ghost Spider, but he has many more knives than you. Zoro had no idea who Spider Demon was, and he had now focused all his attention on Luffy opposite him. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, Zoro held his breath and concentrated. The next second, he rushed out like an arrow. 3 swords style. Demon slash. Clang. Zoro flashed behind Luffy, maintaining a handsome posture. In his opinion, Luffy, who had been hit by this move, had already lost his ability to fight. But when he looked up at Sabo and Ace, he found that their expressions were still calm, and they didn't seem to be worried about their companions at all. Luffy's voice came from behind him. That was a close call. That trick of yours is pretty powerful. Zoro turned around suddenly, and Luffy's chest was covered with a layer of black that had not yet faded, which was the armament color. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, he exclaimed, Is this the hockey that Hawkeye mentioned? That's right. I have to be serious from now on. I have been in the Marine for so long but have never made any achievements. It's just right that I can use you as my first achievement. I want to be the man of the Marine Admiral, shave. After saying that, Luffy's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Zoro didn't even have time to react before Luffy punched him in the abdomen, and he rolled his eyes. With a thud, Zoro fell straight to the ground with his head raised. Sabo squatted down and checked him and said. He fainted. Good job, Luffy. This guy is yours. Yeah, I finally made a contribution. I wonder if Grandpa can give me the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Ace reached out and flicked Luffy's head, then said with a smile. Look at your achievements. How can a Lieutenant Colonel be so happy? Humph. You and Sabo are both Rear Admirals, so of course you look down on a Lieutenant Colonel. I'm still a Major. Sabo teased. You are no ordinary Major. You held down the 2 of us Rear Admirals and even fought with Wong. You are so awesome. Let's not talk about this. Brother Kihonhei almost beat me to death at that time. I feel pain all over my body when I think about it. You did that yourself. Brother Kihonhei was helping you. Be grateful, idiot. I know. I'm just a little afraid of him. Whenever I shouted that I wanted to be the king of pirates, he would suddenly appear and hit me. I almost had a psychological trauma. Luffy shrank back in fear, but as he did so, a creepy voice sounded from behind him. Why did I just hear someone want to be king? Luffy's whole body shuddered. He turned around stiffly and saw Chiga, who was like a devil to him, and Hawkeye, who was following Chiga. Chiga looked at Luffy with a smile on her face, looking very kind. Luffy swallowed his saliva, forced a smile and said. It's Brother Kihonhei. You heard it wrong this time. My current goal is to become a Marine Admiral. Chiga was just trying to scare Luffy, and nodded approvingly after hearing his new target. This goal is great, but the pinnacle of Marine is Marshal. Why do you only want to be Admiral? That's because the Marshal is Brother Chianhei. I can't have any thoughts unless you go down. Chapter 495. Hawkeye accepts a disciple. Luffy was as scared as a grandson in front of Chiga, and Garp almost cried with envy just by seeing this. He didn't know how much love he had poured into Luffy, but until now Luffy still behaved the same way when he saw him, and sometimes a stinky old man would pop up from time to time. Hawkeye glanced at the unconscious Zoro on the ground and said expressionlessly. Did you knock this guy out? Luffy only knew the title of Hawkeye. Although he had seen the portrait, he couldn't remember it at all. He raised his head and said proudly. Of course. I don't know how this little thief got into Marineford. He was really unlucky. He ran into Major Luffy. I took him down in less than 3 moves. Sabo patted Luffy from behind and whispered, let's not talk about it for now. This is Hawkeye. He looks like he has something to do with the guy on the ground. Huh? He's Hawkeye? Luffy stared at Hawkeye from head to toe and said. Looks familiar. Uncle Hawkeye, who is the person on the ground? Consider yourself my apprentice, forehead. The 3 Luffy brothers looked at each other and thought, bad, this is a huge misunderstanding. Ace looked at Zoro on the ground and said in disbelief. So he just wanted to ask for directions? And he could find this place by looking for the marine building? Sabo was silent for a while, then concluded, this is a person who is hopelessly lost for directions. Luffy hung his head and sighed. The credit I got is gone again. What's going on? Is it so difficult for me to make a contribution? Hawkeye stepped forward and helped Zoro up. After checking him, he found that he was fine. Chiga then woke Zoro up. Zoro woke up and said groggily, where is this? Damn, Marineford is too big. Hawkeye's face turned slightly red. To be honest, he felt a little embarrassed now. If he had known earlier, he should have said that he didn't know Zoro. Advertisement. Luffy complained to Zoro. Really? If you wanted to ask for directions, you should have told me earlier. You made me work for nothing. Zoro didn't say anything. This time he was really trying to cover up for the sake of face, which ended up arousing suspicion and even led to a fight. And this time he was really eye-opening. A Marine who looked younger than him and he just met at the naval headquarters was actually so much stronger than him. What's more, Ace and Sabo were standing behind and hadn't taken any action. In fact, this was just a coincidence. The talents of the three Luffy brothers are among the best in the entire Marine. It is normal that he cannot beat them now. Hawkeye crossed his arms and said unhappily, don't play dumb. Why don't you bow to the king when you see him? What? Zoro was shocked. He had just woken up and hadn't noticed Chiga standing behind Hawkeye. When he looked up, he was petrified on the spot. Everyone in the pirates' world knows Chiga's appearance. Even children who have just learned to speak can't help but babbling, King, when they see Chiga's portrait. He is the master of the world and the undisputed strongest in the world. There's no need to add words like, man, creature, great swordsman, after this, strongest. For all those obsessed with power, the name Chiga means the end of the world. Zoro suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and uttered a word. King. Chian. He smiled slightly and responded. Zoro, after seeing you today, I found that you are indeed worthy of your reputation. It really opened my eyes. Zoro also heard that Chiga was praising his pathfinding skills, and if anyone else dared to say that, he would make sure that person had a taste of his troublesome style. But if it's Chiga, I am so sorry, my king, I am sorry for causing you trouble. Zoro apologized very straightforwardly because he really respected Chiga. The reason why he respected her so much was of course not just Chiga's power to suppress everything, the most important thing was that Chiga once saved the world from infinite Tsukuyomi. Chian. He waved his hand and said, it's no trouble. Luffy was indeed reckless in this matter. Luffy, go up and express your gratitude. This is not the way you get your credit. Advertisement. Luffy didn't dare to disobey Chiga's wishes, so he stepped forward and apologized to Zoro. I'm sorry, I thought you were a bad guy just now and I hit you a little too hard. I hope you can forgive me. Sabo and Ace crossed their arms, looking like they were watching a joke. This kind of scene was rare. Chiga might be the only person in the world who could make Luffy so obedient. After all, he was the one who helped him to quit his addiction. Chiga and Hawkeye were like two parents, watching the two children shake hands and make peace in a friendly manner. After this battle, Zoro realized his own weakness. He came in front of Hawkeye and knelt down. Hawkeye was stunned for a moment, but he soon understood Zoro's intention. The corners of his mouth rose, and he thought to himself, are you finally going to become my disciple? With Chiga as witness, Zoro knocked his head to the ground and performed a solemn ceremony of paying homage to his master. Hawkeye gladly accepted it. Originally, their master-disciple relationship was just a formality, and now it was officially confirmed. After becoming his apprentice, Zoro finally called Hawkeye teacher. He also said that he would definitely surpass Hawkeye and become the world's best swordsman in the future. Hawkeye shook his head after hearing this. He glanced at Kihonhei beside him and said, even if you beat me, you're not the best in the world. I once lost to Kihonhei in swordsmanship. If you want to become the best in the world, you have to defeat him first. What? Is the king's swordsmanship so strong? Not only Zoro, but even the three Luffy brothers looked at Chiga in shock. They didn't know that Chiga also knew swordsmanship and had defeated Hawkeye. At that time, the battle between Chiga and Hawkeye was not spread out, so few people knew about it. Chian. He pretended to cough twice. As he said, he was not good at swordsmanship. He just used a 100-meter-long sword to send Hawkeye to the hospital. For this purpose, he treated Hawkeye to a big meal, and he still remembers the long bill vividly. Just as I was thinking about this, a gurgling sound suddenly sounded, and then as if a fuse was lit, waves of gurgling sounds rang out one after another. Chian. He turned around and saw Hawkeye's face was red. He pressed the brim of his hat with his hand and whispered, we have been busy traveling these days, and there is not much food prepared on the ship. Chian. He rolled his eyes and thought to himself, how much food can your little boat hold? Not only Hawkeye, Zoro and Luffy's stomachs also started to growl in sync. Kihonhei smiled helplessly, waved his hand and said, let's go to the best restaurant in this headquarters. I'll treat you guys to a good meal today. 16 Mr. Chapter 496 Headquarters. Fishermen. On the way to the restaurant, Chiga and the others met the old buddy duo Garp and Sengoku. Both of them were dressed in floral shirts and large floral shorts. They carried fishing rods in one hand and a box of fishing gear in the other. It was obvious that they were going fishing. Seeing Chiga, Sengoku pushed his round frame glasses on his face and exclaimed, hey, isn't that Chiga? Garp stopped walking, followed Sengoku's gaze, and shouted, really, haha. My grandchildren are here too. The two old men trotted over to Chiga and his group. Sengoku greeted Chiga, while Garp grabbed Luffy and spit out saliva at him, shouting, Good boy. You've gotten a lot stronger during this time. You're much stronger than your father was back then. Luffy pushed Garp's face with his hand in disgust, struggling and shouting. Let me go, Ace and Sabo are here too, they're stronger than me. Garp naturally couldn't favor one over the other, but when he turned around to look, the other two brothers had already gone far away. One of them raised his head and looked at the sky thoughtfully, while the other one scratched his face and looked down to count the ants on the ground. Luffy was stunned. He wiped the saliva off his face and said, Grandpa, you'd better go fishing quickly before someone else takes your good spot. What a good grandson of mine. Don't worry, Borsalino and Zephyr have already taken their places there, just waiting for me and Sengoku. Chian, he raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms and said, I remember Admiral Kizaru hasn't retired yet, now even fishing can't satisfy him, so he just switched to fishing? Forehead. Garp's face froze. He accidentally let the cat out of the bag and let his teammates down. He let go of Luffy and started to speak well of Kizaru. Well, Kianhei, you also know that Borsalino is not young anymore. Thanks to you, the sea has been quite calm in recent years. He really has nothing to do, you see. Seeing Garp's cautious expression, Chian he couldn't help laughing. Advertisement, alright, Vice Admiral Garp, I'm done with this now. Just don't let Khalifa know. She'll deduct my salary. I understand. If his salary is deducted, it will be the end of that guy. He always complains that the money he has saved over the years is not enough for his retirement. Huh, how is that possible? An admiral has a lot of salary and benefits, and the retirement benefits are also very good. How can it not be enough? Sengoku said for Garp, of course it's enough, but Borsalino wants to open the world's largest kindergarten after retirement, and it's a bit difficult to rely on salary alone. Chiga was immediately shocked. He didn't expect Kizaru to have such a dream, and was he really a character from a comedy comic who had traveled through time? Before Kianhei could come to his senses, Aokiji, wearing a pair of ice blue shorts, came slowly from behind. He was carrying a parasol and said lazily, Vice Admiral Garp, why are you still here? What, Chiga? Aokiji subconsciously hid the parasol behind his back, but this was just an attempt to cover up his mistake. Garp thought to himself that this was not good. He had just saved Kizaru, and here Aokiji ran into the trap again. Kianhei raised her eyes and glanced at Aokiji, her eyes lingering on his unique pants. So you're going fishing too? Aokiji swallowed his saliva and managed to say something. If I say I'm here to guard these retired seniors, would you believe me? Chian he raised his hand to his forehead and said helplessly. Alright, let's go, but Sakazuki will have to work hard. Before he finished speaking, another dull voice came. Kuzan, I thought about it and decided it would be nice to relax once in a while. I also want to eat fish. Kianhei took a look and saw that Akainu was wearing a pink shirt on the upper body, revealing his muscular chest covered with tattoos underneath, and a pair of bright red shorts on the lower body that looked very compatible with Aokiji. He was dressed like a gangster, and no one would have thought that he was a marine admiral. The most eye-catching thing is the basket in his hand, which contains various seasonings, the most of which is chili powder. It can be seen that Akainu really likes spicy food. Akainu walked up to Aokiji carrying a basket, and he froze when he saw Chiga. A burst of black smoke suddenly came out of Akainu. He still remembered to salute Kianhei first and said in a muffled voice. Advertisement, Marshal Chiga. Kianhei gestured to stop. He really didn't expect that even the always diligent Akainu could be corrupted by Garp and his gang. But he could also understand that after dedicating his entire life to justice, the world was finally settled, so couldn't he enjoy himself a bit? He waved his hand and said, okay, then we don't have to go to any restaurant. Let's just follow Vice Admiral Garp and the others to eat fish. Hawkeye and the others naturally had no objections, especially Hawkeye. He used to go fishing when he had nothing to do while rowing his small boat on the sea, and this was one of his main sources of food. When they reached the beach, they heard Zephyr scolding from afar. Borsalino, how many times have I told you, don't rely too much on the fruit, the fish you shot to death are all burnt. How can you still eat them? Kizaru's unique voice also sounded. Teacher Zephyr, you are really putting me in a difficult position. If we rely on you to fish alone, we will probably go hungry later. Damn it, can you clean up these banana peels? As a marine admiral, you should have the minimum quality, right? You don't understand, do you? Banana peels are natural. Even if they are washed into the sea, they can still be used as feed for fish. I'm being very environmentally friendly. You want to open a kindergarten? Don't lead the kids astray? Sengoku shook his head helplessly. As long as these two get together, there's no peace. Chiga and his group walked towards the direction of the sound and soon saw Zephyr and Kizaru sitting on a protruding rock. The two of them have calmed down. Zephyr stares at the float in the distance with bated breath, and can see a huge black shadow appearing under the float. Kizaru whispered beside him, Teacher Zephyr, this is a big thing. You are so old, do you need my help later? Zephyr glanced at him and said in a low voice, Get lost. If the fish dares to bite the hook, I can pull it up immediately, just don't make trouble. However, Garp had already rushed forward, patted Zephyr's shoulder and said carelessly. How was the harvest? Chapter 497 Leisure Time. After being slapped by Garp, Zephyr's hand began to tremble violently as if he had Parkinson's disease, and the fish that was about to be hooked also ran away. Zephyr turned his head sharply and was about to get angry, but when he saw Kianhei, his face immediately turned cloudy and he shouted with surprise. Chiga, you're back. Kizaru shivered, put down his fishing rod, turned around slowly, pretended to be happy and said, "Marshal Chianhe, I actually bumped into you here, what a coincidence." As he said this, he glanced at Akainu and Aokiji and muttered to himself. It seems like these two are also being watched. Will their wages be deducted later? Chianhe greeted the two of them with a smile, and did not mention Kizaru's fishing during work hours, which made Kizaru feel greatly relieved. After a brief chat with Zephyr, when he learned that Chiga was also here to fish, Zephyr looked at Chiga and asked, "Where's your fishing gear? Are you going to go directly into the sea to catch fish? That would be a lot of fun." Chianhe raised his hand and several large pieces of gold appeared on the ground. Kizaru's sunglasses were shining with gold. He swallowed his saliva. My goodness, any piece of gold could be equivalent to his half-year salary. Next, Chianhe controlled the gold to float in the air, and with a thunder-smelting metal, the gold turned into golden fishing rods. Even the fishing line was made of gold. He gave everyone a set of gold equipment, and when he gave it to Kizaru, Chianhe also added a sentence. "You don't have to hand in your fishing rods or anything after you finish fishing. This is a gift I prepared for everyone." Kizaru was deeply moved by Chiga's generosity. If Kaido had not changed his ways, he would have gone to Wano-kuni to open a light show for Kaido. After putting bait on the fish hooks, everyone sat down on the ground and began their leisurely fishing time. However, fishing was apparently too elegant for Luffy. After sitting for a while, he felt as if ants were crawling all over his body and could not sit still at all. In the end, it took Garp giving him a genuine fist of love to calm him down. The three admirals each had their own way of fishing. While fishing, Kizaru took out a nail clipper and started trimming his already incredibly delicate nails. Advertisement Aokiji had already taken off his blindfold and fell asleep to the gentle sea breeze. Only Akainu stared at the float in the distance seriously, and used his ability to light a cigar. He sat there with the cigar in his mouth, looking like a big boss. Garp raised his hand and picked his nose, then reached out to Sengoku with the hand he had used to pick his nose. "Sengoku, did you bring some senbei? Give me two?" Sengoku dodged with a look of disgust and said unhappily, "I didn't bring any, can't you prepare some for yourself? You always take it from me? With our relationship, it's okay for me to give you some rice crackers. You're so stingy, next time, I'll take your lamb away." "What? You were really thinking about my sheep. I warn you to give up this idea as soon as possible, otherwise I will make sure you lose your dignity in the end." "Tisk. Who cares about your lamb? There's only 2 ounces of meat left after plucking the wool. And you feed it weird food all day long. I don't dare to eat it." So the two old men started to debate whether lamb was edible or not. Zephyr on the side said helplessly, "You two are really going backwards as you get older. Can you please act a little more like elders?" Chianhe waved his hand. He quite liked this kind of atmosphere. The world had settled down and it was good for everyone to go along with each other. Moreover, if it were any other world, once the war stopped, there would inevitably be a wave of struggles for power and profit, but if it were Marine, there would be no such thing at all. Everyone would just return to the life they originally loved. This is also what Chiga likes most about Marine in the Pirates world. At least there are no troublemakers like Danzo and others, which makes people feel a lot more at ease. In just a short while, Hawkeye had already harvested a lot, and the basket next to him was half full. Zoro, who had just become Hawkeye's apprentice, was not so good. His pole was as steady as a rock and didn't shake at all. Hawkeye glanced at Zoro, who was scratching his head, and said lightly, "Fishing is just like practicing swordplay. You have to be calm, and as a swordsman, you must master fishing when you go out to sea alone in the future. It is a very practical skill." He nodded secretly, thinking that with Zoro's god-like poor navigation skills, if he went out to sea alone, he might have to drift on the sea for several days. If he didn't catch some fish, he would really starve to death on the sea. When Zoro heard about sword practice, he immediately sat up straight and looked less impetuous. Advertisement Hawkeye nodded approvingly. He then looked at the fish basket next to Chianhe and found that it was still empty. A smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Chianhe, it seems that your luck is not very good. Do you need me to share some fish with you later?" He raised his eyebrows. This was a naked provocation. He gripped the fishing rod in his hand and said, "It's a little early for you to say that. Perhaps this one of mine will be enough for us to eat for a week." Hawkeye shrugged, looking like he was saying, "I don't believe you." However, Chianhe was not bragging. He extended the fishing line very long. Once a fish was hooked, it would definitely be a big one. While the two were talking, Garp actually caught a big turtle. He was so excited that he immediately turned around and shouted to Luffy, "Luffy! Look what Grandpa caught." Luffy is indeed Garp's grandson. He looked over with his nose pinched, and said indifferently, "Isn't it just a turtle? Can you be calm? It's hard for it to even fill the gap between its teeth." Bang! A turtle slowly slid down Luffy's face, the pattern on the turtle's belly deeply imprinted on it. Ace and Sabo shuddered, thinking, "Luffy, why did you mess with him?" Just at this moment, Chianhe's rod finally moved. His eyes widened. Judging from the force, a big fish had taken the bait. He did not use any sensory abilities to detect what he had caught, he just wanted this feeling of the unknown. And with Chiga's physical strength, he can pull up even the giant sea kings summoned by Shirahoshi with just one finger. No matter how big the fish is, as long as the line can hold it, he can pull it up. To be on the safe side, Chianhe directly added armed color to the pole in the line, and this formation immediately attracted everyone's attention. With one hand, Chianhe pulled hard, and a fat figure rose into the air from the distant sea. When the prey landed, he took a closer look and exclaimed. Jinbei. Chapter 498 Birthday Party. Puff. Hawkeye laughed without holding back. He patted Kianhei's shoulder and said. Amazing. This fish is not something that ordinary people can catch. Kianhei was speechless. He didn't expect that he could catch a blue fat fish while fishing. Jinbei rolled on the ground, then jumped up with a whoosh. When he saw the marine bosses in front of him, his brain suddenly froze. Aokiji. Huff, huff, huff. Kizaru pinched his glasses and pouted. Oh, isn't this sea knight Jinbei? He really caught a rare species. Akainu raised his eyebrows, took a puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled, and said in a deep voice. Jinbei, what are you doing hanging around Marineford, could it be? Jinbei quickly waved his hands and said, please don't misunderstand me, Admiral Akainu. I have long stopped being a pirate. I came here to invite the king to a banquet on the Fishman Island. Kianhei asked curiously, to a banquet? To what banquet? Jinbei swallowed his saliva and answered honestly. The day after tomorrow is Princess Shirahoshi's 16th birthday. His Majesty Neptune has prepared a grand birthday party for her. Princess Shirahoshi wants to see you very much, so she asked me to come to the headquarters to see if you are here. If you are, I will let you know. All the residents of the Fishman Island are looking forward to your arrival. He nodded and said, is that so? I'll go there then. By the way, how is Shirahoshi now? Is he still so crybaby? No, Princess Shirahoshi has never cried since the day you left. Really? It seems like she has really grown up, not bad. Taking this opportunity, Jinbei also extended an invitation to Garp and others. The big guys looked at each other. Garp and others didn't care. The three admirals all looked at Kianhei. Kianhei was stunned for a moment, then he quickly realized that he wanted to ask if he could be given leave. Advertisement. He glanced at Aokiji, who had woken up as soon as he heard about the banquet. He didn't know whether he had slept or not. In Kizaru's expectant eyes, Kianhei waved his hand and said, I'll give you a week off, just go if you want. Kizaru silently made a, yeah, gesture. Akainu and Aokiji looked at each other and then turned their heads away. Kakuzu's mouth was slightly raised, and they still looked a little happy. Hawkeye was naturally invited as well, and he agreed without a second thought, just like taking Zoro to see the world. Seeing that everyone agreed, Jinbei showed a simple smile on his face. He noticed the fishing gear beside everyone and said, Are you guys fishing? I can go down to the sea and catch some for you. I guarantee they'll all be big, tender fish. Zephyr shook his finger and said, That's boring. Fishing is all about enjoying the process. Fish you catch yourself are delicious. Kizaru rolled his eyes and muttered, Tisk. You old stubborn fellow, I've been fishing for quite a while and you haven't caught much. If I were counting on you, I'd just starve today. Borsalino, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. I mean, a teacher is a teacher. He can even come up with a theory for fishing. Students benefit a lot from listening to him. Humph. Stop being so sarcastic. A monkey can't spit out canine teeth. Akainu. Jinbei was stuck in the middle and didn't dare to say a word. Such a big blue fat man looked weak and helpless at this moment. Luffy suddenly came over, poked Jinbei's belly with his hand, and shouted with stars in his eyes. Wow, what a big fish, what a big pot it must be. He was obviously starving. He was originally planning to have a big meal, but was diverted here to fish. After all this, Luffy was a little confused. A huge drop of cold sweat flowed down Jinbei's head, and he looked at Kianhei for help. This time, there was no need for Kyanga to take action. Ace had already taken the lead in attacking. He landed a powerful fist on Luffy's forehead, which immediately woke Luffy up. Ace shook his smoking fist and said to Jinbei with an apologetic look. Advertisement, I'm so sorry, my little brother is a bit stupid, please forgive me. Jinbei nodded blankly. Although he didn't know Luffy and the other juniors, it was obvious that anyone who could sit with such a group of big guys was not an ordinary person. It was most likely the legendary second generation. After this little episode, everyone quickly got back to fishing. With Jinbei as a mascot, the subsequent harvests were greater. Soon, the fish caught had piled up into a small hill. Akainu turned the unfinished cigar into ashes and scattered them into the sea. He squinted at Aokiji and said, I won. Aokiji was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to realize that Akainu meant that he caught more fish than him. Glancing at the clownfish in his basket, Aokiji's mouth twitched twice. This time he really lost miserably. Akainu picked up a big head carp he had caught and waved it in front of Aokiji. Then he took out a small knife and cut the fish into a complete skeleton in one stroke. This move aroused Hawkeye's interest, and he couldn't help but say, I didn't expect Admiral Akainu to be so good at swordsmanship. Did he practice swordsmanship before? Akainu nodded. He was in a good mood today and talked a little more. When I first joined the Marines, I did study kendo, but it just didn't match my fruit ability, so I gave it up in the end. Kizaru was in the same class as Akainu. A look of nostalgia appeared on his face and he said, Indeed, Mr. Zephyr often praised your swordsmanship at that time. It has been so long since then. Aokiji got a piece of dogtail grass from somewhere and held it in his mouth. He held his chin and listened with great interest to the two seniors reminiscing about the past. However, this warm atmosphere did not last long before Luffy's shout broke it. I'm starving. Can you please serve the meal soon? Everyone was indeed a little hungry, so they immediately started to prepare after hearing Luffy's shout. Kizaru quickly brought a pile of firewood, and he set up 2 fires, one for barbecue and the other for stewing fish soup. Akainu walked forward and used the power of the fruit to light the firewood. Sengoku took out a large amount of tea from his bag. Aokiji casually took out a few ice cubes and put them in. Several cups of cold herbal tea were made. Everyone put the fish on the grill and took off their shirts. Among them, Chiga and Akainu, who had tattoos, stood out the most. Soon, with the sizzling sound of barbecue and bubbling sound of stew, an enticing aroma filled the entire shore. Chapter 499. Meeting Shirahoshi again. Jinbei didn't hesitate and started to eat a grilled fish. Ace looked at Jinbei eating with oil dripping from his mouth and couldn't help asking. Can fishmen eat fish? Jinbei paused for a moment, wiped his mouth, and said in a muffled voice. Of course it's edible. Mermaids don't eat fish. Ace was very interested in the things about the Fishman Island, and he started chatting with Jinbei. They got along very well and even started to call each other brothers after dinner. Kihonhei snapped his fingers, and the garbage on the ground disappeared instantly. Everyone patted their slightly bloated stomachs and left one after another. On the morning of Shirahoshi's birthday, Chiga's personal warship, the Six Paths Samsara, had already docked at the harbor. Today's Six Paths is more like a mobile luxurious palace than a warship. The magnificence of its exterior alone is jaw-dropping. After Kihonhei and a group of marine bosses got on the boat, the ship started moving immediately. Although the hull looks very bulky, it is surprisingly fast to start. As Kihonhei's exclusive warship, it naturally has to be the best from the inside out. No one would say it was a waste because everyone knew that the owner of the ship was Chiga. Before noon, the Six Paths had already arrived at the Fishman Island. Sengoku stood on the deck and looked at the Fishman Island floating on the sea and sighed. It's incredible. I didn't expect that the Fishman Island, which was once 10,000 meters under the sea, would appear on the surface of the sea one day. Ace and others who didn't know the history of the Fishman Island couldn't help but ask about the Fishman Island. When they learned that the Fishman Island was brought up by Kihonhei, they were immediately shocked. While they were stunned, deafening cheers rang out from below. When everyone looked closely, they found that the shore was already crowded with residents of the Fishman Island, and some palace soldiers were struggling to maintain order. Neptune led a group of princes to stand in front of the crowd, while Shirahoshi stood alone at the front. She put her hands together in front of her chest, looking up at the Six Paths with eyes full of expectation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a large number of headquarters marines poured out from the ship. They quickly lined up and formed a human passage. When Kihonhei's figure appeared at the end of the passage, the atmosphere was ignited again. Countless mermaid girls shouted wildly, and the soldiers responsible for maintaining order were swaying profusely. Advertisement. In fact, they also wanted to look back and admire the king's elegance, but the enthusiasm of the crowd was too high. If a gap was left by mistake, the whole situation would immediately become a mess. Luffy, who was following behind, was still talking foolishly. What a grand occasion. Are they welcoming us? Sabo on the side shook his head and whispered. This has nothing to do with us. They are welcoming the king's arrival. As he was speaking, Neptune and others had already arrived in front of Kihonhei. Although he was the king of the Fishman Island, he simply prostrated himself in front of Kihonhei, the real king, and bowed deeply to Kihonhei in front of all his subjects. Shirahoshi stared blankly at the actions of his father and brother, his pink fishtail slightly bent, and he also wanted to learn how to salute. Kihonhei suddenly waved his hand, a strong wind blew, and Neptune and others were immediately lifted up from the ground. He smiled at Shirahoshi and said, Today is Shirahoshi's birthday, so there's no need for these formalities. We're just here as guests. Neptune mentally sorted out his words and was about to speak when Shirahoshi rushed towards Chiga. Chigaya adults. Shirahoshi is now nearly 12 meters tall, and even Chiga, who is 3 meters tall, looks like a dwarf in front of him. She immediately stuffed Chiga into the softness of her chest, and the marines behind her raised their eyebrows when seeing this scene. Aokiji pushed the eye mask on his forehead and said with envy. Ah, are all the ladies on the Fishman Island so enthusiastic? Akainu crossed his arms and said in a muffled voice. Don't think too much, their enthusiasm is only directed at Marshal Zilin. Kizaru stretched his neck and said in surprise, Oh, Marshal Zilin. Can you still breathe like that? You look very uncomfortable. Advertisement. Zephyr rolled his eyes and whispered. You know nothing, you'll know once you find the female monkey. Chika enjoyed the service of the facial cleanser. He broke away from Shirahoshi's arms and said with a smile. Shirahoshi has grown taller and prettier. Shirahoshi is an adult today, and she no longer has to be locked up in the tower all these years, so she is naturally more mature than in her original time and space. Hearing Chianhe's praise, her face turned slightly red, and she said shyly. Really? But I've always been troubled by the height issue. I'm a little too tall, and it's not very convenient most of the time. There's nothing I can do about it. At least one of his looks and height must come from his father, right? Shirahoshi should be thankful that she did not inherit the opposite of these two aspects. If her appearance was like Neptune, she could refer to her imperial brothers in this regard. However, height is nothing to Kihonhei. His other identity is the dragon god, and there is almost no wish in this world that he cannot fulfill. After hearing this, Chiga stretched out her hand and pressed on Shirahoshi's smooth and tender pink fishtail. A golden light emerged, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, Shirahoshi's body gradually shrank and soon became almost the same size as Chiga. Shirahoshi stared blankly at the buildings around her that had enlarged a lot, until she realized that she had become smaller. She exclaimed and threw herself into Chiga's arms. Master Chiga, this is amazing, I really have become smaller. Shirahoshi raised her face. Because of her smaller body size, her already incredibly beautiful face became even more delicate. In her big water blue eyes, two contradictory feelings of innocence and charm were intertwined, exuding a captivating charm. Fortunately, Kihonhei was strong enough to push Shirahoshi away and whispered. You are not a child anymore. You should learn to be more reserved, especially around the opposite S**X. Shirahoshi nodded obediently and said, Don't worry, Master Chiga. I've learned a lot from Sister Shiley and know how to protect myself. But if it's Master Chiga, I don't think you need to pay attention to these things. As he spoke, Shirahoshi lowered his head slightly, as if he didn't dare to look Chiga in the eye. Chian he didn't think too much about it. A smile appeared on his face and he said. That's good. By the way, I have prepared a birthday present for you, but I have to make it clear in advance that you are not allowed to cry. Chapter 500 Banquet. Crying? Master Kihonhei, I haven't cried in a long time. Uncle Jinbei can testify to this. Kihonhei said with a smile, That's good. Birthday parties are meant to be celebrated with a smile. Next, Chiga and his group walked towards the palace surrounded by the crowd. When they arrived in front of the palace and passed by the Mermaid Square, a huge statue of Chiga attracted everyone's attention. The pair of Rinnegan on the statue were specially carved from purple gemstones, and they sparkled with a mysterious purple glow in the sunlight. A look of nostalgia emerged on Chiga's face. It had been a while since he had used the Rinnegan. After all, for him who possessed the power of the dragon god, the eye technique was just a form of expression of power. Entering the palace, the entire hall is hung with various decorations, creating a strong birthday atmosphere. Chian he also caught a glimpse of a graffiti on a banner. It showed two avatars put together, both making the, yeah, gesture. If you look closely, you can still tell that one of these two avatars is Chiga and the other is Shirahoshi. There is no doubt that the author of this graffiti is Shirahoshi himself. Chiga pointed at the graffiti and showed it to Shirahoshi, who started giggling. Perhaps it was a racial talent of the mermaids. Her laughter sounded as beautiful as a song. If celestial dragons still existed, seeing Shirahoshi like this, they would probably destroy the Fishman Island to get it. Shirley, dressed as a witch, twisted her smooth fishtail and came up gracefully. As the only fortune teller on the island, her status on the Fishman Island was very high. On occasions like today, she was naturally invited to the palace. Shirley looked at Chian-hee in awe, then bowed slightly and said softly. My king, it is an honor to see you again. Chian-hee was quite impressed by Shiley, and he couldn't help asking. I think your crystal ball exploded because of me last time? Can you still do divination now? Shirley paused. She really didn't expect Kihonhei to still remember such a thing. She magically took out a crystal ball from her arms and said. Thank you for your concern, king. I have found a new crystal ball. Kihonhei thought about it, raised his hand and pressed it on the crystal ball in Shirley's hand. A brilliant colorful light flashed, and the crystal ball became more crystal clear. Shirley's eyes widened and he murmured, advertisement. This. Kihonhei said with a smile, I have improved this crystal ball. Try it when you get back. It will definitely be better than the one you have before. Shirley nodded dully. She was extremely talented in this area and could feel the mysterious power contained in the crystal ball. It was totally different from what she had before. Through this crystal ball, what she predicts will become clearer. If the fortune-telling ladies in the Dragon Ball world saw her crystal ball, they would cry with envy. However, this was just a matter of convenience for Kihonhei. Shirley raised his head and said tremblingly, King, I really don't know how to thank you. Chian-hee waved his hand and said casually, No need to thank me, you are a good mermaid and this is what you deserve. Although Shirley is Arlong's sister, she does not have Arlong's disgusting racial concepts. Kihonhei still likes her mature and cool style. Shirley felt a little weird after being given a good mermaid card by Chiga. Shirahoshi beside her couldn't help but ask. Master Kihonhei, what exactly is my gift? Can you show it to me now? Chian-hee thought about it and said, Okay, but you have to go to a more private place with me first. Shirahoshi was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She obviously had the wrong idea. A blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. She rubbed her hands and whispered. A secret place? Master Kihonhei, do you want to? Kihonhei patted Shirahoshi's head and said unhappily. What are you thinking? It's best for you to see this gift yourself first, and then let others see it later. Huh? Oh well, then let's go to my room. It's very private there. Advertisement. Well, go tell your father first. We too will be gone for a while. Shirahoshi nodded vigorously, turned around and swam in the direction of Neptune. Neptune was chatting with Garp. The two had known each other since the Roger era and had always had a good relationship. Garp was holding a senbei in his hand and eating it while saying, Neptune, you have changed a lot here, haha. Thanks to the king, the economy of the Fishman Island is better than before, and no one dares to cause trouble here anymore. The future of the Fishman Island will definitely get better and better. Yes, I remember that when I came here before, I often had to help you catch human traffickers. Today, it's much better. The most important thing is that I see that the residents on the island don't hate us humans at all. It's really rare. Well, just for this, we must have a good drink later. Oh, if Odahime were still here, everything now would be what she had dreamed of seeing. Speaking of Odahime, a gloomy look appeared on Neptune's face. Seeing this, Garp sighed silently. He put the unfinished senbei into his pocket and patted Neptune's waist heavily as a kind of comfort. Neptune suppressed the sadness in his heart and said softly, Look at me. Why are you saying these things on such a happy day? I am already very satisfied just to see Shirahoshi and the others living happily on this island. As he was talking, Shirahoshi ran over from Chiga. She first politely greeted Garp, then said to Neptune. Father, I want to take Master Kihonhei to my room for a while. Master Kihonhei has prepared a gift for me. Neptune was stunned for a moment. He was not worried at all about Chiga's motive for taking Shirahoshi to the room. In his mind, Chiga's character was definitely at the same level. Any thought he gave to her would be disrespectful to her. He was just curious about what kind of gift it was that required Shirahoshi to be taken to see it alone, and how valuable would the king's gift be. Seeing Neptune in a daze, Shirahoshi asked in confusion. Father, what are you thinking about? I didn't think about anything. Since the king asked you to go, you should go quickly. Remember, you must thank the king well when you receive the gift. This is a great gift from heaven. I know, in fact, I will be very happy no matter what Master Kihonhei gives me, then I will leave first, and see you at the banquet later. Shirahoshi's big eyes had already turned into crescents. After she said hello, she quickly turned back to Chiga. Neptune smiled helplessly. My daughter has really grown up. Chapter 501 Princess Odahime. Shirahoshi naturally took Chiga's hand and trotted to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Shirahoshi immediately locked the door, then returned to Chiga and neatly tucked his pink fishtail around his neck, looking at Chiga expectantly. Chiga said nothing. He stood up and walked to Shirahoshi's gorgeous big bed, looking up at the photo that was almost the same height as himself. The person in the photo is Princess Odahime. She is holding Shirahoshi and smiling brightly. Shirahoshi came over and asked curiously, Master Chiga, what are you looking at? When she followed Qianhe's gaze, a trace of sadness flashed across her eyes. She calmed herself down and murmured. Mother, it would be so nice if you were still here. Chiga, who had his back to her, suddenly turned around. His expression looked a little serious. Shirahoshi straightened up nervously. Chiga looked into Shirahoshi's eyes and asked, Shirahoshi, is this what you wish for? Shirahoshi was stunned. She asked tentatively, are you talking about my mother, Chiga-sama? Qianhe nodded and said, yes, I need to confirm again. Just answer truthfully. Shirahoshi, do you want your mother to come back to you again? Shirahoshi tried to hold back her tears. She still remembered that Chiga didn't like her crying. She said in a trembling voice. I have been thinking about you all these years, but my mother has already. A smile appeared on Qianhe's face, and he interrupted. Very good, I already know your wish, and it's very simple. After saying that, while Shirahoshi was stunned, brilliant colorful light bloomed in Chiga's eyes, and a figure made of light appeared in front of Shirahoshi. With a pop sound, the light dissipated, and a female mermaid in elegant palace dress appeared. It was Princess Odahime. Princess Odahime looked dazed. She looked down at her body, then raised her head to look at Shirahoshi who had been shrunk by Chiga. She asked hesitantly, You are Shirahoshi? Advertisement. Even though Princess Odahime had passed away for 10 years, her voice and smile were still so familiar to Shirahoshi. Seeing her mother so close, she could no longer hold back her tears. She hugged Princess Odahime and cried. Mother, I miss you so much. Although Princess Odahime was still a little confused at the moment, she saw her daughter crying. Out of a mother's instinct, she subconsciously hugged Shirahoshi and said softly. Don't cry, don't cry. What made our little Shirahoshi cry again? As she said this, she gently held up Shirahoshi's face with her hands and looked at it carefully. As she looked at it, she felt something was wrong. Shirahoshi, you look much more mature, but why did your height shrink? In Princess Odahime's memory, Shirahoshi was still that little boy who was more than 5 meters tall. Shirahoshi rubbed his eyes vigorously and choked up. You've been gone for 10 years, so of course I've grown up. As for my height, that's Master Qianhe's ability. It's also Master Qianhe's ability to revive Mother. Resurrection? Yes, I seem to be dead. Odahime finally remembered that she was dead, but the fact that she was resurrected was too unbelievable, considering that she had been dead for 10 years. She asked Shirahoshi in her arms, Shirahoshi, who is this Chiga-sama? Where is he? Master Qianhe is a very powerful person. I can't explain it clearly. You should talk to him yourself. He is right behind you. Upon hearing this, Odahime quickly let go of Shirahoshi. It would be very rude to leave her savior alone. She turned around suddenly and saw Chiga standing there with her arms folded. With just one glance, she could tell that the human male in front of her was extraordinary. Odahime's observation haki was extremely terrifying, and her observation haki could even have the same effect on people as distinguished heavenly gods. But when she used her observation haki to sense Chiga, she almost lost consciousness. The aura emanating from Qianhe is simply too sacred. It is something that no human being can possess. Princess Odahime's face was dull, and a thought came to her mind. Is he a god? Qianhe smiled and said softly, it's a rare occasion for you and your daughter to get together. Why don't you continue chatting? Don't worry about me for now. Princess Odahime was still in a daze, but Shirahoshi had already thrown herself into Chiga's arms. She tightly grasped Chiga's collar and choked up. Master Chiga, this is the best birthday present I've ever received. Advertisement. Qianhe stroked Shirahoshi's long pink hair and said softly. I'm glad you like it, but you still cried. You said you wouldn't cry. I'm so sorry, Chiga-sama, I really can't help it. Haha, it's okay to cry now, but you must smile at the party later. You are the most beautiful when you smile. Chiga looked up at Odahime and said, I won't disturb you and your daughter. I'll wait for you in the lobby. Shirahoshi rubbed his head in Chiga's arms, as if he didn't want Chiga to leave. He patted her back helplessly and said, "Well, there's still a lot of time, go ahead. Your mother still has a lot to ask you." After saying that, Kihonhei smiled at Princess Odahime and disappeared in the room in a flash. After Chiga left, Princess Odahime slowly came to Shirahoshi. She wanted to pull Shirahoshi to the bed to talk, but she found that the bed was too high for the two of them. She jumped several times but failed to jump on it. Princess Odahime couldn't help but ask, "Shirahoshi, how tall are you now?" Shirahoshi thought for a moment and replied, "It's a little taller than father. I don't like it being so tall. Fortunately, I have Master Chiga to help me. He can do anything." Shirahoshi now talks about Lady Chiga every 3 sentences. As a mother, how could Odahime not know what she was thinking? However, she did not expose her thoughts, as there were some things she had not figured out yet. "Shirahoshi, who exactly is this Chiga-sama?" Mother, you have to listen carefully. Master Kihonhei is the king of the world now." "King of the world? What kind of title is that? Is he a celestial dragon?" "No, that name doesn't sound like one." "Of course, Chiga-sama is not a celestial dragon. The celestial dragons were destroyed by him a long time ago. Even the former Holy Land Mariajoy is gone." "What?" This explosive news made Princess Odahime panic. In just 10 years, the Qing dynasty, no, the celestial dragons, was destroyed? Afraid that Princess Odahime would not believe it, Shirahoshi struggled to climb onto the bed and took out a lot of newspapers from under her pillow. Each newspaper had a photo of Chiga. She pushed the newspapers down and shouted, "Mother, you will understand after reading this." Chapter 502, Neptune Family. Princess Odahime picked up the newspaper and quickly scanned it. Almost all the information in the newspapers over the years was about Chiga. From the Battle of Pluton on Sabaody Island to the final destruction of Mariajoy, every piece of news was a shock to Princess Odahime's nerves. When she put down the newspaper, the expression on her face was numb. Seeing that Princess Odahime hadn't made any movement for a long time, Shirahoshi jumped off the bed with a whoosh. She stretched out a white and tender little hand and waved it in front of Princess Odahime, saying, "Mother, are you okay?" Princess Odahime turned her head stiffly and murmured, "It's okay, but it just feels a little unreal. Pinch me, I'm a little confused." Shirahoshi pinched Princess Odahime's face obediently, and the touch on her face made Princess Odahime a little more sober. She looked at Kihonhei's photo in the newspaper and sighed. "He is truly a god-like figure. It is such a pity that I was not able to witness his rise to fame." When Shirahoshi heard Odahime praising Chiga, she felt very happy, even happier than when she was praised herself. She said happily, "It's okay. Mother can have a good chat with Master Kihonhei later. He is a very gentle person." Odahime put down the newspaper and looked at Shirahoshi deeply. Shirahoshi lowered her head subconsciously when Odahime looked at her like this, but she soon realized that she had not done anything wrong, so why should she lower her head? She took Odahime's hand and came to a huge window. Through the window, they could see the sun hanging high in the sky. Shirahoshi pointed at the sun and said, "Mother, look. Everyone on the Fishman Island can see the sun." This was also done by Chiga-sama. He controlled several giant sea kings to pull the Fishman Island to the surface of the sea. You have no idea how shocking the scene was. Odahime stared at the sun in the sky. Fortunately, the sun was not glaring today. She suddenly asked, "Shirahoshi, are there still human slave hunting teams on the island? How is the relationship between humans and their subjects?" "It's been a long time since Master Kihonhei came. There are no more bad guys causing trouble. Those who come are all friendly tourists or businessmen. Everyone gets along well." After listening to Shirahoshi, the last big stone in Odahime's heart finally fell to the ground. She breathed a long sigh of relief, and looking at Shirahoshi with a happy smile on his face, she suddenly felt that she was so lucky. It was as if she had just had a good sleep and all her worries had disappeared when she woke up. The goal she had been pursuing all her life was easily solved by a young man. She held Shirahoshi's hand and said seriously, "Advertisement. Shirahoshi, let's go outside. Mom wants to thank Master Chiga in person. He is the great benefactor of our entire race." Shirahoshi was a little uncomfortable with such a serious mother for a moment. She paused and responded, "Mother, there's no need to be like this. Chiga-sama is really easygoing." Odahime smiled knowingly. She reached out and gently stroked Shirahoshi's cheek, and said with a smile, "Then it's okay for Mom to go and see him. It won't take up too much of your time." Shirahoshi's face flushed. She tilted her head slightly and whispered, "No, Master Kihonhei is not mine alone. I just want to help Mother get to know him better." Odahime smiled meaningfully, but did not expose her. She held Shirahoshi's shoulders and turned her around, urging her, Okay, let's go to the hall quickly. I don't know what your father and the others have become. I really want to see them soon." Odahime and Shirahoshi came to the hall. Garp was stunned when he saw Odahime behind Shirahoshi. He asked Neptune next to him, "Hey, look at the mermaid next to your daughter. She looks like Odahime." Neptune turned his head and was also startled at first, muttering, "How can this be a resemblance? She looks exactly like her back then." He had never thought that Odahime had been resurrected. After all, this fact was too unbelievable. Finally, Garp was the first to react. He exclaimed, "I know. No wonder Chiga wanted to go out alone with Shirahoshi just now." Neptune was startled by Garp, and he quickly asked, "What do you mean? What does this have to do with the king?" Garp swallowed his saliva, looked into Neptune's eyes, and said word by word, Neptune, although this may sound a little far-fetched, I am sure that the mermaid is Odahime, and she was resurrected by Chiga. What? Neptune's voice immediately attracted the attention of the whole audience. The three Sharkstar brothers came over and asked. Advertisement, father, what happened? Neptune did not respond. He just stared blankly at Odahime, who was standing next to Shirahoshi. The three Sharkstar brothers followed his gaze and were suddenly struck by lightning. Sharkstar murmured tremblingly, then, that's mother, right? Am I hallucinating? Huang Sheng shook his head stiffly and responded, it's not an illusion, it's mother. Look, she's smiling at us. Odahime waved her arms and shouted, everyone, long time no see. The guards and palace maids in the hall were all stunned, and the whole hall became silent in an instant. Kihonhei, who was standing with Akainu and the others, smiled slightly, and Akainu whispered. Marshal, you did this again, didn't you? Kihonhei shrugged and said nothing. Kizaru held up his glasses and exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. Although this is not the first time I've seen it, the marshal's ability is truly amazing. Aokiji said he had nothing to say. He added a few ice cubes to his drink, took a sip and started eating the melon. The Neptune family over there has been reunited. Everyone has tears in their eyes, and they tell each other how much they have missed each other over the years. Odahime looked at her three sons with loving eyes. Although their looks were a little off the main line, they were strong and sturdy, which was enough for a mother. The family of 6 got together again after 10 years, and they naturally had a lot to say at this moment, but there were many important guests present today, so they couldn't just reminisce about the past. Odahime led her family towards the direction where Chiga was. Chiga felt a headache when she saw the situation. Kizaru and others on the side had consciously stepped back a few steps, leaving Chiga at the front. Odahime and her family came straight to Chiga and crawled down. Their lower bodies were like fishtails, and this posture was the same as kneeling. Neptune, the king, led the way and cried out, thank you very much, Lord Kihonhei, for your kindness to our family and the entire the Fishman Island. Long live our king. Chapter 503 Shirahoshi's thoughts for Kihonhei, who possesses eternal life. The phrase, long live, is equivalent to shortening his life. However, Chiga didn't care about this matter. The Neptune family expressed their most sincere gratitude to him and invited Chiga to the main seat. As the protagonist of the birthday party, Shirahoshi also thought this was a matter of course. She sat down next to Chiga and boldly put one hand on Chiga's thigh. Chiga glanced at Shirahoshi. Although she looked nonchalant, the 2 blushes on her face revealed her inner nervousness. He smiled slightly and did not point it out until the dishes were placed on the table and the banquet officially began. Shirahoshi also started to get busy. She kept putting food on Chiga's plate, muttering. Master Chiga, try this, it tastes really good. Her series of actions made people feel as if it was Chiga who was celebrating her birthday today. Neptune and Odahime looked at each other, and Neptune lowered his voice and said. Shirahoshi is already an adult, and I think her feelings for the king are very special. As parents, shouldn't we give her a push? Odahime thought for a moment and said, of course, but the king's status is too noble. We are not qualified to ask him such a thing. In the end, it still depends on Shirahoshi himself. As she said that, Yiji glanced at the 3 brothers of Sharkstar who were showing off their fans like crazy. When Flipstar saw Yiji looking at her, he handed her a chicken leg and said in a muffled voice. Mother, would you like some chicken legs? Odahime sighed silently. She smiled and waved her hand, handed him another dessert, and said softly. Eat more, you're still growing. After the banquet, Shirahoshi accompanied Chiga to stroll around the Fishman Island. They came to the Fishman Street where Hody Jones was before. The originally dirty and messy street has now been completely renewed. Jinbei took over the place again, and under his management no Murloc dared to cause trouble. The prestige of this blue fat man was still very high among the Murlocs, especially after a group of extremists such as Hod Jones were eliminated. Kihonhei even saw humans here, which would have been absolutely impossible in the past. The 2 finally came to the Merman Bay, which is the gathering place of mermaids. Looking around, almost all of them are beautiful mermaids, which is very pleasing to the eyes. As soon as Chiga and Shirahoshi appeared, they caused a commotion. A large number of mermaids swarmed over and submerged Chiga in a sea of white waves. This group of mermaids was so enthusiastic that Shirahoshi held Chiga's hand tightly. In desperation, Chiga pulled her and disappeared into the crowd. Advertisement. The next moment, the 2 returned to Shirahoshi's room. Shirahoshi patted his chest and said. It's so scary, I almost got squeezed apart. Chiga smiled, and he pulled Shirahoshi and flew to her big bed. Shirahoshi must have been tired from walking around, and he lay down next to Chiga as soon as he got on the bed. He really didn't treat Chiga as an outsider. She pouted and said, Master Kihonhei will be leaving soon, and I don't know when we will meet next time. Kihonhei stretched out his hand and hooked Shirahoshi's nose and said with a smile. If you want to meet, it's not easy. Didn't I give you a gold kunai? Just use that to contact me. Well, I don't want to be separated from Chiga-sama. Shirahoshi blinked his big eyes at Chiga, who became more and more bold in her room. Chiga also lay down, and Shirahoshi immediately put his arms around Chiga's waist, sticking close to her in a very ambiguous posture. Looking at the huge crystal chandelier on the ceiling, he suddenly asked. Shirahoshi, you haven't been out to take a look yet, have you? Well, I've lived on the Fishman Island since I was a kid, and I've never been anywhere else. Then do you want to go out and take a look? This sea is still very vast. Of course I do, but my father is worried about me. He said that if I leave here, I will be targeted by some humans with ulterior motives. Your father is right. You don't realize how lethal you are to most human males. What about Chiga-sama? Am I, lethal to you? Chiga turned to face Shirahoshi, and they looked at each other for a while. Shirahoshi suddenly felt an impulse in her heart. She closed her eyes and directly pressed against Chiga. After a brief touch, Shirahoshi looked at Chiga with a blushing face, and then immediately buried his face in the soft sheets, not daring to look at Chiga's golden pupils again. Chiga was amused by her performance. He pushed Shirahoshi's body and asked, "Hey, you're trying to sneak attack me? Are you playing ostrich again?" Shirahoshi's muffled voice sounded, "Well, I'm really sorry, Master Kihane. I don't know what happened to me just now. Please forgive me." Advertisement. Chiga's lips curled up into a wicked smile. He put his arms around Shirahoshi's slender waist and pulled her into his arms. Shirahoshi quickly covered her face with her hands, and Chiga leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It's too late to hide now, I have to come back. Master Chiga." After a while, Shirahoshi, with a rosy face, lay on top of Chiga, drawing circles on her chest with her fingers. He held her with one hand and said, "I won't be going back with the fleet later." Shirahoshi stood up from Chiga in surprise and asked, Lord Chiga, are you going to stay here tonight?" Kihane nodded and said, "You can stay for one night, but I have to go somewhere else tomorrow. How about it? Do you want to come with me?" Of course Shirahoshi was absolutely willing. She nodded vigorously and agreed without even thinking. Kihane teased, "Then I will sell you, Little Mermaid Princess, for at least a few mountains of gold." Shirahoshi chuckled. She came closer to Chiga and whispered, "I don't believe it. Lord Kihane is not short of money, but the Mermaid Princess is the only one of her kind." Chiga looked at Shirahoshi in surprise and asked, Who did you learn this from?" Shirahoshi regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. She turned away and said weakly, "That's what the sisters in Mermaid Bay said." Because of Chiga, Shirahoshi, who was released from the hard-shell tower early, naturally had more opportunities to contact the outside world, and his personality became much braver than the original Sorohoshi. This is of course a good thing. Kihane raised his hand and touched Shirahoshi's head twice, smiling. "Well, go tell your parents. This is your first time traveling far away." "Well, I'll go tell them right away. I'm really looking forward to it." Chapter 504 Departure. When Neptune heard that Shirahoshi wanted to go out with Chiga, he of course agreed without hesitation, and Odahime just gave a few simple instructions before agreeing. After getting permission, Shirahoshi happily went back to Chiga and told him the news. Kihane said with a smile, "In that case, you can have a good sleep with your mother tonight, and we will set off tomorrow." Shirahoshi nodded vigorously. After all, she hadn't seen her mother for 10 years, and she still had a lot to say to Odahime. This was also the reason why Chiga stayed for one night. Finally, Neptune led a group of ministers to see off Garp and others. He wanted to give his room to Chihei, who stayed behind, but Chihei politely declined. If he really wanted to sleep, he could just go to his own dragon god realm to sleep. In the evening, Neptune wanted to arrange 2 mermaid maids to serve Chiga. When Odahime heard this, she reached out and twisted the flesh around Neptune's waist and gave it a death spin. Neptune's face turned blue from the pain, but he didn't dare to resist. He showed an aggrieved expression on his face and asked weakly, "Odahime, why are you pinching me?" Odahime rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "I now understand why my sons are still single at this age. With a stupid father like you, they may have to wait another 10 years to find a partner." What does this mean? Can't you see that Shirahoshi has a good impression of the king? You also arranged 2 maids. Isn't this causing trouble for my daughter? Well, wouldn't it be disrespectful to the king? How could that be? We have already handed over our daughter, so why should we neglect her? As parents, we cannot hold our daughter back. Although Odahime usually looks gentle, she will turn into a strong woman once she gets serious. Neptune will directly become a henpecked man and obey his wife's orders in everything. Neptune lowered his head and listened to Odahime's scolding before he dared to ask. Then Shirahoshi tonight. Of course my daughter will sleep with me tonight. This is the king's idea. He is so considerate. Neptune sighed silently. He finally got to see his wife but ended up having to stay alone in the empty house. It was normal for him to feel a little depressed. But as a father he naturally couldn't snatch it from his daughter, and he just wanted to talk to Odahime more. After all, the size difference between them was there, and everyone understood. In another room, Kihane was sitting on a luxurious big bed. The night was still long and he had no intention of sleeping. After thinking about it, he felt that it would be better to take this opportunity to clean up the Dragon God realm, so that Sha Lulia and the others could move in later. Advertisement. With a thought, he entered the Dragon God realm in the next second. He waved his arms, and the colorful weapons around him gathered together instantly, taking shape according to Kihane's thoughts. When the fog dissipated, several green mountains had risen around Kihane, and a clear stream flowed under his feet, with small fish swimming in the water. Then, a building full of classical charm emerged out of thin air behind Kihane. Looking down from above, it looked like a paradise on earth. This is not all. Kihane also added the changing of the 4 seasons to the Dragon God realm. Compared to the 4 seasons like spring, he prefers to feel the feeling of the changing seasons, which also adds a sense of reality to the Dragon God realm. However, in Kihane's view, these are just a prototype, and they will need to be improved on this basis when Sha Lulia and others move in the future. Kihane also enjoys this DIY feeling. After coming out of the Dragon God realm, Kihane closed his eyes and rested for a while. A peaceful night passed like this. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. Chiga waved her hand, and the door opened automatically. Shirahoshi rushed in directly and jumped onto Chiga's bed. Chiga was still dozing with her eyes closed. Shirahoshi lay down obediently beside Chiga, squinting his eyes and looking at her profile. As he watched, he suddenly opened his eyes, turned to Shirahoshi and smiled, and said, "Haven't you seen enough? Are you going to leave today?" Shirahoshi chuckled and said, "If you want to sleep, go ahead. I'll be waiting for you next to you." Kihonhei raised himself up from the bed, reached out and patted Shirahoshi's shoulder, and said, "Okay, time to go. Have you told your parents? Come on, is there anything else you need to bring, Chiga-sama?" "No, I have everything you want." After saying that, Chiga grabbed Shirahoshi's hand, and a ball of colorful light surrounded the two of them. The next second, they disappeared into the room. Daughter Island. Hancock held his chin with one hand, sitting on the throne expressionlessly. Grandma Zoa walked in from the gate. She came to Hancock and asked, "Hancock, there's something I need you to take care of." Advertisement. Hancock frowned and said impatiently, "Why are you so busy these days? Did you know that Chian Haida has returned to Marineford?" "Well, I know you want to go there to see the king, but there are too many pregnant citizens recently and supplies are not enough. And you can't go out to sea now." "That's enough, I'll go take care of it. After that I'll have to go see Master Chiga right away." Hancock stood up and walked out. Suddenly, Chiga and Shirahoshi appeared beside Granny Zoa. The mother-in-law was so frightened that the crutch in her hand fell to the ground. Hancock was stunned at first. She rubbed her eyes, and after confirming that the person was indeed Kihonhei, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on her face. She came to Kihonhei and said with joy on her face, "Master Chiga, are you here to see me?" Kihonhei reached out and gently stroked Hancock's long black hair, smiling and saying, "What else? By the way, I also brought someone for you to meet." Shirahoshi poked her head out from behind Chiga. After all, this was her first time traveling far away, so she couldn't help but feel a little shy. She looked at the beautiful Hancock in front of her and couldn't help but admire her in her heart. What a beautiful sister. Hancock was also surprised when he saw Shirahoshi. The mermaid princess was indeed very beautiful. She noticed the pink fishtail on Shirahoshi's lower body and asked, "Master Kihonhei, who is this?" Kihonhei introduced her. "This is Princess Shirahoshi from the Fishman Island. Well, we are family now." Hancock naturally understood what Chiga meant. Seeing that Shirahoshi was still a little reserved, she took the initiative to step forward and hold Shirahoshi's hand and said softly, "Hello, Sister Shirahoshi, I am the king here, you can call me Sister Hancock." Shirahoshi softly called Hancock sister, and that was the beginning of their acquaintance. Grandma Zoa, who was left aside by everyone, was already mesmerized. The impact of the two world-class beauties on her was really great. Chapter 505, Journey to the Kingdom of Women. Grandma Zoa was still very sensible. She left the hall without saying a word, leaving the place to Hancock and the other two. Chiga sat down directly on the large throne, while Hancock and Shirahoshi sat on his left and right. Hancock leaned on Kihonhei's arm and said, "Master Kihonhei, I have actually wanted to go to Marineford for a long time, but there have been so many things going on the island recently that I can't spare the time." He nodded and said softly, "Well, I know. After all, you are the ruler of the country. It's normal for you to be busy. But I really don't want to be the king anymore. It would be great if someone could take over." "Oh, you want to abdicate already? How old are you? Do you want your mother-in-law to take the throne again?" "She is too old. I have thought about choosing one of her two sisters as my successor, but they are good at fighting but know nothing about state affairs. Forget about them being kings. So what do you want to do?" "Actually, I wanted my child to take over, but now it seems a little too late." When talking about children, Hancock looked at Kihonhei shyly, and the meaning was self-evident. Kihonhei raised his eyebrows. It was indeed a bit too late for this. He had to wait until Kaguya's child was born before considering having a second child. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then do some more research in the country to see if there are any young people worth training. The sea is still very stable now, and the successor does not need to have strong military force." "Well, Chiga-sama, let's go walk around the streets first. This is the first time for little sister Shirahoshi to come here." Shirahoshi quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about me, business is more important." He held her hand and said with a smile, "We've finished talking about business, let's go play on the street." Advertisement. After saying that, Kihonhei stretched out his finger and touched Shirahoshi's fishtail. A colorful light flashed, and the fishtail turned into a pair of flawless white long legs. Kihonhei helped Shirahoshi conjure up a pair of denim shorts. Shirahoshi tentatively jumped on the spot, experiencing the feeling of having two legs. In fact, mermaid women will have the ability to switch freely between their fishtails and legs after they reach the age of 30. Kihonhei just advanced this progress. Shirahoshi jogged around the hall, and when she felt she had adapted, she ran back to Chiga. It was obvious that she was having a lot of fun having new legs. He raised his hand to wipe away the few drops of sweat on her forehead and asked, "How is it? Is it much more convenient to walk now?" Shirahoshi nodded vigorously and hummed crisply. The three of them walked out of the palace. When the women on the street saw Hancock and Kihonhei, they rushed over. However, Hancock just waved his hand and the crowd was immediately dispersed. Hancock's prestige here is still very high, and the people obey her orders unconditionally. He looked around and found that there were many more shops around than the last time he came. The Kingdom of Women has now begun to trade with the outside world, and many foreign goods have also poured in. However, transactions still have to be conducted at sea. Except for Kihonhei, the Kingdom of Women is still a forbidden zone for men. Although the Shichibukai system is now in name only, given the relationship between Hancock and Chiga, no one would dare to cause trouble here. Stopping in front of a stall, Chiga bought 2 marshmallows and handed them to Hancock and Shirahoshi behind him. Shirahoshi licked them with his tongue and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Hancock hasn't eaten the marshmallow yet, but he already feels sweet inside. After eating the marshmallows, the three continued walking forward until they passed a weapons shop, and Kihonhei suddenly stopped. The door of the weapons shop was open, and a girl with short golden hair could be seen writing something at the counter. She looked very serious and didn't notice Chihei and the other two at the door at all. This girl was not unfamiliar to Kihonhei. He had talked to her when he first came to the Daughter Island. Her name was Margaret. Hancock glanced into the store and whispered, "It's Margaret's shop. This girl is quite good. I heard from Kikyo that she participated in the selection of national defenders this year and did very well." Kihonhei nodded and said with a smile, "Advertisement. She is quite good. She manages this weapons shop very well. It is rare for a soldier to have a bit of business acumen." As she spoke, Chiga walked into the weapons shop, followed by Hancock and Shirahoshi. Margaret looked up at the sound of footsteps and said with a smile, "Hello, welcome. You are Chiga-sama." She quickly put down her pen and walked out from behind the counter. When she saw Hancock following behind her, she was stunned. These two were truly distinguished guests among distinguished guests. Normally, she would never have the opportunity to see any of them so closely. Margaret was a little confused, and she began to wonder if she was dreaming. "Chian," he said with a smile on his face, "it seems you still remember me. Why? Are you going to tell me again that men are not allowed here?" Margaret was startled and waved her hands repeatedly. No, I was still young at that time and didn't know the identity of Master Kihonhei. Please forgive me." As she spoke, she looked up and secretly glanced at Chian-he, thinking that this Master Chian he really hadn't changed at all, he was still so handsome. Shirahoshi looked at the weapons hanging on the wall with curiosity. The weapons were different from those on their island. For example, the bows were shaped like snakes and looked like they were alive. She couldn't help but reach out and touch one of the pink snake bows. It turned out that the snake bow actually came to life, and the snake head was hissing and spitting out its tongue. This scared Shirahoshi. She screamed and hid behind Chiga, pointing at the pink snake bow and shouting, "Master Kihonhei, look, that bow is alive. It's sticking its tongue out at me." Margaret immediately ran over and patted the snake's head. The little pink snake's eyes immediately turned into Uzumaki shapes and drooped down softly. After finishing the little pink snake, Margaret came to Shirahoshi again and bowed slightly, saying apologetically, "I'm so sorry to have scared you. Actually, these snakes are very docile, you don't have to be afraid." When she looked up and saw Shirahoshi's face clearly, she was stunned and murmured, "So beautiful, Shirahoshi is extremely beautiful, and with such a pitiful expression, not only men but even women would fall in love with her when they see her." Chapter 506 Successor using snakes as bows is a unique culture of the Kingdom of Women. It was the first time that Shirahoshi had seen such a bow. She plucked up the courage to step forward and touch it again. The little pink snake felt cool and smooth, and it was quite comfortable to touch. After touching it for a while, Shirahoshi found that this little pink snake was indeed very docile, but the pupils in the snake's eyes seemed to be resentful, each sticking to one side, making it look a little wise. Seeing that Shirahoshi liked it, Margaret took the pink snake bow directly, held it in front of Shirahoshi with both hands, and said, "This bow is for you. It's honor to be yours." Shirahoshi didn't feel comfortable taking other people's things for free, so she fumbled around on her body for a while, as if she was trying to find some shells. However, she was in a hurry this time, and after searching for a long time she only found a few beautiful shells. She blinked her big blue eyes and looked at Chian-he for help. Chian-he put a piece of gold on the counter without saying a word and said generously, "Even if you are a king, you can't take other people's things for free. I'll buy this." Margaret was shocked by the shining gold on the table. When she came to her senses, she waved her hand and said, "Master Kihonhei, you won't need so many, your gold can buy 10 bows like this." As she said this, she picked up the gold on the table and was about to return it to Chian-he. Hancock on the side said, "Okay Margaret, since Chiga-sama has given it to you, just accept it." Since Hancock said so, Margaret no longer refused. She quietly put the gold away and stood there without saying anything. Chiga pinched her chin, thinking that if it was Orochimaru, the bow it turned into would be of better quality. But now Orochimaru has turned over a new leaf, and he is doing very well as the head of Konoha's science department, so Chiga's idea will no longer have a chance to be put into practice. Kihonhei came to the counter and looked through Margaret's little notebook. He found that it listed in detail the materials of each weapon and the purchase price, etc. It looked very professional. After reading it, Kihonhei looked up and sized up Margaret. Margaret blushed when she was looked at like that by Kihonhei. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look into Kihonhei's golden eyes. Hancock saw this scene and immediately had the wrong idea. "Master Kihonhei, are you interested in Margaret? Advertisement?" Chiga didn't look for long before he suddenly laughed. Then he said nothing and left the store with Hancock and Shirahoshi, leaving Margaret confused. On the way, Hancock couldn't help but ask, "Master Kihonhei, you seem to be very interested in Margaret?" Kihonhei nodded and said, "Although Margaret is young, she is very organized in her work. I think you can pay more attention to her." "Master Kihonhei, Are you saying to train her to be my successor? Well, I think she's quite suitable. Since she can participate in the selection of national defenders, it means that her fighting ability is not weak. Besides, she is also very beautiful, isn't she? This last point. Qianhe shrugged and continued. I think all the emperors of the Kingdom of Women seem to have been chosen in a beauty pageant. If someone with average looks replaces him, I'm afraid the people here won't be able to accept him. Hancock thought about it and found that it was true. Although it was difficult for many emperors in history to surpass her in beauty, they were all beauties picked out of thousands. Don't be fooled by how ugly my mother-in-law looks now. She was also very beautiful when she was young. Speaking of the successive emperors of Nine Snake Island, Qianhe suddenly remembered Shaki, who still ran a bar on Sabaody Island, and Rayleigh, who had fought with him. At that time, Chiga was still in the growth stage, so the battle with Rayleigh was just brief. He even thought about making Rayleigh into a Six Paths puppet later. Thinking of this, Qianhe asked Hancock, you should know that Pluton Rayleigh, right? Hancock was stunned for a moment. She was a little surprised that Qianhe suddenly mentioned Rayleigh. But she naturally wouldn't hide anything from Qianhe. She nodded and said, I know him. After I was rescued, he taught me about hockey training for a while. Advertisement. Qianhe was not surprised by this. Hancock's use of hockey was indeed very strong. It would be difficult to reach this level by relying on one's own exploration. With the relationship with Hancock, Qianhe will no longer have any thoughts about Rayleigh and let him retire on Sabaody Island. Chiga and Shirahoshi stayed on the daughter island for a few days. During that time, Hancock recruited Margaret into the palace and handed her over to the teaching of Grandma Zoan. The mother-in-law seemed to have seen through Hancock's thoughts, and she directly trained Margaret as her last disciple. Margaret was learning about how to manage a country in a daze, and had not yet realized that she might become the next emperor of the Kingdom of Women. With Margaret around, Hancock finally put her mind at ease. She had already begun to look forward to living in Marineford in the future. After arranging all this, Chiga took Shirahoshi and left the daughter island. He planned to go for a walk in Dressrosa, where Guion and Conus were still. Compared to Daughter Island, Dressrosa is much more prosperous. Men and women walk in pairs on the street, and there are a wide variety of goods on both sides. Looking at the couples cuddling together on the street, Shirahoshi blushed and glanced at Qianhe. Qianhe knew what she was thinking, so she held her hand and said softly, Come on, I'll show you around here. Shirahoshi's face was filled with a happy smile. Perhaps infected by Dressrosa's enthusiastic atmosphere, she became more bold and kissed Chiga directly on the street. Passers-by around looked over here one after another. Some young men froze when they saw Shirahoshi's face, not noticing the female companion beside him whose face was gradually turning darker. Since Qianhe was wearing a pair of brown sunglasses, people did not recognize his identity, and even if they felt that he looked familiar, they did not think too much about it. It was not until Chiga and Shirahoshi disappeared at the end of the street that the stunned young men came to their senses. They could not help but exclaim, What a beautiful girl! She's like a princess from a fairy tale. But when they turned around and saw the expressions on their female companions' faces, they all shuddered again. Pa, pa, pa. There was a burst of slapping sounds coming from the street, followed by cries for mercy. If they didn't pay some blood today, it would be difficult to quell the anger of these women. Chiga and Shirahoshi, who caused all this, have already arrived at the King's Highlands, and are being stopped outside the door by the soldiers on guard. Chapter 507. Dressrosa returns. The attitude of the soldier on guard was quite good. In his opinion, Chiga and Shirahoshi must be tourists from outside, so he politely stated that this was where the royal family lived and they were not allowed to enter and leave at will. However, when Chiga took off her sunglasses, the soldier was struck by lightning and knelt down on the spot. Nowadays, there are not many people in the pirates' world who don't know Chiga. He was so excited that he shouted, King, and soon the noise here attracted another group of people to rush out of the palace. The leader was also a familiar face to Qianhe. It was Cyrus, whose leg healed in the past. Cyrus was patrolling in the palace when he suddenly heard someone outside calling for the king. He didn't react at first. King Reku was clearly still in the palace, so why would someone outside call for the king? Is someone trying to usurp the throne? Having experienced this kind of thing before, he immediately rushed out with his men. However, when he saw Qianhe, his next actions were no different from those of the soldier on guard. He knelt down and called out, King, in one go. Qianhe was already used to this kind of scene. He raised his hand to let everyone stand up and asked, Is Guion in there now? As soon as Guion arrived here, she was arranged to live in the palace. She had mentioned this before. Cyrus nodded respectfully and said, Yes, Vice Admiral Guion is on leave today and is currently in the back garden with the two princesses. Well, that's none of your business. I'll go find her in the back garden. Cyrus immediately arranged the soldiers into two teams and watched Chiga and Shirahoshi walk into the palace. On the way, Shirahoshi sighed, Master Qianhe is really amazing. He is so respected wherever he is. Is this a true king? Qianhe said with a smile, You're almost there too. Those people on the street just now could hardly walk when they saw you. I don't like that. I don't feel safe at all. It's better for me to stay with Master Qianhe. As he spoke, Shirahoshi hugged Chiga's arms tightly, looking like a little bird. The two of them walked to the entrance of the back garden, and a melodious piano sound came from inside. As soon as Qianhe heard the sound of the harp, he knew that Conus must be inside. When he walked into the back garden, as expected, Conus was playing a golden harp with her eyes closed. Her audience was Violet, Rebecca and Guion. The three girls were lying on a pink carpet in a lazy posture, looking very comfortable. Advertisement. They were so engrossed in listening that no one noticed Chiga and Shirahoshi walking in. But it's true, usually this place is occupied by the four of them, even King Riku himself hasn't been here for a long time. Chiga and Shirahoshi quietly came behind them and listened to Konus's performance quietly. After the performance, Konus slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was a little blurry, and she seemed to see her brother Chihei vaguely. Wait, Chiga ni. Konus suddenly opened her eyes wide, her hands on the strings trembled, and a loud piano sound rang out, waking up Violet and the other two who were still immersed in the music. Gion stood up from the ground. She looked at Konus's dull expression and waved her hand in front of her. Konus, what's wrong with you? Cornish pointed a finger behind Gion and said in a trembling voice. Chian. Kion-hei brother. Gion was stunned for a moment, while Violet and Rebecca had already turned their heads. Chiga saw them looking over and said with a smile. You guys really know how to enjoy yourself. Remember to pay Konus the performance fee. Shirahoshi was not as reserved as she was when facing Hancock this time. She waved to the girls generously and said. Hello everyone, my name is Shirahoshi, nice to meet you all. After saying that, she bowed politely, inadvertently showing off her proud figure. Gion and the others quickly returned the greeting and introduced themselves to each other. Kion-hei narrowed his eyes and waited for the girls to finish introducing themselves. Gion walked up to Kion-hei, put his arm around him, and asked. You finally remembered me. I heard from Khalifa that when you first came back, you made the sun set early in order to do something bad. You are so overbearing. Shirahoshi asked curiously, what's so bad about it? Does it have anything to do with the sun? Chiga coughed twice and glanced at Gion, who immediately understood. She took Shirahoshi's hand and said. Nothing, sister is just joking. Shirahoshi nodded blankly, but didn't ask any further questions. Advertisement. Violet's eyes have never left Chiga since she saw him, and her fiery gaze seemed to want to eat Chiga alive. Rebecca looked at Chiga with eyes full of admiration. Chiga had left such a deep impression on her back then. Not only did he take back the country from Doflamingo, but he also cured his father Cyrus' leg. In her eyes, Kion-hei is like a god. Kion-hei felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the two princesses, so he pulled Shirahoshi in front of him and changed the subject. Shirahoshi is a princess just like you guys, you two should have a good chat. Violet pushed Rebecca out and said with a smile, Rebecca and Shirahoshi are about the same age, so they must have a lot of common topics. Let's let them get to know each other better first. Rebecca was pushed in front of Shirahoshi by her aunt with a confused look on her face. The two pink-haired girls looked at each other, neither of them knowing what to say. Konus had seen through everything. She stepped forward, held their hands, smiled at Ying-Ying, and said, Brother Kion-hei, I'll just take these two princesses for a stroll, I won't disturb you. After saying that, she pulled Rebecca and Shirahoshi and disappeared into a bush of flowers like three butterflies. Gion crossed his arms, looking like he was watching a show. She had long known Violet's feelings for Chihei. During the time she had lived in the palace, Violet mentioned Chihei every other sentence to her, without any concealment at all. Of course, this is the local custom of Dressrosa, which is bold and passionate. Violet is worthy of being the princess here, and she expresses this custom to the fullest. Chiga chose to lie down on the ground, while Violet lay on her side with her face supported by her will, just looking at Chiga. After a while of stalemate, Chian, he said helplessly. I said, how long are you going to watch? Violet had a charming smile on her face, and she whispered in Kion-hei's ear. Anyway, I can't see enough. I'm afraid you'll disappear again. I heard from Sister Gion that the place you went to was very special and no one can find you except you. Speaking of this, Gion looked at Kion-hei with resentment, and Kion-hei had to raise his hand to express. Okay, this situation won't happen again. You can go to the places I've been to in the future. Gion reached out and touched Kion-hei's chest and said softly. It doesn't matter where we go, what matters is having you by my side. Chapter 508 Blooming Violets. While Gion was talking to Chiga, Violet just watched quietly. She was a smart woman and knew when to express herself. After a brief chat, everyone returned to the palace. When King Riku saw Chiga, he almost abdicated on the spot. He moved out directly and handed over the entire palace to Chiga. Chiga was shocked by this and Shirahoshi was dumbfounded. She originally thought that her father had behaved humbly enough in front of Chiga, but now seeing King Riku, she realized what it meant that there are always people better than you. It is worth mentioning that at night Gion did not live in the same room with Chiga. She kissed Chiga's forehead gently and teased. I want to sleep with Shirahoshi and her sisters tonight to improve our relationship, what do you think? What else could Kion-hei say? It was just one night, nothing to him. Coming to the luxurious room specially prepared for him by King Riku, Kion-hei once again entered the Dragon God realm and started to get ready. Not long after he entered, the door was slowly pushed open and a slender figure tiptoed in. The visitor was Violet, who was wearing a purple silk pajamas tonight and looked very charming. She looked a little nervous. Although she usually acted very bold in front of Chiga, this was the first time for her to run into a man's room in the middle of the night. But when she got closer to the bed, she realized that Kion-hei was not there. Violet touched the bed sheet in confusion and found that there was still a trace of warmth on it. It was obvious that Kion-hei had just left. While Kion-hei was away, Violet came to a floor-length mirror, fixed her hair in front of the mirror, and struck a few hot dance poses, looking extremely seductive. After doing all this, Violet took off her shoes and got directly into the quilt, quietly waiting for Kion-hei to return. In the Dragon God realm, inspired by today's back garden, Kihonhei also built a large garden with hundreds of flowers in full bloom and a large number of colorful butterflies surrounding it. It was a pleasure just to look at it. Clapping his hands, Qian he said softly, "Not bad, it's getting better and better. We can let Sha Lulia and the others move in soon. Oh, by the way, we're still short of this." Kihonhei snapped his fingers, and suddenly several sturdy orange trees sprang up in the garden. Nami and Najiko will probably like this advertisement. He picked an orange from the tree in the air. The orange peel fell off automatically during the process, and by the time it reached Kihonhei's hands, it was already a whole fruit. He peeled a slice and put it in his mouth. The orange melted in his mouth and the sour and sweet juice flowed in his mouth. Kihonhei was very satisfied with the top-quality orange he made. There is no way around it. Having the power of the Dragon God means you can be so willful. All you need is a thought to get what you want. It only took Kihonhei about 10 minutes to build a large garden. What is efficiency? After returning to his bed from the Dragon God realm, Qian he directly pulled open the quilt and lay down in it. He didn't expect that there was someone else in his bed. He soon noticed something strange. He didn't need to sense anything. The touch from his hand was enough. Kihonhei pulled back the quilt, revealing the blushing Violet underneath. Violet raised herself up from the bed and said softly, "Kihonga, you're back so soon. I thought I would have to wait a long time." So why are you here? Does Gion know?" Kihonhei clearly remembered that Violet followed Gion. With her strength, how did she manage to slip away right under Gion's nose? Violet smiled and said, "Of course Gion's sister knows, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to come out by myself. But I waited until Shirahoshi and the others fell asleep before coming out, don't worry." "Why should I worry? You should be the one worried. It's the middle of the night, aren't you afraid?" Violet suddenly reached out and covered Kihonhei's mouth. She leaned in front of Kihonhei and whispered, "What am I afraid of? I've been waiting since the day you saved Dressrosa, and I've waited until now for this opportunity. How could I be afraid?" Kihonhei pushed Violet's hand away and said seriously, "If you were just doing this to repay a favor, then there is no need to do so. For me at the time, it was just my duty." Violet shook her head slowly. She took Kihonhei's hand and placed it on her chest and said softly, "There is definitely a factor of repaying a favor, but what woman wouldn't be tempted by a man like you? I've decided on you, and I'm going to be your woman tonight." Violet's confession was straightforward and clear. Kihonhei calmed himself down. He said nothing and just fell back on the bed. Advertisement. The lights in the room went out, and in the darkness, a bright smile broke out on Violet's face. She leaned over and pulled the quilt up. The next morning, everyone was having breakfast in the hall. Rebecca asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Hey, where did my aunt go? I didn't see her when I woke up this morning. Why didn't she come to have breakfast?" Guillaume glanced at Chiga, who was gulping down milk with a smile on his face, and said, "She couldn't sleep last night and went out for a walk. She should be back to sleep now. Don't worry about her. Let's eat first." Rebecca didn't think too much about it. She nodded, picked up a piece of white and tender fish with a fork and put it on Shirahoshi's plate. The two pink-haired princesses had become good friends after spending a night together. Rebecca smiled and said, "Shirahoshi, today's steamed sea bass is really good. I see you haven't even taken a bite. It would be a shame if you don't try it." A drop of cold sweat ran down Shirahoshi's forehead. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Rebecca, but I really don't like fish, so I'll give it to you." As she said this, she put the fish fork back into Rebecca's plate. Chika explained for Shirahoshi, "Rebecca, have you forgotten that Shirahoshi is a mermaid princess?" Rebecca suddenly realized what was going on. She slapped her head and said, "Oh yeah, I was negligent. I'm so sorry, Shirahoshi." Shirahoshi waved his hands again and again. "It's okay, I didn't make it clear." Rebecca curiously reached out and patted Shirahoshi's long legs and asked, "But Shirahoshi, I remember that the lower body of a mermaid girl should be a fishtail? Am I remembering it wrong?" Shirahoshi gave Rebecca some more knowledge about the mermaids, and Rebecca exclaimed, "What an amazing tribe. I must go to the Fishmen Island to see them someday." Yeah. Welcome to the Fishmen Island, Chapter 509 Companion. Violet finally came to the hall halfway through breakfast. Her face looked very rosy, but her walking posture was a little awkward. Rebecca waved her hand and said, "Aunt, you're awake. I heard from Sister Guillaume that you didn't sleep well last night. Are you feeling unwell?" When Violet heard this, she immediately raised her hand and laughed, saying softly, "It's okay, maybe I'm too tired recently." She came to the table, exchanged a secret glance with Guillaume, and then sat down next to Guillaume. Qian he had almost finished eating. He put down his cutlery and said, "I'm going to go to another world later. Don't worry, I should be able to come back soon this time. Shirahoshi, is it okay for you to stay here for a few days?" Shirahoshi nodded obediently and said, "I have no problem, Master Kihonhei. Go and do whatever you want." Kihonhei looked at Violet again. Logically, she was the one he should spend more time with right now, but Kihonhei had a premonition that his child was about to be born, and he had to witness this moment. Violet is not a pretentious woman. Her greatest wish has been fulfilled, so there is no need to waste any more time. Guillaume shrugged and said, "I will be leading my troops back to headquarters tomorrow. You can just go back to Marineford then." After making the arrangements, Chiga opened the dimensional portal and went directly to the Hokage world. When they got home, the first person to see Chiga was Black Zetsu. He stared at her with a pair of yellow round eyes and shouted in surprise, "Dad, Chiga shuddered. Although Black Zetsu called him that more than once or twice, he always felt awkward every time he heard it. Black Zetsu trotted over to Chiga, took her hand and walked into the house, saying, "Dad, you're finally back. Mom should be giving birth soon. I see her belly is getting bigger these days." "Huh? Did it suddenly get bigger?" "Yes, I asked Tsunade to come and see her. She said that it's time for her to give birth, but for some reason she hasn't responded yet." When they entered the house, Kaguya was sitting on the sofa with a big belly. As soon as she saw Chiga, she immediately sat up from the sofa. Her movements were so quick that she didn't look like a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. Advertisement. This frightened Kihonhei. He quickly stepped forward to support Kaguya and said softly, "Your belly is so big and you still don't know how to be careful. Even if you have a strong physique, you can't be careless. You're a pregnant woman now." Kaguya smiled softly and whispered, "It's okay, master. I don't feel anything obvious. My belly is just a little bigger." "You're a little too big." Chiga reached out and touched Kaguya's belly and felt a sense of blood connection. He did not use Tensegan to see the baby in Kaguya's belly. He wanted to witness the birth of his child like a normal father. Helping Kaguya to sit down slowly on the sofa, Chiga asked softly, "Are there any particular flavors you like lately, like sour or spicy?" Sour. Black Zetsu said from the side, "My mother often asks me to buy her some fruits like plums. There are still a lot of them in the refrigerator." Kihonhei nodded. He reached out and stroked Kaguya's long white hair, which was the same as his own, and said softly, "Then I'll make you a Sakura peach dish tonight. You'll definitely like it." Kaguya rested his head on Kihonhei's chest, stretched out his hand to rub Kihonhei's hair, and said in a muffled voice, "Sakura peach meat. What an interesting name. Master, do you need Sakura peaches? We don't seem to have any at home." "Black Zetsu, go out and see if there are any for sale later." Black Zetsu is indeed a filial son. She immediately patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, Mom, even if I have to run all over the ninja world today, I will bring Sakura back to you." He held his forehead helplessly and said, "There's no need to use Sakura peach, I just gave it that name." As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door and Black Zetsu ran to open it again. Chiga had already sensed that it was Minato and his wife who came outside the door. Minato was holding a bunch of supplements in his arms, which blocked his face. No one knew how he could see the road clearly. Kushina was carrying a bag of baby products, including pacifiers, clothes, etc. She must have come here quite often during Chiga's absence. When she saw Black Zetsu, she spoke directly. "Kuro, how is Kaguya? I heard from Master Tsunade that she's about to give birth. We brought her something that should be useful in the future." Advertisement. Black Zetsu, who is not the sixth child, is still very likable. She first took the pile of things from Minato and then said politely, "Thank you so much, both of you. Come in and sit down, Dad is back today too." "Dad?" The Minato couple were both stunned for a moment, and Kushina asked tentatively, "You mean Chiga is back?" "Yeah, Dad just came back not long ago and is accompanying Mom in the house. You two came at the right time." When Minato heard Chiga was back, he immediately ran into the house, shouting, "Kihonhei, you're back. Let me tell you, I thought of many names for your child during this period. Let me read them to you." Black Zetsu's face was touched. She looked at Minato's back and sighed. Minato-san is so thoughtful that he even prepared a name. Kushina's mouth twitched. Naming was Minato's hobby, and he was eager for this opportunity. The two followed him into the house, and as soon as they entered, they saw Chiga with her arms crossed and Minato standing beside her with a look of grievance on his face. Minato was still mumbling, "Chiga, don't you think about the name I gave you? Come on, Uchiha, the invincible red-eyed beautiful girl is really cool." Hearing the name coming out of Minato's mouth, Black Zetsu's eyes instantly became wide, and it took a while for him to utter, "Well, what a unique name." Kushina simply turned her head away. At this moment, she just wanted to say that she didn't know Minato. Kaguya's hands tightly grasped Chiga's clothes and shook them, expressing her inner resistance to this name with her actions. Kihonhei raised his eyebrows. He squinted at Minato and slowly uttered a word. "Roll." Minato stiffened his neck and said, "Why? You were the one who came up with Shingi's name. I admit that it sounds a little nice, but mine isn't bad either. Please think about it again." Without Chiga saying anything, Kushina trotted over, grabbed Minato's face and pushed him aside, then sat in his seat. Minato wanted to say something, but Kushina turned around and gave him a death stare, which made him swallow his words and sit aside obediently. Chapter 510. New Hokage. In the afternoon, heavy snow fell in Konoha, and Naruto came over with a little blonde girl. As soon as he entered the door, he complained, "Mom and Dad, Shingna is clamoring to see you too, and I can't comfort her anymore." You can see that there are 5 more red whiskers on Naruto's face, which should be seen as masterpiece. Senna immediately broke free from Naruto's hand and quickly threw herself into Kushina's arms. Kushina comforted the child in her arms with a loving look on her face. Naruto came and sat next to Minato. He asked Chiga with a big face, "Chiga-senpai, is Aunt Kaguya about to give birth?" Kihonhei nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, just in these few days. I'm really looking forward to it. How beautiful will Chiga-senpai's child be? If it's a boy, he will definitely be much more handsome than that Sasuke guy." "Naruto, you are such a jerk for talking bad about me behind my back." Naruto turned his head suddenly, only to see Sasuke folding his arms and looking at him with disdain. Naruto's face froze, and he complained first. You, why didn't you knock when you came in? Do you have any manners?" I wonder which idiot came in without closing the door. It seems to be some blonde hedgehog. Also, don't change the subject. Am I wrong? With Senior Kihonhe's genes, his children will definitely be extremely handsome. Sasuke didn't deny this. If handsomeness was ranked, Chiga would definitely be the best in the ninja world. He sneered at Naruto and said, "So what does this have to do with you? This is a natural talent of our Uchiha clan." Naruto really had no way to refute this. He pouted his lips and kept silent. Advertisement Sasuke immediately raised his face as if he had won a victory, and behind him was the entire Uchiha family. Madara, Itasuka, Obito too. Kakashi. Rin was standing next to Obito, and it seemed that their relationship was going well. Rin was clearly leaning towards Obito. Obito was no longer the melancholy young man. Now he had completely regained his former self. The old lady he had helped could already circle Konoha 2.5 times. Kakashi even played a trick on Obito about this. Once, the introverted Kakashi dressed himself up as a hunchbacked old lady and tricked Obito into taking him around the entire Konoha. In the end, he couldn't help laughing out loud, which made Obito realize that he had been fooled. He directly pulled Kakashi into the couple's zone and beat him up. If Obito hadn't been busy dating Lin, he would definitely not let Kakashi go easily. Lin was now following Tsunade, so she naturally learned about Kaguya's situation, so she found Obito and asked him to go with her. When Obito heard this, he was shocked. The birth of Senior Chiga's child was a big event in the entire ninja world, and he had to express his opinion. He immediately took out the small amount of money he had taken from Angle and bought a lot of things. He stuffed them all into the back of Kamui's space and prepared to set off. As a result, his actions attracted the attention of Madara, who informed Itachi and Sasuke after learning about it. They all decided to go together. Chiga's child must have the surname Uchiha, and they must strengthen the reputation of the Uchiha clan. So under the leadership of Madara, the few remaining Uchiha all went out, walking in a high-profile manner on the streets of Konoha, and by the way, they also picked up a passing Uchiha Kakashi. They didn't expect that Chiga had already returned. When Itachi saw Chiga, he immediately respectfully called her, Hokage-sama. He waved his hand and said, "Don't be so restrained. I haven't wanted to be the Hokage for a long time. Itachi, I think you are quite suitable. You can consider being the next Hokage." What? Itachi, who was always steady, was also surprised. The person he respected the most was Chiga, and in his opinion, the position of Hokage could only be held by Chiga. As long as Chiga's flag is there, those affiliated ninja villages will never dare to have any disloyal thoughts. He knows this better than anyone else. He said hastily, "Master Chiga, I can't do it. I don't have enough experience. Minato-senpai and Madara-senpai." Minato made a stop gesture and said seriously, "Advertisement. Itachi, please let me go. Whoever wants to be the Hokage can be the one. I will never be the Hokage again. And what's the point of having no qualifications? Your abilities are obvious to all. You are the best candidate in terms of both strength and decision-making." Madara also reached out from behind and pressed Itachi's shoulders. He said earnestly, "I am the last person who can be the Hokage. The current Konoha won't allow a figure from the old times to take the position again, right? That would make people think that Konoha has no successor." Obito, who has always aimed to become Hokage, also expressed his support. Having worked with Itachi, he highly recognized Itachi's abilities. After all, he was a double agent. Besides, he is busy dating Rin now, so he doesn't have the energy to be Hokage. He decided to follow Minato's example and focus his work on his family. Although he hasn't succeeded in forming a family yet, he feels that he will soon. Kakashi opened his dead fish eyes and looked as if it had nothing to do with me. In his opinion, being a Hokage is not as comfortable and relaxing as reading a few more pages of Intimate Paradise. By the way, Lord Jiraiya's update speed has been very fast recently, and he is simply very prolific. I will have to go to the bookstore to take a look later. Sasuke looked a little confused. All he could think about was, "What? My brother is going to be the Hokage?" Naruto grinned and gave Itachi a thumbs up. Kakashi looked at that and raised an eyebrow, wondering if Naruto had been spending too much time with Guy lately. Why was he so angry at Guy? "Brother Itachi is awesome. I want to try harder too." He smiled and said, "Alright Itachi, don't refuse. You will be the Hokage after my child is born. It's decided." Today's Konoha can be said to have reached its heyday. The lineup is so luxurious that it is unimaginable, and without Danzo and his old idiots to hinder it, the environment is definitely much better than before. Itachi paused, then knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. Itachi will definitely live up to your expectations." Chiga asked Itachi to stand up and said with a smile, "Get ready. If you don't understand something, ask Minato. He has more experience than me in this area." After saying that, Kihonhe looked up at the snowflakes falling outside the door. The thickness of the snow had reached the steps. In this kind of weather, if we can get together to eat hot pot and add a few side dishes, it will definitely be a great enjoyment in life. Chapter 511 Eating hot pot in the evening. With heavy snow outside the window, everyone sat around the steaming hot pot, talking and laughing while eating hot pot. Chiga specially made a large plate of sakura peach meat for Kaguya. Kaguya, who likes sour food, fell in love with the taste as soon as she tasted it, and looked at Chiga with admiration. Seeing Kaguya eating so happily, Kushina couldn't help but take a piece to taste. Then she put down her chopsticks and said to Minato, "Look at Kihonhe. Learn this from him. I want to eat it too." Minato, who was slurping his way through the hot pot, froze. Kushina wiped his mouth elegantly and asked calmly, Why? Is this difficult? No, it's not difficult at all. Kihonhei, please teach me this dish. I must learn from you. Chiga had no time to pay attention to Minato. He picked up some food for Kagaya and said considerately. Eat slowly. If you like it, I'll make it again. Kagaya nodded vigorously. This was the first time she experienced the feeling of being cared for and concerned about, especially when she was pregnant. The brothers Hamura and Hagoromo were not born naturally, which is completely different from the current situation. What is certain is that the child who is about to be born will never become a filial son. While eating, Shingna suddenly came over and sat down next to Chiga, and called him, Uncle Chiga, in a crisp voice. Kihonhei reached out and touched Shingni's little head and said with a smile. Hello, Shingna. Shingna opened her arms and asked. Uncle Chiga, can you give me a hug? Of course. Chiga lifted Hashina up and let her sit on her arms, and Hashina giggled. Naruto was stunned. He was a sister Kon, but every time he wanted to hug Senna, he would get slapped. Senna always thought the beard on his face was too ugly. This really made him want to cry, but he couldn't even cry. The 9 tails in his body even protested against this. In 9 tails' opinion, beards are very handsome. Advertisement by the way, with the help of Minato and Kushina, the relationship between Naruto and 9 tails has improved rapidly. Now 9 tails is not so stingy and sometimes even lends Naruto some chakra to fight Sasuke. Kushina smiled and said, come to think of it, when Senna was just born, she wanted to ask Chiga to hold her. Now that I think about it, it seems like it was just yesterday. Kagaya looked at Senna in Chiga's arms, while in his heart he was looking forward to the baby that was about to be born in his belly. Kihonhei also saw Kaguya's thoughts. He held Kaguya's hand and whispered. It will be soon. I will stay with you these days. Kagaya rested his head on the other side of Chiga's chest and hummed softly. Seeing this, Obito secretly glanced at Lin beside him, but was discovered by Lin. Lin put her hand on Obito's forehead and asked worriedly. Obito, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Feeling Lin's warmth, Obito felt like he was melting. He fell limply to the ground and stammered. No, it's okay, Lin, you are so nice. This made Lin blush. She quickly took her hand back and said with her head down. Hate it, everyone is here. What are you talking about? Kakashi coughed twice. He had taken off his ancestral mask. The expression on his face gave people a sultry feeling. He picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, chewed it twice, smacked his lips and commented. It's still too tender, it's almost cooked. Obito knew Kakashi very well. He knew that Kakashi was playing tricks on him. He was so angry that he stood up straight and retorted. Yeah, it's better to have more spiritual food. That thing is so exciting, don't you think, Kakashi? I don't understand what you're talking about, Lin. I think Obito is really sick. Please take care of him. Obito suddenly activated the Sharingan and glared at Kakashi. His attainments and illusion techniques were quite strong, and this caught Kakashi off guard and made him stand there in a daze. Swish. While Kakashi was acting like a fool, Obito's hand turned into an afterimage and groped Kakashi's body. After a while, he had a copy of the Intimate Paradise in his hand. This Intimacy Paradise looks old, and you can tell at a glance that it has been read many times. Advertisement Kakashi finally came back to his senses. When he saw the Intimate Paradise in Obito's hand, his whole body shuddered. He reached out to grab it, but Obito took the lead and threw the book into Lin's hands. Lin curiously opened the book and glanced at it for a few seconds, then her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! Lin slammed the book shut, blushed and glared at Kakashi, scolding him. Kakashi. You usually seem quite serious, but I didn't expect you to like reading this kind of book. Seeing Lin's big reaction, Kushina asked for the book Intimacy Paradise. She knew that the author of the book was Jiraiya, but she had never read it. Minato immediately stopped him. It's better not to read this book. However, it was too late. Kushina had already opened the book, and she didn't pay any attention to Minato at all. She just concentrated on reading it. And every second she spent reading seemed so long to Kakashi. He looked at Minato for help, but Minato spread his hands secretly, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Kushina was not a little girl like Lin. She finished reading with a very calm expression, then sighed lightly, threw the book to Minato, and said contemptuously. That's it. Minato stuffed the book into his trouser pocket and agreed. It's really nothing to see, but Kakashi is still in Anbu after all. Carrying this kind of book around affects Anbu's image a bit, so I'll keep it for him for a while. Kushina rolled her eyes and turned to chat with Kagaya. The two of them had a lot of common topics regarding children. Kakashi's heart was bleeding as he watched the book being taken away by Minato. You know, that Intimate Paradise was a collector's edition with illustrations, which had long been out of stock in bookstores. Obito felt secretly happy, but he still put on a sad expression and said to Lin. Lin, I am also responsible for Kakashi's condition. I will definitely supervise him more closely in the future. Kakashi looked at Obito pretending to be cool and muttered to himself. Damn Uchiha. Madara and the others put down their chopsticks and focused their eyes on Kakashi's face. Even Chiga looked at Kakashi with a half smile. My goodness, Kakashi's words really touched Uchiha's sore spot. He laughed awkwardly a few times, then quickly pulled up his mask and kept silent. Chapter 512 Uchiha Sakuya. In the next few days, Chiga stayed at home with Kagaya, during which time Yugo and Yuhi Kurenai also came to look after Kagaya from time to time. As a strong person at the peak of 6 pads level, Kagaya naturally does not need such care, but she really enjoys the feeling of being cared for. After all, she has been living in fear since the day she came to this planet. She finally gave birth to 2 children with the help of the power of the sacred tree, and they are well-known filial sons. Her current life is something she has never experienced before. That day, Kaguya was resting on the sofa as usual. She stroked her belly and said to Chiga, "Master, I feel the baby in my belly is moving." When Chiga heard this, she immediately put her face on Kaguya's belly. Suddenly, a baby voice of, "Dad," came from Kaguya's belly. The word, "Dad," immediately frustrates Chiga. He straightens up suddenly, which scares Kaguya. She asked hurriedly, "What's wrong, master? Is there something wrong with the baby?" Kihonhei turned her head stiffly and asked Kaguya slowly, "Didn't you hear anything just now?" Kaguya shook his head and said, "No, is the master talking about the sound of the baby moving?" "No, she just called Daddy. How is this possible, Black Zetsu?" Black Zetsu ran in from outside with a broom in his hand and shouted as soon as he entered the door. "Hey, I'm here, Mom, what do you want to ask me?" Kaguya asked, "Did you just call the master Daddy?" "No, I've been outside sweeping the snow." Chiga raised his hand to stop him. He put his face on Kaguya's belly again and whispered, "Okay, it was the baby in your belly who said that. You are worthy of being my child. You can call me Daddy before you were even born." Black Zetsu was also confused. She exclaimed, "What? Is there such a thing?" Chiga gently placed her hand on Kaguya's belly and said softly, "Advertisement, you should be able to hear it. Have you figured it out?" As soon as he finished speaking, a pattern of a pair of small hands appeared on Kaguya's belly. The hands kept moving, as if trying to touch Chiga. Kaguya's face changed. She grabbed Chiga's shoulders and shouted anxiously, "Master, the baby seems to be coming out." Kihonhei quickly hugged Kaguya and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'll just..." Chiga originally wanted to use his ability to take the baby out of Kaguya's belly, but before he could finish his words, a door suddenly appeared on Kaguya's belly. The door slowly opened, and a little girl who looked about 1-year-old floated out. This scene stunned Chiga and the other 2 present. Kaguya just felt her body go empty, and the child appeared in front of her. After the baby was born, Kaguya's body immediately returned to its original state. The idea that her figure would change after having a baby did not exist for her at all. The little girl floated into Kihonhei's arms, and Kihonhei subconsciously reached out to hug her. He looked down and saw that although the little girl was not big, her long snow-white hair had grown to her waist, just covering her little butt. Her skin is white, tender and smooth, like that of a delicate doll. However, what attracted the most attention was her pair of blood-red eyes. In each eye, 6 black magatama gathered together like petals, emitting strange colors. Kihonhei investigated and found that the power of these eyes could be said to be endless. He guessed that this was a pair of upgraded Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The situation just now was obviously a display of the power of the Men fruit, which means that this child inherited the power of the fruit that he had absorbed. Just as she was thinking, the girl's call of, "Dad," interrupted Chiga's thoughts. This time she also called Kaguya, "Mom." Kaguya's eyes became crescent-shaped due to her laughter. She reached out and took the child from Chiga's arms, and gently rocked the child while holding him, using the knowledge she had learned from Kushina during this period. Although the child is no longer a baby, it can be seen that she still enjoys this feeling very much. Looking at this scene, Kihonhei's mouth curled up into a smile. Black Zetsu was also very excited. She clapped her hands and said, "My sister is so cute." The girl looked up at Black Zetsu again and called her, "Sister," in a baby voice. Black Zetsu immediately turned into liquid and spread on the ground. She felt so numb all over that it was difficult for her to even condense her body. From now on, a new sister complex was born. Kaguya looked at Chiga and said, "Master, we should give the baby a name. What do you think it should be?" Chian he had already prepared the names of the boy and girl. He said without hesitation, "Sakuya. My daughter's name is Uchiha Sakuya." Advertisement. Sakuya clapped her hands and giggled. It was obvious that she liked her name very much. She jumped from Kaguya's arms to the ground, hugged Chiga's calves tightly, and murmured, "I like it." Sakuya likes it very much. Chiga squatted down and hugged Sakuya. At this moment, he really felt that his life was complete. The whole room was filled with warmth. Suddenly, Minato rushed in from outside and shouted as soon as he entered the door, "Chiga, I came to you to learn Sakura Mamafushi, and you, What is this?" Minato's computer crashed when he saw Sakuya in Chiga's arms. Sakuya looked at Minato and called out, "Uncle Minato." Chian he was shocked again. He couldn't help but ask, "Sakuya-chan, do you know him?" Sakuya nodded, and she spoke more fluently. "He often comes to visit Mom with Aunt Kushina. I've seen him." Chian he was stunned for a moment, then he pointed to a wall and said, "Sakuya, what's behind this wall?" "Well, there's a big tree, and on the tree there's a little golden bird." Kaguya and Chiga looked at each other, and they were both certain that Sakuya's eyes also had the same perspective as the Byakugan, and it was a color version. Minato watched in confusion the whole time. He swallowed and asked, "Kihonhei, this isn't your daughter, is it?" Kihonhei nodded and replied, "What else? Look at her appearance, doesn't she look like me?" But are you sure this is a newborn baby? It can go to kindergarten? Is there a problem? She's my daughter, so what's wrong with being a little special?" Sakuya stood aside with her hands on her hips, and was directly annoyed by Minato's cuteness. He couldn't help wanting to hug Sakuya, but Sakuya suddenly raised her little hand, and a strong repulsive force burst out from her palm, and Minato was caught off guard and pushed out of the door. Sakuya floated into Chiga's arms and said in a muffled voice. No, I only want to be hugged by mom and dad. Chapter 513, the youngest Jonin in history. Black Zetsu pointed at himself and asked hurriedly. Sakuya, can I hug you? Sakuya nodded and said. Of course, Sakuya likes my sister. Black Zetsu was so moved by these words that her body, which had been so hard to gather, almost melted again. She leaned forward and kissed Sakuya on her little face, expressing her love for her. After a while, Minato came in from the door, knocking on his back. He exclaimed. Unbelievable, was that Shinra Tensei just now? Sakuya buried her head in Chiga's arms and said apologetically. I'm sorry Uncle Minato, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't expect you to fly so far. Of course Minato wouldn't be angry about this kind of thing. He is a well-known sunny man in Konoha. Uncle. He waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay, Uncle was careless. Kihonhei has become accustomed to the increasing abilities displayed by Sakuya. He stretched out his hand and released universal pull to suck a bench outside into his hand, then looked at Sakuya and asked. Sakuya, this is called universal pull. You should be able to do it, right? Show daddy how to use it. A look of embarrassment appeared on Sakuya's face. She rubbed her hands and said in a muffled voice. Dad, I'm afraid I can't control myself and might destroy the yard. Kagaya on the side chuckled a few times. She stepped forward and touched Sakuya's little head and said softly. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. Just use your ability and he will help you handle everything. Chiga gave Sake Yoruichi an encouraging smile, and Sake no longer hesitated. She raised her little hand and pointed it outside. A black vortex appeared in her palm, and a powerful suction force burst out from the Uzumaki. Minato's expression changed, but he was still standing at the door. A tender child's voice sounded, universal pull. Buzz. Advertisement in an instant, whether it was the outside wall or the big trees, flowers and plants in the yard, they were all pulled up from the ground by a suction force and flew towards the house. Just when these were about to hit the house, Kihonhei narrowed his eyes slightly, and all objects instantly stopped outside the door and could not move forward any further. Minato was almost face to face with Chiga. Chiga looked at him expressionlessly and said, Are you really old? You don't even react to this? An embarrassed look appeared on Minato's face. He really didn't expect Sakuya to be so strong. She raised her hand and released universal pull again. He hasn't recovered from the Shinra Tensei just now. Sakuya looked at the ruins outside and shrank her head timidly again. Chiga smiled slightly, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Everything outside immediately returned to its original place, as if nothing had happened. After cleaning up outside, Chian he did not forget to praise. Our little Sakuya is really amazing. I declare in the name of Hokage that Sakuya is now awarded the title of Konoha Jonin. After saying that, Kihonhei flipped his hand and a mini ninja wristband appeared in his hand. He tied the wristband around Sakuya's fair wrist. Minato asked in confusion, Is this Jonin? Chian he glanced at him and said. What's wrong? I'm still the Hokage. Is it too much to give my daughter a Jonin? Besides, you've also experienced Sakuya's ability. How many Jonin can beat her? Well, I just sigh. He had a deep understanding of Sakuya's strength. It was no exaggeration to say that based on the 2 moves she had just made, ordinary cage levels might not be her match, not to mention that she still had many abilities that she had not yet revealed. I can only say that Sakuya is really too talented. Other children are barely the size of a fart when they just come out of their mother's womb, but Sakuya is different. She skipped the process of learning to talk and walk as soon as she was born, and directly started to learn universal pull from her father. This isn't even winning at the starting line, this is standing on the podium as soon as you're born. Before long, the entire ninja world knew that a princess was born in Konoha. Her name was Uchiha Sakuya. After hearing the news, the cages of the 4 major ninja villages rushed to Konoha as soon as possible. In their opinion, Sakuya, as the daughter of Chiga, is very likely to be the next ninja master, so they must come to Konoha to express their opinion. They brought carefully purchased baby products to Konoha, but when they saw Sakuya, they were stunned. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Is this a baby? Sakuya greeted the cages very politely, then ran back to Chiga. Chian he took a look at the pacifiers and rocking cars these people brought and said with a smile. You guys don't need these Sakuya anymore, advertisement. The 4 cage looked at each other awkwardly. They really had no idea what to do. Who knew Sakuya's situation was so special? Terumi Mei couldn't help but ask, Hokage-sama, how old is your child? Well, less than a year old. Everyone was silent for a while, and all they could say was that the child of the god of ninja world was extraordinary. Onoki looked at Sakuya's strange eyes and murmured. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sakuya nodded obediently. Onoki shuddered. He didn't know what to say. He opened Mangekyo before he was 1 year old. Isn't God too partial? The future of the ninja world is really going to be called Uchiha, right? The other 3 shadows had already started, and for them, all they had to do was to be the village chief. Chian he looked at the 4 figures in front of him and suddenly spoke. By the way, since you're all here, I have something to announce. I'm going to step down as Hokage. What? As soon as these words came out, the 4 cages' eyes widened, and Onoki couldn't help but think. Is he going to pass the position directly to his daughter? Isn't this too hasty? Kihonhei clapped his hands. Itachi opened the door and walked in. Kihonhei pointed at Itachi and said. This is the next Hokage. You should all be familiar with him, so I won't introduce him. Itachi nodded slightly towards the four shadows and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Everyone, I am grateful for the trust of Master Chiga. From now on, I will be responsible for all affairs of the ninja world. I hope you will cooperate. The four shadows nodded stiffly, they had not yet recovered from this sudden news. Kihonhei casually conjured up a divine robe with the seventh Hokage printed on it and threw it to Itachi, then stretched and said. Alright, if you have anything else to say, just talk to Itachi. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Chiga picked up Sakuya and disappeared in the office in a flash. Chianhei, who has become a god, no longer cares about these empty titles in the world. Now that he has a daughter, his favorite thing is to have the people around him accompany him. Chapter 514 Sakuya's first mission. Kihonhei brought Shao Sakuya back to their residence. As soon as they entered the door, Kagaya came to greet them. She bowed to Kihonhei and said softly. Hubby, you're back. Now Kagaya no longer calls Chiga Master. It was Chiga who asked her to change her way of speaking. After all, she also has to consider Sakuya. Speaking of which, Kagaya is the most traditional woman that Chiga knows. She pays great attention to etiquette and serves Chiga comfortably in many aspects. Mother. Sake Yoruichi immediately jumped into Kaguya's arms. This little guy is quite clingy. Every day he basically shuttles back and forth between Chiga and Kaguya's arms, and occasionally lets Black Zetsu hold him. Yoruichi Wei held little Sakuya in her arms with a loving face, her whole body radiating the glow of motherhood. To be honest, if she treated the two brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura, with the same attitude as she treats Sakuya now, perhaps they wouldn't be so rebellious. Kihonhei suddenly thought with evil humor, if Hamura on the moon saw him now, should he call him Dad? Thinking of this, Chiga's mouth curled up into a smirk, and Kagaya couldn't help but ask. Honey, what are you thinking about? Nothing. It's better not to let an old man who is hundreds of years old call him Dad. Kihonhei is just thinking about it. Just as I was thinking about it, Black Zetsu suddenly walked in with Senna. She smiled and said to Sakuya, Sakuya, your sister Hashina is here to play with you. Sakuya trotted to Sena's side, and the two lawless, one white and one gold, held each other's hands. The scene looked very loving. The two wanted to go out and play, and Kihonhei agreed with a smile. If this pair of people went out together, there would be no chance of bullying or abduction. On the streets of Konoha, Sasuke and Naruto were walking side by side. The two who had not accepted any missions came out for a walk together today, which was a rare occasion. Naruto put his hands behind his head and said casually. Sasuke, Itachi seems to be very busy lately, he doesn't have much time to accompany you. Sasuke snorted and said, don't make me sound like a child. Itachi is the Hokage now, so it's normal for him to be busy. Yeah, it's as if I saw what I'll look like when I become Hokage. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said calmly, you really like to fantasize. Are you the next Hokage? Advertisement, humph. I'm very confident, just wait and see. Tisk, if you say that, I might be the next Hokage, so just go to bed. What? Sasuke, you want to be Hokage too? What, do you feel a sense of crisis? Naruto raised an eyebrow and was about to speak when the word, brother, interrupted his thoughts. He looked down and saw Senna also looking up at him, and Sakuya next to her tilted her head with a cute expression on her face. Sasuke looked into Sakuya's scarlet eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. This is the pair of eyes that Sakuya normally has. It doesn't cost her any chakra at all. In front of this pair of eyes, Sasuke once again felt a feeling called blood suppression. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, Sakuya is Chiga's child. Talent is something you can never envy. Naruto squatted down and said with a smile, hey, are you two out here to play? Senna nodded and said, it's so boring at home, no one plays with me. I remember asking you when I was leaving today, didn't you want to go out? No, I don't want to go out with you, brother. Senna said it so simply and clearly that Naruto was petrified on the spot. Sasuke, who was aloof on the side, couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. He leaned over and patted Naruto's shoulder, mockingly saying, it seems that you, as a brother, are not very popular with your sister. How can this be possible? A man who is disliked by even his sister cannot be the Hokage. However, Shingna suddenly added, that's not what I meant. I heard from my brother that he was coming to see you, and I didn't want to disturb your date. Sasuke's smile froze on his face, and after a long while he slowly spoke. Well, Shingna, the word dating can't be used between men. Your brother and I are just friends. Naruto also quickly echoed, yeah, don't say that. It won't be good if others hear it. Somehow, the two of them acted like they were quibbling, giving people the feeling that the more they explained, the worse it got. Sakuya wears Naruto, a story of fragile life, advertisement. Naruto ni, your face is blushing. Naruto stood up from the ground with a bang. He was really defeated by these two lawless. Sasuke remained calm and changed the subject. Let's not talk about this anymore. Where are you two going to play? Shingna replied, I don't know. If you're not dating, can you take us out for some fun? Before Sasuke could speak, Naruto said loudly, of course not. Where do you want to go? I'll take you there. I see that my brother often goes to take on some missions. Can you take me and Sakuya to take a look? Sure. You can go wherever you want. Naruto agreed without thinking. He slapped Sasuke on the back and yelled. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Sasuke sighed helplessly, and walked towards the office with Naruto and the two little ones. As soon as the head of the agency saw Naruto and Sasuke, he immediately came up to greet them warmly. The identities of these two people were too high. One was the son of the former predecessor Hokage, and the other was the younger brother of the current Hokage. Both of them were at the Crown Prince level. Fortunately, Naruto and Sasuke are not the kind of people who care about such things. Naruto was showing off to Sakuya and Senna with a smug look on his face. Brother is now a Chunin, and he has carried out countless missions. Sake Yoruichi said with a puzzled look on his face. Chunin? I heard from my father that I am Jonin. Who is better, Jonin or Chunin? Naruto's face froze. He almost forgot that Sakuya was the youngest Jonin in Konoha. After coughing twice in embarrassment, Naruto casually pulled out a C-rank mission and started reading it. The person who issued this task turned out to be Shizune, whose little piglet Tuntun was missing. Sakuya's body floated up out of thin air. She leaned over to take a look and whispered. What a cute little pig. Can I do this task? Naruto was stunned and said. Of course, but this type of mission is a bit boring. Do you want to look at something else? Sakuya shook her head. The petal patterns in her eyes began to spin, and a transparent semicircular sphere spread out with her body as the center. Then, a pink little pig wearing clothes appeared in the house. It was Tuntun. Tuntun's expression looked confused, exactly the same as Naruto's current expression. Chapter 515. Where are we going, Dad? Sakuya picked up Tuntun. Tuntun wanted to struggle at first, but when it saw Sakuya's eyes, it immediately became obedient. The head of the firm swallowed his saliva and asked tremblingly. Could this be the daughter of Chiga-sama, Princess Sakuya? Senna jumped up and pulled Sakuya's calf which was suspended in the air, and shouted. Sakuya, he called you princess. Sakuya smiled faintly and handed the pig in her arms to the person in charge. The person in charge came to his senses and immediately took out the reward for the task. Naruto took a quick glance and saw that the reward was far more than what a C-rank mission would offer. Of course, this kind of reward was just a drop in the bucket for Sakuya. She opened the door and put the money in it. This, space ninjutsu, made everyone's eyelids twitch again. Naruto sighed, as expected of you, Kihonhei-senpai's daughter. Sasuke nodded in agreement, a hint of pride on his face. After all, Sakuya's last name was Uchiha. After completing the task, Sakuya wanted to go home. Naruto wanted to see her off, but she said no after saying goodbye to everyone politely. Sakuya disappeared in the office in a flash, leaving only a stone behind. Sakuya is becoming more and more proficient in using the spatial ability of the op-op fruit. Just now, she used her ability to swap positions with a stone in her yard. After returning home, Sakuya skipped to Chiga who was standing in the yard, and happily told Chiga about her mission today. Kihonhei listened with a smile. He lifted up Sakuya, touched her nose with his hand, and said with a smile. You can complete the task all by yourself. Sakuya is amazing. Sakuya giggled and rubbed her fair little face in Chiga's arms, like a coquettish kitten. The father and daughter played for a while, and he suddenly asked. Sakuya, do you want to go to another world with Daddy? Another world? Sure, as long as Dad is there, we can go anywhere. This sentence hit Kihonhei's heart directly. He lowered his head and kissed Sakuya on the forehead and said softly. Okay, as long as you want, Dad will always be with you. Advertisement. After saying something to Kagaya, Chiga took Sakuya back to the palace in the pirate's world. Today, in addition to Shaw Lulia who was staying at home, there was also Yamato who came to play with her. The two of them were in an indecent position. Shaw Lulia was riding on Yamato's shoulders, holding her horns with both hands, and yelling. Tell me now, what happened to Kihonhei in the other world? Stop keeping us in suspense. Yamato crossed her arms with a smug look on her face. She liked to see the frustrated expression on Shaw Lulia's face. She no longer cared about the fact that Shaw Lulia used her as a mount. There was no other way. Shaw Lulia, who possessed the slippery fruit, was like a loach. It was too difficult to catch her. He couldn't bear it any longer and said angrily. Hey, what are you two doing? Can you please pay attention to your appearance? Huh? Master. Yamato was immediately delighted when she saw Chiga. She shook her head violently, and Shaw Lulia was thrown out unexpectedly. She fell to the ground with a plop, and then slid away far away under the effect of her ability. Puff. Sakuya in Chiga's arms couldn't help laughing when she saw this. She pointed at Shaw Lulia and said. That sister is so funny. Yamato came up to Chiga and stared at Sakuya with her big amber eyes. Sakuya was not shy and just kept looking at Yamato. The two white-haired creatures, one big and one small, were almost sticking their faces together, and Kihonhei had no intention of separating them. This scene seemed quite interesting to him. Shaw Lulia slid over slowly and asked curiously, Kihonhei, the child in your arms is. Before he finished speaking, Yamato suddenly raised his head and said. Master. This must be your child. What? Shaw Lulia was startled, then she looked at Sakuya, her weird eyes told it all. Sakuya waved her hand and greeted the two of them. Yamato and Shaw Lulia came to their senses and hurriedly tidied up their clothes that had become messy due to the fight. Chiga took this opportunity to give Sakuya a brief introduction. After cleaning up, Shaw Lulia took the lead and said to Sakuya with a gentle face. Advertisement, hello, little sister, can you tell me your name? She quite naturally regarded herself as an aunt and did not feel that this made her look old, because in terms of status and seniority, she and Kagaya were on the same level. My name is Uchiha Sakuya. Sakuya? That's a really nice name. This is the name my dad gave me. Before Shaw Lulia could say anything, Yamato had already lifted her up and shouted. Sakuya, Sakuya, you finally came out. I was there when your mother was pregnant. Is Xiaohei okay? Kuro, is that Black Zetsu's sister? She's very nice, and she even told me about Yamato's sister. Haha, really? I must go see her if I get a chance, but you have to call me auntie, just like your aunt Lulia. Sakuya didn't ask why and just nodded obediently. Kihonhei said, well, there will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. Sakuya, just follow these two aunties around for now. Chiga deliberately emphasized the word auntie. Lulia didn't feel anything, but the smile on Yamato's face became brighter because she knew that this meant Chiga acknowledged her identity. At night, Khalifa and others returned to the palace. They were all shocked for a while after learning about Sakuya's identity, but they quickly accepted it. As Chiga's only daughter, the cute Sakuya naturally became everyone's darling. Compared to Konoha, the palace is much more lively, and Sakuya seems to like the environment here. Khalifa and Chiga stood side by side, looking at Sakuya who was surrounded by people, and said with a smile. Boss, I really didn't expect you to bring the child back suddenly. Kihonhei crossed his arms, his eyes full of the scene of Sakuya playing with everyone else. He said softly. It's only a matter of time. I don't want to run around anymore with Sakuya around. Khalifa held his waist and said teasingly, it seems that my daughter is still the most useful. Can't all of us keep the boss's heart? Chian-hee's lips curled up into a smile. He gently took Khalifa into his arms and said softly. How could that be? I have already prepared a place, and we can all live there together from now on. Chapter 516 Blue Star, End. 2 years later, in the Dragon God realm. In the royal city, Bardos, number 18, Lulia and Yamato were sitting around an octagonal table, playing mahjong enthusiastically. Ever since Kihonhei took the lead in playing mahjong, the few of them seemed to have discovered a new world and would get together every day to play a few games. However, whether playing cards or mahjong, Bardos' luck is surprisingly good. She has never used her divine power to cheat, but she can always win. This also made her prestige soar among the women. For example, Lulia had completely regarded Bardos as a big sister. Makarita was simply too incompetent and used divine power to secretly cheat. She was eventually discovered by Bardos and was banned from participating in the competition. In desperation, Makarita had to find a rocking chair and lie on it, fanning herself gently with a palm leaf fan in her hand, listening to the rustling sound of mahjong tiles, and feeling itchy in her heart. Khalifa and Robin often go out to preside over work during the day. Kihonhei has set up a portal in the Dragon God realm, and they can reach any world they want to go through the portal. After a while, Nami ran in wearing a white sun hat with a pink bow, followed by Kagaya and Najiko. Both girls were gentle and spoke softly. Black Zetsu followed at the end, carrying a small basket filled with freshly picked oranges. Nami trotted over to Bardos, took a look at Bardos' cards, and said, Sister Bardos is going to win again. As soon as he finished speaking, Bardos pushed the mahjong and chuckled. Oh no. Number 18 and the others immediately wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Bardos turned to Nami and smiled, saying, I'm back. Well, where's Chiga-ni? Makarita, who was lying in the rocking chair, opened her eyes and said casually. He took Sakuya-chan out to play. He said they were going to the Blue Planet. On a busy commercial street in Blue Star. Chiga held Sakuya's hand and introduced her to things on the street along the way. Sakuya had a very cute bun today. She was holding a comic book in her hand and pointed at a cartoon character on it with an indignant look on her face. Dad, how come Mom is the villain in this? She's so gentle. Kihonhei squatted down, reached out and rubbed Sakuya's little head and said softly. Advertisement, every time and space is different. Don't worry about it. Look, I don't exist in this comic. Yeah, someone like Dad should be the protagonist. Kihonhei couldn't help laughing. He held Sakuya in his arms and stood up, saying. I think our little Sakuya should be the protagonist. Okay, Daddy will take you to McDonald's. As soon as Chiga and Sake Yoruichi entered McDonald's, they immediately attracted the attention of the entire store because this father and daughter were so good looking. When they arrived at the counter, the girl in charge of taking orders was still in a daze. Sakuya stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her. She finally came to her senses and said quickly. Excuse me, what would you like to eat? Kihonhei took a look at the menu and found that McDonald's was collaborating with Hokage. By ordering a children's meal, one could randomly get a small figurine of a Hokage character. The clerk noticed Sakuya's eyes and couldn't help asking. Is this kid wearing colored contact lenses? The pattern looks like Uchiha's Sharingan, so pretty. Which character does it belong to? Kihonhei replied with a smile, it's from Uchiha Sakuya. The clerk was stunned for a moment. She had never seen this name in anime. At this time, the waiter at the back had already brought up the set meal, and there was a blind box on the plate. Sakuya opened it with great anticipation, only to find a black stickman inside. She opened her eyes wide, pointed at the stickman and asked in surprise. Who is this? The clerk was also somewhat helpless, because Black Zetsu's popularity and reputation were indeed not very high, so she could only coax. This is Black Zetsu, a very powerful boss. Black Zetsu doesn't look like this, she has a great figure. Sakuya was indignant and spoke up for Black Zetsu. Her cute look made the diners around her laugh. The clerk couldn't help but ask Chian-hee, is this your sister? She's so cute. Chian-hee waved his hand and said, she is my daughter. Advertisement. The clerk's face froze, and she felt a little regretful for a moment, Thinking that such a handsome boy actually had a daughter, she originally wanted his contact information. Kihonhei didn't say anything else. He took the food tray and took Sakuya to a seat by the window. Sakuya sat down and fiddled with the black Zetsu figurine in her hand. Kihonhei asked curiously. Sakuya, don't you dislike this figurine? Sakuya chuckled and said. It's okay, I can modify it. Dad, you taught me before. This is called thunder metallurgy. As she spoke, a flash of purple lightning appeared from the corner of Sakuya's eyes. The black Zetsu figurine was instantly entangled by lightning, and then melted into a pool of black fluid, emitting a burnt smell, and then nothing happened. Kihonhei waved his hand and the unpleasant smell instantly dissipated. Sakuya stared blankly at the black Zetsu that had solidified into a black mass on the plate and murmured. What's going on? Why is this different from what Dad made? Haha, that's because it's plastic. The one my dad used that time was gold. Sakuya's face sank, and she said aggrievedly, then Black Zetsu's sister must have been damaged by me. Chiani hurriedly comforted her. How come? In a way, this is also your Black Zetsu sister. She used to be like this often. Huh? It's turned into such a lump? Well, if you don't believe me, you can ask her when you get back. Sakuya hummed, then carefully transferred the black color on the plate into the door space. After eating, Kihonhei took Sakuya to watch a grand fireworks show. Looking at the sky above, which was illuminated by the fireworks and flickered, Sakuya clapped her hands excitedly and shouted, Look, Dad, it's so beautiful. Next time I must bring Mom and Aunts here. Let them see this world too. Kihonhei always kept a gentle smile on his face. He held Sakuya's hand and said softly, Okay, Dad will always be with you until the end of time. Completed.